I just glared at my 26-year-old stepmother in the villa, and she respectfully handed me the belt in her hand before turning around and kneeling before me. Master, welcome home. And all of this happened because I transmigrated to Japan and became a wealthy Chinese-American heir. My stepmother, Kurosawa Chiliang, wanted to inherit my family's billions of assets. Knowing full well that the original owner of this body had congenital heart disease, she still attempted to forcefully complete his coming-of-age ceremony. Unsurprisingly, the hot-blooded original host suffered a heart attack before he could become a real man. However, just as Kurosawa Chiliang thought her plan had succeeded and was savoring red wine while fantasizing about a wonderful future, the faint groan from my transmigrated soul startled her. "Nani?" she exclaimed instinctively. "A zombie?" Then she hastily put down her wineglass, flustered as she scrambled onto the tatami, putting on a tearful and panicked act. "Whoa, this is truly wonderful. Muge, you've finally woken up." She immediately knelt down, hugging my arm and crying tears of joy. "What an act, truly. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." Seeing Kurosawa Chiliang's exaggerated performance, I cursed inwardly. "Are you okay now?" Kurosawa Chiliang pretended to be concerned for a while, but when she saw I was unharmed, her expression suddenly became exaggerated as she feigned ferocity and lunged at me. "I'll teach you a lesson." Damn it, she's decided to go all out and provoke me again. Even though I've seen a lot in my past life and have a steadier mindset than the original owner of this body, facing this 26-year-old Kurosawa Chiliang who has shed all pretense, I couldn't help but feel my heart race. Women in Sakura country are truly a femme fatale, I silently complained in my heart. Just when I thought the novel was about to wrap up prematurely, there was suddenly a beep sound in my head. Angry Youth Transmigrator detected. Compatibility 100%. Angry Youth system binding in progress. Holy crap, it's a system. System bro. Save me quick. At this moment, my face was pale. My breathing became increasingly labored, and I felt like I was about to kick the bucket again. Watching me suffer another heart attack, Kurosawa Chiliang's face lit up with delight. "Muge, it seems like you're having a heart attack," Kurosawa Chiliang said with a smug look. "There's no medicine for you. Don't worry, when you die, I'll take good care of inheriting your fortune." Kurosawa Chiliang was certain I would die this time, and she didn't even bother hiding her intentions. Originally suffering from a heart attack, her words made me even more furious. "Oh no, this is it. System bro, save me." Beads of sweat rolled down my forehead as my vision slowly began to blur. The Angry Youth system binding is complete. The newbie gift package is being distributed. The system's voice rang in my oxygen-deprived brain like heavenly music. Host's critical condition detected. Canceling newbie gift package and replacing with full physical recovery. Special reward, Heavenly Eye. Allows host to see each creature's favorability and hostility levels toward them. Inspect attributes of all things, and lock onto others' vision regardless of distance. The system worked with incredible efficiency in just 0.001 seconds. I felt my heart condition instantly cured, along with some minor ailments the system incidentally fixed. At this moment, I felt better than ever before. System detects someone attempting to murder the host. Immediate punishment of the perpetrator is required. You're done. I grinned. Repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that has always been my motto. Mu Ji's code of conduct. Today, I will surely settle this score. Seeing me suddenly revive at full health, Kurosawa Chiliang was also stunned by the scene before her eyes. Nanny? Kurosawa Chiliang panicked. What do you think you're doing? Asking the obvious. I flashed all 8 of my front teeth. After an intense battle, I used my heavenly eye to glance at Kurosawa Chiliang on the tatami, and a virtual panel unexpectedly appeared beside her. Kurosawa Chiliang. Age, 26. Favorability, 80. Hatred level, 80. Integrity, 99. Healthy. Skill, ventriloquism mastery. Overall strength, pathetically weak. Didn't this Japanese woman just try to kill me? She keeps flip-flopping, and I'm a bit confused. How did she even do that? But with an 80% hatred level, this is tricky. It seems Kurosawa Chiliang still has her evil intentions, wanting to kill me to take over my inheritance. Looking at her, I feel a headache coming on. Living under the same roof, how can I stay vigilant forever? In today's rule of law society, outright killing her isn't realistic. Kurosawa Chiliang snapped out of her daze and looked back at me with a complicated expression. Her constant flip-flopping left me utterly baffled. What on earth is going on? Is she mentally ill? After racking my brain, that's the only explanation I could come up with. So, I decided to test my theory. Get over here, I commanded Kurosawa Chiliang in a tone that brooked no argument. Unsurprisingly, she obediently stepped down from the tatami and walked over to me. Muge, what are you up to now? Kurosawa Chiliang asked timidly. I gasped. The stepmother really did have issues. Mom Chiliang, you've got fleas on you, you need my help, I declared confidently, picking up my belt. Well, what do you know? Brute force creates miracles. As I helped my stepmom catch fleas, my celestial I saw Kurosawa Chiliang's virtual panel undergoing unbelievable changes. Kurosawa Chiliang. Age, 26 years old. Favorability, 82. Hatred, 60. Integrity, 99. Healthy. Skill, ventriloquism mastery. Strength, pathetically weak. If you're so amazing, why don't you go fly up to heaven? After some operations, Kurosawa Chiliang's virtual panel changed to this. Kurosawa Chiliang. Age, 26 years old. Favorability, 100. Completeness, 99. Healthy. Skill, ventriloquism mastery. Overall strength, pathetically weak. Incredible. The hatred level just vanished. I marveled in amazement. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. You're a good woman now. Congratulations on your first conquest of a Japanese woman. Host, reward, 1000 angry youth points. This actually works? My eyes lit up. Get out. I glanced at the bruised and battered Kurosawa Reina, then said in an uncompromising tone, from now on, you're not allowed to enter my room without my permission. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Kurosawa Chiliang struggled to her feet from the ground, ignoring the pain in her body, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to me, then gathered her clothes and prepared to leave. From now on, don't call me master, just call me Muge in daily life. I wasn't sure how to address her either, since in my previous life I was just a 22-year-old commoner and wasn't used to being treated like a noble yet. Kurosawa Chiliang nodded obediently, appearing very compliant. After Kurosawa Chiliang left the room, with 2,000 points of flinching value in hand, I boldly browsed through the system store. Primary gene solution, 1000 angry youth points. What is this thing? Host, the primary gene solution is a product of third-level technological civilization. It can enhance physical attributes by 10 times without any side effects. What a great item. After hearing the system's explanation, my eyes lit up, and without hesitation, I added the primary gene solution to my shopping cart and confirmed the purchase. Then, I saw the primary gene liquid appear in my mall storage bar. With a thought, a small blue vial about the size of a thumb appeared in my hand. Without hesitation, I unscrewed the cap and poured all the gene liquid into my mouth, drinking it in one go. Soon after, a large amount of black substance began to excrete from my body. I quickly ran into the bathroom and spent a full half-hour washing off all the black impurities from my skin. Stepping out of the bathroom, I immediately held my breath. There was no way around it. The bedroom now smelled worse than a public toilet and was completely uninhabitable. Looking at the tatami mat and the pitch-black sheets stained by the expelled impurities, I wrapped myself in a towel and left the bedroom without looking back. The villa that Jinshui now lives in is a 3-story detached villa. He lives on the 3rd floor, Kurosawa Chiliang lives on the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor is occupied by 2 young and beautiful young nannies. Bang bang bang. On the 2nd floor, Jinshui rapped on the door very roughly. Who? Kurosawa Shiriai's whiny voice came from inside the room. It's me. When Jinshui heard the other party's question, he said loudly. Coming. Kurosawa Shiran had also just gotten out of the shower at this point, and she was lying on her bed ready to go to sleep at this point, but she couldn't sleep. When she heard Jinshui come knocking on the door, she brightened up, immediately lifted the quilt, turned on the bedside lamp, and jogged over to open the door with her but in her hands. Master, you're here. Kurosawa Shiran opened the door and looked at Jinshui with a delighted expression. Jinshui didn't answer the other party as he directly walked into the bedroom and comfortably lay on top of the tatami mat. Without Jinshui having to open his mouth, Kurosawa Shiran showed his opponent his awesome side. Hiss. Coward. However, facing the Jinshui who had been transformed by the primary genetic liquid, Kurosawa Chiliang was naturally just like the system's assessment of her overall strength unbeatable. Downstairs, 2 young housekeepers who had just turned 18 were blushing and muttering. Hey, Bodo, what do you think the master is doing at Kurosawa's in the middle of the night? He. Naughty, what do you say? With that she tickled the other woman's itchy flesh. Giggle. Bodo, tickle. The little girl called Naughty also shot straight back at her opponent. He, Naughty, the little master has learned to get the hang of it. Will it be your turn soon? Oh? Giggle, it should be you, I think you're itching. Chapter 4 Twin Babysitters. 7 in the morning. Master, hurry up and get up. You're going to be late for school. Kurosawa Shiran gently nudged Jinshui, carefully telling him to get up. In the Sakura country, women don't have a bit of family status, and are little better than maids. After Kurosawa Chiliang was free of the idea of getting Jinshui killed, she completely subbed herself into the role of the hostess. Yanshui is her heaven. Jinshui's sleepy eyes were loose and he was woken up by the pair to. Go to school? School for what, to work after college? Not going. Kurosawa Shiran, you go get me a withdrawal. Jinshui's temper came up. In his last life, he studied for more than 10 years, all reborn, who still goes to school off? Ha? Kurosawa Shiran was a bit confused. She couldn't figure out how Jinshui suddenly wanted to quit school. But master, if you don't go to school, you won't be able to see the beautiful and generous Ms. Aoi. And what if you don't go to school and your girlfriend, Nana Hashimoto, is going to break up with you? Kurosawa Chiling could only move to persuade Jinshui. I'll go. Jinshui thought about the fact that he wasn't going to school, and there didn't seem to be anything to do at the moment. He swears it's definitely not because of his girlfriend Nana Hashimoto and the rich and generous Ms. Aoi. But what's not late for school? Jinshui rolled over on his back and said to Kurosawa Shiran. I fell behind on my homework yesterday, now you go ahead and help me review. Okay. Regarding Jinshui's request for a refresher course, Kurosawa Jiling, as a sensible woman, naturally would not refuse. 10 o'clock in the morning. A black Alpha nanny car pulled up to Kaisei High School, a prestigious private university in Tokyo. The car door opened and two identical-looking twin sisters, dressed in sailor uniforms, briskly jumped out of the car. They were carrying their backpacks, but instead of heading for the school entrance first, they stood very respectfully waiting at the car door. Under their expectant gazes, a long leg was the first to stick out of the car door, and then a handsome, out-of-this-world-looking man in a stand-up uniform stepped out of the nanny car. The two girls bowed at the first opportunity, and then flew forward, holding each other left and right. Come on, little master, let's enter the school. One of the girls said happily. Bodo, have you forgotten what I said in the car? Jinshui glanced at the cute girl next to him who was only as tall as his shoulders and was somewhat speechless. Bodo, Yuki, you can call me master or young master if you want, but don't add the word small, okay? Master is not small at all, okay? Got it, master. Next to her, Bodo spat out her tongue in a playful and adorable manner. Although the two sisters, Bodo and Nadi, were only Jinshui's shoulder height, they were also 160, which wasn't short. Let's just say that 185 Jinshui, not at all like a normal brat, being the heir to the dragon makes him stand out from the rest in the Sakura country. And, did you two not eat breakfast? Use some energy when you two put your arms around me. Jinshui couldn't feel the sense of oppression, and he was a little displeased. If you continue to be so unintelligent, you won't be following me from now on. This kind of grand old man-like treatment, which he had never experienced before, was so soothing. Rebirth is right. Young master, you are disliking us. At the age of 8 our sisters were picked up from the orphanage by our old master, who treated us as if we were his own, and gave us the opportunity to receive higher education, so we're definitely going to serve the young master to the death. Otherwise we have a guilty conscience, woo-hoo-hoo. The girls on the left and right were pretending to cry, but they still used their strength when they wrapped their arms around Jinshui, which gave Jinshui a whole lot of comfort. Okay, whatever. Stop crying, you guys are acting so fake. Put. 2. The two sisters instantly broke into tears. The three of them just talked and laughed as they walked towards the school. As they passed through the gate, the security guards at the entrance and the teachers were not surprised to see the three of them hugging each other like this. It's a private school. Isn't it basic for a rich kid to be accompanied by two kawaii girls? In the Sakura country, men are superior to women, and 3 wives and 4 concubines are standard for the rich. Otherwise Jinshui's deadbeat old man wouldn't be 60 years old and still give him the whole 26-year-old Kurosawa Chiling. As for whether there were any more out there, he didn't know. When they arrived at the teaching area, Jinshui separated from Bodo and also Yuki. It can't be helped that here, the chaperones have classes for chaperones, and the young ladies and young men have classes that belong to them. Here, class divisions are in full bloom. If Jinshui were to use his celestial eyes to observe Bodo and the sisters at this moment, he would have noticed that when they arrived in the classroom, they nodded their heads and apologized to the teacher for their tardy behavior. The teacher at the podium, on the other hand, rolled his eyes to show his displeasure. Where would it be like Jinshui, who didn't say anything and swaggered into the classroom? It couldn't be helped that the class he was in was a notorious asshole class in the entire school, filled with some rich second-generation assholes. If he had typed the report normally, I guess the teachers would have thought he was sick. Rich kids who really love to learn don't show up in this class. Unsurprisingly, when the teacher on the podium saw Jinshui come in, not only did he not get angry, but he was very amiable. Jotaro, you're late today. On the podium, a professional suit of Aoi Bai saw Jin Shui come in, stopped lecturing, pushed his rimless glasses with his hand, and took the initiative to say to Jin Shui. She carefully sized up Jin Shui and secretly smacked her lips. "Why haven't I seen you for a day? This student has become handsome again." Jin Shui was a little confused when he realized that Aoi Hakabai, who was wearing a significantly smaller shirt on the podium, was looking at himself with drawn eyes. "Is that how handsome you are now?" Not only Aoi Shiranui, but even Hashimoto Nana and the other girls in the classroom were looking at him with a florid face. No wonder the two sisters, Bodo and Nadi, were so glued to themselves in the morning, so I'd become so deadly. Jin Shui was secretly pleased. "Ms. Aoi, I'll say a few words." Jin Shui ignored the fact that the other party had an opinion. He walked directly to the podium and stood next to Aoi Bai. Smells good, turn around and ask her what perfume she uses." Jin Shui found himself enjoying the smell emanating from the other party, and he planned to turn around and give Kurosawa Chiling and the Bodo and Nadi sisters the whole lot. He then patted the podium, looked at the 40 or so students below, and slowly spoke, "Class, from now on, don't call me Jotaro, call me Jin Shui." "Jotaro, why do you call yourself Rokoku? It doesn't sound good at all." Yen Shui's tablemate, Yumikawa Ichiku, was the first to voice his opinion. "Yes, the teacher thinks so too." Aoi Bai looked at Jin Shui in confusion. Jin Shui's sudden announcement caused the classroom to talk for a moment. "All quiet." Jin Shui slapped the table and said loudly, "I am originally a descendant of the dragon, and Jin Shui is my real name, and in Dragonese, Jin Shui means very handsome. Whoever calls me Jotaro from now on, don't blame me for flipping out. Che, you're so sick. Our noble cherry blossom name you don't want, like me Yumekawa Ichiko how dominant, the name Jotaro before you is also cool." Yumekawa Ichiku looked at Jin Shui with a look that said you're seriously ill. "Just shut up Yumekawa Ichiku. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is so profound that you guys don't even understand it." Jin Shui was too lazy to bother with this bunch of brats and went to his own seat. Just as Jin Shui sat down, he saw his girlfriend, Nana Hashimoto, walking up to him with her bag in her arms. "Yumekawa Ichiku, take my seat, I'm going to be at the same table as Jin Shui," she said to Yumekawa Ichiku in an undeniable tone. Hey, okay." Yumekawa Ichiku had to be obedient and pack up his ass and leave. There was no way that he could not afford to mess with Nana Hashimoto, who was the first lady of the Hashimoto family, one of the 8 major families in the Sakura country. He stole a glance at the other man as he walked away. So rich, so fit, so loaded. I just don't know if Marshall Yen has ever played that side of the game with the other side. Anyway, he went to the custom store last night and tried it out. It was so much fun. Chapter 5, Provocation by the Ocean Horse. Jin Shui used his celestial eyes to scan Nana Hashimoto, his cheap girlfriend. Nana Hashimoto. Age, 18. Face value, 92. Favorability, 20. Completeness, 100 perfect. Skills, specialized in Pua. Overall strength, unbeatable. Against all odds, 20 favorability, so the original owner is just a licking dog raised by the other party. Jin Shui secretly smacked his lips. He had just casually scanned Aoi Bai and the other party's favorability was 60. Then Jin Shui scanned the other 20 girls in the class, and none of them were below 60 favorability except for a pretty country girl called Maria. This girl named Ijima Yuya has a favorability rating of 90. Ijima Yuya was the girl sitting in front of herself, and at that moment, her panel was displaying data that made Jin Shui's eyes light up. Ijima Yuya. Age, 18. Favorability, 90. Face value, 95. Completeness, 100 perfect. Skills, karate proficient. Comprehensive strength, 1 against 10. I didn't expect this weak girl in front of me is so powerful. It's like the other person still has a crush on him or her, and it's my fault for being so handsome and charismatic. Jin Shui was secretly dejected in his heart. I can't help it, I can't grasp it myself. Jotaro. Are you blind? Can't you see that this princess has arrived? Why don't you get up quickly to welcome her? Just as Jin Shui was secretly dejected, Hashimoto Nana's petulant drink came from the side. Nana Hashimoto, who are you talking to? Jin Shui said as he sat there without moving or raising his head. Are you deaf? Didn't I just say that? You have to call me Jin Shui from now on. As my girlfriend, you have no sense of proportion like this, yelling at me. You don't have any of the 3 virtues that a woman from the Sakura country should have, and it makes me feel ashamed. From now on, you're not my girlfriend. It was then that Jin Shuai raised his head, revealing his 8 white teeth, and said with a smile. Now, Nana Hashimoto, will you get lost? You. Hashimoto Nana was trembling with anger by Jin Shuai, and you couldn't say anything after half a day. You what you? Yen Shuai continues to dislike. Girls like you who want a body with no character and no character with no body, get the hell away from me. You're really bad luck. You know what? Bad luck is contagious, please don't come closer than 10 meters to me, thanks. You. Nana Hashimoto's eyes were red as she pointed at Jin Shuai, unable to speak. It was the first time in her entire life that anyone had ever said that about her. For a moment, she froze, not knowing what to do. The two of them, Jin Shuai and Nana Hashimoto, were talking in a not-so-low voice, so naturally, they caught the attention of the entire class. Aoi Bai on the podium looked at Jin Shuai with great curiosity. She was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the other party Nana Hashimoto's dog liquor? What's with the sudden rise in popularity today? The former tablemate, Yumeko Ichiku, secretly gave Jin Shuai a thumbs up. At this moment, he only wanted to apologize to Jin Shuai. Just now, he felt that the name Jin Shuai wasn't domineering enough, that he was hasty, and now the way Jin Shuai disliked Nana Hashimoto was really domineering. Ijima Yuya, who was sitting in front of Jin Shuai, had secretly perked up his own ears as early as when Hashimoto Nana spoke, carefully eavesdropping on how Jin Shuai would respond. How could she not expect Jin Shuai, who had always obeyed Hashimoto Nana's words, to dislike Hashimoto Nana to her face and dump the other party in front of the entire class? This is just fantastic. So manly, love it. Yua Ijima leapt inwardly. She used to think that Jin Shuai was blind, letting go of herself, the prettiest girl in the class, in favor of chasing after a princess-prone Hashimoto Nana. Just as Ijima Yuya was still thinking prettily about the chance she'd have to be with her partner after Jin Shuai broke up with Hashimoto Nana, she realized that her ponytail had been grabbed by someone. She went back over and saw Jin Shuai looking at her with a smile. So handsome and charming. Just as she was still in a daze, she heard Jin Shuai say the words she had dreamed of. Ijima Yuya, would you like to be my girlfriend? Of course I'm willing. Jin Shuai-kun. Ijima Yuya was overjoyed as she immediately stood up from her seat and gave Jin Shuai a 90-degree bow. Jin Shuai-jun, I'll be your girlfriend from now on, please teach me more in the future. You're doing great oh. Jin Shuai didn't mince words in praising the other party. Nana Hashimoto, did you see that? Afterwards, Jin Shuai twisted his head to look at Nana Hashimoto, who was still frozen in place, and he said disdainfully. Don't take yourself too seriously, people spoil you, not me. Get out of here yet. Suddenly Jin Shuai chided loudly, directly startling the entire class. Wow. Nana Hashimoto burst into tears. She was so aggravated, how could she not expect the licking dog that had always obeyed her, how could she suddenly bite? Nana Hashimoto, who really didn't have the face to continue staying in the classroom, darted out of the classroom, clutching her book bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refusing to be a lickspittle and striking a perfect blow against the other side, awarding 1000 cynicism value. Jin Shuai's eyes lit up, he didn't expect a reward for this? Marshal Jin, you're too fierce. Bullseye. As soon as Nana Hashimoto ran out, Yumeko Ichiku shouted at the top of her voice. From now on, he decided to treat Jin Shuai as his idol. Seeing that the seat next to Jin Shuai was empty, Ijima Yuya didn't hesitate to pack up her things and sit next to Jin Shuai, then looked at him with lassie eyes. Give me a kiss. Suddenly, Yumeko Ichiku, the little brat, was up in arms again. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Not only were the other students uproarious together, but even Aoi Shiranui on the podium was also uproarious. Good guy, this is not a teacher, this is simply a group of rich children's nanny, the classroom is not into a gala, this Aoi Bai also led the uproar. Ijima Yuya's face flushed red at everyone's comments, and she closed her eyes in embarrassment. Jin Shuai understood the other party's meaning very well, and he directly understood it. And very subtly sizing each other up. Rich. Jin Shuai didn't find himself and picked up a treasure. Snap. The eaters in the classroom also applauded heartily. Cut. Jotaro, all you can do is bully women. Just as Jin Shuai was having a good time with Ijima Yuya, Jin Shuai heard someone pushing Lai Lai behind him. Not only that, but the other side continued to output. That's all you've got left to bully women, sick man of East Asia. Maria, is this your idea of a fight? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because your dad is Micah Thoth, one-on-one if you can. Before Shui could say anything, Ijima Yuya next to him was the first to speak. The man she referred to as Micah Thoth was the leader of the pretty country's overseas garrison in the Sakura country. Maria, you're a real pain in the ass. Hearing the words sick man of East Asia, Shui was enraged. He vowed to ride the big ocean horse to ruin. The emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom couldn't stop it even if he came. Chapter 6 Mr. Mighty. Mike Maria. Age, 18. Hatred level, 30. Face value, 88. Integrity, 98 non-toxic. Skills, fighting proficiency. Combined strength, 1 against 10. Shui scanned Mike Maria with his heavenly eyes and found that the other party, who had a goodwill towards him just a moment ago, was now surprisingly gone, and there was still a 30 hatred level. Damn, what's up with this big ocean horse? Shui was provoked by his opponent, and he didn't care about any manly manners as he continued to output. Hey! You crazy woman, I don't seem to have pissed you off, do I? Shui looked at Maria with a displeased face. Which is your primary care doctor? What attending physician? Maria was a bit baffled by Shui's question. What do you mean? Oh, there's no point, it's just that your mental illness hasn't been cured yet. How come you're released? It seems that this doctor's level isn't good either. Put. As soon as Shui's words fell, Ijima Yuya next to him directly burst out laughing. You? Maria naturally reacted to the fact that the hateful man in front of her had called her mentally ill. Jotaro. No amount of lip service can prove that you're capable. Maria stood up, pointed at Shui, and said furiously. You have the balls to come with me to the fighting room and fight one-on-one. You're not a man if you don't come. With that she took the lead and left her seat, heading outside without looking back. Hiss. That was a fun day of school, too. Marshal Jin. Her. Let her see how powerful our Sakura Nation men are. The melon-eating crowd, Yumekowa Ichiku, looked at Shui with a face of excitement. Yumekowa Ichiku, shut the up. Ijima Yuya glared menacingly at the uproarious Yumekowa Ichiku classmates. Then she quickly changed her face again and grabbed Shui's big hand, saying with a worried face, Shui-kun, this Maria is a fighting expert, don't be impulsive. Ijima Yuya is very worried about his new boyfriend and impulse, so he sent himself up, and then to the other party to beat all the teeth, was beaten and disfigured would not be good. She Ijima Yuya, a face dog, like Shui, not just like his handsome face. Shui-kun, let me fight her, I'm a karate master. Ijima Yuya patted her rich chest and said with conviction, this crazy woman, how dare she look down on my boyfriend, let's see if I don't beat her until she cries in pain. Just as Yuya Ijima was about to get up, she realized that her shoulders were being held down by a large hand. What strength? Yuya Ijima gave a dark cry. Shui-kun, what's wrong? She was also quite surprised when she looked at Shui, who suddenly pressed herself. To know that she was a constant martial arts practitioner, not a delicate woman, the fact that Shui could hold herself down so easily showed that she had somewhat underestimated her boyfriend. This is a man's business, and it's not your turn as a woman to take the lead. Shui pinched Ijima Yuya's opponent's pretty face. Maria's proposal was just what he wanted, he still wanted to tame this fiery horse. You just stay here and wait for your man to return in triumph. With that, Shui stood up and prepared to leave the classroom, heading to the fighting room that Mary Sue had spoken of. Student Shui, fighting is bad behavior. Oh, the teacher suggests that you should just ignore her. Shui had just walked to the door of the classroom, and Aoi Bai, who was the class teacher, had long been there with her arms outstretched, intending to stop him from leaving the classroom. What a rich eureka! Shui sighed inwardly as he looked at Aoi Bai in front of him, who was wearing rimless glasses, a white shirt and a short black skirt that was one size too small. Oh, Aoi-sensei, please also make way, you can't stop me, oh. Shui said to the beautiful teacher in front of him with a sunny smile. So handsome. Oi Shiranui was all confused by the bright smile of the big sunny boy in front of her, and she subconsciously said, Thank you for the compliment, teacher, can you move out of the way now? Oh no. Aoi Bai blushed slightly, secretly saying that she was shameless and had been bewitched by Shui. Shui looked at Aoi Bai in front of him and opened his hands like an old mother hen protecting her calf, completely sealing off the entire doorway, with no intention at all of stepping aside. He simply ignored his opponent and met him with a froth. Ah! Aoi Bai also didn't expect that the other party would dare to directly bump into her. She hurriedly got out of the way and stopped blocking. Shui's force just now wasn't small, but luckily she was cushioned and didn't get hurt. So rich. Jinshui couldn't help but give Aoi Bai a nod. None of you are allowed to follow. Sweeping his eyes around the classroom, Jinshui warned those who had already been foolishly eating the crowd. The crowd had to sit back in their seats resentfully. There is no way. The class of brats is generally less than 170, the girls are even less than 160 on average, 185. Jinshui give them the pressure is still very big. Seeing that all the people were obedient, Jinshui was also in a beautiful mood, whistling as he headed to the fighting room. Oh, Jotaro, I didn't think you'd really dare to come. I recognize you as a real man. In the fighting room, Mike Maria had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, she took off her sailor's uniform and wore a combat vest as she stood on top of the fighting ring condescendingly looking at Jinshui. As Jinshui looked at the condescending Maria in front of him, he had to praise the other party. Standard devil body, although it is a white face, the skin color is wheat. Jinshui estimates that the other party is deliberately tan like this. Oh, Maria, you'll see in a minute. Jinshui doesn't nag and jumps straight into the ring. He gave Maria the middle finger, then hooked it and shouted. Come here you. You seek death. Maria was so provoked by Jinshui that she naturally had zero tolerance. She darted straight over and threw a straight punch right into Jinshui's face. Jinshui was a man who had taken the genetic liquid, the other party was fast, but he was faster. Jinshui dodged his opponent's straight punch with a twist of his head, he didn't show any mercy and punched his opponent directly in the stomach. Ah! Maria screamed miserably and lost the ability to fight straight away. She collapsed into a crumpled heap on the ground, cold sweat pouring from the pain. Ha! Maria, what now? Jinshui looked at his opponent with a smirk after he knocked him down with a punch. After a while, Maria's pain eased and she sat up, looking viciously at Jinshui. Jinshui, I admit that you're strong, but there's one thing, you'll never be able to compare to us white men. Maria is still talking tough, and she's even outspoken about the real reason she's discriminating. Ha! I see that you don't see the coffin. Jinshui smiled disdainfully. He started farting. To make a name for himself. Oh my god. Maria was stunned and soared right into the dialect. Marshal Jin, you are truly Mr. Mighty. The most powerful man in the world. Where was there any trace of discrimination in Maria's gaze when she looked at Jinshui? Jinshui disdainfully glanced at Maria on the ground and thought to mutter darkly. The other guy's kind of wasted, right? Chapter 7, is it serious? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission perfectly and obtaining 1000 cynicism values. You know who's the daddy later, don't you, little man? Jinshui looked at Maria, who was paralyzed and looked powerless, with disdain. He then left the fighting room with his head held high, like a victorious rooster. Ha! Ms. Aoi, why are you here? At the door of the fighting room, Jinshui was surprised to see the rosy-cheeked Aoi Bai in front of him. That teacher was worried that something had happened to you guys, so she came over to check it out. Aoi Shiranui explained in a panic. Teacher, this is also just coming, right? Just coming. Oh? Jinshui carefully surveyed the other party's blown-out rosy face. It doesn't look like Ms. Aoi just arrived to me. Were you just watching out for me? Looking at the other party's embarrassed face, Jinshui couldn't help but flirt with the other party. Aoi Bai's already rosy face turned even redder, and even her neck began to redden. She felt her face burn, as if a lying little girl had been caught in the act. No, just arrived. Aoi Shiranui forced a sly defense, but her rosy cheeks betrayed her. She did listen to the wall at the door for an hour, it was so exciting. Well, in that case, I'm going back to class. Jinshui had a flirtatious look on his face. With that, he quasi-returned to the classroom. Ouch! Jinshui had just taken 2 steps when he heard Aoi Bai's shocked voice from behind. He quickly turned around and quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Aoi Shiranui, who was about to fall. Ms. Arai, are you okay? Jinshui inquired about the other party with a concerned face, while inwardly praising the other party secretly. So soft and flavorful. Thank you, Mr. Jinshui, I'm fine, just now I just got a little weak in the legs and tripped over myself when I wasn't paying attention. Aoi Bai smiled awkwardly. Don't let go of me yet, how much longer are you going to snuggle? Seeing that Jinshui still kept his arms around himself, and even his big hands started to be unctuous, she hurriedly stopped it and cooed. Oh, sorry, get used to it. Jinshui sniffed and hurriedly let go of the other party, smiling awkwardly. Ms. Aoi, what brand of perfume are you wearing? It smells so good. Suddenly asked about Aoi Shirai. He liked the flavor and planned to buy some for the women in his family. No perfume yet. Aoi Bai pushed her rimless glasses as she said with a little bit of arrogance, it's body fragrance. Oh, that looks like it, that's too bad. After Yen Shui left, Aoi Bai looked at the others tall back and stood there frozen, not knowing what to think. Yo! Our hero is back. As soon as Yen Shui walked into the classroom, his former nemesis, Yumekawa Ichiku, yelled. Marshal Jin, how's it going? The male student sitting in the first row by the door Kamiko Hototo was also looking at him with a curious and expectant face. Did you give that pretty country a good beating? Jin Shui was dumbfounded at his words. Secretly, Mike Maria, the pussy, was really unpopular and didn't seem to have offended these male students much. Jin Shui didn't answer the crowd, smiled without saying anything and spread his hands. No words are better than words at this point, and the crowd is satisfied. Why don't you go back to your seat? On the podium is an old schoolboy-looking male teacher, the history teacher in Jin Shui's class, called Yumekawa Cool Head. He looked at the rowdy classroom and gritted his teeth. You rich kids, you don't take your studies seriously day in and day out, you'll lose your family fortune sooner or later. Yen Shui didn't bother with him and went straight to his seat. Hey! Old man, if you keep pushing, do you believe I'll have you expelled from school? Yumekawa Ichiku was not happy when he heard the old man say that. You guys are unbelievable. The old man didn't tap on the door, though, but took it upon himself to start continuing his lecture. There's no way around it, the school pays too much. He couldn't afford to give it up. Shay! Wimpy! Seeing the old man concede, Yumekawa Niku was satisfied and no longer paid attention to the other party, pulling out his cell phone to play the game on his own. In a class of more than 40 students, it is estimated that not even 10 of them are listening properly. Jin Shui Jun, are you hurt? Let me see. Just as Jin Shui returned to his seat, next to him, Ijima Yuya looked at him with a concerned expression. Seeing that Jin Shui's face was still as perfect as ever, Ijima Yuya breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I didn't break my face. She patted her trembling capital with an afterthought. Yen Shui. Yua Ijima only checked his face for broken faces, leaving him speechless. Jin Shui Juan, you can't be so impulsive in the future, I'll protect you. I'm awesome, oh yeah. Ijima Yuya also gave Jin Shui a show of his muscles. Yeah, well, let me see it someday. Jin Shui naturally wanted to see the other party's capital. No problem Jin Shui-kun, my parents are away at night, come to my house and I'll show you a good time. Ijima Yuya thought that Yen Shui was interested in her karate and she couldn't wait to invite. Really? Jin Shui's eyes lit up and immediately agreed to the other party's request. I'm definitely coming to your house tonight. With nothing to do, Jin Shui remembered that he still had 3,000 cynicism value and couldn't help but want to spend a wave. System, are the prizes drawn at different levels of the lottery relative to each other? Ding. Yes host, the higher the level of the lottery, the higher the probability of coming out with good goods, the outrageous 9 revolutions golden dan, only the gold level of the lottery is possible to get. Hiss. Jin Shui sucked in a breath of cool air, this thing can be drawn by lottery? System, you're not going to pull that penguin lottery thing, are you? Ding ding ding. This system is angry, please don't question the fairness of this system, host. Hold your horses, system, let's try the waters with 10 bronze level draws first. Ding. Congratulations to the host on winning a box of Durex. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black silk. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Gatling with unlimited bullets. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of Hanbok. System, and you say you're not black, what is all this? Jin Shui was speechless. Ding, host, this system once again emphasizes absolute fairness and impartiality. Yuya, come on, give me a kiss. Feeling that his luck wasn't good enough just now, Jin Shui decided to let his cheap girlfriend spin his luck. Muah. Naturally, Yua Ijima was more than happy to oblige. This can make the girl sitting nearby greedy, so handsome Yen Shui, they also want a kiss. System, give me silver 9 consecutive draws. Jin Shui felt that he had it, and very boldly gave orders to the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consummate level Dragon Claw Hand skill. Yo! Jin Shui's eyes lit up, I didn't expect the first one to come out with good goods. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pairs of black silk. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 boxes of Okamoto. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of divine oil. Yen Shui. Does he need this? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman. System, this Sentinel Heart Sutra, is it decent? Chapter 8, The Heart of the Woman. Ding. The Heart Sutra for women is definitely a proper technique, not an evil and crooked method, but a technique created by Emperor Xian Yuan. Hearing the system's explanation, Jin Shui's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it's a kung fu? I thought it was a vernal picture. Jin Shui did have a look when he drew the Sentinel Heart Sutra just now, but he found that he couldn't understand any of the words on it. But there were all sorts of weird illustrations in there that he understood in seconds, and had even just used them in the fighting room. System, can this Sentinel Heart Sutra live forever after practicing it? There was no way. Jin Shui didn't recognize any of the words above the Sentinel Heart Sutra, so naturally he didn't know how effective it was and could only ask the system. Ding. There are 9 levels in the Sutra of the Heart of a Woman. Practiced to the highest level, you can step through the void, and longevity is naturally not a concern. Coward. Unity, your Raffle is really more reliable than the penguins. Jin Shui was so excited that he couldn't wait to hug the system and kiss it, but the system couldn't materialize, so he had to snuggle Ijima Yuya next to him and nibble on it. After all, it was also the other party who had just given him a full dose of Ochi. System, this Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman, I can't understand a single word. How am I going to cultivate it? Only after the excitement had passed did Jin Shui remember this serious problem. If the system couldn't fix the problem, wouldn't he be happy for nothing? Ding. This system has 2 existing programs. Option 1, a key substitute. The first weight needs cynicism value 100, the second weight needs cynicism value 1000, and so on. Option 2, this system can translate for the host, 1 word 100 cynicism value. Unico, you're so black. You're darker than a penguin. Jin Shui felt that he had spoken too early just now, because he had just looked at it, and there were tens of thousands of words in the Imperial Women's Heart Sutra. Even the cheaper option 2 would require millions of cynicism value, which couldn't be scraped together even if one's waist was dried off. He now only has a measly 2000 cynic 1 values. What's the point of fixing it? Jin Shui-kun, are you okay? Yua Ijima had been sneaking glances at her newfound boyfriend, and she couldn't get tired of looking at him in any way. Seeing Jin Shui's sudden expression of 1 moment of happiness, 1 moment of entanglement, and 1 moment of puzzlement made her worried, and she thought that Jin Shui had been injured just now when he fought with Maria. Jin Shui was also taken aback. He was too excited to communicate with the system just now. Nothing, just a little excited at the thought of going to your house tonight and getting to spend time alone with you. Giggle, Yen Shui-kun, Yuya is excited too. Yua Ijima was happy to hear that the other party turned out to be excited because of what happened to her. It seems that this boyfriend is very devoted to her. Jin Shui-kun, there's still 10 minutes before class ends. Why don't we go to the cafeteria to eat together later? Dinner? No problem. Jin Shui seemed to think of something else as he hugged and nibbled on the other man again. Yuya, you're really my mascot. Ijima Yuya? Although she was confused, she was inexplicably happy, as if Jin Shuigan liked herself too. Yeah. System, I want a 1-click substitute for the first and second layers of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. In his mind, Jin Shui couldn't wait to communicate with the system. Just now, Ijima Yuya had inspired him again that rice should be eaten 1 bite at a time. Ding. No problem, host, have 1 clicked for you to practice the first and second layer of the Imperial Women's Heart Sutra. This practice deducts 1100 cynicism value. The system side had just deducted the cynicism value, and Jin Shui's side immediately felt a warm current appear in his body, flowing along the meridians of his entire body. At this time, he was blessed with a spiritual heart and could manipulate this warmth in his body at will. Is this considered internal power or true chi? Jin Shui muttered darkly. But this 1-click substitute of Unity Sun is really powerful. Ding. This system is omnipotent. As long as the host has enough cynicism value, it's not impossible to become immortal on the ground. Okay, Unity, I know you're good. Don't move and ding 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 ding. Jin Shui clearly didn't communicate with the system just now. He was just evaluating it internally, but he didn't expect the system to run out, which gave him the feeling of being spied on internally. Thinking that there was always a peeping Tom around him when he was doing his business in the past 2 days, Jin Shuai's heart felt a pang of diarrhea. Just freak out. Ding. This system is not in existence of the same latitude as the host, please put away the nasty thoughts in the host's mind. Alright, Unico, try not to come out when I don't call you, you're too wordy. Jin Shuai thought about it, the system of this virtual thing, and not human, look at it, it does not matter. Mr. Jin Shuai, please answer 3 events of great significance in the recent history of our Sakura country. The history teacher at the podium suddenly shouted. Yumeko Coolhead, this old schoolboy, had a deep grudge against Jin Shuai, this prick, and he found an opportunity to make things difficult for the other party at this time. Old Den, are you giving me a hard time, handsome? Before Jin Shuai could respond to the other party, his cheap lapdog, Yumeko Ichiku, was the first to open his dislike. You. The head of Yumegawa Cooler on the podium pointed his finger at Yumegawa Ichiku. He was half pissed off. These rich kids, they are really lawless. Alright, Yumegawa Nico, just shut up. Jin Shuai stood up and said in a loud voice. First, 1942, the Battle of Midway, the rout of the Sakura Nation. Secondly, in 1945, the first atomic bomb, Little Boy, was successfully detonated in Hiroshima, and the second bomb, Fat Man, was successfully detonated in Nagasaki. Third, on September 2, 1945, the Emperor of Sakura Goku formally signed the Instrument of Surrender and surrendered to the Dragon Kingdom. Handsome cowboys. Yumegawa Neko praised loudly, although he did not know what Jin Shuai was talking about, but the other party was so loud and said so much that it would be right to shout oxen to himself. His kuichi. Awesome. Awesome. Many of the rich kids in the class gave Jin Shuai a thumbs up in praise. Ijima Yuya, on the other hand, looked at the passionate Jin Shuai with a puzzled expression. Mr. Jin Shuai-juan, do you want to hear what you're saying? Baka. Yumeko, a cool head on the podium, holding his hand tightly over the position of his heart, he felt like he was about to die of anger. He asked about the 3 most important events of significance in the Sakura country, not the 3 most humiliating histories. Naturally, Jin Shuai didn't bother to pay attention to the old man on the podium, but instead smiled and gave a slight bow to the rich students in the class who had praised him, expressing his gratitude for their recognition. Yumeko, a cool head, looked down at the group of incorrigible students below. He couldn't take it anymore and fainted as his eyes went black. Yasi. Carry away, carry away. Get the next one. Yumegawa Niku watched as old Den fainted, and instead of worrying, he clapped his hands. Yes, Pinch, it's best to replace it with a young, pretty and fragrant teacher like Ai Hakabai. There were also other students who expressed their own opinions. Jin Shuai also couldn't help but give kudos to the classmate just now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 cynicism value. Please keep up the good work. Yen Shuai. The system's sudden reward left Jin Shuai in a daze. He then grinned as if he understood something. Cynical system, jia jia jia. Chapter 9, Yua's Invitation. Young master, you're here. 2. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the 2 sisters, Bodo and Yuko, had been waiting in anticipation for a long time, and when they saw Jin Shuai arriving with a girl, they immediately went forward and bowed in greeting. They were also curious about Ijima Yuya, who had been holding Jin Shuai's arm next to him. Has the young master changed his girlfriend? But this one is even prettier than the previous one, Nana Hashimoto, and seems gentler. They were very happy that the other person looked like he was good to work with. The 2 sisters had long been self-aware. Now they were Jin Shuai's little maids, later they would be Jin Shuai's concubines or right-hand men. They naturally hoped that the mistress that Jin Shuai found would be the kind that was good to get along with. Bodo, Yuki, you've been waiting for a long time. Jin Shuai looked at the sisters in front of him, and sighed in his heart that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with being a landlord. Young master, this sister is? Bodo, who was more lively, took the initiative to ask. Come on, let me introduce you guys, this is my girlfriend, Ijima Yuya. Yuya, these 2 are my little babysitters, Bodo and Yuki. Jin Shuai introduced a few people to each other. In the Sakura country, they like to call maids nannies. Hello Yuya-san, how are you? I'm Bodo. I'm Nadi. Hello, 2 sisters. Yuya Ijima also greeted the twins warmly. Naturally she wouldn't be jealous, it was a very common thing in the Sakura country, the more women a man had, the more capable he was, and as a mistress, she would only be happy, not jealous. Ijima Yuya's own dad, Ijima Oro, also had several women. But there was only one mistress, Ryusei Kanrin, her mother, and all the other women, they had to listen to her mother. After a burst of laughter, the four of them soon arrived at the interior of the cafeteria, which was better described as a cafeteria than a buffet. Kaisei School, the top private school in Tokyo, also has the most expensive tuition fees, which can be as high as $1 million for a semester. So those who can come here to go to school, their families are either rich or powerful. The school naturally does not dare to have half a bit of ambiguity. To facilitate currency calculations, currencies are 1-to-1 throughout the world. You're Jin Shuai. Just as Jin Shuai was having a pleasant meal with the three girls, a discordant voice broke in.
Kawashima-Kid, what are you doing here?
Ijima Yuya saw that her opponent still had a few minions with her, and she looked at them warily. Jin Shuai also realized at this time that the other party's hot-blooded young man with a broomstick head was called Kawashima-Kid. I'm Jin Shuai, so what, you guys still want to do the whole hot-blooded college thing? Jin Shuai thought he was terribly strong, so naturally he didn't put these few punk-like ruffians in his eyes.
Boy, you're a real drag, aren't you? Kawashima-Kid looked at Jin Shuai, who held his arms coolly. What? Is it illegal to tug?
Jin Shuai asked the several women with a puzzled expression, then looked at Kawashima phone.
Why don't you call the police? Put. Ijima Yuya and the Hato sisters were both amused by Jin Shuai. Only Kawashima-Kid's face was as black as a bagman's. You seek death.
Kawashima phone was furious. This was the first time someone had pretended in front of him. He couldn't help but step forward, wanting to give Jin Shuai a lesson. The other minions saw this and surrounded him.
Daring. You want to make a move?
Ijima Yuya stood up at the first opportunity and glared angrily. Others are afraid of your Yakuza, but we, the Ijima family, are not. Kawashima phone, are you itching?
You, Ijima Yuya, mind your own business. Kawashima-Kid was chided by Ijima Yuya. He surprisingly didn't dare to get angry. His tone weakened by 1 point.
Jin Shuai is my boyfriend now. His business is my business. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I'll break your leg.
Ijima Yuya was dominating, looking like he was more of a gangster than his opponent. You, get out of here. Abruptly, Ijima Yuya chortled loudly.
Kawashima phone was furious. He definitely did not dare to do it on the spot. I guess a few of his own people are not enough to be beaten by Ijima Yuya alone. Especially when he saw the eating crowds around him, starting to point at themselves, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Being chided by a woman, it made him, Kawashima-Kid, lose face. Marshal Jin, how dare you bully Nana Hashimoto? Just wait for my Kawashima Fang's revenge. With Ijima Yuya around, he naturally didn't dare to make a move, so he could only throw out a harsh word and leave in a sorry state with a few of his minions.
Ding! Detected Sakura Nation woman fighting Sakura Nation man for the host, awarding 1000 cynicism value. System, that's a reward too? Ding, host, yes.
Jin Shuai people numb. It seems that he still has a half understanding of the rules of the system, and just now he thought that he had mastered the rules, but he did not think that this wave of the system was in the atmosphere.
What a doggone bridge, the Yakuza? Interesting. Jin Shuai was speechless. Did this kind of brainless dog-licking villain thing happen to every traveler?
He was calm, but the twin sisters next to him were worried. Jin Shuai is rich, yes, but the other party is a triad. Jin Shuai-kun, you don't have to worry. If this Kawashima-Kid really dares to trouble you, I'll break his dog's legs.
Ijima Yuya grabbed Jin Shuai's big hand and swore.
Jin Shuai-kun, you have to trust me, I'm great.
Yuya-san is great.
The conversation between Ijima Yuya and Kawashima-Kid just now was also understood by Bodo. It seems that the girlfriend that the young master has found this time is a big deal.
Yeah, well, let me see it tonight and find out.
Jin Shuai said outside of his words. He could probably guess that the Ijima family that Ijima Yuya was talking about was the Ijima family, one of the 8 major families in the Sakura country, whose karate halls had opened all over the world, and were strong as hell. Of the 8 clans, only the Ijima clan can really fight.
Giggle, no problem, I'll teach Jin Shuai Jun Kung Fu at night.
Jin Shuai-kun, it's a deal. Oh, tonight you come to my house, I have a special practice room.
Yuya Ijima was overjoyed.
She had forgotten about the fact that Jin Shuai was also very capable of fighting, and she had to know that Maria had not come out of the fighting room until now, obviously exhausted and not yet recovered.
I'll be there tonight.
Jin Shuai's eyes lit up. The beautiful girl was asking for a date. He couldn't refuse a little.
Cutting well, certainly too empty-handed. Play is physical combat. He's looking forward to it. Chapter 10: A trip to the office of Aoi Hakabai. Kaisei School, as a top private school, will naturally provide dormitories for these students.
Jin Shui would naturally have one, and it would still be a separate dormitory. After the meal, Jin Shui planned to take a lunch break in his dorm room. This morning, he consumed a little too much.
Yuya, why don't you go back to your dorm room?
Jin Shui looked at Ijima Yuya, who had a death grip on his arm, and asked in confusion.
Not only that, but even Bodo and the twins, Nadi, were following behind on their asses. Although Sakura Country was open, the school still had separate areas for men and women, and naturally, Ijima Yuya would have a dormitory room of her own.
Jin Shui Jun, I just can't leave you, I want to spend time with you every moment, and the smell of your body is too good.
Yuya Ijima responded shyly. I smell good?
Jin Shui was a bit confused. He lifted his arm and put it to his nose to smell it.
There's no flavor. There is yet. Maybe you couldn't ask yourself. Ijima Yuya nodded affirmatively. You two can smell it too?
Jin Shui looked at the twin sisters.
Yes, Pinch, it smells good. 2. True to form, the twins called out in unison, nodding their heads desperately at the same time in agreement with Yuya Ijima. System, do you know what's going on here?
Jin Shui really couldn't figure it out, so he had to ask his own system.
Ding!
The host has cultivated the Sentinel Heart Sutra, which will create a special attraction to the opposite sex and increase the favorability of the opposite sex towards the host.
I see, doesn't that make me a walking hormone?
Jin Shui didn't think that this Sentinel Heart scripture would have such a function.
One can only say that the Regulus human emperor who created this feat is a talented person. Jin Shui couldn't help but give him a big nod.
It seems that the legend that Emperor Xin Yuan of the People's Republic of China was able to ascend to the heavens by commanding 3,000 women on a daily basis is true. Jin Shui, who learned the truth, realized why he was so heterosexually attracted. Soon Jin Shui arrived at his dorm room. At this moment, Jin Shui really didn't have much heart to practice the moves on top of the Sentinel Heart Sutra.
However, he used his celestial eyes to check out the two sisters, Bodo and Yuki.
Both of them had similar values, with a surprisingly high favorability of 100. It seemed that they all completely treated themselves as Jin Shui's concubines.
Ijima Yuya's favorability was also raised to 99 from the original 90.
This Sentinel Heart Sutra is really strong. If it is practiced to the 9th layer, I really can't imagine how outrageous it will be. Jin Shui was very satisfied, and he was secretly dejected. It's possible to look at a random woman and the other person has even thought of a name for the child.
Mr. Yin Shui, come with me to the office.
In the afternoon, during the first period, Aoi Shiranui suddenly came to the classroom and shouted at the door.
What did she call me for?
Although Jin Shui was a bit puzzled, he still nodded his head.
Get up.
Then followed Aoi Shiranui and headed to her office. Not to mention, at a glance, this paleo white is good material that can give birth to a son. Jin Shui observed Aoi Bai's back from behind and secretly commented.
Perhaps sensing the strange gazes behind her, Aoi Shiranui walked a few moments faster.
Her heels were clacking.
Aoi Bai's office, this is Jin Shui's first visit.
He surveyed it, an exclusive office that even had the appearance of a restroom inside.
I wonder what Mizurai called me here for.
He casually closed the door and used his celestial eyes to observe the other side.
Aoi Bai. Age, 26. Face value, 95. Good sense, 65. Completeness, 100 perfect. Skills, none. Overall strength, unbeatable.
It seems like a real trophy teacher, but the favorability level has increased just as much as Yua's. Jin Shui looked at the other party's virtual panel and didn't hesitate to label the other party as a vase.
Mr. Jin Shui, what are you doing? Why did you close the door? Open it.
Aoi Bai saw that Jin Shui had closed the office door behind her, and she spoke in a slightly hurried and somewhat nervous tone. In Sakura Country, there are no shortage of pretty female teachers being violated by students, especially at noble schools like this one. Before that, she had never called a male student to her office for fear of such a thing happening. But the principal's lecture at noon today had put too much pressure on her, and that's why she had to talk to Jin Shui.
I want to.
When Jin Shui heard the other party say this, he ghostly replied.
You. Don't you come near me.
This scared Aoi Shiranui. It's really a fear of what's to come.
Aoi-sensei, you misunderstood, I just answered like that out of habit just now.
Seeing that the other party had this scared expression, Jin Shui naturally understood that the other party had misunderstood, and he went forward to explain to the other party.
Don't you come near me. Who knew that the more he did, the more scared the other guy got? Row, row, row. Jin Shui took 2 steps back, revealing a charming smile as he continued, I am a descendant of the dragon, and I pay a lot of attention to honoring my teacher and respecting these manners. Hearing Jin Shui say this, Aoi Bai was relieved, and she inexplicably trusted the other party. It's like this, Mr. Yin Shui. In the morning, you pissed off Mr. Yumegawa, and he's still in the ICU for resuscitation, and the principal gave me a direct death order not to allow anything like that to happen next time, or else he'll remove me as the homeroom teacher. Aoi Bai suddenly gave Jin Shui a 90-degree bow. Please take care of Jin Shui-kun, the teacher really doesn't want to lose this job. Aoi Bai's mother has been hospitalized for many years, and she really needs this well-paying job too much, so that's why she's asking Marshal Jin to give her a hand. Just now, Aoi Bai that was really afraid that Jin Shui was just like the legendary second generation of rich people, using this matter to threaten her, and she could only go from there. This Jin Shui naturally didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't mind being a dude for a bit at all. For the entire Sakura nation, he was prejudiced. Just this? Jin Shui was also speechless, it was none of his business. I'll be more careful in the future, Ms. Aoi, I'll leave now if there's nothing else. Since Aoi Bai is not to submerge himself, Jin Shui also has no interest in continuing to stay, he can't see as the most women's bitter begging appearance. It made it difficult for him. Thank you, Marshal Jin-kun. Hearing Jin Shui say that, Aoi Bai was very happy. In the class she led, only Jin Shui and Yumekawa Ichiku were the 2 pricks. Take care of Jin Shui, Yumekawa Ichiku as a dog's hooves, naturally won't do anything wrong. Jin Shui nodded, opened the office door and left in style. When Aoi Bai saw this, she then patted her trembling with her slender hands. It seems like I misunderstood Jin Shui Jun. He's a decent man. If this would be Jin Shui checking out the other party with his heavenly eyes, he would definitely find that at this time, Aoi Hakabai's favorability towards him was actually 80. Chapter 11, Come to my house tonight. Jin Shui-kun, why did the teacher call you over to the office? As soon as Jin Shui returned to the classroom, Ijima Yuya, who was at the same table, was very curious. Nothing. Yen Shui deflated his mouth, causing himself to make a trip for nothing in talking. Oh. Ijima Yuya saw Jin Shui's lack of interest, and did not continue to ask more questions. After all, the Sakura country is male superiority and female inferiority, and it would be impolite to ask again. Come on, Yuya, let me give you a kiss. The other party naturally cooperated obediently. It made Mike Mari and the back envious. After she was taught a lesson by Jin Shui in the morning, she was now deeply infatuated with the other party. If Jin Shui used his heavenly eyes to check it out, he would surely find that not only did Maria not have a hate value now, but her favoritism was as high as 90. However, Jin Shui does not care, the other party completeness is only 980,000, he gave the other party a lesson on the line, do not intend to often give the other party tutorials. System, give me a gold level draw. Thinking about how he had somehow earned himself 1000 cynicism value at noon because Ijima Yuya had stood up for him, Jin Shui decided to make a bold wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Regulus. Crouching. Surprisingly, it's the Chinese divine weapon Regulus. Jin Shui got excited and directly hugged Ijima Yuya and nibbled on him. Yuya, you deserve to be my mascot, you're the strongest OU. Ijima Yuya was nibbling with intent, and although she didn't know why her Jin Shui-kun was so happy, it seemed like it was because she had caused it as well, and she smiled sweetly. Jin Shui-kun, Yuya will always be your mascot. Seeing that the other party was so understanding, Jin Shui already had plans. He planned to give Ijima Yuya the woman a heavy reward tonight. System, I used to read novels, the systems in them can check the host's attributes, do you have any here? Ding! The host's celestial eye sees nothing, so you can see for yourself through the celestial eye. You're right. Jin Shui realized that he had been hasty, and that he had not used his heavenly eyes to look at himself before when he had been using his heavenly eyes to view others. He did check himself with his celestial eyes, and sure enough he had a virtual panel. Jin Shui 1986, Chinese footballer. Age, 22. Face value, 100. Skills, Sentinel Heart Sutra 2nd level, Dragon Claw Hands perfect, Firearms proficient, Killing Technique proficient. Comprehensive Strength, Early Huanjing stage. That weird? Jin Shui looked at his own panel and felt as if it was a little different. This body of his is not 18 years old, I did not expect it to be 22 years old according to the last life. There were also guns and killing techniques he could understand, after all, he'd been in the military before, he could do those. There was also this combined strength that confused him. How is this like the martial arts realm mentioned in the novels he used to read? System, aren't you omniscient? There are martial artists in this world too? Ding, please feel your way around on your own, host. Dog system, if you say so there is. Jin Shui thought that the number of these martial artists was really extremely small, or else according to the original owner's family lineage, he could more or less know about some of them. Originally, I thought that I, Jin Shui, was already invincible, but I didn't realize that there were still martial artists in this world. Jin Shui wondered. Looks like he still can't be too cocky in the future, or else a big brother will jump out one day and slap him to death. He was just a tiny early stage of Huan Jin, or a proper little chicken. That's why he's going to have to develop quietly and take more shots in the dark on this side of the small day. Jin Shui-kun, what's wrong with you? Ijima Yuya looked concerned when she saw that Jin Shui suddenly looked constipated. To be honest, she was a little baffled. Is this boyfriend out of his mind? How can you be happy and depressed at the same time? You can change your face faster than a woman. Nothing's going on, just something that popped into my head. Jin Shui casually found a reason to deal with the other party. But it's not a big problem, the ship is in the right place. That's good then, Jin Shui-kun, if you have any difficulties, be sure to talk to Yuya, and I'll be sure to fix them for you. Ijima Yuya thought that Jin Shui was troubled because of what happened to Kawashima Kid at noon and continued. Our Ijima clan is one of the 8 great clans, we're not afraid of their Kawashima clan at all, let alone their Yamaguchi group. Well, if they really come after me, I'll ask you to stand up for me. Jin Shui didn't bother to explain. If the other party really sought trouble from him, then let Ijima Yuya take care of it. Maybe he could even gain cynicism value by letting them Sakura Nation people dogfight. Otherwise ordinary triads, how many people are not enough for him to solve? A martial artist with unlimited bullets will bubble blue fire gatling. Jin Shui think this is simply don't be too scary. Just as the two of them were in a situation where they were in love with each other, Jin Shui had basically figured out the other party's circumference. Soon the time came to 3:30 in the afternoon. Ring ring ring. A sharp bell rang. School's out. Class, hold on a second, the teacher has an announcement to make. Just as everyone was how to pack up and bolt, Aoi Shiranui walked into the classroom. Ms. Arai, we'll talk about what's going on tomorrow, now that school's out for the big one. Yumegawa Ichiku was the first to yell. He had managed to stay up until the end of the school day, so naturally he didn't want to be delayed. Yumegawa Ichiku, who had tasted sweetness at Yen Shui's custom store yesterday, he now hated to flash over. At this time, not to mention the Aoi Shiranui he had been even the emperor couldn't stop his stupidity. Yumegawa Ichiku-san, hold your horses, a few simple words from your teacher will do. Aoi Baibai looked at the rowdy classroom, she clapped her hands and said loudly, Class, tomorrow the school will hold a bar mitzvah for you all, so please make sure you wear a kimono. Only after the bar mitzvah will you be considered adults. Ha ha! Ms. Aoi, I've been an adult for a long time. Bye bye. Yumegawa Ichiku hemmed and hawed, directly crossing over Aoi Shiranui and leaving the classroom. The other rich kids in the classroom laughed heartily and cooed. Ms. Aoi, I've been an adult for a long time too. Ms. Arai, you're not an adult yet, are you? At night on the mountain, look at Aoi-sensei's face turning red, you wouldn't have gotten it right, would you? Under the filthy language of those rich kids, Aoi Shiranui were to top it, directly seized the door and fled. Marshal Jin, are you free tonight? My cat does backflips, and I'd like to invite you over to see them. Mike Maria, who was sitting in the back row, had packed his things by now. She stood next to Jin Shui, ignoring Ijima Yuya's angry gaze, and extended an invitation to Jin Shui. The way she looked at Jin Shui could be stretched. Jin Shui Jun, ignore this prodigal daughter, I heard she's had several boyfriends, she'll be poisoned. Ijima Yuya naturally wasn't willing to show weakness as she wrapped her arms around Jin Shui and said sweetly. Be sure to come over to my house tonight, there are no adults in my house. Chapter 12 Unexpected Gains. After bidding farewell to Ijima Yuya, Jin Shui was flanked by the two sisters, Bodo and Yuki, and arrived in front of a family's nanny car. The driver of the nanny van, who had opened the door early, stood aside, waiting respectfully. Master, please get in. He immediately nodded his head when he saw Jin Shui and the Bodo sisters arrive. Fujiwara Takumi? Jin Shui looked at the young driver in front of him and seemed to think of something. Yes. Master, may I ask what your orders are? Seeing Jin Shui looking at himself with a puzzled look, Fujiwara Takumi tensed up and his expression became even more restrained, fearing that if the other party was dissatisfied, he would have to lose this well-paid job. Does your family sell tofu? Jin Shuai asked with some curiosity. Yes, master, Takumi used to deliver tofu for the family before he graduated. Fujiwara Takumi gets more and more nervous, thinking that Jin Shuai is going to have nothing to do with it and is ready to open himself up. Then there would be no way for him to answer to his father. So you can drain and drift through corners? Jin Shuai sensed the other party's nervousness, and he said smilingly, Fujiwara Takumi, don't be nervous, I'm just asking casually. This will naturally happen, it's just that my father won't allow me to do it anymore. Fujiwara Takumi brightened up before explaining with some regret. He missed the old days of delivering tofu at Akira Mountain so much. Fujiwara Takumi, then you'll take us drifting home today in this van, you can do that, right? Jin Shuai looked at Fujiwara Takumi and inquired. In his heart, he was thinking that the other party was really a veteran driver of Akuma Mountain, and he couldn't help but want to experience it. Master, this is naturally no problem. Fujiwara Takumi patted his chest and swore. In all of Tokyo, you'll never find a second older driver who's better than me. After Jin Shuai and the Bodo sisters got into the car, Fujiwara Takumi's slightly excited words came from the front. Master, please fasten your seatbelt, Takumi is ready to depart. After confirming that Jin Shuai and the others had fastened their seatbelts, Takumi skillfully put the gears in gear and slammed on the gas pedal, followed by slamming the steering wheel and releasing the clutch. Bear! The nanny van drifted in place in a direct kamikaze, then quickly sprinted away. Wow! So cool! Driver! You gotta give me a drift. Some other rich kids saw this and couldn't help but instruct their driver to operate it. Which one of them who can chauffeur these rich kids from the capital doesn't have a couple of tricks up his sleeve? So the entrance to Kaisei School was a scene unlike any other, a nanny car, drifting in place and showing off its maneuvers. Whoa! So exciting! On the Tokyo Road, the Alpha nanny car that Jin Shuai was in was drifting through the corners at 100 yards at the moment. The two being sisters in the car, Bodo and Nadi, were yelling and screaming, they were so excited. Fujiwara Takumi, good performance, something. Jin Shuai couldn't help but praise the other party as well. Fujiwara Takumi got even more excited, not caring that this was downtown Tokyo, he throttled right down. It took Fujiwara Takumi 30 minutes to take Jin Shuai to school in the morning, and this time he took only 8 minutes to come home from school. 8 minutes, not bad, 22 more minutes of a wonderful life. Jin Shuai looked at the wristwatch in his hand and lamented. Fujiwara Takumi, whenever you pick me up or drop me off from now on, drive like this. I'll bill you double. He decided to let Fujiwara Takumi float every day from now on. Thank you, master. Fujiwara Takumi was excited, how could it be so good? Originally, Fujiwara Takumi's dream was to drive a race car, but due to pressure from his father, he had no choice but to become a driver. Now, instead of resenting it, he loved the job. Master, Takumi can actually drive faster, just by using my family's AE86. Fujiwara Takumi indicates to Jin Shuai that this is not his limit, but the limit of this nanny car. Oh? In that case, you can drive that car of yours from now on, and I'll give you triple pay. Jin Shuai felt that the faster the better, it didn't matter what kind of car he had, he didn't want to waste his time on rushing. Thank you, master. Fujiwara Takumi was so excited that he gave Jin Shuai another 90-degree bow. Okay, that's it for now. Jin Shuai no longer paid any attention to Fujiwara Takumi as he wrapped his arms around the two fragrant and soft twin little nannies and walked into the villa. Fujiwara Takumi, on the other hand, held his 90-degree bow for a full minute before straightening up and swinging his arms viciously. This feeling, it's fantastic. Jin Shuai-kun, you are my Fujiwara Takumi's bright master. Fujiwara Takumi had the feeling of a soldier dying for his friend, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would swear loyalty to Marshal Jin to the death. Jin Shuai, who was already in the villa at this time, naturally didn't know that Fujiwara Takumi had already taken him as the bright master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the men of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Yen Shuai. At this moment, he was grinning broadly as he lay on the sofa enjoying the massage service of the two sisters, Bodo and Yuki, and was confused by the system's sudden reward. System, where did this reward come from? He wondered a bit and asked the system in his head. Ding! Hello host, Fujiwara Takumi has become completely loyal to the host, special reward. So it is. That's good cynicism value too, isn't it? Yen Shuai thought prettily. He then checked Fujiwara Takumi with his celestial eyes. At this moment, Fujiwara Takumi was looking excited. He was sitting in the nanny car, waiting for Jinshuai's command at any time. What he didn't know, though, was that a virtual panel had appeared beside him. Fujiwara Takumi, 1935, Japanese actor and film producer. Age, 23. Favorability, 100. Loyalty, 100. Skills, car skills out of this world. Combined strength, average. I can't believe it's still possible. As long as you brush up on your goodwill or loyalty, there will be rewards as well. Jinshuai's eyes lit up, so he would have more channels to obtain cynicism value. You know, he inherited 308 custom stores, and the female employees alone are in the tens of thousands. If all these employees had 100 loyalty, wouldn't he be able to take off where he is? Looks like we'll have to plan it out and brush up on these people's loyalty. Give them a raise? Or more commission? Jinshuai had never been a boss or a worker, so he could only think of this. Bodo, Nadi, if you were my employee, what would I have to do for you to be completely loyal to me? After thinking for a while, Jinshuai wanted to verify his thoughts through the twin sisters in front of him. Master, you don't have to do anything, and Bodo and Nadi will be completely loyal to you. Bodo didn't know why Jinshuai suddenly asked this. She stopped her hand movements and looked at Jinshuai in a serious manner. Next to her, Nadi nodded heavily in agreement. These two twin sisters come up to the good sense of pulling full, which makes Jinshuai not able to wool gathering. He is quite speechless. Looks like we'll have to talk to Kurosawa Shiren about this when she returns. At this time, Kurosawa Shiren was not in the villa. She was the one who usually took care of business matters. The reason why Kurosawa Shiren was living with Jinshuai, that was also because she was appreciated by the original owner's father as his secretary, being entrusted with the task of assisting Marshal Yen at the end of his life. But all of this was cheaper for the traveled Jinshuai. And it seems that Shiren Kurosawa didn't lose out. Not only does she get to enjoy her wealth as she wishes, but she also gets a Mr. Mighty. Chapter 13. At 5 in the afternoon, a red Ferrari drove into the villa. The driver's door opened and a long, straight leg in black silk stretched down. Then, a young woman dressed as an urbanite walked down, and she was none other than Kurosawa Shiren. Only a hint of sadness was on her beautiful face. However, the moment Kurosawa Chiliang stepped into the villa and saw Jinshuai, she immediately changed her expression. Master, you're back. She went up with a big smile and sat on her knees in front of Jinshuai with a concerned look on her face. Master, are you tired of school today? Of course I'm not tired, just a little depleted. Jinshuai hooked his hand at her, and Kurosawa Shiren directly intended to get up and come into Jinshuai's arms. Not a care in the world. Even if the two sisters, Bodo and Nadi, were also on the sidelines at this time. Jinshuai was also very fond of the other party's ripe temperament. He put his arm around Kurosawa Shiren and opened his mouth to ask, Kurosawa, is there something going on with the company? As early as when Kurosawa Chiliang drove into the villa, Jinshuai had used his heavenly eyes to observe, and he had naturally noticed Kurosawa Chiliang's sad face before. Master, nothing's wrong, you don't have to worry, the company's business, Kurosawa will take care of it. Kurosawa Shiren, when she heard Jinshuai call her Kurosawa, she lit up in surprise. This meant that Jinshuai recognized her as the mistress of this villa. In the country of Sakura, women have a low status, and only the mistress of the house deserves to be addressed by the man with a family name. Give you a little sunshine and you shine? Are you still trying to hide it from me? Jinshuai's tone was heavier. Master, Kurosawa wouldn't dare. Kurosawa Chiliang felt Jinshuai's unkind tone, as well as her own richness slightly eating pain. She knew that the other party was angry. It was Kurosawa who didn't want to add to his master's troubles. Please forgive him. With a jolt, Kurosawa Shiren immediately got up and knelt down to Jinshuai. Say, what is it exactly? Jinshuai looked at Kurosawa Chiliang, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him with a nervous face, and felt some emotion in his heart. Rebirth is wow, this world's Sakura country is worthy of being a man's paradise. If this was in the previous life, Jinshuai believed that whoever dared to speak like this to his own woman would probably be the one kneeling on the ground in the next second. Master, today there was feedback from several shopkeepers that there are people from the Yakuza interfering with our custom store, not letting customers in, and they even whore for nothing. Shiren Kurosawa looked furious. She hated white johns. I called the police, and when the vigilante came, they just tightened up a little bit, but as soon as the vigilantes left, they came back, like flies. Some of the female employees are beginning to panic, and have even offered to leave their jobs, and if this goes on, let alone doing business, they will have to close the store. Don't worry, I should have something to do with this, I'll take care of it. Shui thought to himself, sure enough, it was Kawashima Kid who made a move, this damn licking dog, and Hashimoto Nana, sooner or later, I'll make her kneel on the ground and sing her conquest. By the way Kurosawa, do we pay our female employees a fixed salary or a commission? Shui's words changed, he had never been involved in his family's business, so he naturally didn't know about these things. Master, we pay our female employees according to commission, every single female employee can get 30% commission. Kurosawa Shiren didn't know why Shui asked that, but she had to answer honestly. Crouch. Joe Pickpocket isn't even this ruthless. Shui secretly spat in his heart, this is too black-hearted. 30% commission is too low, just raise it to 60% for these women employees. Shui doesn't want to be this evil capitalist, how can he make female employees loyal to him if he exploits them like this? Master, this will not be too much. That's going to take Kurosawa Shiren by surprise. We won't have any profit at all if we give 60% commission to female employees. No profit, that means no loss. When Shui heard it, it's fine if it's not a loss, anyway, he's not poor, it's all for charity. Then it's decided. Kurosawa, you immediately inform all the female employees of this news, saying that it was my decision. Shui immediately clapped. Yes master, Kurosawa will go and arrange it right away. Kurosawa Shiren immediately stood up and stepped aside to start making phone calls, ready to convey Shui's decision. Although she was confused and didn't know why Shui disliked the money, she could only obey the other party's orders. In less than 10 minutes, Shui's decision had been communicated to all female employees. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. That's gone? Shui originally thought that with this wave of decision-making, he was about to get rich, but in the end, he only got the allegiance of 10 female employees, and only gained a total of 10,000 cynicism value. System, did you hack my cynicism value? Ding ding ding. Please don't insult this system is absolutely fair and impartial. Shui wondered what was wrong with these female employees. He or she is working for them for nothing, for charity. And it turns out that out of tens of thousands of female employees, only 10 of them have any allegiance? Shui, who couldn't figure out what was going on, decided to use his heavenly eyes to check out what was going on. Tokyo, Hankou Street, Shanghai Custom Shop, a few female employees are gleefully discussing the decision Shui just made to give them a raise. Suzuki, this is fantastic, I didn't realize that the commission had suddenly doubled. A somewhat kawaii girl was dancing with joy. There goes my tuition money. Yeah. Kazuna, congratulations on getting ashore soon. Suzuki looked at Kimiko with envy. She had no choice but to save up more money at the custom store while she was young and change careers. Muzi, a college student with good grades but a poor family, came to Shanghai to work part-time for her dream. Muzi planned to leave her job after earning enough tuition, even if the commission was higher, she would not continue to work here, naturally, she could not be loyal to Shui. There was also another part of the female staff discussing the matter, and although they were all happy, they all felt that they deserved all this, so instead of being grateful, they blamed their bosses for exploiting them too harshly in the past. But most of the female employees, believing that they are just female employees in a custom store, even if they are paid a high salary, it does not change their social status, and they have to get by. Those 10 female employees who pledged allegiance to Shui, without exception, were in urgent need of money to save their lives, and Shui's decision was equal to saving their families before they swore their allegiance. I see, I was thinking too simply. Shui used his heaven's eye to check it out and finally understood what was going on. Tun-chan, I'm sorry for wronging you. Unity-san, give me a one-click substitute for the third level of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. Shui looked at his 13,900 cynicism value, and boldly told with uttered his request. Ding! Greetings, host. The third level of the Sutra of the Heart of a Woman one-click substitution has been completed. As soon as the system's words fell, Shui realized that the true chi in his body had grown from the original hairline discovery to the size of a toothpick, at least 10 times stronger. I don't know if it was due to the enhancement of the Sentinel Heart Sutra, but the way he looked at Kurosawa Shiren and Hato and the girls was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 14 Yua's Sister. 8 o'clock in the evening, at this time, Shui drove his Porsche 918 sports car, speeding on the avenue of Tokyo. Jin Shuai, who had more sensitive reaction than ordinary people, naturally would not drive at turtle speed on the road, even if the traffic on Jingdong Avenue at this time, his driving speed still remained above 120 yards. The loud sound of the engine caused sideways glances from neighboring drivers, and of course the curses were even more incessant. In Sakura country, as long as one is 16 years old or older, one can take a driver's license, so naturally, Jin Shuai also has a driver's license. The purpose of his trip was, naturally, the home of his new girlfriend, Ijima Yuya. In less than 10 minutes, Jin Shuai arrived at the villa where Ijima Yuya was. It was better to say it was a villa than a manor, antique and traditional, a special manor in the Sakura country. There were 4 security officers right at the entrance, all valiant and spirited standing guard there. Of course, there are quite a few hidden in the shadows. Jin Shuai scanned with his heavenly eyes and realized that each of them was a good fighter who could defeat 10 with 1. Worthy of being a big family, this security level can be high enough. This is replaced with the special forces of the previous life self, surely can't touch in. After observing a bit, Jin Shuai couldn't help but give a nod to the other party's security measures. Hello? This gentleman, you are Jin Shuaijuan, right? Jin Shuai's Porsche just drove to the door. The security personnel standing guard directly jogged over and bowed to Jin Shuai, who opened the car window to greet him. Yes, I am Jin Shuai. Yin Shuai nodded with a smile. Hello Jin Shuai-kun. After the security officer received confirmation from Jin Shuai, he once again nodded his head. Our Miss Yuya has already explained that she has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me, Marshal Jin. He then signaled his colleagues who were on duty together to open the gate, while he himself ran ahead and led the way for Jin Shuai. Naturally, Jin Shuai dashed on the gas and drove to follow. The manor was large. Jin Shuai estimated that at least the area covered, there were more than 10 acres. Led by the security personnel, Jin Shuai quickly parked his car. The other party was even the first to come forward and open the car door for Jin Shuai, then bowed on the side. Please ask Jin Shuai-kun to get off the bus. Jin Shuai nodded and got out of the car calmly. You worked hard. I wouldn't dare, Marshal Jin-kun, this is what I should do. The other party's waist, which had been straightened out, bent down again at once, with some trepidation. Come on, take me to Yua. Okay Jin Shuai-kun, please wait a moment. The security officer, once again, bowed, then quickly ran off to the side, explaining something to a female nanny. The female nanny then came to Jin Shuai and also bowed to him first. Jin Shuai-kun, next, I will take you to see Miss, please follow me. Seeing this, Jin Shuai laughed dumbly and secretly said, this Ijima family has a lot of rules. After 7 turns, the two came to a 2-story wooden house. Jin Shuai-kun, Ms. Yuya is inside, please go in by yourself. The female nanny stood in the doorway and bowed to Jin Shuai once more, then she stayed put and signaled for Jin Shuai to go in by himself. Seeing this, Jin Shuai smiled and nodded, and he muttered darkly that it's still a pain in the ass, but seeing as Yua Ijima washed her hands of waiting for me, it doesn't matter. He then nimbly pushed open the wooden door and strutted forward. What's going on here? After entering the door, Jin Shuai was a bit confused. Shouldn't this be Ijima Yuya's boudoir? What met his eyes was an empty hall that looked like a practice room. Inside, there are all kinds of equipment furnished therein, the most conspicuous of which are all kinds of wooden stakes and sandbags. And in the practicing room, there were 2 youthful and beautiful girls, wearing practicing clothes, who were hitting wooden stakes at that moment. One of the girls, naturally, was Ijima Yuya, who was currently wearing a white practice uniform, with a high ponytail and a valiant look. Ah! Yin Shuai-kun, you're here. Seeing Jin Shuai come in, Ijima Yuya was very pleasantly surprised. She ran over at the first opportunity and went forward to embrace Jin Shuai's arm. Jin Shuai felt the touch of his arm, and his eyes lit up as he realized that it was unbound. Yuya, what's going on here? Jin Shuai was a bit unsure. Didn't you tell me there were no grown-ups in the house tonight and asked me to come to your house? And that's it? If there was only Ijima Yuya in the practice room, Jin Shuai would have been fine. After all, the special scenario wasn't bad, and the other person's costume at the moment was a plus, but what about the other girl in the practice room who looked somewhat similar to Ijima Yuya? Jin Shuai-kun, come, let me introduce you, this is my sister, Ijima Yui. Ijima Yuya wrapped her arm around Jin Shuai and brought him to her sister, introducing the other party. Sister, this is my boyfriend, Jin Shuaijuan. Ijima Yuya's eyebrows fluttered. Sister, how is it? Isn't Jin Shuai-kun very handsome? Yui Ijima sized up Jin Shuai and nodded slowly. Very handsome indeed. But looking at her, she didn't seem to care about the other's face, and her tone was very cold. As Jin Shui looked at the other party with a lofty look, he couldn't help but curiously check out the other party with his own heavenly eyes. Yui Ijima. Age, 19. Favorability, 15. Hatred, 0. Face value, 96. Skills, Karate Mastery. Overall strength, early Ning gene. I didn't realize that Yua's sister was still a martial artist. Jin Shui's eyes lit up and looked at the other party with some surprise. This was the first time he had come into contact with a martial artist. But what made Jin Shui a bit confused was that the other party's attributes changed in time all of a sudden. The opponent's favorability went from 0 to 50 in one fell swoop. This was also the first time Jin Shui had seen someone with a negative favorability rating towards him. This made Jin Shui a bit confused. How could the other party flip his face faster than a book? Naturally, Jin Shui didn't know that his expression of surprise the moment he saw that the other party was a martial artist just now had made Ijima Yui mistakenly think that Jin Shui was a denizen who had seen the sex. Ijima Yui, hates this kind of weak-looking little white boy. She only worships the strong and likes the strong. That's why she especially looked down on her sister, who couldn't walk away from the sight of a handsome man. Only the strong are worthy of her, Yui Ijima, and only those who can beat her can conquer her. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Ijima Yuya took the initiative to introduce her sister to Jin Shui. After some understanding, Jin Shui realized that the other party is now a freshman at the University of Tokyo, and also like Ijima Yuya, has been practicing karate since childhood, and is also a complete martial arts fanatic. After that, Ijima Yui no longer paid any attention to the two of them and ran to the side, practicing on her own. By the way Yua, that Kawashima kid from today's lunch, he went after me today, calling some Yakuza to harass my family's business. On his way here, Jin Shui had planned to leave this matter to Ijima Yuya, and after the windfall at noon, doing so might even allow him to harvest cynicism value. Just let them Sakura country brats dogfight. Outrageous, this Kawashima kid is too much, and he doesn't even care about my Ijima family. Ijima Yuya sniffed and puffed out, Jin Shui-kun, you don't have to worry, I'll take care of this matter. Then I'll trouble you for this matter, Yuya. Jin Shui laughed, this is the feeling of eating soft rice, feel good look. Come on, Yen Shui-kun, let me teach you karate. Suddenly, Ijima Yuya suggested with interest. Learn karate so that Jin Shui-kun won't have to be afraid of villains like Kawashima kid. Yen Shui. Are you serious? Chinese Kung Fu is the most okay? Yuya, I know Chinese Kung Fu. This is great, Jin Shui-kun, let's spar. Not allowing Jin Shui to refuse, Ijima Yuya pulled him aside to an open area. The two then began to compare notes. Facing Ijima Yuya, a petite girl, Jin Shui naturally turned on the faucet, letting water out again and again. In this way, the two fought back and forth. Jin Shui-jun, you are so powerful, Chinese Kung Fu, you can do it. For Ijima Yuya's comments, has been on the sidelines to watch the battle. Ijima Yui does not agree, she thinks that Jin Shui is only taking advantage of the size of the advantage is just. But for the fact that Jin Shui could fight her own sister back and forth, her image of Jin Shui's little white boy had changed. But that's about it. As far as she was concerned, the two were nothing more than vegetables and chickens. Jin Shui-kun, no more practicing, let's go to the hot spring. In less than half an hour, Ijima Yuya was drenched in fragrant sweat, and she suddenly proposed. This can be had. Jin Shui's eyes lit up, practicing this boring trick, he had long been impatient. He didn't come over tonight for martial arts practice. As you know, bathing in the hot springs in Sakura country is coeducational. Chapter 15, Yui Ijima. Yua Ijima's family estate, naturally, has a hot spring. So Jin Shui and the others didn't need to go out to comfortably soak in the hot springs. At this moment, Jin Shui was lying in the hot spring, only he had a constipated look on his face. It's true that men and women soak in the hot springs together, and naturally, Ijima Yua is there, only, there's an extra Ijima Yui next to her, and they're wearing swimsuits. Jin Shui wondered. Yuya, it's true that you told me that your parents aren't at home, but you didn't say that there's a sister at home. In his heart, Jin Shui hated Ijima Yui, who had guarded himself like a thief. Wherever Yin Shui went with Yuya, she followed. And staring at him with a bad eye. At this moment, Ijima Yui, looking at Jin Shui's constipated expression, she was very cool inside. She thought that for Jin Shui to approach her sister was nothing more than looking at the strength of their Ijima family, especially when Jin Shui had just asked her Ijima Yuya to fight for him, which she had naturally heard. This kind of soft rice behavior made her despise Jin Shui even more, thinking that she would turn around and persuade her sister to break up with the other party. Yuya, it's getting late, so I'll head back. Jin Shui, who had held a bellyful of fire, naturally had no interest in continuing to soak in the hot springs. He offered his farewell to Ijima Yuya. Does the family Kurosawa Shiren not smell good anymore, or are the twin sisters not cute? He, Jin Shui, didn't need to suffer here. Ijima Yuya naturally understood what Jin Shui had in mind, and with this sister of hers stirring the pot, there was naturally no way for her to make any breakthroughs with Jin Shui tonight. One could only sneakily say to Jin Shui in a very apologetic tone. Jin Shui-kun, I'm sorry then. I didn't realize that my sister suddenly came back from school today. Next time, we'll go out and play outside. Okay, that's enough for today. Jin Shui's face looked a little better when he got the other party's promise, otherwise he really thought that the other party was playing a trick on him. After bidding farewell to Ijima Yuya, Jin Shui drove his Porsche and prepared to leave the Ijima family's estate. Boom boom boom. The loud sound of the engine seemed to be venting its dissatisfaction for Jin Shui, and then it dashed off in the direction of the main entrance of the Zhuanmen without looking back. Ta-da-da-da-da. At the gate of Ijima Manor, Jin Shui's Porsche had just come out, and Ijima Yui, who was waiting beside him, stepped forward to block his way. At this point she knocked on the window of the Porsche. Yo AI-sama, is there anything else you want? Jin Shui said in a very irritated tone. He wondered what was wrong with this Yui Ijima. When you were in the manor, you acted like a thief. Why are you still addicted to it when you're about to leave? Come down. Talk. Yui Ijima, her tone was very hard. When he was stopped on his way there, and heard the other man still speaking to him in that tone, he turned off the engine with great displeasure and got out of the car. If the other party didn't give him a good reason, he didn't mind letting the other party see what he was made of. Say, what is it? After getting out of the car, Jin Shui clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the high-cooled beauty in front of him with a face of displeasure. Jin Shui, you little white boy, you must leave my sister. We, the Ijima family, are something you can't afford to reach. Don't think of using my sister. Yui Ijima talks about her family like a proud peacock. Otherwise, I don't mind showing you what I'm made of. Hey! Woman, have you got it wrong? Jin Shui was furious. I need to eat soft food? What do you take me, Jin Shui, for? Ha! Yui Ijima sneered. In her opinion, her opponent was just impotent and furious. There's no need for you to be angry, Jin Shui-kun. I heard what happened tonight when you asked my sister to use her family's power to help you with Kawashima Kid. I still need to use your Ijima family to solve a small Yamaguchi group? Jin Shui also laughed coldly. This girl in front of her, she took herself too seriously, didn't she? Old me is only willing to give Yua a chance to perform because she's asked for it so many times. Ha! Jin Shui's explanation, in the eyes of Ijima Yui, was nothing more than a stiff upper lip, so she laughed and expressed her contempt. Today, Jin Shui, who had suddenly arrived at the third level of the Sentinel Heart Sutra, was already holding a bellyful of anger, and now that he was being taunted by the other party in such a manner, he was even more enraged. Bang! Abruptly, Jin Shui struck out, only he was directly slapping his hand on top of the stone lion at the entrance of the Ijima Manor. Then under the unbelievable gaze of Ijima Yui and the security personnel, a stone lion that weighed 2 tons and was taller than Jin Shui was all of a sudden slapped to pieces by Jin Shui. Ah! You! Ijima Yui's eyes widened, pointing at Jin Shui. You couldn't speak for half a day. You what you? I think you're just a self-righteous woman. Jin Shui looked at the other party with disdain before preparing to get into his car and leave. Jin Shui-juan, don't go. Abruptly, the still dazed Ijima Yui saw that Jin Shui was going to leave. She directly went forward and hugged Jin Shui from behind with a deadly grip. Yen Shui. What's wrong with this woman? Although the softness coming from his back made Jin Shui feel good, he still broke the other party's hands that were holding him in a death grip. What's gotten into you? Jin Shui turned to Yui Ijima. He wondered how the other man looked at himself, how all of a sudden his eyes were full of light, like he wanted to eat himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for gaining the worship of the women of the Sakura country, rewarded with 1000 cynicism value. The sudden reward from the system made Jin Shui's eyes light up. He then used his celestial eyes to check on Yui Ijima, who was in front of him with her hands gripping the corner of her coat. Yui Ijima. Age, 19. Face value, 95. Good sense, 100. Worship, 100. Skills, karate proficiency. Comprehensive strength, early Ming Jin stage. Jin Shui-jun, you're awesome. Yui Ijima said incoherently, you're even better than my father. You're just the most powerful man I've ever seen, please Jinshui-kun must take Yo AI as your disciple. Yui Ijima let go of Jinshui and bowed 90 degrees to him. Why would I accept you as my disciple? Didn't you just say that I was a high climber to your Ijima family and a gigolo? Jinshui deflated his mouth and looked disdainful. I'm sorry. Jinshui-kun, please don't take it personally with Yo AI. Yui Ijima bowed nervously. Please, Jinshui-kun, you must accept Yo AI as your disciple. Yo AI is willing to pay any price. When she saw that Jinshui was unmoved and had a disdainful look on his face, she directly knelt down and begged bitterly to Jinshui. Those security personnel, seeing this scene, had the good sense to turn their heads to the other side, as if we were all looking at the scenery. Let you do whatever you want? Jinshui looked at Ijima Yui, who was on her knees begging for her life, and he got a batch of pleasure. Yo AI is willing to do anything, as long as Marshal Jinjun accepts Yo AI as his disciple. When Ijima Yui saw that Jinshui had the appearance of relenting, she nodded her head even more frantically. In that case, get in the car with me. After Jinshui finished speaking, he got into the car without looking back. If the other party was willing to get in the car, he wouldn't mind taking her if he held his fire. Chapter 16, Practicing Kung Fu in a Hotel? Jinshui's words were like heavenly music to Ijima Yui's ears, so where would she have any hesitation? Master, wait for Yo AI. She got her ass up off the floor, nimbly opened the passenger door of the Porsche, and got in. Master, Yo AI is here. Yui Ijima, who was sitting in the passenger seat, tried hard to put on a good face. Only, it looks funny. She had always been a high cold and arrogant type of goddess-like, and it was indeed a bit difficult for her to learn her sister's demeanor. Aha! Jinshui didn't say anything more, but simply answered. He then started the engine and the sports car went off at breakneck speed like a cheetah. Master, where are we going now? Yui Ijima was a little curious as to where Master was taking himself in the middle of the night. Naturally, I'm looking for a place to teach you Kung Fu. Jinshui said faintly. He'd been holding his fire tonight, and since Yui Ijima said she'd do anything, he was naturally planning to take her to the hotel to teach her real Kung Fu. Since Ijima Yui took the initiative to come up, he didn't mind letting the other party be the first woman to eat crabs. Ah! Master, this is great too. Ijima Yui's eyes lit up when she heard that, and in her heart, she said that this master was also too powerful. He had just worshipped his master, and the other party was willing to teach him Kung Fu. Master Shifu. What Kung Fu are you going to teach me later? Can you be as powerful as you are when you learn it, so that you can smash a stone lion with a single slap? At this point, it was as if Yui Ijima had already adapted to her new identity, opening her mouth to speak of her master and being lively as hell. Naturally, it's Chinese Kung Fu. Jinshui put on an inscrutable look and continued. After the great accomplishment, let alone breaking a stone lion, even flying through the sky is not a problem. Whoa! Ijima Yuya was thrilled to hear Jinshui say that. Chinese Kung Fu, it turns out to be so powerful. With Ijima Yui expecting it, Jinshui quickly drove the car to the entrance of an opulent hotel. Here we are, get off. After parking the car, Jinshui said to this cheap disciple of his. Oh, okay master. Yui Ijima was a little confused as to how she came to the hotel. After the two of them got off the bus, Jinshui then handed the car keys to the parking boy waiting at the side, and then he brought Ijima Yui to the front desk of the hotel. Hello both of you, welcome, how may I help you? The front desk of the hotel, seeing the arrival of Jinshui and the two of them, hurriedly gave them a bow and asked with a smile on her face. Get me a presidential suite. Jinshui took out his black card from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. Yes sir. The front desk very simply opened a suite for Jinshui without even having to register the other party's information. Because the black card that Jinshui had just taken to her was the top VIP card of the Sakura Nation Bank, it naturally possessed some privileges. It is said that only those with deposits of more than $1 billion are eligible to own one. Sir, here's your card. The receptionist girl held the black card in both hands and very respectfully handed it to Jinshui. Okay, thanks. Seeing that the other party was so efficient, Jinshui didn't mince words and gave the other party a big smile. Ah. Sir, you're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. This directly puts the receptionist girl to look at the deer in the headlights. If not for the fact that there is a stunning beauty next to Jinshui, she can't wait to introduce herself. The front desk girl then called a butler over the intercom. Hello two honored guests, please follow me. Soon there was a middle-aged woman in a kimono stepping on her wooden clogs and coming in front of the two of them. The other party first gave Jin Shuai and the two of them a deep bow and said respectfully. Jin Shuai nodded and gestured for the other party to lead the way. Led by the butler, they soon arrived at the suite they belonged to. The suite is on the 58th floor with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, which at this point offers a good view of Tokyo at night. Jin Shuai surveyed the environment. He was satisfied and felt that this was a good place to practice. "Sir, this is the place. You can reach us through the landline in the room if you have any orders." The butler gave an explanation, was bowed, and retired. "Master, is this where we're going to practice?" Yui Ijima asked with some urgency. As long as Jin Shuai was willing to teach her Chinese kung fu, it didn't matter where she was, not to mention that the environment here was quite nice. "Naturally, it's here." Jin Shuai looked at the eager-looking Ijima Yui, and he felt a little amused. "But master, Yo AI didn't bring her practice clothes here. This is naturally not necessary." Jin Shuai smiled and said, "With this kung fu, you don't need to wear clothes when practicing." "Huh? Like this?" Yui Ijima was dumbfounded at the words. What kind of kung fu was this, so special? "Naturally." Jin Shuai nodded with great certainty. "Then master, let's begin." Receiving Jin Shuai's confirmation, Ijima Yui simply didn't think much of it and began to release the restraints. In her mind, nothing could be more important than getting stronger. "Master, that's enough. What should Yo AI do now?" Soon, Ijima Yui was ready. She didn't care about being shy and looked at Jin Shuai with an expectant face. "Crouch." "Awesome." Jin Shuai was also stunned by the other party's nimble movements. Is this cherry blossom pussy with such a strong desire to learn? Jin Shuai sized up Ijima Yui, and he couldn't help but feel something. Yui Ijima is really rich, has a perfect body type, and at first glance, he knows that he is a good material for practicing the Senshin Sutra for women. He gives the other guy 82 points and sends the rest in the form of 666. Yo AI, don't be in a hurry, first let master clear your meridians and stimulate your chi and blood, this will be more conducive to practicing kung fu. Jin Shuai said, decisively went forward to pick up Ijima Yui, in the case of the other parties dumbfounded, carried her into the bathroom. It was only after half an hour or so that Jin Shuai brought the chi and blood-flowing Ijima Yui to the bed. At this point, everything is ready. Yo AI, master intends to impart to you the Chinese kung fu that uniquely dominates the world, the speculative nest divine kung fu, but without master's permission, you are not allowed to disclose it to anyone, can you do that? Jin Shuai said to her with a serious expression. Aha, no problem master, without master's permission, even if it kills Yo AI, I won't reveal half of it. Ijima Yui nodded frantically. This kung fu, on first hearing, was extremely bullish, so she naturally couldn't possibly reveal it to others. She's going to sneak up on herself and get stronger and then wow everyone. After obtaining Ijima Yui's assurance, Jin Shuai told the other party the recipe for the first level of the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman. Back on the road, Jin Shuai had consulted the system, and the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman was something that could be practiced by both men and women. Yo AI, you memorized it? Aha, master, Yo AI has it all memorized, but he just can't understand it. I'm sorry. Master, isn't Yo AI stupid? Ijima Yui was a little flustered, thinking that she was poorly enlightened, and was afraid that Jin Shuai would chastise her. Fortunately, Chinese kung fu is profound. It is quite normal for you to comprehend the comparisons in a moment, and you will be able to do so with more practice in the future. Regarding Ijima Yui's display of lack of confidence, Jin Shuai, as a master, naturally had the obligation to comfort the other party. Chapter 17, Master is Awesome. Ding! Congratulations to the host's patriotic behavior, obtaining this system's recognition reward of 10,000 cynicism value. Raid less? Jin Shuai wrapped his arms around Ijima Yui, and in a good mood, he was ready to take a beautiful nap when he was suddenly shocked by the system's rewards. I can't believe it's really 10,000 cynicism value. Jin Shuai checked his balance and was pleasantly surprised. System, why are there so many rewards this time? Surprisingly, it's 10 times the usual amount. Jin Shuai asked the system with some curiosity. He wanted to figure out what was going on. Why was the system suddenly so generous? Ding! The rewards are based on the host's cynical behavior as well as his influence. Ijima Yui is not an ordinary person, she's a Ming-Jin martial artist, so the rewards are naturally higher than an ordinary person. So it is. After Jin Shuai figured out what was going on, he looked at Ijima Yui in his arms, and he couldn't help but praise the other party as he lifted his chin with his hand and made them look at him. I didn't realize that you're a treasure girl, Yo AI. Hee, as long as you like it, master. Yui Ijima is very happy that she is able to have Shunshui as her teacher and is overjoyed. In just a few hours, he had come from the early stage of Mingjin to the late stage of Mingjin. She was very glad that she had been so decisive in worshipping her master, and she was very grateful that her master was willing to teach her such a powerful technique as the Speculativeness Divine Technique. As for the 108 styles, she also thought it was great, surprisingly allowing her to cultivate several times faster. Master, you are not only handsome, but your kung fu is really good and powerful. When Ijima Yui thought about it, she couldn't help but praise Shunshui as well. Not bad, you know your way around and are deeply liked by your master. Let your master accompany you to practice for a little while longer. Shunshui looked at Ijima Yuya and said that he really wanted to get better. Ah, again? Yui Ijima said with some trepidation. After all, Shunshui's kung fu was really too powerful, too strong. She was just a rookie now, a bit unable to keep up with her master's pace. What? Yo AI, you don't want to get stronger? Shunshui's tone was a bit displeased. He was kind enough to accompany the other party to practice, but she was still not happy about it? No. Yo AI naturally wants to get stronger yet, I'm just afraid of hurting master's foundation. Seeing that Shunshui was angry, Ijima Yui hurriedly explained. Nothing of the sort. Yo AI need not worry, master is frighteningly strong. Are you kidding? How could he have practiced kung fu and lost consciousness? Cultivating just now, Shunshui had discovered that his true chi had been enhanced by at least 1/10. This feeling of progress is a real joy. Master. It's really great. Yo AI is about to break through. Yui Ijima exclaimed as she practiced. Shunshui also used his Heaven's Eye to check Ijima Yui's attributes, and found that the other party's current comprehensive strength had actually come to the peak of Mingjin. The Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman is as terrifying as it is. In his heart, Shunshui couldn't help but give praise to this gong method. It was simply a great love. Not bad, UAI, you really do have smart roots, let master teach you to practice properly. Ijima Yui was so enlightened that Shunshui was naturally happy. After a long time, Ijima Yui suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Seeing this, Shunshui immediately used his Heaven's Eye to check out the other party's situation, and then rejoiced. Yo AI, you've broken through to dark power. Whoa! Really? No wonder Yo AI felt so great just now, like flying, so this is my breakthrough to dark power. Ijima Yui was pleasantly surprised. He used to practice for more than 10 years before reaching the early stage of Mingjin. He didn't expect that his master would let him break through to Dark Jin in one night. Master is Yo AI's Tensa. At this time, Shunshui's position in her heart even exceeded that of her father, Ijima Deru. Yo AI, master is about to break through as well. Suddenly, Shunshui felt the true chi in his body surging, and he spoke with a bit of urgency. Master, you're awesome. Go for it. Suddenly, Ijima Yui felt a strong aura erupt from within her master, and she understood that this was her master's breakthrough. Ah! Master, you made a breakthrough? Ijima Yui exclaimed in shock. Just now, she was shocked by Shunshui's strong aura. Naturally. Yo AI, you did well today, master is very satisfied. Shunshui first praised his disciple. Then he used his Heaven's Eye to check his information and found that his overall strength came to the peak of the early innate stage. Yo AI, let's just practice here for today, we need to combine work and rest. Well then, master, Yo AI understands. Today, the results of her one night's cultivation were all more bountiful than her previous accumulation of more than 10 years, so she was naturally satisfied. System, give me bronze 10 straight draws. Shunshui looked at Ijima Yui, who had quickly entered Dreamland, and thinking that he had just unexpectedly harvested 10,000 cynicism values, he couldn't help but draw a wave of prizes. Ding! Congratulations to the host on winning a pair of stockings. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving a $5 Lamborghini coupon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a remote-controlled bomb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 copy of Corpse Transformation Water. This bronze price draw really is all crap. After seeing the results of the lottery, Shunshui couldn't help but spit out a wave. System, give me silver 10 consecutive draws. Shunshui checked that he still had 14,800 cynicism value, and his bravado was great. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000 cubic meter space ring. Space ring! Good stuff! Shunshui's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the first silver draw to be an outburst of good fortune for himself. He's looking forward to the system's next draw even more. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 sets of QQ sets.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pairs of stockings.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pairs of stockings. Well, I've been looking forward to it for nothing, but I've already made a fortune by drawing a space ring this time. Jinshui is also not greedy and is happy with what he has.
System, how do I use this spatial ring?
Jinshui couldn't wait to take out an antique silver ring from the system's storage bar,
but was confused and didn't know how to use it. Ding! Hello, host.
The spatial ring requires blood to recognize its owner, and then it can be used through spiritual power.
Got it, Toon-chan, thanks.
Jinshui then immediately forced out a drop of blood from his own fingertip through his true chi and dripped it on top of the ring. He then saw the drop of blood being absorbed by the ring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Jinshui realized that he had a connection with this ring, and he could see the 100mx100m three-dimensional space inside the ring. Taking out a pair of stockings from the system's storage bar, and then with a thought, Jinshui realized that the stockings were put away inside the ring.
That's too convenient. Chapter 18, Where's Your Kimono?
Jinshui seemed to be like a little kid who got a new toy and tried all sorts of things. He found that at most, he could collect items within a 10-meter radius into his spatial ring through space. It seems that you can only put in dead things. If living things can be taken in as well, then this spatial ring would be too terrifying. Just now, Jinshui wanted to try to collect the landscape fish in the suite into his spatial ring, but there was no way to do so. After the various experiments, Jinshui then put the space ring in his hand on the middle finger of his right hand.
The magic happens.
Only to see that the space ring unexpectedly faded with the naked eye, finally turning into a tattoo-like appearance on Jinshui's middle finger.
This is amazing too.
Jinshui touched it with his hand and found that it was senseless, just like a mere tattoo, but he could clearly feel that his index finger was carrying a spatial ring.
The space ring can also be used normally after becoming tattooed.
That's good, so there's no fear of losing it or having it stolen. Although with Jinshui's current strength, he didn't think that anyone could steal the spatial ring from his hands. After being busy, Jinshui was also contentedly holding Ijima Yui as he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yui Ijima, who went to bed relatively early, fell asleep and woke up. She opened her eyes and what came into her eyes was the handsome face of Jinshui. Hee, Master is so good looking.
Master smells good too.
She sniffed through her nose, then murmured something low. Thinking back to last night's experience, Yui Ijima felt like a dream. She was now very glad that yesterday she had had a sudden whim to go home and see her sister. She didn't feel bad at all about whether or not she would be apologizing to her sister for becoming her master's woman. In the country of Sakura, it is simply not normal for sisters to share a husband. Ijima Yui, who woke up from sleep, did not wake up Jinshui, but quietly removed the other party's big hand and prepared to get up and wash up.
Ha! What's with the stockings and the QQ set here?
As soon as she woke up, Ijima Yui saw a pair of stockings and a QQ set on the nightstand.
Did Master have it sent over last night?
She looked at the translucent suit and blushed a little.
Could this be what Master has prepared for me? I didn't realize Master liked these tunes too. Thinking about it, Yui Ijima got a little shy. Then he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. What Ijima Yui didn't know was that when she woke up, Jinshui was also woken up by the commotion of her getting up. The movements behind her, Jinshui naturally saw in her eyes. I didn't realize that Yo AI, this cheap disciple, knew how to please people so well. Jinshui was getting more and more fond of her that way. He then got up without hesitation and then dove into the bathroom. It is well known that men who get up in the morning are in the best shape. So Jinshui decided to take advantage of his current state, and he decided to review last night's homework for Ijima Yui. Ah! Master, you're up?
In the bathroom, she was about to come out and surprise her master, but she didn't expect to see the other man come in with his head held high. There's an old saying in Master's hometown that a year's plan lies in the spring, and a day's plan lies in the morning. Jinshui put on a strict teacher's demeanor and taught the other party.
Master, Yo AI doesn't really understand what that means yet. Yui Ijima spat out her tongue playfully.
Forget it, Chinese culture is profound, it's normal that you don't understand it, Yo AI. Anyway, just know that every morning is the most important time and a good time to practice. Jinshui stared at Ijima Yui with a look that said too much for you to understand.
Aha, Yo AI understands. Master, does Yo AI look good in this suit? Feeling Jin Shuai's gaze sizing her up, she even very cooperatively gave the other party a spin to show off her perfect figure. It's nice, it's pretty and shows off your figure. Jin Shuai looked at Ijima Yui and didn't mince his words of praise. Yo AI, show your master how you practiced the speculativeness divine skill last night. Oh, master, I don't seem to be very good at it again. Yo AI, look at you forgetting again. During that time, Jin Shuai reprimanded. Aha, yo AI remembered, I dare not forget next time, please chastise me. Seeing that the other party had already recognized her mistake, Jin Shuai naturally wouldn't be general with her. Modesty leads to progress. In the future, yo AI, you can't stop concentrating on your studies just because you're so talented. Jin Shuai continued to reprimand his beloved disciple with the look of a strict teacher. Aha, master, yo AI will definitely keep master's words in mind. After the two of them casually ate some breakfast at the hotel, Jin Shuai drove his Porsche 918 and sent Ijima Yui to school. Master, it was hard for you to send yo AI to school. On the campus of the University of Tokyo, Yui Ijima bowed to Jin Shuai after getting down from the Porsche 918. Go on, I'm going to school too. Jin Shuai gave the other man a wave, then raised the window. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the gas, the sports car's engine let out a loud roar, drawing sideways glances from nearby students. But Jin Shuai didn't pay attention to those female college students who were crazy about him and the male college students who were envious and jealous, and directly left in style. Look, that's Yui Ijima, the freshman schoolgirl of our University of Tokyo. I didn't find it surprising that she came to the school at this hour, and she's still coming down from a sports car. The boy then said, with a disheveled look on his face, to his companion next to him. Hey Inoue, I've fallen out of love with my yo AI goddess, and it seems that she's no longer pure. Wake up, even if the other party is not pure anymore, it's not your turn. Stupid down, I suggest you go to the bathroom right now and take a piss, shine it on you and you'll realize how obscene you look. Only boys as handsome as me are qualified to miss each other. No more nonsense with you, I'm going to buy breakfast for Goddess Yo AI now. The boy, named Inoue, shook his hair in a very narcissistic manner before running off in the direction of the cafeteria. Oops, forgot to ask the girl if she could get one for her boyfriend. Halfway through the run, he slapped his head in great chagrin. At a loss for words, Inoue looked very disoriented. Sachiko, look at that boy, he looks like a dog. Aha, Kuda, you're right. Two girls passing by were secretly discussing him. Of course, Jin Shuai didn't know about these things. At this moment, he was rushing to his school at a speed of 150 yards. Student Jin Shuai, you're finally here. Jin Shuai had just stepped into the doorway of the classroom with his front foot when Aoi Bai on the podium said with some surprise. It's the day of the school's bar mitzvah for everyone, and every school has to be there to make it happen. Otherwise, they'll dock her paycheck. Mr. Yin Shuai, where is your kimono? Then Aoi Shiranui said with some chagrin. She had clearly explained yesterday that she was going to wear a kimono today. Chapter 19, it's called Hanbok. Ms. Arai, of course I didn't bring the kimono. Jin Shuai spread his two hands. He scanned the classroom. All of the students in the class, including Aoi Shiranui, were wearing the traditional dress of the Sakura country at this time. I, Jin Shuai, as a descendant of the dragon, cannot wear a Sakura country kimono in this life, he said with a serious and righteous expression. But Jin Shuai-san, if you don't wear a kimono, you won't be able to attend the school's bar mitzvah. When Aoi Bai saw this, she was a bit anxious. It doesn't matter to you, but the school is docking my paycheck. Oh, Aoi-sensei, take it easy. When Jin Shuai saw that the other party was a bit anxious, he smiled instead. Even though I'm not wearing a kimono, I brought the granddaddy of kimonos with me today. Aoi Shiranui? She didn't understand what Jin Shuai's classmates meant by this, kimono, and ancestors? I'll go change into it now, go. Jin Shuai said and left the classroom. He went straight to the bathroom on the side and took out the hanbok he had gotten through the system's storage bar earlier. The color of the hanbok, which was also white, which Jin Shuai preferred, and also had a gilt pattern, looked very noble. When I put it on, it was very decent and fit well. TSK, the system produces a fine product, and it's almost as if it's customized. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is worldly. Jin Shuai took a look in the mirror and he couldn't help but gush. At 185 height, he has a slightly white complexion, and when he puts it on he has the look of a nobleman, and he is very happy with his current image. Yen Shuai, who was in a good mood, was smiling and looked like a spring breeze. He then strides to his classroom. As soon as he entered, he caught everyone's eye. Whoa! Whoa! Wow! Jin Shuai, your outfit looks great. Marshal Jin, where did you buy these clothes? It's simply 100 times better looking than the kimono I'm wearing now.
The first one to speak up was naturally still that Yumekawa Ichiko student, who was drooling with envy.
Yeah. It's just so classy.
Marshal Jin, quickly tell us where this dress was bought, we want to buy it too. Not only did Yumekawa Ichiku want to know the answer, but the other male students did as well. Compared to the clothes Jin Shuai was wearing, they felt that the kimono they were wearing was simply ugly. The women's kimono was a little better, but the girls, without exception, all looked at Jin Shuai with a hot gaze, and some even secretly wiped their saliva. Mr. Jin Shuai, since all the students want to know, if it's convenient, why don't you tell everyone about it? To be honest, when Aoi Bai saw the costume on Jin Shuai, she was also very moved.
No woman can resist a good-looking dress.
It's called hanbok, and in the Dragon Kingdom, it has a history of 5,000 years, and is the originator of all clothing. The kimono that you are wearing now is merely a modification of what you wore 1,000 years ago after you went to the Dragon Kingdom to study.
Wow! I didn't realize it was the traditional dress of the Dragon Kingdom. And it's 5,000 years old.
The kimono in our Sakura country is also borrowed from the hanbok, so it's no wonder it looks a bit similar, but it's still a much better hanbok.
Realization dawned on Yumekawa Ichiku, and he marveled.
The other students nodded in agreement.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for promoting hanbok to the people of Sakura Nation and gaining recognition, rewarded with 1,000 cynicism value.
As expected.
The corner of Jin Shuai's mouth rose slightly. He had long guessed that doing so would get him a reward from the system. As for everyone who wants to buy hanbok, you should be able to buy it online, but the quality may not meet your requirements, so if you really want it, we suggest that you fly to the Dragon Kingdom and order it privately.
Considering that these classmates were among the richest in Sakura country, if they bought bad quality hanboks, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? That's why he directly suggests that it's good to go to the Dragon Kingdom for private orders. This can be had. In a month's time, it'll be summer vacation, and I just happen to be planning on traveling, so let's go to the Dragon Kingdom.
Yumekawa Ichiko's eyes lit up. He already had an arrangement.
Yumekawa Ichiku, go with me. Add me.
His idea was immediately recognized by most of his classmates, who said that they would go together in a team when the time came.
Ms. Aoi, do you want to come with us? Someone suddenly suggested. Yeah.
Ms. Arai, why don't you just lead the team? Classmates said also have a plea. It can be seen, Aoi Bai usually coaxed this group of rich second generation into obedience, very popular. Students, thank you for your kind words, but the teacher has important arrangements for the vacation, so there's no way to travel with you to the Dragon Kingdom. It's not that Aoi Bai doesn't want to go, but she can't afford to spend the money, and she's planning to do some part-time work during the vacation.
Who told her to have a sick old mom?
However, you can let Mr. Jin Shuai lead the team. Mr. Jin Shuai is a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, so I believe he knows the Dragon Kingdom well.
Mr. Jin Shuai, don't you think so?
Aoi Bai looked at Jin Shuai with a smile and gave a suggestion.
Naturally.
Jin Shuai exchanged a glance with the other party, then nodded.
Jin Shuai-kun, why don't you take everyone on a trip to the Dragon Kingdom during the holidays?
Yua Ijima, who was next to Jin Shuai, also shook his arm and said in a petulant voice, Yua also really wants to travel to the Dragon Kingdom.
Okay, after the vacation, I'll just lead.
Jin Shuai thought about it for a while. There was nothing wrong with going to the Dragon Kingdom for a spin. There might even be an unexpected gain, and it would be considered an honor for him to return to his homeland, right?
Fantastic. Yua Ijima was very happy.
The other students were satisfied after receiving Jin Shuai's reply and began to look forward to it. In particular, there were some female students who were already starting to fantasize about sparks rubbing off on Jin Shuai during the trip.
Okay, class, everyone be quiet.
Just as Jin Shuai was still flirting with Ijima Yuya, Aoi Bai on the podium tapped the podium with her hand, interrupting the students below who were happily discussing.
Seeing everyone's eyes drawn to her, Aoi Shiranui was satisfied. Class, it's almost time, so from now on, why don't you all follow me to the auditorium for the school's bar mitzvah?
Then, led by Aoi Shiranui, the 40 or so people in the class began to make their way to the auditorium in great numbers. They all looked youthful and energetic. In the crowd, Jin Shuai appeared to be very different. He was superior. A gorgeous white Chinese dress is different, very eye-catching.
Wow, pair, look out the window, that senior in white is so tall and handsome.
Very handsome indeed, if only my boyfriend was that handsome.
Passing some of the other classes, it made those girls crave for it and talk about it. Chapter 20, a show? In the auditorium, Jin Shuai's group was the last to arrive. With Ai Bai leading the way, everyone quickly arrived at the location where their class belonged. Jin Shuai swept a glance. There were a total of 20 classes of students participating in the school's bar mitzvah this time, roughly around 800 people. In the crowd, he saw the kimono-clad sisters Bodo and Yuki, who were waving to Jin Shuai. Yen Shuai would smile and also waved at the two sisters. This action of Jin Shuai could charm the girls in the Bodo sisters area, and they all started to ask people in the neighborhood for information about Jin Shuai. Just as he was about to sit down, the sensitive Jin Shuai detected two gazes behind him that were looking at him unkindly, pinpricks like arrows. "Hoof, so it's you two, Nana Hashimoto and Kid Kawashima." Jin Shuai turned around and spotted the two. Then he ignored the angry glances of the two men and sat down calmly. "I told you why I haven't seen Nana Hashimoto come to school, so she ran away to another class." Jin Shuai thought about it. Yesterday the other party was so slapped in the face by himself, Hashimoto Nana naturally did not have the face to continue to stay. "I hope that you're not the one who's making a fuss about Kawashima Kid, or else don't blame me for not remembering old times." "Jin Shuai-kun, what's wrong?" Just as Jin Shuai was still praying that Hashimoto Nana wouldn't play with fire, he heard Ijima Yuya's voice next to him. "Nothing, just found two annoying flies." Jin Shuai looked at Ijima Yuya, who had a concerned look on his face, and he smiled faintly. "It's Kawashima Kid, isn't it?" Yuya Ijima guessed. "That's exactly what they are." "Don't worry Jin Shuai-kun, I explained in the morning that if anyone from the Yakuza side goes to Jin's high to cause trouble, they'll be taught a lesson." "Good, it's still you, Yuya, who's sweet." Jin Shuai very atmospherically rewarded the other party with a fragrant kiss, not caring at all about the gazes of the people around him. They are legally truly adult at 18 and can get a driver's license and register their marriage. And it's also very open. Even fathers in the Sakura country take along their sons to the custom store when they come of age to find out what it's all about. On the stage was a shaven man of about 50 years of age, none other than the president of Kaisei University, who was at that moment giving a passionate speech in a bara ba. After about half an hour, the school began to present the students with their adult certificates. Students with adult certificates mean that they are the new batch of pillars of Sakura Nation. For the average student with an adult certificate, they can also be said to have a factory-set cow horse. On stage, for each class turn, the homeroom teacher had everyone line up ahead of time, and then one by one, the students came forward to receive their own adult certificates. Soon, it was Jin Shuai's turn. "This student, your clothes don't seem to be a kimono?" Principal Xieding was amiably addressing Jin Shuai, and he looked suspiciously at the white hanbok on Jin Shuai's body. In Sakura country, men's hanboks come in many colors, but white is basically absent from the main color palette. Moreover, Jin Shuai's hanbok was still very distinctly different from the kimonos of the other students at first glance. "Principal, I'm in hanbok." Jin Shuai didn't deny it, but acknowledged it very atmospherically. "But, classmate, why don't you wear a kimono instead of a kimono as a Sakura countryman?" Principal Xieding is a bit puzzled. "This student is so worshipful of foreigners, parents do not care?" "Headmaster, I'm a descendant of the dragon, so naturally I'm wearing our traditional hanbok." Jin Shuai explained to the other party. "I see, classmate, what you did was right. The most important thing to do is not to forget your roots. The Dragon Kingdom is a country with a history of 5,000 years. The Dragon Kingdom culture is profound. I did study abroad in the Dragon Kingdom back in the day." Principal Xieding looked at Jin Shuai with an appreciative face. He was the left wing of Sakura Nation, so he didn't reject the Dragon Nation, and even admired the Dragon Nation's fearlessness. "What's your name, classmate?" "Thank you for recognizing me, headmaster, my name is Jin Shuai." Jin Shuai thought that the other party would get mad and then reap a wave of cynicism value. As a result, when confronted with the fact that this President Seitan was a pro-Chinese left-winger, he could only respond politely to the other party. "Mr. Jin Shuai, this is your adult certificate, please take it." The principal took the certificate of adulthood belonging to Jin Shuai that the assistant next to him brought over, and then handed it to Jin Shuai with both hands. "Thanks, principal." Stretching his hand, Jin Shuai was also very polite as he received the adult certificate with both hands and gave the other party a slight bow to express his gratitude. This principal of Shi too, he's also a rather unusual existence in Sakura country. Returning to his seat, Jin Shuai silently gave the other party a nod in his heart. If this were a special time, it could properly develop into the existence of a Japanese trader. The principal on stage continues to quickly hand out adult certificates to each student who comes forward. Everything is in order. Hundreds of students, all soon received their own adult certificates.
The principal then began to speak some more words of encouragement to the students on stage and retired. Next, please welcome the representative of Class 1 to the stage to perform for you.
The MC on stage took the microphone and said in a loud voice. Soon, a girl in a kimono came on stage and performed a traditional dance of the Sakura country for the crowd.
Then it was the turn of the representative of Class 2 to come on stage, a boy, who sang a song to the audience. Next, please welcome the representative of Class 18 to the stage to perform for you. Shinshui Jun, it's your turn on stage. Ijima Yuya gently nudged Shinshui next to her.
Me on stage?
Shinshui looked at the excited Ijima Yuya, who was a bit confused.
Yes it is. Shinshui-kun, this wasn't decided before. Yuya Ijima nodded very definitely.
It was only then that Shinshui remembered through the original owner's memories that the original owner had only had Aoi Bye in order to curry favor with Hashimoto now, and had volunteered herself and furtively introduced herself.
That licking dog.
Shinshui cursed.
On it goes.
Shinshui, who was wearing a white hanbok, abruptly got up, and he walked to the stage with great strides.
Snap. Before the show even started, the women below applauded.
Yen Shui was the first to find the host next to him and he asked for a change of program. As a descendant of the dragon, it was naturally impossible for him to choose to sing the songs of Sakura Nation like the original owner, and he decided to change the song. After explaining to the host, Jin Shui returned to the center of the stage. He stood there motionless, waiting for the accompaniment, but the women below him were already screaming. If Shin Shui had come out, he would probably have killed madly.
5,000 years of wind and rain have hidden many dreams. Yellow face, black eyes, always a smile.
With the magnificent atmospheric accompaniment, Jin Shui's magnetic and loud voice resounded throughout the auditorium.
Chapter 21 Ghosts break through the defense. On stage, the originally passionate Jin Shui. Same blood, same dream.
There's still a dream ahead, and we're going to build it together. Suddenly, he lit up and sang with more passion and commitment.
Baka! Get your ass down there, damn Rokoku-san!
Under the stage, there was a cynic from Sakura country, very angry. He thought that Jin Shui was disrespecting Sakura country and pandering to foreigners when he sang a dragon country song on such an important occasion. Wow, not only is brother handsome, he sings beautifully, love. There were also nymphomaniac female classmates who were frantically waving flags for Jin Shui. One of them, Yuya Ijima, is Jin Shui's #1 fan.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the Sakura Nation males break their defenses, awarding 100 cynicism values.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sakura Nation female obsession, rewarded with 100 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sakura Nation's female obsession, rewarded with 100 cynicism value. How can Jin Shui not be excited? Of course he couldn't. He hadn't expected to gain tens of thousands of cynicism value by singing a classic Chinese song before. Possibly due to practicing the Sentinel Heart Sutra, Jin Shui found that the females who worshipped him were more than 3 times higher than the males who broke the defense. It's also possible that not all of the men in the room were right-wing cynics. But Jin Shui was sure that 90% of the women in the room had a crush on her. Snap! After the song, the female students on stage clapped their palms red.
Of course there were exceptions, such as Hashimoto Nana. At this time she looked at the big appearance of Jin Shui. It was hateful. She couldn't accept that the licking dog she raised would bite. Baka, Marshal Jin, get the hell out of Sakura country.
Kawashima Kid was even yelling from below, causing the neighboring female students to glare at him. This made Kawashima Kid even more angry and directly broke the big defense. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for letting the Sakura Nation males break the big defense, rewarded with 500 cynicism values.
Oh, I didn't expect a big one to come. This should be provided by this little brat, Kawashima Kid.
Jin Shui's eyes lit up as he secretly guessed. He then gave a slight bow to thank his supporters and stepped off the stage.
Jin Shui-jun, what you sang just now was just too good.
Ijima Yuya looked at Jin Shui with fascination. If Jin Shui-kun debuts, he'll definitely be able to charm the women of Sakura Nation.
A debut?
Yuya, that's still a good proposal for you to consider. Jin Shui stroked the other party's hair and said favorably. He tallied it up and realized that he had gained 24,000 cynicism value after just singing a song.
What a wave of riches!
Jin Shui's heart was happy.
If you debut as a star yourself and gain the admiration of a large number of Sakura Nation women, won't you have a chance to buy the elixir?
The more Jinshui thought about it, the more excited he became, and he felt the need to try it.
Yoya, it looks to me like you just recorded a video of me singing on your cell phone? Thinking of this, Jinshui asked about Yuya.
Yes, it is.
Yua Ijima nodded. Jinshui-kun, do you want to see it? You send me the video, I'm going to hit the social networks and try it out.
Jinshui stated his purpose. That's right, he wanted to see if the video of him singing was popular in Sakura Nation and if it would attract a large number of fans.
Okay then, Yua will send it to you right away.
Saying that, Ijima Yuya took out her cell phone and operated it.
Jinshui-kun, the video is being sent to you. Not long after, Ijima Yuya said to Jinshui. Not a bad shot.
Jinshui took out his own cell phone and looked at it, realizing that the video was really handsome. He then opened his social accounts without hesitation. The account was naturally registered by the original owner, and Jinshui looked at it. The screen name was called Jatuno Taro, and there were only a few fans. Without thinking, Jinshui changed his screen name to Jinshui, so he posted this video of himself.
Next, it's time to wait for the harvest.
Jinshui thought beautifully in his heart.
Jinshui-kun, are you planning to become an internet celebrity? Jinshui's operation was naturally seen by Ijima Yuya on the side. I believe that Jinshui-kun can soon become a big internet celebrity. It's meant to be, but it's just for fun.
Jinshui's goal is very clear. He did this purely to run to the value of cynicism, and it is not possible to really in order to be famous.
Jinshui-kun, Yuya already followed your account just now, and helped forward the video.
Ijima Yuya looked at Jinshui with a good-natured expression that complimented me quickly.
Yua, good job. Receiving praise from Jinshui, Ijima Yuya was very happy. Jinshui-kun, you should follow Yuya's account as well.
She shook Jinshui's arm and pouted.
Fine, I'll follow you right away. Yua, which account are you on?
Jinshui ate this from the other side, and he very cooperatively opened his account and asked.
This one, Karate Girl. Yua Ijima pointed out his account number to him.
Oh, I didn't realize that you had 15 million followers, Yuya. Jinshui was also a bit surprised, not realizing that the other party was still a big netizen. Seeing Jinshui's surprised look, Ijima Yuya was very pleased that she could finally impress Jinshui for once. He then went into the homepage of Yoya's social account, all of which were videos of karate practice, and just about any of them had 1 million likes. Jinshui opened the comments section and found that it was surprisingly the Dragon IP's fans who had the most comments. Although the social network in this world was global, the big data would still recommend based on the region, and the fact that Ijima Yuya had so many fans from Rokoku made him TSK. Looks like there are quite a few old perverts in the Dragon Kingdom. In less than 10 minutes, Jinshui realized that the video he had posted had more than 50,000 likes, and even more than 10,000 fans.
That's the effect of a big Netflix retweet.
And most of them are fans from the Dragon Kingdom, and female fans at that. Of course, there were also some male fans who still had a soft spot for Jinshui who could sing Dragon Kingdom songs, and they all praised Jinshui in the comments section. Strange, even if there are only a handful of female Sakura Nation fans, it's not like there's no cynicism value at all. When Jinshui saw that the system delayed the hint of reward, he was a bit puzzled. System, why is there no reward for all the extra female fans of Sakura Nation I have? Jinshui, who didn't understand the whole thing, simply ran directly to ask about the system. The internet belongs to the virtual world, and only hosts who cause interactive events through the internet will be rewarded with cynicism values.
Well, it looks like I was overthinking it.
Jinshui thought about it. If it was so easy to get cynicism value, he could have used the immortal Dan as a snack.
Looks like it's time to do some honest cynicism after all. There were no loopholes to drill, and Jinshui wasn't frustrated, he was looking away anyway.
I just don't know if having Yua step in to solve the trouble caused by Kawashima Kid will reward cynicism value. Jinshui, who had just obtained the system not long ago, could only keep trying to get the right way to open the cynicism value.
Chapter 22, Attack of the Yakuza. Noon. Tokyo, Hankau Road, a richly decorated and extravagantly decorated custom store is normally open for business.
Customers started coming to this custom store as soon as it opened for business, as if everything was the same as usual. 10 minutes later, there was an argument in one of the private rooms inside.
Bitch, it's only been a few minutes and you're going to charge me 998?
A shirtless, burly man cursed angrily at a waitress.
He had a tattoo of a green dragon on his left side, a white tiger on his right side, and an old bull in the center. His face was full of flesh and he looked fierce. "This honored guest, we all charge per visit on our side, we don't look at the time, please forgive us." The waitress with the pretty face explained to the other party very sincerely. But she wanted to laugh. "You're strong on the outside and you're blaming me? You're blackmailing." The burly man pointed at the other party with an angry face as he gritted his teeth. "You guys at Yan's High are cannibalistic dark stores." "Sir, please be reasonable, we all say that all prices are clearly marked here, and the behavior you are talking about does not exist." The girl continued to argue her case, and, in the spirit of peace and harmony, she gave the other a bow that. "And please, sir, pay the bill." "The bill?" The burly man said with an amused look on his face, "It's impossible to pay the bill. Who in Tokyo doesn't know that I, Park Bucky, never pay the bill?" Said he ignored the girl's obstruction, directly pushed the other party to the ground, casually picked up his own top, opened the door of the private room, and quickly left. "Stop him." In the lobby of Yan's High, suddenly a wonderful woman cries out. This customer didn't pay the bill, for nothing. Her petite and delicate frame bravely opened her own hands to stop the burly man who was trying to eat the bully's dinner. At this time, she looked at the strong man with an angry face. In her place, no one can ever whore for nothing. The emperor came as no exception, as well as to pay 998. "Get the hell out of here." The burly man was ferocious, and with his upper hand he was ready to pick away at his opponent. However, he found his shoulders being held down. "You want a bully?" The man who spoke was in uniform, and it turned out to be the security guards from Yan's High who had stepped in. "Eat nasty bully food. Your place is a shady store." The strong man was held down by several people, struggling frantically. "It's going to be 998 in less than 3 minutes. You are robbing and blackmailing." "Pop. Don't listen to his bull, beat him up for me." When the girl saw that her opponent was being controlled by the security guard of her store, she went straight forward and slapped him. Then, she even used the 19 white bone claws, scratching the strong man and bruising him. Several of the security guards also began to punch and kick the burly man, who was trying to eat the bully. "Stop it, you guys." The burly man crept close to the ground, shielding his head tightly. "I'm from the Yakuza, you're finished." "Ha! It's you Yakuza who are fighting." Instead of being scared, the several security guards became more excited and hit a few times harder. "You know, yesterday, they Yan's High but by the Yamaguchi Gumi's people door to flaunt, as security guards they cannot stop each other, but suffocated very much. Stop fighting, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it." Seeing that his declaration of the name of the Yakuza didn't work, the burly man conceded. The Yakuza were great and all, and it was nice to serve the organization, but a small life was one's own, and the burly man felt that if he kept his mouth shut for a little while longer, he was going to be killed. "Humph. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Seeing that the strong man obediently conceded, the security guard also stopped his hands. "Pay up, 9,998. The female employee held out her own delicate hand, signaling the other party to pay. "Wasn't it 998? How come it's 9,998 now?" The burly man was confused. "This comes with a price increase? You're robbing me. 9,000 is the medical expenses and the moral damages." The waitress explained in a serious manner. "You just traumatized me by trying to eat a bully. I need to see a therapist." "Count on it." Seeing the other party's security personnel looking at him with an impish face and a stupid look, the burly man decisively conceded and started to pay for the bill. Seeing that the other party had already paid the bill, the security guard no longer stopped the other party and let him leave. "You guys wait for me, Park Bucci, I'll be back. Wait for our Yakuza's revenge." At the gate, the burly man felt he was good again, and he began to holler. It's just that the people inside Yan's High don't even bother to look at him. "Hey, brother, they did it, you can go to Plan A." Seeing this, Park Bucky just pulled out his own cell phone and started shaking people. In less than a minute, hundreds of people appeared at the entrance of Yan's High, all of them fierce, with left green dragons and right white tigers, holding baseball bats. The surrounding passers-by saw this and immediately hid away. "Brother, you're finally here, brother was almost killed by them just now." Park Bucky looked at the leader with a fawning face. Don't look at him as quite intimidating, but when it comes down to it, he's just a strawman who usually doesn't use his own brother's name to scare ordinary people. "Brother, you've been wronged. When we complete young Master Kawashima's mission, my brother will naturally ask the organization to give you credit. The older brother, who was leading the group, was also heartbroken as he watched his younger brother get beaten up. Brothers! Smash this black store for me. With that said, he walked into really high with a baseball bat in hand. The other Yakuza members saw this and immediately followed. Bang! I'm Park Ching-ma of the Yakuza. Whoever hit my brother with their hands just now, stand up for yourself. As soon as he entered the door, Park Ching-ma used the baseball bat in his hand and slammed it hard on the glass door of the entrance, blowing it right off. We hit it. The female employee from earlier and a few security guards stood out, but they couldn't see any expression of fear on their faces. Instead, they were still looking forward to it a bit. You guys are so bold. Brothers, beat them to death for me. When Park Ching-ma saw that his opponent wasn't intimidated by him, he pulled a bit of a face. Carrying a baseball bat, he stepped forward and smashed it against the female employee. Park Kinma, you really don't have any mercy at all. Just as the baseball bat in Park Kissy-ma's hand was about to hit the female employee, a man came out from the side to block the way and grabbed the other end of the bat with one hand. Zip! One he pushed hard, the sturdy baseball bat was crushed by the other. Then without saying a word, his other hand went straight over with a punch and sent Park Ching-ma flying a few meters away. Put! Park Ching-ma spat out a large mouthful of blood as he trembled and pointed at the man in the white practice suit. The man's white practice uniform had the insignia of the karate stance unique to the Ijima family. You're from the Ijima family? Precisely, under the Ijima coffee. Chapter 23 Yua, my parents didn't come home at night. This is a matter for our Yamaguchi Gumi, so please stay out of it, Your Excellency. Park Ching-ma naturally knew how powerful the other party was, and was afraid that the other party would continue to make a move to stop himself and the others, so he could only bring up the name of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in charge of your Yakuza business. Naturally, Ijima Coffee will not be dissuaded by the other side. You know, this time, he had received an order from the two great ladies, which was an unprecedented first time. Ijima Cafe, is just a sideline of the Ijima family, and is now in charge of managing a few karate dojos in the neighborhood, and this time he suddenly received an order, but it excited him to no end. Humph. Although Your Excellency is very capable of fighting, but it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, not to mention that there are hundreds of us. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Park Ching-ma colored as he looked to the crowd behind himself and seemed to find some bottom. The net won't even break if the fish dies. Ijima Coffee no longer pushed more with his opponent, and he, alone, surprisingly took the lead in rushing down to his opponent. However, the moment he rushed out, the dozen or so members of the Ijima family that Ijima Coffee had arranged in advance and hidden aside also immediately showed up and rushed up. The two groups just mingled. Even though there was a difference of several times in numbers, the Ijima family was still not weak. A dozen of them had beaten the 100 or so Yakuza back. Brothers! Come together and the ING Yakuza. Shinzai more than a dozen male security guards, at this time is also to see the blood boiling, in which the leader of the security guards raised his arms and led the crowd to join the group battle. Stop it, you guys, stop fighting, we surrender. Park Ching-ma couldn't hold his own, and of all the Yakuza, he was the one who was beaten the most, and all 10 of them came up to stomp on him twice. Hey! Surrender? Doesn't exist. The head of security, who had taken a lot of heat yesterday, went up and kicked him twice more. Soon, the Yakuza were beaten to tears. Some tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but the doors had long since been locked by the striking female employees, so they shut down. Seeing that the Yakuza's people were no longer able to resist, even the female employees who were watching the battle from afar were also interested in picking up the baseball bats brought by the Yakuza's people from the ground, and went up to give them a clunk. Stop it, Auntie, I'm pretending to get up and you're still hitting me. The Yakuza member who pretended to be unconscious couldn't escape the beatings of the female employees. There were even some bold customers who, thinking that they were usually extorted by the Yakuza, couldn't help but go up and pick up a baseball bat and follow the example of the female employees. Woohoo! I want to go home, I want my mommy. The Yamaguchi Gumi were badly beaten. After half an hour or so, none of the Yakuza could stand, all of them were lying on the ground. Some of them were crying out there, while others were lying motionless, not knowing whether they had been killed or pretending to be unconscious. Instead, the people on the Ijima family side, as well as the security guards from Yan's High, only suffered some minor injuries and were not a big problem. Such a scene, not only in the Jingdong Hankow Road this Shinzai happened, Jingdong has more than a dozen Shinzai likewise similar scene. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully stirring up trouble. The people of Sakura Nation killed each other, resulting in 20 serious injuries and 8 deaths, rewarded with a cynical value of 10,000. Jin Shuai, who was still in the classroom with Ijima Yuya, suddenly received a reward from the system. Ha! I didn't realize it was quite a big deal, with 8 dead and 20 seriously injured. I'm sure with their energy, they should be able to make good. The reactive Jin Shuai was also secretly staggered. But having Yuya take a shot really helps, and the reward is pretty generous. Then Jin Shuai's eyes lit up, his previous speculation was indeed right. Yuya, you did great today. Jin Shuai couldn't help but rub the other man's head, he was so happy. Here, give me a kiss. He checked the system and realized that he already had 48,800 cynicism value and couldn't help but want to draw a wave. Muah. Jin Shuai-kun, what is it? Why are you suddenly so happy? Ijima Yuya very cooperatively offered her own fragrant kiss before asking in a somewhat puzzled manner. Yuya, it's nothing, just thinking of something happy. Jin Shuai laughed and made up something random. It's like this, Yuya's side also just got a good news, does Jin Shuai-kun want to know about it? Ijima Yuya also sold out to Jin Shuai, saying somewhat playfully. Yuya, since it's good news, of course I want to know. Jin Shuai said smilingly, but in his heart, he guessed that the other party should be referring to what happened over at Jin's high. Jin Shuai-kun, just now I received a message from my mom, tonight she and my father still didn't come home. Oh. Ijima Yuya leaned over Jin Shuai's ear and whispered. Yuya, that's pretty good news. Jin Shuai's eyes lit up, he didn't expect the good news in the other party's mouth to be this. Wash up for the night and wait for me. Jin Shuai looked to see Ijima Yuya's shy expression. Doesn't that mean we can teach her about tarnished kung fu tonight? Even the emperor couldn't stop his determination. Aha! Yuya Ijima answered shyly, wondering if she'd taken too much initiative. What if Jin Shuai treats her like a random girl? This feeling of both anticipation and affliction made her deer in the headlights. Seeing Ijima Yuya's appearance as a lamb to be slaughtered, he no longer continued to poke fun at the other party and intended to find the system to start the lottery. Toon-chan, give me the gold 3 in a row. Jin Shuai, who had harvested several tens of thousands of cynical values today, was a bit grandiose as he screamed at his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art of the Imperial Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring controlled fusion technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 boxes of Durex. Wow, a great outburst of luck, I actually drew the Imperial Sword art. Jin Shuai had seen the sword royalty technique in the mall before, but it was worth 1 million cynical value. According to the introduction above, the art of sword royalty can manipulate flying swords through true chi, and not only can it take the head of the enemy from thousands of miles away, but it can also fly with the sword. Flying with a sword, no boy could refuse, and Jin Shuai was certainly not surprised. But this controlled fusion doesn't do much good, and it's not like I want to be a scientist. Jin Shuai scoffed a little at this controlled fusion technology that all scientists dreamed of. System, I want to receive the Imperial Sword Art. Ding! All the information related to the sword art has been engraved in the host's mind. With the system's reminder, Jin Shuai suddenly had a heavenly spin. This feeling of being forcefully indoctrinated was very unpleasant. Within a short while, Jin Shuai had adapted and could clearly know the information related to the Imperial Sword Art. But it's the same old problem. He can't read a word of it. Crouch. Dark Store. System, how much cynicism value is a one-click substitute for the Imperial Sword Art? Ding. The art of the Imperial Sword, a key substitute requires 10,000 cynicism value. Naya, it's dark. Jin Shuai originally thought that he could practice on his own after receiving it, but he didn't realize that he would have to spend 10,000 cynicism value to learn it. System, give me a one-click substitute for the Imperial Sword Art. For the sake of the dream of flying on the Imperial Sword, Jin Shuai still bites the bullet and chooses a one-click trainer. Ding! The one-click substitute of the art of the Imperial Sword has been successful, this time consuming 10,000 cynicism values. As soon as the system prompted, Jin Shuai realized that the originally incomprehensible royal sword art had become coherent. With that, he secretly used his true chi to control the textbooks in the drawer, and he realized that he could control the textbook levitation very skillfully. Woohoo, to take off! Jin Shuai was overjoyed when he thought that he could fly with his sword. This Jin Shuai Jun, why is he giggling again? Ijima Yuya, who had been watching Jin Shuai from the side, muttered secretly in her heart.
I think it's the thought of coming over to the house at night to do that and that with yourself. Her ears went red at the thought. Chapter 24, The Twins Thinking Outside the Box. Young master, why weren't you at home last night? In the villa, Nadi asked with some curiosity while giving Jinshui a massage. Nadi, there's no need to ask, young master must have gone to look for Yo Ai-san last night. Bodo blanched at the twin sister, really, asking anything. Aren't you afraid of a spanking from the young master? Did go to Yua's house last night? Jinshui said smilingly. Last night was kind of a wonderful night, even though I didn't make a game with Yua Ijima, I accidentally had Yua's sister as an apprentice. And taught each other the art of guessing nice all night. But how did Nadi know that she didn't come home last night? Nadi, how did you know I didn't come home last night? Jinshui couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly. It's sister, who sneaked to young master's bedroom in the middle of the night last night and knocked on the door, and found that young master wasn't there. The straight-laced Nadi answered truthfully. Even Hitano, who was on the sidelines, couldn't stop her and could only blink frantically on the side. Bodo, what are you doing looking for me in the middle of the night? Jinshui was a bit puzzled. This niece stayed up in the middle of the night and went to knock on her door. Could it be that she wanted to open it? Young master, you knowingly ask, it's annoying. Bodo had this embarrassed look from Jinshui, blushed, and squirmed. Young master, last night Nadi went up with me to knock on the door. In order to ease the embarrassment, Bodo had to pull out his own sister as a shield. Oh, I didn't know you guys suddenly wanted to open up. Jinshui gave a trembling smile, then he said to the twins with a serious face. Bodo, Yuki, as for me, young master, I have a very important task for you. I wonder if you have the confidence to accomplish it? Young master, you don't even say what kind of character it is, and Bodo doesn't have a clue in his heart. Naturally, Bodo didn't know what kind of mission Jinshui was talking about, so he didn't promise with conviction. Next to her, Nadi did the same, nodding her head like a chicken pecking to show that she also meant the same thing as her sister. Bodo and Nadi, do you guys want to learn Kung Fu? Jinshui didn't say his mission first, but instead asked the two sisters. Learn Kung Fu? Bodo's eyes lit up, of course she wanted to learn. Young master, Bodo is naturally willing, and after learning Kung Fu, he will be able to protect young master. Aha, so is Nadi. Nadi, the repeater, chimed in. Oh, Bodo, if you have this heart, young master, I, for one, am very happy, but young master doesn't need you to protect him. Jinshui sniffed and said with a smile. In his heart, he said that it was worthy of being the two sisters whose good sense had been drawn out. The first thing that came to mind was to learn Kung Fu to protect themselves, but he didn't consider whether learning Kung Fu was bitter or not. Ah! Young master, you are! Suddenly, Bodo and Nadi exclaimed in unison. None other than Jinshui deciding to show the two sisters his hand. He picked up the stainless steel ashtray on the table, and then directly used his true chi to use his dragon claw hand skill to rub the ashtray into a ball. It's a wonder that the Bodo sisters, who are ordinary people, don't gasp in shock. Young master, you! How did you do it? Bodo was obviously shocked as she stammered out her question. Next to her, her younger sister, Jie, was also looking at Jinshui with an expectant face, wanting to get an answer. This one is naturally 2A Ni Kung Fu. How about it, do you guys want to learn it? Aha, young master, Bodo wants to learn. Aha, young master, Nadi wants to learn. Jinshui sells it successfully, and the twin sisters successfully take the bait. That's fine, but to learn this Kung Fu, you can't break your body in the early stage. Oh, you must practice until the third layer. Jinshui was the first to give the twin sisters a precautionary shot, knowing that last night they wanted to open up and go knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Aha, young master, Bodo wants to learn. Nadi too. The twins nodded very definitely. Thinking away and comparing the mysterious 2A Ni Kung Fu, the two sisters naturally chose 2A Ni Kung Fu. Alright then, young master, I will now teach you the first layer of the feats of the speculative nest divine power. You must memorize it by heart. Oh. Aha, young master, go ahead, we'll memorize it by heart. The twins nodded with serious expressions. Just now they had seen the power of Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu. Naturally they were very eager to learn it themselves. Hashtag %. 1234. Jinshui had probably recited for about 10 minutes or so, which was the only way to complete all the contents of the first level. Young master, Bodo remembered. So is Nadi. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the twins indicated that they had memorized it. You guys are really great. Jin Shui also couldn't help but praise the other party. This memory, it was really heaven-defying, knowing that the words of a layer of the mantra were thousands of words. Bodo, Yuki, you must practice seriously. Oh, don't let the young master down. Jin Shui also made a promise to the two sisters. When you have practiced the third layer of the speculative nest divine skill, young master will give you another surprise reward. Aha, young master, our sisters will definitely cultivate hard and strive to reach the third layer quickly. The two Bodo sisters, with a serious expression on their faces. Alright, then you guys grab the time and just go cultivate. You don't need to do the chores in the future, just cultivate. After Jin Shui gave the two sisters the first tier of the Sentinel Heart Sutra's Gungfu, he also made arrangements. Alright young master, then we'll go ahead and cultivate now. After Bodo said that, he took his sister, Yuki, back to his room to practice together. Last night the system reminded that martial artists offer more generous rewards, and Yo AI is a good example. I just don't know how generous the rewards will be when the twins have reached the third level of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. This idea of Jin Shui was also decided just now when he knew that the two sisters had thought about it. Through last night's experience, he decided to maximize the benefits. And the fact that the twins were 100% not going to betray themselves allowed him to be very comfortable with trying. You know, Ijima Yuda's favorability is only 99. I just don't know if the other person's favorability will suddenly go to 100 after tonight. It's not like Jin Shui hasn't tried to brush up on the other side's favorability in the past 2 days, but today it's just stuck at 99, and the last 1 point of favorability is just too dead to break through. Moreover, the other party was also close to Ming Jin and was about to become a true martial artist, but Jin Shui did not want to teach her the Sentinel Heart Sutra first. He wasn't comfortable with any of the Sakura Nation, as long as they weren't pulling in their favor and being loyal to themselves. As for why he was willing to teach Ijima Yui directly last night, it was also because the other party's favorability was drawn out and she wouldn't betray herself. This was something that Jin Shui had confirmed with the system. As long as favorability, admiration, or loyalty reaches 100, it will never drop. At this point, Jin Shui kills Ijima Daru, but Yorai, who has 99 good feelings, might just hate himself, but Yorai won't. Since Yua has thought about it, then we'll just go find her tonight and see if the goodwill can be brushed straight to full. If it can be brushed to full tonight, then we'll teach her the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman on the way. Thinking of this, Jin Shui had a decision in his mind. Chapter 25 Yua, I'm coming. Master, Kurosawa is back. At 5 o'clock sharp, Kurosawa Chi-Ling's voice arrived before her arrival. When Jin Shui turned his head, he saw Kurosawa Chi-Ling, who was wearing an OL uniform with black silk on her legs, walk into the villa. Kurosawa Shiren was in a good mood, and the Yakuza, who had troubled him, had a talker personally come to his door to apologize. Then she realized that it was the Ijima family that had stepped in. How could she not expect Jin Shui's energy to be so great that she could make the Ijima family take action? At the same time, she was also very glad that she hadn't succeeded in getting Jin Shui killed before, or else her corpse wouldn't even know which stinking gutter it had appeared in by now. Of course this was all Kurosawa Shirai's brainchild, and Jin Shui had only met the Ijima sisters after crossing over. If he hadn't crossed over, whether the original owner's girlfriend, Nana Hashimoto, would have made a move or not, the hell knows. But that doesn't preclude Nana Hashimoto from stepping in when her own dog liquor is gone after all. It's the owner who has to fight the dog. Kurosawa, you look happy today? Jin Shui beckoned to Kurosawa Shiren, and the opposite party came to Jin Shui very knowingly, then sat on his lap. Yes it is. Master, today the Yakuza's men of affairs approached Kurosawa to apologize, and they even compensated for the damages. Kurosawa said with a happy face. Master, you're so powerful that you were able to get the Ijima family to make a move. Kurosawa Chi-Ling wrapped her arms around Jin Shui's neck and offered a kiss. Ha! It's just a small thing. Kurosawa, if you follow me, you'll be looking at the view from the highest spot in Tokyo from now on. Jin Shui laughed, he wasn't joking. Using the one with the system, the Mikado he doesn't even care about. Aha, Kurosawa naturally trusts his master. Kurosawa Chi-Ling sniffed and was somewhat moved. She looked at Jin Shui with tender eyes and took the initiative to offer her own kiss to the other party again. Woman, I see you're trying to open up. Aha, master, Kurosawa wants to open up. Oh, go for it. Jin Shui sniffed and laughed, then he picked up the woman in his arms and headed upstairs. In the bedroom, Jin Shui looked at Kurosawa Chi-Ling who was only wearing black silk. He didn't go up to take the other party at first. Kurosawa, would you like to learn the kung fu of the possessed? Instead, they opened their mouths to ask each other. Learn kung fu? Kurosawa Jiling was a bit confused, not knowing what Shui meant by asking that. If Master wants Kurosawa to learn Kung Fu, Kurosawa will learn.
But she was still very sensible and said what Shui said in reply. Very well, Kurosawa, you know your stuff, then I'll teach you the mnemonic for the first layer of the speculative nest divine skill now, remember it carefully. 1234, 2234, 3234, 4234, again. Shui earnestly recited the mnemonic for the first level of the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman to Kurosawa Jiling. Kurosawa Shiren was confused. No, Master, you're really teaching me Kung Fu? Master, that you can do it again? Shiren, Kurosawa said, a little embarrassed. People didn't remember it just now. Okay, listen carefully and don't wander off. Shui didn't expect the other party to be able to memorize all the mnemonics in one go. After all, the other party wasn't a schoolteacher either. 1234, 2234, 3234, 4234, again. Shui could only patiently recite to the other party the mnemonic for the first layer of the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman once again. Master, Kurosawa remembered. After Shui had spoken twice, the other party had memorized it. It's not bad, but this speculative nest divine skill also has an auxiliary cultivation method. Come, I'll teach you. Shui was also satisfied with the fact that Kurosawa Jiling was able to live and remember the second time around. Afterwards, he took it upon himself to teach the other party the auxiliary cultivation method of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. Kurosawa, remember this is the first style. Aha! Kurosawa remembered. Shui was satisfied, and after the other party had familiarized himself with the first stance, he began to teach the other party the second stance. With Kurosawa Jiling learning with an open mind, it only took Shui an hour for his opponent to learn the 108 styles. Kurosawa, you really are gifted. Shui also had to marvel at the other party's talent. In just over an hour, the first layer of the Sentinel Heart Sutra, the other party was starting to get started. It's all because the master taught me well. Kurosawa Shiren was very happy. She felt warmed up by an extra surge of true chi inside her. She felt even younger and much stronger, and even if she was asked to fight a grown man now, she wouldn't be weak at all. However, Shui didn't improve much, probably because the other party wasn't a martial artist. The effect of practicing together was somewhat minimal for him. Rather, it was his powerful true chi that gave the other party a not-so-small boost after it flowed through his body in a brainwave, and this was the reason why Kurosawa Shiren had been initiated so quickly. The old bring in the new, and the results are remarkable. Shui taught Kurosawa Jiling Kung Fu, naturally not without reason. For the woman who has been 100% loyal to him, he voluntarily willing to teach each other Kung Fu, so that she can have the ability to protect herself. After all, Sakura country is not a peaceful country, the security is poor. Crimes are committed on trams, in classrooms, in offices, in hospital wards, etc., all sorts of places, anyway. Shui wasn't in the habit of being forced to wear a cuckold. As long as the woman was completely loyal to him, Shui intended to teach the other party Kung Fu to defend herself. Kurosawa, Bodo, cultivate yourselves, I'm going out. At 7 o'clock after the meal, Shui saw that it was getting late, so he instructed the several women. Originally, Bodo and Yuki were not qualified to sit at the same table with Shui for dinner. But the current Shui was the Shui who had crossed over from Earth. Naturally, he doesn't engage in the kiddie routine, and he treats all his women equally. Yes, master. Yes, young master. 2. Several women spoke up in response. There was no need for Shui to explain. After trying the benefits brought by cultivation, they would all take the initiative to cultivate. After bidding farewell to the three girls, Shui drove his Porsche 918 at 150 yards through the avenues of Tokyo. In less than 15 minutes, Shui drove his Porsche to the entrance of Ijima Show. There was no need for Shui to greet him, and the security guard at the door was naturally very striking as he opened the gate and bowed in invitation. They had seen it last night. This big man inside the car was an existence that made their own Missy kneel down and hug her thighs, and he was also a friend of Missy too. Maybe, the other person will be the aunt of the Ijima family in the future. They naturally didn't dare to slack off at all. Seeing this, Shui also smiled and nodded slightly, then drove lightly to the parking lot. Young master, I'll take you to see Ms. Yuya. As soon as Shui stepped out of the car, a female nanny bowed and opened her mouth. Go. Shui nodded and gestured for the other party to lead the way. This time, in a different direction than before, the female nanny led Shui to one of the houses in front of one of the small courtyards. Young master, Ms. Yuya is inside, please. After the female nanny finished, she bowed 90 degrees and stayed put, signaling Jinshui to go in by himself. With a nod, Jinshui took a big step forward and pushed open the door to the room.
Yuya, I'm coming. Chapter 26 Sister. Are you okay? As soon as Jinshui entered the door, what met his eyes was a very classical screen that blocked his view. He found that it was an ancient room, somewhat similar to the boudoirs of ancient boudoirs in the Dragon Kingdom. Looks like this is Yua's boudoir. Jinshui's tone was slightly agitated. Jinshui quickly swept past the obtrusive screen and saw the whole of the interior at the back. The entire room, which is binary, is a room within a room. Outside is a relaxing area with low sofas filled with the traditions of the cherry blossom country and futons, as well as modern-style desks with computers and other electronic devices. The sliding wooden door that led to the room inside was half hidden. Even if the light in the room at this time is a little yellow warm tone, not bright, sharp-eyed Jinshui, naturally, can see the tatami mats in the bedroom through the half-open sliding door. Although it was only a part of it, Jinshui realized that there was a person seemingly wrapped in the quilt that was there on the tatami mats. Hey, it looks like Yui is already washed up. Aha! Jinshui's eyes lit up as he pretended to cough in an attempt to get the other party's attention. I can't believe you're pretending not to hear me. When Jinshui saw that the other party didn't have a bit of feedback, he muttered darkly. Yua should be shy. Yuya, are you in there? Suddenly, Jinshui pulled up his voice and shouted from the room outside. He just couldn't believe the other guy couldn't hear him. Inside the bedroom, on the tatami mat, Ijima Yuya naturally heard Jinshui calling out to her, not only now, but when Jinshui pushed the door just now, she heard it. It was just that she wanted to surprise the other person. Because at this point in time, she was only wrapped in a quilt. As soon as Jinshui came in and lifted the quilt on top of the tatami mats, he would see a completely different version of himself than usual. I'm so looking forward to seeing Yin Shui-kuan's expression. Yua Ijima on top of the tatami mat, she was both nervous and expectant at the same time. And the color is incredibly rosy and looks very inviting. Yuya, are you in there? I'm coming in. Oh. Ijima Yuya, who was already nervous, heard the footsteps outside getting closer and closer, and she breathed heavily, getting more and more nervous. Straight away, he covered his head with the quilt. What she didn't realize was that all of her little actions were being watched by the man outside. Oh, this little ninny, she's so cute. Jinshui thought happily in his heart, and then he came directly to the tatami mat. Yuya, I'm coming. Oh. Jinshui patted Ijima Yuya in the quilt and said in a soft tone. A low voice from Yua Ijima came out from under the covers, indicating that he knew. Jinshui grasped the corner of the quilt with his hand and gave it a gentle tug. The covers weren't pulled back, as if the person inside was wrestling with him. This little ninny, gripping so tightly, looks like she's really nervous. Just now, there was no pulling back the covers, and Jinshui wasn't annoyed. Then he got playful. You're holding on to the top of the quilt, but the other end, the other person can't hold on to it, can they? He moved his body and grabbed the other end directly, pulling hard. Yikes! Ijima Yuya let out a gasp as she felt a coldness on her body. Jinshui looked at the red-faced Ijima Yuya and thought the other party was very cute. Yuya, look at you, smothering yourself under the covers, you're smothering yourself. Ijima Yuya covered her eyes with her hands to hide her ears, not daring to look at Jinshui, nor did she respond. Jinshui looked at the ostrich like Ijima Yuya and was amused. Yua thinks that by covering her own eyes, she thinks I can't see anything? Yuya, it looks like you're trying to open up. Yen Shui hemmed and hawed. Afterwards, Jinshui helped the other party take down the hands covering his eyes and let the other party look at himself. Yuya, let me help you. Oh. Helping people was always Jinshui's code of conduct, especially when the other party was a Sakura Nation woman. Even if it was forced to help people, Jinshui said that this was not a problem at all. Aha! Ijima Yuya nodded with a blush. 2000 is 2000. Jinshui was a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Ijima Yuya. Age, 18. Face value, 95. Good sense, 100. Completeness, 99 healthy. Skills, karate proficiency. Combined strength, 1 against 10. Jinshui, who had theorized with the system for a while, didn't spawn, so he used his heaven's eye to check Ijima Yuya's favorability at the first opportunity. One day husband and wife, one day wife, and one day wife, one day husband and wife, one day husband and wife. Jin Shui saw that the other party's favorability was pulled full at this time, and he couldn't help but lament. The ancients are true. Jin Shui-kun, what are you talking about? Just now, what Jin Shui had said was the language of his homeland, and naturally, Ijima Yuya couldn't understand it. She looked adoringly at Jin Shui's handsome face while drawing circles with her fingers. Nothing, by the way Yuya, do you want to learn Kung Fu? Jin Shui's words changed and asked about the other party. Learn Kung Fu? Jin Shui-kun, Yuya knows karate now. Yuya Ijima was surprised, she already knew Kung Fu. Yuya, the Kung Fu I'm talking about is 2AI Kung Fu, real Kung Fu. Jin Shui explained to the other party, and your sister, UAI, has already worshipped me as her teacher. What? Sister would actually worship Jin Shui-jun? Ijima Yuya was naturally aware of her sister's power, that of a Mingjin martial artist. She didn't think that her condescending sister would worship Jin Shui as her teacher, and now she thought that Jin Shui's level was about the same as her own. Naturally yes, Chinese culture is vast and profound, and the speculativeness divine power I cultivate is even the best in the world. Jin Shui's face was proud as he dejectedly said. After your sister saw how powerful it was, she immediately knelt down and hugged my thigh, asking me to take her as my disciple. Really, Jin Shui-kun, then Yuya wants to learn too, so teach Yuya. Hearing Jin Shui say that, Ijima Yuya didn't hesitate as she wrapped her arms around Jin Shui's arm and started pampering him. No problem, if Yuya wants to learn, I'm naturally willing to teach. Yuya, I'm going to teach you the mnemonic for the first layer of the speculativeness divine skill, so memorize it. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4 42 34, again. Jin Shui felt a sense of comfort coming from his arm, and without hesitation, he began to recite to the other party the mnemonic for the first layer of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. Aha, Jin Shui-kun, I've memorized it all. Just as Jin Shui had finished reciting the mantra, Ijima Yuya spoke up. The speed was even faster than both sisters, Bodo and Nadi. Yuya, you're really worthy of practicing martial arts. Jin Shui's eyes lit up, the other party's memory, too good, right? Yuya, it's your first time to cultivate the 2AI Shanggong, you don't have any experience, let me assist you. Okay then. Ijima Yuya was naturally overjoyed and practiced the speculativeness divine power with all his heart. Naturally, she quickly familiarized herself with the 108 postures of the speculativeness divine power. Jin Shui-kun, Yuya feels an aura arising from her body, Yuya feels like she's about to break through to Mingjin. Suddenly, Ijima Yuya's eyes lit up as she surprised Jin Shui. Yuya, hold on, you're starting to produce true chi in your body. Jin Shui's eyes lit up, this was only the first few stances, and the other party was already starting to get started. He sighed that his opponent was worthy of practicing martial arts. Jin Shui-kun. Yuya broke through to Mingjin. Woohoo! Ijima Yuya suddenly cried out in joy, a powerful aura erupted from within her body, she had practiced martial arts for so many years, and now she had broken through to Mingjin, becoming a true martial artist. Sister! Are you okay? Just as Ijima Yuya was still reveling in the joy of breaking through Mingjin and becoming a martial artist, the sliding door of the bedroom was opened. Yui Ijima ran and panicked. Chapter 27 Sister, I'm here to help you. Ah! Are you crazy, sister? What are you doing? Ijima Yui only saw Jin Shui's blurred back and didn't recognize the other party as her master at first. She thought her sister had betrayed her master. Ah! Sis! How did you get in here? Ijima Yuya exclaimed. At this time, she and Jin Shui were still maintaining their cultivation of the speculative nihilistic divine skill, and she turned back to Ijima Yui and urged her on. Sister, get out quickly. Why would I want to go out there, I'm just going to crash your party. Yui Ijima was dismissive of her sister's pleas. Let me see who this guy is. Saying that, she angrily went up, stretched out her own hands and grabbed Jin Shui's shoulders, wanting to force him to turn around to see the other party's appearance clearly. Ah! Master! Why you? Jin Shui was caught off guard, letting Ijima Yui have her way, and she was shocked and delighted when she saw clearly that the other party was Jin Shui. If not me, who else? Jin Shui was speechless. Just now, he felt that he was on the verge of making a breakthrough in his speculativeness divine skill, and was forcibly interrupted by his own disciple. It made him feel really, really nasty. Gujiyo AI, how dare you spoil master's good deed? Jin Shui directly pinched the other party's chin and said viciously. Since you're here, then accompany master to cultivate together. Yes, master. Yui Ijima loved practicing the most. She loved how she could feel herself getting stronger every second. In 3 tries, Yui Ijima was all set with the help of Jin Shuai. What are you guys doing here? This gesture made Ijima Yuya on the side look well. Teaching your sister to practice, of course. Ignoring the stunned Ijima Yuya, Jin Shuai directly assisted his protege to start cultivating from the first stance of the speculative nest divine power. Looking at her incredibly skillful sister, Ijima Yuya's heart sank. Obviously it wasn't the first time his own sister had practiced the speculative nest divine skill. So what did she become? Is it a sister or a mentor? After Jin Shuai skillfully assisted his sister in practicing the 108 postures of the speculative nest divine power, he naturally wouldn't leave his sister out in the cold. He directly began to assist Ijima Yuya to recultivate, and as a senior sister, naturally, she was watching her sister's state of cultivation from the side. If the other party had any cultivation postures that weren't quite right, as an older sister, she was obligated to provide guidance to her own sister and help correct them. Sister to help you. With that, Ijima Yui volunteered to go up and help her sister, Ijima Yuya. Sister, you're so nice. Ijima Yuya was naturally incredibly moved. Jin Shuai-kun, Yuya is breaking through again. Ijima Yuya felt the true chi in her body surging more and more, and she felt that she was about to break through to the middle stage of Mingjin. Yuya, let me help you. When Jin Shuai heard this, he no longer suppressed the innate true chi in his body and channeled it to the other party in a brain. He wanted to help the other party out and let him use the momentum to break through. Ah! Jin Shuai-kun, Yuya broke through. Ijima Yuya almost wept with joy. She had practiced martial arts herself for so many years, and now with the help of the innate true chi provided by Jin Shuai, she had finally broken through to the middle stage of Mingjin in a single breath. In fact, without Ijima Yuya having to tell himself, Jin Shuai could also feel the breakthrough of his opponent. He let go of the other man, allowing him to experience the beauty of the breakthrough. Next to her, Ijima Yui, seeing that her master was finally free, didn't need to be greeted by Jin Shuai. She herself took the initiative to come forward. Master, Yo AI feels like she's about to break through too, so teach me. Ijima Yuya could only cultivate on her own just now, but she was not able to make any progress, and she felt that she was close to a breakthrough as well, so she sought help from her own master. Good disciple, master is naturally willing to serve. Without saying a word, Jin Shuai assisted his good disciple in cultivating from the first stance of the speculative nest divine skill. The 2 Shang Gonyades in the cultivation of 108 postures for a large circumference. Jin Shuai had only accompanied the other party to cultivate for half a large weekday before Ijima Yui broke through. Master, Yo AI has broken through. Ijima Yui's cultivation level was relatively low, and she had only cultivated for half a big week before she broke through. At this time, her cultivation had also come from the early dark realm to the peak of the early dark power. Although Jin Shuai's good disciple Ijima Yui had broken through, he hadn't yet. However, he felt that he was close to breaking through the realm as well. Yo AI, master's cultivation will soon break through as well. Aha, you have to do your best, master. Yua Ijima's own master cheered. Receiving the encouragement from his precious disciple, Jin Shuai was even more determined to make his breakthrough. This time, he was bound to break through. Finally arriving at the 108 style, and about to complete a large circumference, Jin Shuai realized that the true chi in his body was getting more and more surging, and was a bit out of control. Yuya, master is going to break through. Jin Shuai's voice was a little low. Subsequently, Ijima Yui had a jolt, and she knew that Jin Shuai had made a breakthrough. When her own master broke through, she felt happier than if she had broken through herself. Yo AI, master has finally broken through. Jin Shuai panted. In fact, he was afraid that his disciple would be worried and didn't tell the other party the truth. Just now, the innate true chi in Jin Shuai's body suddenly went out of control. The innate true chi leaked out uncontrollably, so he didn't succeed in breaking through, and now he was still stuck at the peak of the early innate realm. Yin Shuai-kun, are you okay? The younger sister Ijima Yuya, who was always concerned about Jin Shuai's cultivation at the side, did notice Jin Shuai's abnormality, and she asked with great concern. The innate true chi had leaked out, causing him to be panting even as he spoke now, and he was really a bit weak. Yuya, don't worry, I'm naturally fine and dandy. Jin Shuai gave his opponent a gentle smile that made Ijima Yuya look smitten. He was not discouraged. Some of this experience, Jin Shuai believed that the next time he practiced, he could naturally break through to the middle innate stage. Chapter 28 Kawashima Yoshiko. Sister, I didn't realize you were one step ahead of me again. After practicing that speculative nest divine power, Ijima Yuya thought that he could be ahead of his sister with his middle Ming gene cultivation. Unexpectedly, after some exchanges, she realized that her sister had already come to the middle stage of dark power, a whole big realm ahead of herself. You're still decisive enough, sister. And she couldn't help but marvel at how one step at a time. Hee, sister, this is called discerning eyes. A glance found the master's unusual, and indeed worshipped the master. Yui Ijima couldn't help but deign to get up. Put. Sister, you really do have a discerning eye. Yui Ijima snorted in agreement. What my sister didn't know was that the matter of herself kneeling down and hugging Jin Shuai's thigh, begging to worship the master, Jin Shuai had long ago told his sister. Sister, are you laughing at your own sister? Yui Ijima was a little annoyed. Stinky sister, watch the fight. Come on, stinky sister, I'm not afraid of you. Knowing that she was no match for her sister, Yua was still very mouthy, knowing that her opponent couldn't really do anything about it. Before long, Ijima Yuya began to lose the battle and begged for mercy. Jin Shuai Jun, help me. Jin Shuai is naturally happy to watch the sisters fight, and he will help whoever the sisters fall. Soothing, just soothing. What Jin Shuai didn't know was that at this time, inside a luxurious villa, a young man was kneeling on the ground, screaming miserably. Ah! Sister, stop hitting. If you hit my brother again, I'm going to be killed by you. The young man screamed and begged. Humph. Kawashima Kid, I'll beat you to death, you punk. A valiant young woman with short hair, she wore a white tank top that showed off her perfect waistline. It's worth noting, though, that the white tank top doesn't hide her rich roundness. Pop. At this moment, she was holding a long whip, and she lashed out hard again at her brother, Kawashima Kid, who was on the ground. Ah, Kawashima Yoshiko, you crazy, you're really going to beat me to death. Kawashima Kid screamed as she was beaten by her own sister. I want my mommy, I want my mommy. Kawashima Kid was all beaten out of his mind. How could he not expect his sister, who had always loved him so much, to beat him so hard? Humph, how could I, Kawashima Yoshiko, have a punk brother like you? You are truly the scum of our Kawashima family. You're being used as a gun, and you're happily moving on. Yoshiko Kawashima looked at her brother, who was crying in pain on the ground, with a look of hatred and a torn face. The two siblings had been without their own mother since they were young, and Kawashima Yoshiko, as the older sister, naturally doted on her brother. But this also allowed Kawashima Kid to develop a lawless and arrogant character. Sister, I didn't. Hashimoto Nana said she really likes me and that she'll marry me when she graduates from college. Kawashima Kid was still explaining with a stiff upper lip. Oh, you believe anything her says? Have you guys already hit a home run or have you done the game? I don't think you can even touch each other's hands. Kawashima Yoshiko was getting angrier and angrier. She was so disappointed in her brother. Kawashima Kid, if you're really capable of taking down Hashimoto Nana, I'll admire you, sister. As long as you can take down Nana Hashimoto and marry the Hashimoto family, that way you'll be the future king of the Kawashima family, got it? Aha, sis, I know, don't hit me again, I really know I'm wrong. Kawashima Kid continued to beg for mercy, only a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He hated Nana Hashimoto, and he hated Jin Shuai, as well as his own sister, Yoshiko Kawashima. It's good to know your mistakes, brother, and it's for your own good that your sister beats you. Kawashima Yoshiko then dropped the whip in her hand and hugged her brother with a complicated expression. There's no way around it. Mother's gone. Elder sister's a mother. The whip hit is Kawashima phone, but the heartache is her Kawashima Yoshiko. Woohoo! Sister, my brother really gets it. Sister and brother, hugging and crying. As for why Kawashima Yoshiko would hit out at her brother Kawashima Kid today. Naturally, it was Kawashima Kid who took it upon himself to use the Yakuza to go to Yansai to find out what was going on in order to give Nana Hashimoto a run for her money. Kawashima Kid's dog-licking behavior, as a result, brought considerable losses to the Yamaguchi group, which also made some of the patriarchs of the Yamaguchi group. The opinion of Kawashima Kid is not small. Although Kawashima Kid was the firstborn son, the heir to the Kawashima family and the future leader of the Yakuza. But things are not absolute. Kawashima Kid has more than just Kawashima Yoshiko as a sister, she also has several other younger siblings born to her aunts. It is these people who are now, with the help of this brainless behavior of Kawashima Kid, slamming Kawashima Kid so as to disqualify him as the heir apparent. That's why this is the scene where Kawashima Yoshiko beats up Kawashima Kid. It is worth me. Tying that this afternoon, it is Kawashima Yoshiko door-to-door to find Kurosawa Chiling, apology and compensation for a dragon, which is a big deal, a small matter. Hiss. It hurts. Sprawled out on his back, Kawashima Kid shivered in pain when he moved. Kawashima Yoshiko, that crazy, hit too hard. Kawashima Kid gritted her teeth with a resentful expression. It's all your fault, Jin Shuai. All of this is caused by this bastard Jin Shuai. I'll make sure that you can't beg for your life and can't beg for your death. Kawashima Foam secretly vowed at this moment that he would make them pay. All of this, as one of the parties involved, Jin Shuai was naturally unaware. At the moment, he was straddling the Ijima sisters, beautifully sleeping together in a big bed. Of course, even knowing that, he would have smiled. He didn't give a damn about Kawashima Kid, the dog-licking second generation, and he'd take whatever retaliation he could get. In the middle of the night, Kawashima Kid wasn't the only one who hadn't slept. In a hospital room somewhere in the capital, there was likewise a person who hadn't slept. She is none other than Aoi Shiranui. Mother, you have to hang in there, the doctors say they've found a suitable heart, and bye-bye we'll get enough money together. At that moment she grasped her mother's bony hand with a determined look on her face. Ahem. Bye-bye, it's mother who has caused you harm. Listen to your mother and leave me alone, bye-bye, find a good family and marry. The patient in the hospital bed, naturally, is also aware of Aoi bye-bye's not easy. As a woman, she very much understands her daughter's hard work. She just couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to give up her treatment. Mother, you'll be better soon, you have to trust me. At the moment, it was as if she had made up her mind, as if she had made some difficult decision. Chapter 29 The University of Tokyo. The next morning, after breakfast, Jin Shuai drove the Ijima sisters to school. Master, why don't you sisters transfer to the University of Tokyo so I can see you every day, master? On the way, Yui Ijima suddenly suggested. At this moment, she was truly envious of her own sister, who could be with her own master every day. For no other reason, the University of Tokyo, unlike Kaisei High School, is located in the center of Kyoto, making it easy to get to school. The University of Tokyo is on the outskirts of Tokyo. It was only because Jin Shuai drove very fast that he was able to arrive at the University of Tokyo in half an hour. Normally, Ijima Yui would have taken more than an hour to drive by herself. So she basically lives at the school and comes home on weekdays and weekends. Yo AI, it's not that I don't want to go to the University of Tokyo, the richest and most prestigious university in Sakura country, but I didn't get in the first place. Jin Shuai also couldn't help but spit out. The original owner is not a school bully, naturally could not get into the University of Tokyo. Fortunately, the family has a mine, so that they entered the best private university in Tokyo. On the contrary, Bodo and Yuki were able to get into Kyoto University in the first place, but in order to consider the original owner's feelings, that's why they went to Kaisei High School together. By the way, Yuya, you should be able to go to the University of Tokyo, how come you're at Kaisei High School too? Jin Shuai asked with some doubt. After all, Yuga's memory is no worse than Yui's. Naturally my sister got into Tokyo University, but she's afraid of living in school. The second young lady of the Kawashima family is not that independent. Before her younger sister Yua could say anything, her older sister Yui next to her spoke first. Sister, you're talking nonsense. Naturally, Ijima Yuya disagreed with what her sister said, appearing as if she couldn't take care of herself in life. I'm obviously more of a homebody, she said with a stiff-lipped witticism. And if it wasn't for people going to Kaisei school, we wouldn't even know Jin Shuaijuan right now. That's true, sister, it's thanks to you, otherwise sister I wouldn't have had the chance to get to know Master Law. Sister Yo AI gave her younger sister Yua an appreciative look. Yen Shuai-kun, why don't we transfer to Tokyo University together? Ijima Yuya was also a bit tempted to go to the University of Tokyo. After all, Kaisei High School was too small and not at all like a university. And as long as Jin Shuai followed along, how could she still be homesick? Living at home, if her parents came back, she wouldn't dare to ask Jin Shuai to go to her house as blatantly as she did now. After experiencing the joy of practicing the speculative nest divine skill, she now couldn't wait to be able to practice with Jin Shuai every day. Well, it's not impossible, would it be a hassle? Jin Shuai nodded, he was indifferent. And he thought it would be more fun to go to the University of Tokyo. Kaisei High School only has about 1,000 people, but Tokyo University has tens of thousands of people, and the girls there, even more. It's no trouble, whenever you want to come, master, it's all a matter of words. We can get the paperwork done tomorrow. When Yo AI saw that Jin Shuai was interested, she immediately struck while the iron was hot and said. She was immediately quite confident in the strength of her Ijima family. Alright then, yo AI, just make the arrangements. Jin Shui thought for a moment and continued. Summer vacation is in a month, so why not just transfer next semester? By the way, I also have 2 little babysitters to turn with me, they are your senior sisters. No problem, master, I'll take care of this matter. Naturally, Yui Ijima was a big beggar and said that there was no problem at all. Then it's decided. Yan Shui finally tapped out. Also, sis will buy a villa near the Jingdong University when the time comes so we don't have to live on campus. My sister Yua had thought it through very well. The University of Tokyo was not a private Kaisei high school, and although it was a multi-person dormitory, men and women lived separately. There's no problem, I'll arrange everything during this time, don't worry about it, sister. Since master is coming to school at Tokyo University, she definitely won't be living in the school's dormitory. As a cultivation fanatic, she wanted to live with her master more than her own sister. Soon, Jin Shui drove to the campus of the University of Tokyo. A multi-million-dollar sports car parked under the academic building of the University of Tokyo is naturally surrounded by many people. Wow, a multi-million-dollar sports car, I wonder which classmate it is. A girl exclaimed. Although Ijima Yui couldn't bear to part with her master, she could only get off the bus obediently as her destination had arrived. Damn it, another schoolgirl has been taken. Some of the male students were very annoyed, even though the schoolgirl was not related to him for 8 lifetimes. But he just felt like he was being robbed of something. Wow, what a handsome hunk. This time, Jin Shui got out of the car and he gave Ijima Yui a kiss goodbye straight away. Dash then got into the car and left with Yua Ijima. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully combating the males of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Yan Shui. He didn't think that this accidental small action could strike other people and also reap cynicism value. He was in Kaisei High School, hugging Ijima Yuya every day to nibble didn't even hit anyone else. Could it be that the University of Tokyo is full of people and beggars? Jin Shui think about it is, open into the college only how many people, and basically are not rich or noble, we all play so, not strange, the University of Tokyo is not the same grassroots more out of more. Moreover, just now he had used his heavenly eyes to scan the University of Tokyo and found that there were really many pretty girls, and there were even several girls with a higher face value than the Yuya sisters. There's even an eye or two looking straight at themselves yet. It had been an indifferent state of mind, but he was now somewhat looking forward to transferring over to the University of Tokyo. Here, Yuya, give me a kiss. In response to Jin Shui's sudden request, Ijima Yuya was already not surprised and naturally cooperated. System, give me a gold draw. Jin Shui, who came to the classroom, had some nothing to do, and thinking of the 1000 cynicism value he had accidentally gained when he sent Ijima Yui to school just now, he decided to draw a wave of prizes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Son and Mother Concentric Compulsion. Son and Mother Concentric Compulsion? What is this? System, you introduce me to it. Jin Shui just hadn't seen it at the mall, so he didn't understand it. Ding! Son and Mother Concentric Compulsion. Mother Compulsion host can control the life and death of the child compulsion host, but the cultivation of the Mother Compulsion host must be higher than that of the child compulsion host, or else it will be counter-controlled. The Mother Compulsion can produce 1 child compulsion every day. So it's like this, interesting, this is not controlling the life and death of others. Jin Shui thought it was a good thing, something that was practically tailor-made for the purpose. Being counter-controlled didn't exist in his case, but he had heavenly eyes and could check other people's cultivation at any time. If a sub-company host suddenly rose to power, he would just kill the other party with a single thought. It's perfect. System, how should I use this Son and Mother Concentric Compulsion? Ding! The host can just collect it directly. Jin Shui did as he was told, and then he realized that a small worm had appeared inside his heart. System, is there really no problem with this thing? Ding! The host need not worry, under normal circumstances, the mother compulsion will not harm the host, only being counter-controlled by the child compulsion will be dangerous. That's good, it scared me. Chapter 30, Kurosawa Shirei has been kidnapped. Kawashima Kid, you really are a success. Somewhere in the corner of Kaisei High School, Nana Hashimoto was reprimanding Kid Kawashima. You can't even do such a small thing right, and you still have the nerve to say you're the heir to the Kawashima family? I feel a little sick being liked by you. She looked at the somewhat obsequious Kawashima Kid in front of her with a look of disgust. She suddenly missed some of Jin Shuai's manliness from 2 days ago, but as her thoughts turned, she hated Jin Shuai Jun even more. No one had ever done that to her, made her lose face. Nai, let me explain, I didn't expect the Ijima family to suddenly strike. I even got beat up by my sister Yoshiko Kawashima last night, and it still hurts. Kawashima Kid's face was aggravated as he stepped forward and tried to grab Hashimoto Nabiki's hand, only to have the other party unceremoniously dodge it. This caused a trace of resentment to flash through Kawashima Kid's eyes. It seemed that his sister was right on the money, the other party was using him as a gun. Kawashima Kid's last vestige of fantasy was dissipated by Hashimoto Nana's thoughtless dodge. Kawashima Kid, you still have the nerve to complain here. How could I, Hashimoto Nana, have found a loser like you as a boyfriend? Hashimoto Nana didn't notice the change in Kawashima Kid just now, and continued to output at Kawashima Kid in a very brutal and unreasonable manner. Nai, don't be angry, I have a wonderful plan here, listen to me in detail. Kawashima Kid acted coyly and began to give Nana Hashimoto the rundown on his plan. Very well, Kawashima Fong, you must succeed this time, I will personally go over there after that time, I want to see Jin Shuai in pain. Nana Hashimoto, upon hearing Kawashima Kid's plan, brightened up. She patted the other woman on the shoulder with a "you be good" look. Nabiki, just wait for my good news. Kawashima Kid also acted like she was flattered. He then turned his back on Nana Hashimoto and left. Naturally, Nana Hashimoto didn't see Kawashima Kid's expression, which was one of resentment and evil. After Kawashima Kid left the school, in a villa, he took out his phone and started shaking people. As the heir to the Kawashima family, he naturally has his own close associates. In less than half an hour, 10 or so elites of the Kawashima family appeared in front of him, not members of the Yakuza. Each one of them was a good fighter against 10, and there were even 3 of them, who were early-stage Mingjin martial artists. Kawashima Ume Daddy, take a couple of men and go tie up Kurosawa Shiren, the head of Jinsai, to a warehouse out in the countryside. Hi. Young master, Papa May will do it now. Kawashima Ume Daddy gave Kawashima Kid a bow and then left with 3 of them. He was a collateral member of the Kawashima family and a supporter of Kawashima Kid, so naturally, he unconditionally went to carry out the other party's orders. Kawashima Ume Brew and Kawashima Jedi, you guys are coming with me to Kaisei High. Then, Kawashima Fong said to the other 2 early Mingjin leaders. Hi. The 2 of them also nodded their heads to Kawashima Kid in obedience. The crowd performed well, which made Kawashima Kid very satisfied. Depart. He stood up from the couch with a big wave of his hand. With Kawashima Kid leading the way, the group then left the villa in great numbers and headed to Kaisei High School. Regarding Chuan Daofeng's actions, Jin Shuai naturally knew nothing about it. Chuan Daofeng was nothing more than a clown in his eyes, and he naturally wouldn't use his heavenly eyes to check on the other party at all times. Shiren Kurosawa, on the other hand, is even more of a no-brainer. At this time she was working at the headquarters office of Hai by Gen. I didn't realize that masters raising the commission for female employees this time would have such a surprising result. Kurosawa Shiren looked at the report provided by her subordinate with a look of surprise. She had thought that by doubling the commission for female employees, Yan's Hai was going to work for nothing, but it turned out to be a huge increase in profits instead. For no other reason, the report showed that many female employees from other custom stores had jumped over in the past few days when they learned that the commission for Yan's Hai was a surprising 60%. In just a few days, the number of female employees of Yan's Hai came from 50,000 to 200,000 people. The 308 branches are even filling up every private room, and now they can barely accommodate so many female employees. The basic expenses remain the same, but the income is several times more, and the profit is naturally higher than before. It seems that we have to continue to open branches. At this rate, Jinsai can dominate the custom stores in Sakura country, and then the pricing power will still be up to you. The more Kurosawa Shiren thought about it, the more excited she became. Master really didn't snub Kurosawa. Right away Kurosawa became the man of the hour in Sakura country. She didn't expect Jin Shuai to be so far-sighted. If Jin Shuai had known that this would be the result, he would probably have been very speechless as well. He hadn't thought of it that way at all. Being a chicken king? He's not interested. Bang! Just as Kurosawa Shiren was still beautifully thinking about her future scenery, the office door was violently kicked open. Who are you people? Kurosawa Shiren looked warily at Kawashima's Ume Daddy, who sashayed in and chortled. But she wasn't terribly afraid. After learning her master's teaching of the speculative nest divine skill, she was confident in subduing the man in front of her. Kurosawa Shiren, it doesn't matter who I am, just come with me. After Kawashima Yuemi Daddy finished speaking, he quickly stepped forward and slashed a hand knife towards the back of Kurosawa Shiren's head. Kurosawa Shiren was no longer an ordinary woman at this point. She made a direct dodge to avoid her opponent's hand knife, and then punched her opponent in the stomach. Ouch! Yuemi Daddy Kawashima covered his stomach and screamed in agony. He was gullible, thinking that Kurosawa Shiren was an ordinary person, not realizing that his opponent was a good expert who was about to become a Ming-Jin martial artist. Say, who the hell are you? What is your purpose in coming here? Kurosawa Chi-Ling thought she had won after she even hit her opponent with ease, and at this point, she was very glad that Jin Shui had taught her the speculative Nest Divine Kung Fu. Kawashima Yuemi Daddy naturally wouldn't answer her. He took the opportunity to slow down for a bit, and then attacked Kurosawa again. Kawashima didn't have the guts to take the fight lightly and started going all out. Bang! So strong. The two fists connected, and Kurosawa felt like her hand was about to break. Kurosawa Shiren, who had some empty true chi, didn't know some martial arts. She was naturally no match for her opponent, and after a few rounds, she was directly punched in the stomach by her opponent and slammed heavily into the wall. Before the battered and starry-eyed Kurosawa Shirei could react too much, she was knocked out by Kawashima Yuemi Daddy, who quickly went up and added a handful of blows. The security guards of Jinsai are just ordinary people. There's no way they can be a match for Kawashima's Yuemi Daddy and the others. They've long since been knocked to the ground, and they can only watch as their bosses are kidnapped by the thugs. Others could only panic and grab their cell phones to call the police. By the time the vigilante arrived, Kurosawa Shirei had long since been taken to who knows where. Young master, got it. Inside the warehouse on the outskirts of the city, looking at Kurosawa Shirei, who was already tied up in 5 different ways, Kawashima Yuemi Daddy took out his cell phone and reported to Kawashima Kid. Well done. On the other hand, at the entrance of Kaisei High School, Kawashima Kid hung up the phone, a hint of an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of madness. He then walked into Kaisei High School. Chapter 31, Nana Hashimoto, I want to get out of the way. Kurosawa Shirei, who was tied up in 5 different ways, finally woke up and realized that she was gagged. And with herself tied to the top of the chair, bound into a dumpling, Kurosawa Shiren began to struggle frantically to break free. Hey woman, don't struggle, you can't break free. Kawashima Yuemi Daddy wanted to laugh a little as he looked at Kurosawa Shiren, who was trying to break free but couldn't do anything about it. This is being kidnapped by myself. Whoops, they're not going to do anything to me, are they? Kurosawa Shiren takes a good look at her surroundings, an abandoned warehouse, and realizes that she's been kidnapped by the other side. She panicked a bit as she watched Papa Yuemi Kawashima gawk at her unsuspectingly. If she was that by the other side, how could she still have the face-to-face Jin Shui, only to die to thank for the crime? Kurosawa Shiren, whose mouth was sealed, could only look at the other party with pleading eyes, praying that the other party would be merciful and let herself go. However, how did she know that her look of weakness and helplessness was a plus in the eyes of the other party? Hey, TSK, this pussy is so iconic looking, it turns me on just looking at it. Kawashima Yuemi Daddy walked over to Kurosawa Shiren, and he patted his hand on his opponent's flawless face. Boss, what do you think young Master Kawashima wants us to kidnap this woman to come here for? One of the ponies, too, was looking at the tied-up Kurosawa Shiren with a lewd face. I don't know, but what's the question, other than what for, of course. Kawashima Yuemi Daddy couldn't think of any other reason than that. No other way, the current Kurosawa Shirei looks just too tantalizing. Kurosawa Chi-Ling's face value was already high, and these days after Jin Shui's development, Kurosawa Chi-Ling, who had practiced the Senshin Sutra of the Imperial Woman, was even more feminine. Hearing the lewd conversation of several people, Kurosawa Shiren wanted to die. At this point she was desperate and could only pray that someone from the vigilante team would find this place and save her. However, the Kawashima Yuemi Daddies were just flirting, they didn't dare to really do anything to Kurosawa Chi-Ling, or else if Kawashima Kid started a fire, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Please, let me go and I can give you money, lots and lots of money. After the tape sealing her mouth was taken off by Kawashima's Yuemi Daddy, Kurosawa Shiren was the first to speak up, trying to bribe a few people by using money. Just now, she also heard and understood that someone had instructed a few people to kidnap themselves. Hey, woman, don't think so much, when our young master comes, he will naturally dispose of you. Kawashima Yuemi Daddy was naturally unimpressed. Boss, do you think our young master will reward the other party to us after he's had his fun? One of the minions laughed lewdly. This woman, she looks like a real top. Oh, I guess the odds are it will. Papa Kawashima Yui, naturally, was also very moved by this superb woman in front of him.
Please, let me go, my master knows someone from the Ijima family, touch me and you'll surely be retaliated against.
Knowing that she was in over her head, Kurosawa Shiren could only bring up the Ijima family in hopes of scaring off her opponent.
Oh, woman, don't make useless efforts, we are not scared, nothing you say is useless, there is no way we will let you go.
After Kawashima's Yumi daddy finished speaking, he took a few of his ponies to the side and stopped paying attention to Kurosawa Chiling.
Because the temptation of Kurosawa Shiren at this time is really too big, they have long been a little difficult to endure, afraid of their own impulse. So simply out of sight, out of mind. Kurosawa Chiling was desperate, at this point she was like a lamb to the slaughter, she could only pray that the heavens would be kind and someone would come to her rescue later. Chopper, I have good news for you, the first step of the plan has worked. On the other side, Kawashima Kid came in front of Hashimoto Nana as she said with a flattering face. Really? Nana Hashimoto's eyes lit up when she heard this, she didn't expect Kawashima Kid to be so capable of action this time. Dish, naturally, it's true. Kawashima Kid very nimbly took out her own cell phone and showed Hashimoto Nana a video. What was playing on it, naturally, was a video of Kurosawa Shiren being tied up and kidnapped to a warehouse. Kawashima Kid, you did a good job this time. Nana Hashimoto gave her opponent an appreciative look. But how are we going to coax Marshalian over there? Nana Hashimoto didn't know what she should do next, so she simply asked Kawashima Kid directly. Nai, this is easy, just pretend to go to Jinshui, pretend to get back together with him, say you want to get over it, and then bring him to the warehouse. Kawashima Kid suggested with a lewd face. No man can turn down a wild ride, except when he's not a man. Well, that's a feasible plan, but Jinshui won't necessarily fall for it now that he has Ijima Yuya. Nana Hashimoto wasn't opposed to the plan, but she was a little worried that her opponent wouldn't fall for it. Although Nana Hashimoto was confident in herself, Yui Ijima's face and body were both better than her own, and Jinshui wasn't necessarily willing to eat back the grass. If the other side doesn't fall for it, then execute plan B. Kawashima Kid looked like the mountain man had his own plan, and it directly whetted Hashimoto Neo's appetite. What are you still selling me on, come on, what's plan B? Nana Hashimoto said, disgruntled. Hey, then you can just show the video of us kidnapping Kurosawa Shiren to Marshalian, and if he doesn't come, he'll wait to collect the other guy's corpse. Kawashima Kid said with conviction. This Kurosawa Shiren is not only the head of Jinshui, but she also lives with Jinshui, so she's probably his woman, so he'll definitely come. Alright then, Kawashima Kid, go get ready, I'll go find Jinshui right away. Nana Hashimoto said and left in style. Kawashima Kid looked at the other parties enchanting back and he got excited. It will work this time. Not knowing what came to mind, Kawashima Kid became even more excited, his eyes filled with evil and sinister. He then left the school first and took the lead with his own men to head out to the warehouse in the suburbs to wait for Nana Hashimoto and Jinshui to arrive. Jinshui-juan, come out for a moment, I have something to find you. Inside the classroom, Jinshui, who had some nothing to do, suddenly heard someone calling himself from the doorway. I can't believe it's Nana Hashimoto, this woman, what is she looking for herself for? He looked up and the other person was his ex-girlfriend, Nana Hashimoto. Jinshui-jun, ignore this woman, she's not a good person. Ijima Yuya naturally saw the other party as well, and the hand she grabbed from Jinshui naturally didn't want her boyfriend to cross paths with the other party again. Although she didn't mind how many sisters she had, she instinctively loathed the other woman, Nana Hashimoto, who had once called Jinshui around. It's okay, Yuya, I'll be right there, don't worry. At school, it would be impossible for Jinshui to study, so he was already bored, and seeing Hashimoto Nana come to his he came to have an interest. Just the right thing to pass the boring time. Nana Hashimoto, what is it you came to see me about? Outside the classroom, in the corridor, Jinshui looked at Nana Hashimoto with an expressionless face. Jinshui-jun, I regret it, let's get back together. Nana Hashimoto directly grabbed Jinshui's hand with a pleading look on her face. Compound? You're thinking about eating farts. Jinshui directly shook off the other party's hand, but he had used his celestial eyes to look at Nana Hashimoto. The other party's hatred for him was 80, and his favorability was 0. It was an international joke to find him to get back together. Uhu, Jinshui-kun, I regret it, I was genuinely looking for you to get back together. Nana Hashimoto strikes a pose that makes me look like a beauty in tears. Jinshui-kun, I want to open up. Jinshui was confused, so direct? Nana Hashimoto, you're not crazy?
He looked at the other man with a hellish expression. Jinshui-kun, Nai said it all from the heart, you'll see if you come with me. Nana Hashimoto puts on a look of adoration to show that she means what she says. If Jinshui didn't have heavenly eyes, he would have believed it. Oh? Where to? Seeing the other party say this, Jinshui was also a bit curious. He didn't intend to dismantle the other party, wanting to see what tricks the other party was playing. Going to the countryside, the dish likes excitement. Nana Hashimoto looked embarrassed. Then what are you waiting for, lead the way. Out of his confidence in his own strength, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's trickery, and at this point his curiosity had been piqued by Hashimoto Neo. Jinshui doesn't mind coming up with a trick, cynicism value, how can Jinshui not be too much? Chapter 32, A Good Show. Oh, Jinshui-kun, take it easy, it's still broad daylight. Nana Hashimoto was prodded by Jinshui. Not only did she not get angry, but she also had a petulant look on her face. Outside the corridor, Hashimoto Nana made a show of looking like a man, and inside the classroom Ijima Yuya was naturally looking at it. She especially hated it when she noticed the other students looking like they were watching the show, their eyes switching back and forth between her and Nana Hashimoto. What are you looking at? Study hard. Ijima Yuya chirped directly to her classmates. Looking at Hashimoto Nana's villainous look as she left directly on the arm of Jinshui, she was even more furious. Could it be that Jinshui-kun doesn't like himself anymore and treats himself like this after getting it? Ijima Yuya's heart was chipper, thinking that Jinshui had really eaten back the grass. Yua, don't think too much, this Hashimoto Nana doesn't know what kind of plotting and scheming she's up to, it just so happens to be boring, so I'll simply play along with her, don't worry about it, Jinshui, never eat the grass that comes back to me. Luckily, it didn't take long for her to receive a message from Jinshui, which turned her grief into joy. When Ijima Yuya thought of how mercilessly Jinshui had struck down Hashimoto Nana back then, she became even more convinced of the other party. Jinshui-kun, Yua will not think too much, oh, you do what Yua all support, oh, always love you Yua. Kisses. Kisses. Sitting in Hashimoto Nana's sports car, Jinshui received a message from Ijima Yuya, and would smile heartily. That little ninny, and she said she didn't think much about it. Just now, Ijima Yuya's so pitiful expression, Jinshui naturally saw it with his celestial eyes, which is why he sent a message to the other party to comfort them. Nabiki, where are you taking me? Afterward, Jinshui gathered his expression as he touched the other's thighs, assumed a piggy look, and asked somewhat eagerly. Jinshui-kun, there's no rush, Nai is naturally taking you to a very exciting place. Seeing this, Nana Hashimoto hurriedly pacified the other party, fearing that something would go wrong in the middle and cause the plan to fail. Inside, though, she was very pleased with herself. A little lickspittle, but she's easy for me to handle. Go ahead and touch it now, you'll break your doggy paws later. No, break all 5 limbs. Jinshui naturally does not know what the other party thinks, there is a bargain not to be taken. He began to wander. Jinshui-kun, don't you move, Nai can't even concentrate on driving. Nana Hashimoto saw that her opponent was starting to get the better of her and rushed to stop it. Jinshui-kun, Nai can reach her destination faster by concentrating on driving. Okay. Jinshui felt a little spoiled, simply began to close his eyes and rest. Anyway, how to touch, he felt not enough to enjoy, not much fun. Seeing Jinshui obediently obey, the corners of Hashimoto Nana's mouth rose slightly, revealing a pleased sound. Sure enough, men are all her licking dogs, even Jinshui, not once again fell under her garnet skirt. Without Jinshui messing around, Nana Hashimoto drove faster. The closer she got to her destination, the more obvious that smug look on her face became. Jinshui-kun, we're here. Soon enough, Nana Hashimoto drove her sports car to the door of the abandoned warehouse that was her destination. Nai, wouldn't this place be too desolate? Wouldn't it be good for us to go to a hotel? Jinshui opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding depression. He complained with some dissatisfaction. Don't you think it's more exciting in the wild, Jinshui-kun? Hashimoto Nana no longer paid attention to Jinshui after she finished speaking. She opened the car door herself, got out of the car, and then walked towards the warehouse. She knew that the other side would follow. Noticing the movement coming from behind, the corners of Hashimoto Nana's mouth rose slightly, and she knew that Jinshui had followed her. Jinshui, who was following Nana Hashimoto, said with some dissatisfaction, Nana, where else do we have to go? I think this place is very nice, deserted, so we can let loose and play. Jinshui-kun, don't worry, we'll be there soon. Nana Hashimoto responded so with her mouth, but in her heart, she was secretly happy. I'll let you have a good time later. Marshal Jin, we're here. Isn't this place nice? Nana Hashimoto walked to an empty warehouse and she looked at Jin Shuai with a smile.
It's pretty nice and spacious enough to let loose. Jin Shuai surveyed the surroundings and said, if anything. At this time, Jin Shuai had long since discovered that Kawashima Kid had brought people to ambush the place, and he had also discovered Kurosawa Jiling, who was tied up in 5 different ways. Since Marshal Jinjun likes this place, I'm sure you'll like it as the place where Marshal Jinjun's corpse is buried. Hashimoto Nana immediately changed her face at this moment as she looked at Jin Shuai with spite.
Vegetable, what are you talking about?
Jin Shuai put on a confused expression.
I don't know what you mean by that. Soon you'll know. Nana Hashimoto clapped her hands together and shouted. Kawashima Kid, you can come out now. What? Kawashima Kid?
Jin Shuai's face was horrified as he looked at Nana Hashimoto incredulously.
Nana, why is Kawashima Kid here too? What do you want?
As soon as Jin Shuai's words fell, he saw Kawashima Kid leading a dozen people, walking in, and Kurosawa Jiling was also carried in by them, along with a chair.
Kawashima Kid. What do you want? Hurry up and let Kurosawa go.
Jin Shuai put on a very frightened look as he pointed at the other party, terrified and angry.
Ha ha ha. Jin Shuai, today is the day you die. Kawashima Kid first laughed out loud, then looked at Jin Shuai with a perverted face. But before you die, I'll give you a good look at them being abused. Ha ha ha, it's going to be a feast for the eyes and a happy death. Kawashima Kid looks very sick at this point. Woohoo! Kurosawa Shiren, who was tied to a chair, blinked frantically, signaling Jin Shuai to hurry up and escape. She could die, but she didn't want to be abused in front of Jin Shuai. Kawashima Kid, let us go, or Ijima Yuya will definitely take revenge for me.
Jin Shuai colorfully said.
Oh, when you die, you'll be nothing, and you're still thinking about the other side avenging you? Nana Hashimoto said with a proud look on her face. We Hashimoto Nana aren't vegetarians either, am I still afraid of this Ijima Yuya? Kawashima Fong, hurry up and get them killed, it's an eyesore. Nana Hashimoto said to Kawashima Kid in a commanding manner. Ha ha ha. Kawashima Kid didn't pay any attention to Nana Hashimoto as he laughed like crazy. Kawashima Kid, what are you mad about?
Nana Hashimoto was very displeased and chortled.
Don't do it yet. Nana Hashimoto, my Nana, did you not hear what I just said?
Kawashima Kid wore a psychotic expression, her eyes wide and her expression appalling.
When I say abusing them, this them, naturally, includes you, Nana Hashimoto. Ah ha 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 ha.
Kawashima Kid laughed even more crazily, and the ponies around him were starting to unkindly surround Nana Hashimoto as well.
As for Kurosawa Jiling, they were all tied up and couldn't fly, so naturally no one cared. Kawashima Kid, do you want to hear what you're saying? Are you crazy? Nana Hashimoto colored up, she was scared. Pop. Kawashima Kid sees Nana Hashimoto being controlled by Daddy Kawashima Ume and he goes up top to give his opponent a slap on the ass. Do you really think I'm a gun? Bah!
You're still a girlfriend, you're not even allowed to touch your hand, how do you deserve it?
Woohoo! Kawashima Kid, how dare you hit me, my parents can't even be bothered to hit me. Nana Hashimoto, who was slapped for the first time, actually cried outright. Ha ha ha, beat you? I'm going to get you again.
Don't worry, I'll have someone record it later so you can savor it. Kawashima Kid became more and more frantic as he began to tear at his opponent's clothes.
Kawashima Kid, you will surely not die a good death. Nana Hashimoto was horrified, she never thought that Kawashima Kid would do this to her.
She knew she was finished. At this time compared to Jin Shuai, she hated Kawashima Kid even more.
Ha ha ha, what a show!
Jin Shuai, who had been watching from the side for a while, finally spoke. He felt that this trip had not been in vain.
Chapter 33 Killing the Little Devils. Jin Shuai-kun. Help me. The desperate Hashimoto Nana heard Jin Shuai's voice and it was as if she had grabbed a lifesaver.
She looked at the other woman with a hopeful expression.
Ha ha ha. Nana Hashimoto. You still expect Marshal Yin to save you? Men, go break his limbs.
At this moment, Kawashima Kid was a bit crazy as he instructed his men who were beside him. I'm going to make it worse for him to live and witness this.
Hi!
When Kawashima Feng's men heard their master's order, they directly came over and surrounded Jin Shuai, who was watching from the sidelines.
Kawashima Ume Brew was even the first to make a move. He kicked hard at Jin Shuai's calf, trying to break his opponent's leg. Ah! A scream rang through the warehouse. Ah! Another scream followed. Haha, Nana Hashimoto, see, you still want Marshal Yen to save you?
Kawashima Kid said to Hashimoto Nana with a perverted look on her face as she heard the screams coming from behind her.
Kawashima Kid, do you want to look back? Nana Hashimoto's eyes widened as if she had seen some unbelievable scene. Kawashima Kid turned back with some curiosity as well. You. He pointed his finger at Jin Shuai with some horror. Because at this moment, all of the men he brought with him, except for Kawashima Yui Daddy who was still controlling Hashimoto Nabiki, were lying on the ground, covering their calves and screaming miserably. This scene was unbelievable to Kawashima Kid. Young master, he's a martial artist. Father Kawashima May looked at Jin Shuai with a wary face. He had seen Jin Shuai strike just now. The opponent was too much stronger than himself. Thinking of this, Kawashima Yui Daddy decisively let go of Hashimoto Nana, who was under his control, and flew towards Kurosawa Shiren. Only by controlling Kurosawa Shiren would he and Kawashima Kid have a chance to get out in one piece. At this point he was closer to Kurosawa Shiren. Kawashima Yui Daddy is very confident that he can control Kurosawa Chiling before Jin Shuai reacts. However, Kawashima Yui Daddy thought too much. He was able to come to Kurosawa Shiren's side very quickly, but Jin Shuai's Regulus was even faster. Shoo! A flash of white light. Kawashima Yui Daddy then saw his body running forward in a pose. Good sword. Jin Shuai looked at the blood-dripping Regulus sword in his hand and couldn't help but marvel at it. Just now, naturally, it was him who operated the Regulus sword through the art of the Imperial sword, causing the corpse of Kawashima's Yui Daddy to be separated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Sakura Nation's enemies, rewarded with 5,000 cynicism values. Unsurprisingly, the system's reward prompt came as expected. Jin Shuai looked at the little devils lying on the ground as he waved the Regulus sword in his hand. Bayu. The three innate true chi formed an incomparably sharp sword chi through the enchantment of the Xian Yuan sword and shot out sharply. Immediately, there were three lying on the ground little kids who were chopped by the sword chi and stopped wailing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Sakura Nation's enemies, rewarded with 1,000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Sakura Nation's enemies, rewarded with 1,000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations on seeking help to reward the enemies of Sakura Nation with 1,000 cynicism values. System, how come the rewarded cynicism value is different? How come these three are only awarded 1,000? When Jin Shuai saw that the three rewards in the back were so much worse, he thought that the system was corrupt. Ding! The system is feeling the host's strength in decapitating enemies, providing different cynicism values, absolutely fair and impartial. Receiving the system's explanation, the corners of Jin Shuai's mouth rose as he swung the Regulus sword in his hand once again. This time, there were a total of 7 sword chi. Ding ding ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 7 enemies of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 15,000 cynicism values. Yen Shuai. Why did he feel like the system was more excited than he was? This was the first time that Jin Shuai had killed someone, but the ones he killed were brats, and they were brats who wanted to get themselves killed, so he had no burden in his heart. Puff! Marshal Jin, please, spare me, I know I'm wrong. Bang bang bang! Kawashima Feng people are numb. He very dryly kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, cried bitterly and kowtowed to Jin Shuai to apologize. Oh, Kawashima Kid, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Jin Shuai looked at Kawashima Kid, who had cowed out his head, unmoved as he smiled disdainfully. Bang bang bang! Jin Shuai-kun, I'm willing to recognize you as my master. As long as you release me, I'll listen to you in everything, and from now on, the Kawashima family will only serve you. When Kawashima Feng heard Jin Shuai say this, he cowed out even more vigorously and begged for mercy. Jin Shuai-kun, don't listen to him, the Kawashima family is not yet his turn to be the master of the Kawashima Feng, kill him now. Nana Hashimoto thought she was saved without the shackles of her Kawashima Mi Daddy and would return to her missy demeanor. This lady kicks your ass. She went up and just gave Kawashima Kid a kick. Marshal Jin, it's this Nana Hashimoto, this vicious woman who tried to get you killed. These were all her plans, and the kidnapping of Kurosawa Shirai was also her idea. I was merely used as a gun by her. After Kawashima Kid was kicked to the ground, he looked at Hashimoto Nabiki spitefully for a moment before he eagerly said to Jin Shuai. It's all because of this woman, how dare she fall into the well, she's dead herself, and you, Hashimoto Nana, will be buried with me. Kawashima Kid thought hatefully. Shinshui-kun, it's all because of this Kawashima Kid, he instigated me to do this, he's the one who's the worst, hurry up and kill him. When Nana Hashimoto saw Kawashima Kid say that, she was both shocked and scared, afraid of being implicated by the other party again, and even more so, she didn't want him to die right away. Shinshui-kun, I was bewitched by a ghost, please forgive me. She stepped forward and tried to wrap her arms around Shinshui, she was confident that she could hold her opponent again. Pop. Shinshui naturally wouldn't give this woman an arm around himself, much less eat this, he backhanded the other party and slapped her to the ground. Shinshui-jun, you even hit me, Hashimoto Nana was blindsided by Shinshui's slap, she was a bit incredulous, she didn't expect that Shinshui wouldn't eat this anymore, but even cried again. Oh, Nana Hashimoto, are you taking yourself too seriously? Shinshui ignored the crying Nana Hashimoto as he carried the Regulus sword and slowly walked towards Kawashima Kid. With every step Shinshui took, Kawashima Fong felt that death was one step closer to him. At this moment, Shinshui was the god of death in Kawashima Feng's eyes. Kawashima Kid, do you have any last words? Shinshui walked up to Kawashima Fong and put the Regulus sword in his hand to his neck. Villains died from talking too much, and he didn't mind the other guy talking more at this point. Ha ha ha, become a king. He was also aware that he was dead at this time, so he looked away. Marshal Jin, I have nothing to say, with so many people accompanying me on this trip, I, Kawashima Kid, am not alone, especially with this Hashimoto Nana accompanying me to the grave, great joy. After Kawashima Fong said that, he stared at Shinshui dead in the face, as if he wanted to memorize Shinshui. Faced with Kawashima Fong who saw death as a way out, Shinshui naturally had no more thoughts of toying with the other party. He gently slid the regulator in his hand, and Kawashima Kid's head fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Sakura Nation's enemies, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Chapter 34 Nana Hashimoto begs for mercy. Not bad, I didn't expect to reap the rewards of coming here today on a whim with this woman, Nana Hashimoto. Shinshui was in a very good mood, coming to this suburban warehouse, before and after 21,000 cynical value into the account. Ah! Kawashima Kid's head went straight to Hashimoto Nana's feet, and she was terrified as she looked at Kawashima Kid's straight eyes. Shinshui-jun, please, don't kill me. Hashimoto Nana rolled and crawled, coming to Shinshui's feet, directly hugging Shinshui's thighs and begging for mercy. At this time she was truly afraid that Shinshui would kill her, just now Shinshui's murderous appearance had left an indelible impression on her. It's horrible. Hashimoto Nana, are you overthinking this? You've been looking for trouble from me 3 times, and today you even tricked me into coming here to try to plot against me, do you think I'll let you off? Shinshui raised the Regulus sword in his hand and was ready to finish off Nana Hashimoto. Because he had used his heaven's eye to check it out, the other party's hatred for him, instead of decreasing, had increased to 100. It's a case of do or die. Don't look at this moment, Hashimoto Nana looks like she's in a panic, up to now she's still thinking that when she goes back, she'll definitely use her family's power to get Shinshui killed at all costs. The shadow that Shinshui had cast on her was too great. Marshal Jin, please, don't kill me, I'm willing to be your woman. In the fear of death, Nana Hashimoto actually started pulling at her clothes. After 3 clicks, she began to take the initiative to stick to Shinshui. In Shinshui's eyes, the other party was giving him points. Since Hashimoto Nana had thought about it, Shinshui was naturally willing to help, and he wasn't a hypocrite, so he naturally wouldn't reject the cynical value that was delivered to his door. This scene left Kurosawa Shiren speechless, the master was so put out, wasn't he? The neighborhood is full of dead people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the women of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Marshal Jin, I'm your woman now, you have to treat me well from now on. Hashimoto Nana thought she had gotten her way, and somewhat whimsically said to Shinshui. Treat you well? Shinshui felt that the other party was a bit naive, and just now he was purely being helpful. Nana Hashimoto, I didn't promise not to kill you. Ah! Shinshui, you're not human, you're the devil. Nana Hashimoto was about to go crazy, she didn't expect that after all this, after she had handed herself over to the other party, he was still planning to kill herself. Hit the road, Nana Hashimoto, and in your next life, be a good person. Shinshui took out the Regulus sword from his spatial ring and prepared to send the other party on their way. Puff! Marshal Jin, don't kill me, I'm willing to recognize you as my master and be your slave, don't kill me. Hashimoto Nana was at her wit's end at this point, so she could only kneel down and beg for mercy, frantically kowtowing to Shinshui. with a snotty nose and a tearful face. No better than Kawashima-Kid just now. Nana Hashimoto, it's not impossible for you to ask me to spare you. Eat this. Jin Shui spread out his palm with a small silkworm-like worm on it. This was the subcompulsion that he had just forced out of himself with his true chi. As long as Hashimoto Nana ate the subcompulsion, from now on life and death would be under his control. Jin Shui wouldn't mind releasing Hashimoto Nana. Hashimoto Nana hadn't treated the original owner as a licking dog in the past, but now he didn't mind treating Hashimoto Nana as a slave, and it was also a way of giving the original owner a bad taste in his mouth. This. What is this? Nana Hashimoto glanced at the small bug in Jin Shui's hand, and she instinctively felt disgusted, let alone allowing herself to eat it. I'm not eating. She shook her head frantically in resistance. Eat or die. Jin Shui wouldn't have any pity or compassion. He never forgave anyone who tried to put him to death. Don't kill me. I eat. Seeing that Jin Shui was about to raise his sword, under the threat of death, Hashimoto 999 grabbed the Z-compass in Jin Shui's hand and ate it in one bite. Marshal Jin, I've already eaten, can you let me go? Nana Hashimoto looked up and looked at Jin Shui with a pleasing face. Nana Hashimoto, if you had known, why did you do it? Jin Shui was a little emotional. If Hashimoto Nana hadn't been so condescending and normal to Jin Shui, maybe she would even be treated the way Ijima Yuya was now. She can only blame herself for being too much. Jin Shui, naturally won't go back on my word, but Nana Hashimoto, let me tell you, the little worm you ate just now is a subcompass in the subcompass. In the future, if I want you to live, you will live, if I want you to die, you will die, and it is not impossible to die a life that is worse than death. Afterwards, Jin Shui used the mother compulsion to control the daughter compulsion, which then began to frantically devour Nana Hashimoto's flesh and blood. Master, please. Stop it now. Nana Hashimoto instantly collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically, as if she was worse than dead, as she struggled to open her mouth to beg for mercy. After giving the other party a little warning, Jin Shui stopped. You're on your own. Jin Shui no longer paid attention to the hijacked and panting Nana Hashimoto. Kurosawa, let's go back. Jin Shui walked in front of Kurosawa Jiling, waved his regular sword, and in one fell swoop, he chopped off all the ropes that bound his opponent. Woohoo! After Kurosawa Jiling released her restraints, she directly jumped into Jin Shui's arms and cried bitterly. Master, Kurosawa thought he'd never see you again. Shiren Kurosawa has been robbed of a great deal of joy. Well, it's all right now, it's all over. Jin Shui patted the other party's back and soothed him. Kurosawa knows. Kurosawa Shiren, who had slowed down a bit, looked at the field of corpses, and she said with a bit of a frown, Master, will these be trouble? She pointed at the bodies of Kawashima-Kid and the others with a worried look. She, Kurosawa Shiren, was just an ordinary woman, and when she was kidnapped, the first thing that came to her mind was for the sheriff's department to come to her rescue. She had only heard about the energy of the Sakura country's lineage and didn't know much about it. That's a good one, watch me. Jin Shui took out a small bottle from his spatial ring, which was filled with corpse-transforming water. After he arrived at a drop of corpse water on each corpse, those corpses began to melt with the naked eye and eventually turned into liquid, which then quickly evaporated like alcohol. There's not a trace left. This. Kurosawa Shiren was stunned by the amazing scene, but she didn't ask much. She was very measured what she could know, her master would say to her, and what she shouldn't know, she couldn't ask. Although Nana Hashimoto was a young lady from a big family, it was also the first time she had seen such a thing as corpse-transforming water, and she almost exclaimed in shock. However, she was very sensible and covered her mouth, not allowing herself to scream out, or else she would wait for Jin Shui to say how he might want to torture her again. Facing Jin Shui, she was truly afraid. Okay, let's go back. After Jin Shui finished all this, he wrapped his arm around Kurosawa Jiling and left without looking back. As for Nana Hashimoto, he didn't bother. Chapter 35 The Faith of Shiren Kurosawa. This demon, finally gone. Nana Hashimoto's eyes were filled with the joy of the aftermath. Today's experience was too magical and horrifying for this everyone's daughter who grew up in a honeypot. She picked up the somewhat tattered clothes on the ground, and didn't mind them, she just put them on. Marshal Jin, I, Nana Hashimoto, swear to the heavens that I will make you beg for your life and death. Seeing Nana Hashimoto, who had organized herself a bit, she gritted her teeth. How could she not expect that she originally came here to torment Jin Shui, but she ended up losing her body here,
and she also ate the worms that made life worse than death.
Vom! A wave of dry heaves washed over her at the thought.
Not only that, but she was picking at her throat like crazy trying to get the bugs out.
But it was all in vain. If it was possible to get the subcompulsion out so easily, wouldn't Shui have let the tiger return to the mountain? Yeah, go home, find your own mom, she'll have something.
After realizing that she was doing nothing, Nana Hashimoto thought of her omnipotent mother in her eyes, and she brightened up.
Ouch! It hurts.
Nana Hashimoto tries to run up, but he knows a little too hard and pulls the wound.
This damn Yen Shui.
Thinking that this was all caused by Jin Shui, she hated Jin Shuajuan even more. There was no way around it. The pain of pulling on the wound made Nana Hashimoto's face turn white with pain, so she could only limp, trembling, toward the outside. Luckily, the car she'd driven herself to was still there, which pleased her somewhat.
Marshal Jin, you will definitely regret what you did today. Nana Hashimoto, who was in the driver's seat, started the sports car and sped off. Nana Hashimoto felt liberated and the sky was the limit.
As for Jin Shui, he didn't have Nana Hashimoto's sports car, much less Kawashima Kids in their cars. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want it to come to him either.
So, he called the first Sakura Nation employee who was loyal to him, Fujiwara Takumi. Snort! Just 10 minutes out, a white Toyota AE86, a tailing stopped in front of Jin Shui and Kurosawa Chiliang. That's a distance of 50 kilometers. Master, please get in.
Fujiwara Takumi quickly got out of the car, then opened the back seat and bowed to Jin Shui and the others.
Not bad, Takumi, you're getting faster.
Jin Shui was very satisfied with the other party's speed. Just now when Hashimoto Nana brought him here, it took about an hour. Fujiwara Takumi, true to his reputation as a fighter among veteran drivers, took about 10 minutes to get here, and the speed of going back was not slow at all.
In just under 15 minutes, the AE86 was parked in Jin Shui's villa.
Jin Shui also had to feel that his opponent was really fast and steady. Although the other party drifted in all sorts of ways, even though Jin Shui was sitting in the back row, he didn't feel half as uncomfortable. With this effect, Jin Shui was ashamed of himself.
Kurosawa, give Takumi an extra 10,000 bonus this month.
For those who perform well, Jin Shui is not stingy at all.
Yes, master. Kurosawa nodded, making a note of it. Master, you're back.
As soon as Jin Shui entered the door, Bodo, who had come home from school long ago, swooped in and directly hung onto him like a wombat.
Master.
Nadi, who was a bit more reserved, also flew to the side of Jin Shui and greeted him nicely.
Good boy.
Jin Shui touched Nadi's hair and praised the other.
Master, what about me? What about me?
Bodo, who was hanging onto Jin Shui's body, saw that Jin Shui complimented his sister, but instead he did not, and she muttered a bit like she was jealous.
Boondocks, you've been good too, but haven't you put on weight?
Jin Shui weighed the other party and felt that the other party had become a little heavier again.
Not at all.
Naturally, Bodo didn't comply. She quietly whispered in Jin Shui's ear with a hot breath, "It's Bodo who's developing again.
It's all because of the master."
She honestly said that lately, Jin Shui was not helping her and her sister with massages.
Yes.
Jin Shui was a bit unconvinced.
Bodo, let the master check to see if you're lying. Not at all.
Bodo was a little mouthy, but his behavior was very well behaved.
Kurosawa Shiren, on the other hand, was happily watching Jin Shui examine the twins' bodies. Not a hint of jealousy.
After the experience of being kidnapped today, she thought how cozy and wonderful this moment was.
Ding!
Congratulations belonging to obtaining the faith of the women of the Sakura Nation, rewarded with 10,000 cynicism values.
What's going on here, system?
Jin Shui asked the system with some surprise. This was the first time he had scored 10,000 cynicism value in a single entry.
Kurosawa Shiren's favorability towards the host exceeds the upper limit of 100, faith host. So it is.
After Jin Shui received a reply from the system, Jin Shui understood what was going on.
Shiren Kurosawa. Age, 26. Face value, 96. Completeness, 99 healthy. Good sense? Skills, ventriloquism proficiency. Comprehensive strength, 1 against 10.
How come the favorability has turned into a question mark? Is this the upper limit for breaking through 100? Jin Shui used his heavenly eyes to check out Kurosawa Shirei, and he found in this unusual situation. Moreover, he noticed that the other party's face had improved a little. Not only that,
Jinshui likewise used his heaven's eye to check out the twin sisters and found that their face value had also increased, reaching 95. Could it be the reason they all cultivated the Sentinel Heart Sutra? Jinshui guessed in his heart, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Here, Kurosawa, and Bodo and Nadi, one of you give me a kiss. Jinshui had a big harvest today, and he checked that he now had a total of 69,800 cynicism value. Kurosawa and the girls were of course very happy to offer their own kisses, which they all took as a sign of favor from Jinshui. Toon-chan, give me silver 10 straight draws. After stacking the buffs, Jinshui began to arrogantly scream at his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pairs of stockings. Ding! Congratulations to the host on winning a Lamborghini. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 tons of gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pairs of stockings. What's going on? There's not even a single boutique. Although the value of the things drawn definitely exceeded 1,000 cynicism value, to the current Jinshui, they were all chicken ribs. He's not bad. System, give me another gold draw. Jinshui is a little out of his depth and he's going for a big one. It's not that Jinshui doesn't want to have a golden 10 straight draw, but he can't afford it, and he still wants to save up to 100,000 and let the system practice the 4th level of the Imperial Woman's Heart Sutra in one click. Strength is everything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scapegoat doll. Scapegoat doll. Jinshui got excited. He knew the function of this scapegoat doll. After dropping blood and recognizing the owner, as long as the owner died, the scapegoat doll could resurrect the owner once. It was a counterintuitive prop that could give him an extra life. On the other side, the ragged Nana Hashimoto returned home, and she ran crying to a peachy noblewoman. This noblewoman looked very similar to Nana Hashimoto between her eyebrows, except that she looked more flavorful and more plump and beautiful. Chapter 36, She Wants to Eat Jinshui Alive. Mom! Woohoo! Hashimoto Manor, a building full of the characteristics of the cherry blossom country. As soon as Nana Hashimoto returned home, she went straight to her mother's place. Nana, what's wrong with you? A mature woman with an outstanding figure who looked to be around 30 years old, when she saw Nana Hashimoto, who was dressed in rags and staggering in, she hurriedly went forward to embrace the other party and asked with a concerned face. Mom, you have to avenge cauliflower. Nai was insulted. Woohoo! Nana Hashimoto lay in her own mother's arms, as if she had found a support, and at that moment she felt safer than ever. What? Vegetable, you've been insulted? The mature woman looked shocked and angry. Chopper, tell mommy what's going on. The mature woman who first calmed down her daughter, and when she saw that Nana Hashimoto had stabilized, she opened her mouth to ask. Mom, it's like this, today Kawashima Maple designed it and asked me to. In the end, Kai was then insulted by that Jinshui, and he even forced Kai to eat the hateful little worm, saying that it was a compulsion that could make Kai's life worse than death. It was horrible. Woohoo! Nana Hashimoto poured out the day's experience to her own mother. When talking about being insulted by Jinshui and being eaten under the subcompulsion, Hashimoto Nana couldn't help but cry again when talking about her painful experience. Outrageous! How dare someone touch my Toyotomi Taiji's daughter? After listening to Nana Hashimoto's confidences, Toyotomi Taiji finally understood what was going on. Don't worry about it, Nabiki. This Jinshui, mom must make him beg for his life and die. Nana Hashimoto was the heart of Taiji Toyotomi, and after giving birth to Nana Hashimoto, she was unable to bear children, so she only had this one daughter. Usually it is even more spoiled to heaven, containing in the mouth are afraid of melting, not to mention scolding. Toyotomi Taiji, originally the eldest lady of the Toyotomi family, married Nana Hashimoto's father, so to speak, and so there is only one mistress in the Hashimoto estate, Toyotomi Taiji. On the surface, the Hashimoto family only has one daughter, Nana Hashimoto, and Toyotomi Taiji is too lazy to care if her husband, Moko Hashimoto, has any illegitimate children. Mom, Nabiki trusts you and will definitely avenge Nabiki's death. Nana Hashimoto gritted her teeth. Shio. You come in. Toyotomi Taiji suddenly shouted at the door. Miss, Shio is here. A housekeeper-like woman, who looked to be about the same age as Toyotomi Taiji, walked in the doorway and bowed slightly. Toyotomi Shio, Toyotomi Taiji's cousin and her companion maid. You go and take care of all of Nabiki's bodyguards. Toyotomi Taiji commanded with an expressionless face. With one word, she set life and death for Nana Hashimoto's bodyguard. Shio understands. Toyotomi nodded and retreated. In Toyotomi Taiji's opinion, these bodyguards failed to protect their daughter and must pay the price. That's death. This Toyotomi Taiji, she's still vicious. What mother and daughter Hashimoto Nana didn't know was that all of their conversations just now, including the scene where Toyotomi Taiji bestowed death on her bodyguard, were all seen by Shunshui with his heavenly eyes. Heavens, I could not only see, but also hear their conversations, just like God's perspective. Humph. I didn't realize that this woman, Nana Hashimoto, was unrepentant. Shunshui was a bit annoyed. This woman really didn't know the size of the king anymore. He couldn't help but control the subcompulsion in Hashimoto Nana's body through the mother compulsion again. Ah! Inside the Hashimoto manor, Nana Hashimoto, who had already calmed down, suddenly covered her chest and rolled in place, screaming miserably. It was the subcompulsion inside her, gnawing at her heart. Mom, kill the chard, kill the chard. The pain that eats away at your heart makes Nana Hashimoto want to end it with her death. This also made her hate Shunshui even more, and at the same time, she was even more afraid of the other party. Vegetables. What's wrong with you, Nana? Toyotomi Taiji saw her daughter suddenly rolling in place, screaming in agony and bent on death. This left her somewhat at a loss for words, and she could only go up in a panic and hold her own daughter tightly in her own arms, wishing that she could suffer in her daughter's place. Well, it didn't take long for Nana Hashimoto to stop struggling. Mommy, it's the bugs that are doing it. Hashimoto Nana, who was lying in Toyotomi Taiji's arms, at this moment, she was pale and sweating profusely, with a weak look on her face. Bugs? Is that the compulsion? Seeing that her daughter was fine for the time being, the calmer Toyotomi Taiji, utilizing her true chi, took Hashimoto Nana's pulse to check her daughter's physical state. Strange, everything is fine. After checking it out, Toyotomi Taiji realizes that her daughter is not abnormal. Mom, it can't be, that damn bug, the dish ate it herself. It must have been Shunshui who manipulated the bugs just now. I want him to die, Mom, I want him to die. Nana Hashimoto screamed at Toyotomi Taiji at the top of her lungs. Nobiki, Mommy will, but right now it's imperative that we solve the bug problem inside you. Toyotomi Taiji naturally spoke of her daughter, but revenge was no more important than restoring her health at this time. Nai, don't worry, nowadays, the medical level is so advanced, we can definitely help you get rid of the parasites in your body. Mommy's taking you to the hospital right now. With that, Toyotomi Taiji picked up Hashimoto Nana and prepared to go to the best hospital in Tokyo to have her daughter's health checked. Soon, Toyotomi Taiji took Hashimoto Nana to the best hospital in Tokyo. Due to Nana Hashimoto's special status, as soon as they arrived at the hospital, there was a large group of top-notch doctors waiting at the entrance early on. Mrs. Hashimoto, don't worry, we will cure your daughter. The doctor, who was at the head of the group, assured Toyotomi Taiji very confidently. In her place, not to mention the Hashimoto Nana who was still a living, breathing person at this time, even if one foot is in the Hall of Hades, she forgets the river cooler can cure the other party. Then please Dr. Oblivion. Hearing that Oblivion Cooler was so confident, Toyotomi Taiji let her heart drop a little, and she gave her opponent a 90-degree bow to show her appreciation. Mrs. Hashimoto, this cannot be allowed. Forgotten River coolly hurriedly stepped forward to support the other party. She didn't dare to bear the other party's curtsy. Mrs. Hashimoto, there's no time to lose, let's go check Nana-san's health first. Dr. Oblivion is right, please take care of it. It was about her precious daughter, and Toyotomi Taiji couldn't help but once again instruct the other party. Shio, go and check Shunshui's information for me, I want to know whatever underwear he's wearing today. Watching Nana Hashimoto being pushed into the operating room by a group of doctors, Toyotomi Taiji's face was grim as she instructed Toyotomi Hideyoshi next to her. Hi. Miss, Shio is on it. Next to him, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, after giving Toyotomi Taiji a bow, he quickly left. Humph, this Shunshui, how dare he hurt my Kai, I'll eat you alive. Toyotomi Taiji said hatefully. Unfortunately, she would not have been able to foresee it, or she would have found that she had really done it and swallowed Shunshui alive. Chapter 37, Mom's doing it herself, he won't make it through the night. How? Oblivion Cooler looked at the CT in her hand, she couldn't believe it. This bug, it's actually inside the blood in the inner chambers of the heart. She had originally thought that the bugs Toyotomi Taiji was talking about were ordinary parasites or something like that. With a simple surgical procedure, the parasite can be removed. I didn't realize it was in the fact that this worm was actually inside the heart. That's not good. I should have known better than to give each other assurances on faith. Director Oblivion, what do we do now? Forgetful Cooler's assistant also found this tricky problem, and she asked with a frown. Oblivion Cooler didn't have the same confident expression she had just given to Toyotomi Taiji, and she was a bit torn. The bug was in the blood in the inner chambers of the heart, and the heart is not some other organ that you can just open up. It's possible that if you make a cut, the bugs won't be found, and Nana Hashimoto will be the first to go. Try an MRI and see if you can just shock this bug to death or drive it elsewhere. She thought for a moment and said to her assistant. After all, it was all she'd come up with on short notice, and while she didn't know if it would work or not, it could be tried. After all, this won't directly hurt Nana Hashimoto. It would be best if you could just kill the bugs, or drive them from inside the heart to somewhere else and perform the surgery. Okay. Director Oblivion, I'll go get ready. The assistant sniffed and immediately went to prepare the instruments. A group of doctors started to get busy under the guidance of Forgetful Coolie. Soon, everything was ready. Flip the switch. Forgetful Coolie ordered directly. Director, there's no response, the bug is still inside the heart and alive. After a while, the assistant gave feedback to Forgetful Cooler. It's kind of hard to get. Forgetful Coolie frowned as she came over to the operating table and looked at Nana Hashimoto. Nana Hashimoto is in good condition at the moment, nothing out of the ordinary. Ms. Hashimoto, I will gradually increase the horsepower later, the process will be painful, please bear with me. Forget Cooler said to Nana Hashimoto, who was lying on the operating table. There's no problem, I'll endure it, as long as I can kill the bugs, I can endure any pain. Nana Hashimoto exchanged a glance with Coolie Forgotten, and she nodded with a firm gaze. After experiencing the heart-eating pain of the subcompass, Nana Hashimoto was confident in facing the pain that Kuko Oblivion was talking about. Great! Forgetting Kuko's reply to Hashimoto Nabiki, she threw the other woman an appreciative look. She didn't expect a young lady of $1,000 to be so determined. Begin! Increase 30% first. Oblivion Cooler ordered to his sidekick. Executed. The assistant immediately began to operate and gave back feedback to the Forgetful Coolie. The bugs still haven't moved, still maintaining their vital characteristics. Raise it to 50%. Oblivion Cooler continued to order. Still no change. The assistant quickly passed on the feedback. Add it to 80%. Seeing that Naira didn't even react at all when she added it to 50%, Forgetful Coolie directly ordered that it be added to 80% in one breath. It still doesn't work. However, Forgetful Coolie soon received feedback from her assistant, which caused her a bit of a headache. Adding up to 80% is already the limit, and any further increase may cause irreversible damage to the body's organs. Forgetting Kuko, she saw that Nana Hashimoto was only gritting her teeth at this point, and was still able to withstand the pain she was currently experiencing. Add it to 100%. For the sake of her reputation in the world, she decided to take a chance. This. The assistant was a little hesitant. As a medical professional, she knew what could happen if she did this. What? What's your problem? Seeing that her assistant was a bit hesitant to do what she was told the first time, Forgetful Coolie questioned in a somewhat hard tone. Nope. No. Subordinate to execute at once. Seeing that his leader was angry, the aide responded in a loud voice. It wasn't her own body anyway, so she didn't care and just cranked up the horsepower to the max. Quick! Hurry! Stop! The assistant had just cranked up the horsepower to maximum when Nana Hashimoto on the operating table struggled wildly and cried out with her heart torn out. The unlucky Nana Hashimoto, this time the sub-companion was not under Jin Shuai's control, and was stimulated to run amok within the heart, and also gnawed at the heart's flesh and blood. Apparently, instead of killing the sub-companion, the fire-powered instrument had enraged it. What the hell? Oblivion Cooler was taken aback by Hashimoto Nabiki's fierce reaction. Quick! Turn off the machine. Reacting, Forgetful Cooler yelled directly at his assistant. Master, just now my subordinate has already turned it off for the first time. The assistant replied somewhat breathlessly, while she despised the other party a bit in her heart. Just this? And the chief doctor? Luckily, it didn't take long for Nana Hashimoto to stop struggling, as the subcompulsion settled down without the stimulation of the instrument. Did you notice anything going on just now? Oblivion Cooler asked to his assistant. I think I saw worms moving, clinging to the inner walls of the heart, seemingly tearing at the flesh and blood on the heart. The assistant said with some hesitation. After all, the bugs were so small she wasn't quite sure. It's a bug, it just did it again. Naturally, Nana Hashimoto heard their conversation, and she said with a pale face, "This bug is surprisingly fierce." Hearing what Nana Hashimoto had said to her assistant, Cooler Oblivion got a little bit of a headache. Give Nana Hashimoto a new heart? Not to mention whether Toyotomi Taiji can agree. Even if she agrees to change, if there is an accident, it is expected that she will be buried with her. And, who's to say that this ferocious worm obediently stays still inside the heart? She was at her wit's end. A lifetime of fame compared to his own life, forgetful Cooley naturally knew how to choose. She left the operating room and came to Toyotomi Taiji. "Mrs. Hashimoto, there's nothing Oblivion can do, so please find another job." She gave Toyotomi Taiji a guilty bow. Humph. Rubbish. Pop. Toyotomi Taiji gets the unwanted result as she slaps her opponent hard and directly to the ground. As the top surgeon in Tokyo, instead of being angry, she was inwardly relieved that the matter was no longer her business. Nana Hashimoto, dead or alive, it's none of her business anymore. Nana, let's go home, mommy will think of something. Toyotomi Taiji came next to Hashimoto Nana and said in a very distressed manner. Mom, go kill Jin Shuai, kill him, no one to manipulate the bugs, maybe Choi Choi will be okay. Nana Hashimoto gritted her teeth as she once again experienced the pain that was eating away at her heart. Vegetable, let's go home first. When Toyotomi Taiji heard her daughter's words, she brightened up. Perhaps this was a good idea. She patted her chest and assured her daughter. Nai, don't worry, the Shin Shuai, mom herself, he won't live through tonight. Chapter 38, The darkness of the night is a good time to do bad things. Miss, Yin Shuai's information has been checked. It was night, and inside the Hashimoto manor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi owed a slight bow and presented a document with both hands. Shio, hard work, good job. Toyotomi Taiji nodded in satisfaction as she accepted the documents the other party offered with both hands with one hand. Mrs. Too Kind, this is all Shio's part. Toyotomi Hideyoshi gave his lady a bow, showing that he was somewhat flattered. How come it's so different from what Vegetable said? Toyotomi Taiji looked at Jin Shuai's personal information in her hand, not to mention what Jin Shuai wore today, even Jin Shuai's father, and how Jin Shuai's grandfather came from the Dragon Kingdom to the Sakura Kingdom. There were detailed records. According to the information shown on the data, Jin Shuai was just an ordinary little tycoon who had inherited the 308 custom stores left behind by his father, and could be said to be completely an ordinary person. Could it be that there are still tall people behind this martial Jin? Toyotomi Taiji naturally believed what her daughter, Hashimoto Nana, said. After all, there's that damn bug on his own daughter right now. However, no matter who is behind you, Jin Shuai, you must die tonight. Toyotomi Taiji didn't give a damn if she wanted to avenge her daughter. What's more, the other party is only an 18-year-old now, how powerful can he be? She, Toyotomi Taiji, was a martial arts genius in her own right, and now that she was a martial artist at the early stage of the realm of transformation, she naturally had the confidence to take down Jin Shuai. Casually throwing the information in her hand into the trash, Toyotomi Taiji then went to Hashimoto Nana's room, intending to check on her daughter. Don't you come over here. Aha! You demon! As soon as she entered, Toyotomi Taiji heard her daughter crying out, her hands grasping wildly. Apparently, Nana Hashimoto was having a nightmare. Nai, don't be afraid, mommy's here. She rushed over to her own daughter and grabbed Nana Hashimoto's hand with a heartbroken expression. Perhaps feeling the warmth of her mother, Nana Hashimoto surprisingly gradually calmed down and slept peacefully. Nai, don't worry, mommy is going to help you avenge your death. Toyotomi Taiji's determination to kill Jin Shuai at this time had never been stronger. She gingerly left Nana Hashimoto's room and went to her practice room. Skillfully, he changed into a black budo suit and put on a black mask. It's been a long time since you've seen blood, old friend, so I'm counting on you tonight. Toyotomi Taiji picked up a Sakura Guk katana on the weapon rack with a cherished look on her face. In the middle of the night, when it's dark and windy, it's a good time to do bad things. With the information gathered by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Toyotomi Taiji easily touched inside Yin Shuai's villa. On the third floor, Jin Shuai was sleeping soundly in his bedroom at the moment. The reason why he didn't show up at Kurosawa Shiriai's room today was that Jin Shuai had already had his fill of Hashimoto Nana today. Plus, he had little interest in seeking out his opponent tonight, considering that Kurosawa Shirai might not be in much of a state after today's scare. At this moment, Toyotomi Taiji was in the courtyard, surveying the villa, and after determining the direction, her agile hands easily climbed to the third floor. Ka-ching! She easily used the katana in her hand to pry open the window of Jinshuai's bedroom floor. After opening the window, she lightly jumped inside the bedroom. At this time, even though it was the middle of the night and the bedroom was not lit, Toyotomi Taiji, who had excellent eyesight, could clearly see Jinshuai, who was lying on the tatami mat and sleeping, by virtue of the moonlight. With her katana in hand, she approached the tatami mat where Jinshuai was, step by step. Die, you demon! To see that the distance was enough, Toyotomi Taiji swung the katana in her hand with some excitement and slashed heavily at Jinshuai's neck. She was confident that this knife could separate Jinshuai's corpse. Clank! There was no one-shot, one-size-fits-all as Toyotomi Taiji had imagined. To her surprise, at that moment she realized that the katana in her hand cut like steel, shocking her arm. Who are you? With only 2 fingers, Jinshuai easily clamped down on his opponent's katana as he casually turned on the bedroom light and looked at the heavily armed woman in front of him. It turned out that Toyotomi Taiji had made a subtle movement when she pried open the window, which had long since awakened the sensitive Jinshuai. He was just pretending to be asleep. And he also used his heavenly eye to check Toyotomi Taiji's information in the first place. Toyotomi Taiji. Age, 38. Hatred level, 100. Face value, 94. Completeness, 99 healthy. Skill, Sakurakuni Ichiban Ryu Perfection. Comprehensive strength, early Huanjing stage. Jinshuai realized that he really didn't recognize this woman who was pulling all the strings of hatred against him. That's why he decided to observe it in secret. As a result, the other party directly touched the side of his tatami mat and directly tried to hack him to death, so he naturally had no way to continue pretending to be asleep. Humph. Toyotomi Taiji pulled hard on the katana in her hand, trying to break free, but she found that she couldn't, which made her blush slightly. She was taken aback in her mind. Gullible, the opponent is an expert. Toyotomi Taiji, who had no way to draw back her katana, with the advantage of standing at the moment, she directly kicked hard at Jinshuai. Jinshuai was already an expert in the innate realm, not to mention that he had taken the gene liquid. His reaction was even more agile. Even though he was in a lying position at the moment, he easily caught it with his other hand in the face of Toyotomi Taiji's kick that was so fast that it shook the air. The 2 men then just stood there in a stalemate. Puff! At this moment, Toyotomi Taiji, who was holding the sword with both hands and one foot was grabbed by Jinshuai, was brought down on the tatami mat by Jinshuai's slight force. Seeing this, Jinshuai directly rolled over and pinned Toyotomi Taiji. His hand clamped around the katana then quickly turned into a grip on the ground. Bam! With a little force, he snatched the katana, and even more casually tossed it aside. At this point, when Jinshuai saw that the other party was no longer a threat, he used his hand to rip off the mask that Toyotomi Taiji had used to camouflage herself. Who are you? Jinshuai looked at Toyotomi Taiji's somewhat seductive young woman's face in front of him. He felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar, but he swore that he really didn't have any interaction with the other party in reality. Why did you come to kill me? Jinshuai was a bit annoyed. It was the middle of the night. Don't think that just because you are attractive, you can come and harass him. Humph. You devil, hurting my daughter. I, Toyotomi Taiji, vow not to be human until I kill you. When Toyotomi Taiji saw that her opponent was a bit distracted, she suddenly exerted her strength, trying to break free from Jinshuai's hold. However, in the face of absolute strength, her struggles seemed somewhat powerless. There was no way for her to break free, much less counter Jinshuai. I can't believe it's you. Jinshuai also reacted at this time, when he used his heavenly eyes to observe Hashimoto Nana today. Wasn't this woman her mother, Toyotomi Taiji? No wonder it's so familiar, so you're Nana Hashimoto's mom. Chapter 39, Knowing the Master. The Toyotomi Taiji, who was being suppressed a bit hard, breathed a bit unsteadily, and she grunted coldly. Marshal-jin, I have nothing to say, kill or be killed as you wish. Toyotomi Taiji looked at her enemy who was close at hand, and she stared at Jinshuai with an unyielding death glare. In his heart, he even hated himself for not having the ability to do so. He had originally come to assassinate Marshal-jin, but in the end, he had been countered. You woman, you don't know any better. Jinshuai looked at the young woman in front of him who looked like she wanted to eat herself alive. He said with some annoyance. Your daughter, Nana Hashimoto, she was the one who tried to harm me first. Not only did I not kill her, but I even let her go regardless of my previous suspicions, and you as a mother are not thankful even if it's not enough, but you're still thinking of coming to assassinate me. Humph. Toyotomi Taiji was furious when she saw that Shunshui had harmed her daughter and still looked justified. You beast, not only did you insult my Nai, but you even gave her worms, making my poor Nai's life worse than death. I can't wait to bruise your bones. As a mother who loved her daughter, she didn't care what the reason was. In short, it was Shunshui who had harmed her daughter Nai. Marshal Jin, let go of me if you can and fight to the death. Toyotomi Taiji had no way to move, so she could only grit her teeth. Put. Shunshui found Toyotomi Taiji's words somewhat amusing. Having become a fish on the chopping board, he still wanted to use aggressive methods. Let go of you? And then have you kill me? He looked at Toyotomi Taiji with a derisive expression. Humph. Kill or be killed, as you wish. Toyotomi Taiji sensed Shunshui's unsuspecting gaze, and she said something bad in her heart. She didn't want to be insulted before she died, and only wanted Shunshui to kill herself quickly. Kill you? Shunshui coldly laughed. For the hatred degree in front of him to pull full Sakura countrywoman, he will not follow the other party's meaning. The more the other party wants to die, he, Shunshui, wants the other party to live well. Sometimes it is more painful for a person to live than it may be to die. Not only did Shunshui let go of Toyotomi Taiji, who was being suppressed by himself, he also picked up the katana on the side and handed it to the other party. Come on, didn't you want to kill me? Stab at me. With one easy stab with the katana you're holding, you can kill me. Shunshui put the tip of the katana, aimed at the location of his heart, and said to the dumbfounded Toyotomi Taiji. You? Are you crazy? Toyotomi Taiji was truly dumbfounded. She was a bit at a loss for words. The katana in her hand, surprisingly, did not dare to hesitate to stab forward with force. Shunshui, what do you want? She asked the other woman, a bit bewildered, and as much as she wanted to just stab the other woman, her instincts told herself that it wasn't that simple. The other party must have held some kind of leverage in their hands to be so reckless. Ha! Shunshui looked at Toyotomi Taiji, whose hands were shaking a bit as she held her katana, with a bad smile on her face, and laughed. He said to Toyotomi Taiji without haste. Your daughter, Hashimoto Nana, is the child parasite in the eat-son mother compulsion. As long as I, the host of the mother compulsion, die, your daughter, Hashimoto Nana, will also follow the death of the O. Come on, harder. Shunshui's hand that grasped the katana tightened towards his heart, then released his own hand and continued. You can kill your own daughter with your own hands if you push just a little bit. Bam! Toyotomi Taiji hurriedly let go of the katana in her own hand, as if what she held in her hand was not a sword to kill the enemy, but a poisonous snake. Puff! She very decisively knelt down for Shunshui. Please, let my daughter go. Please don't torture her anymore. I'm willing to bear all this for my daughter. Toyotomi Taiji at this time had no more of Mrs. Hashimoto's authority, but as an ordinary mother, she bowed down to her enemy and begged bitterly. She, Toyotomi Taiji, married Hashimoto Moku because of a marriage, but didn't love him, so her daughter was everything to her. She was willing to bear all the suffering for her daughter. What a great mother's love! As Shunshui looked at the woman who was kneeling down to this enemy of his, he also had to admit that Toyotomi Taiji's role as a mother was really very great. Toyotomi Taiji, don't say that I, Shunshui, am heartless. In that case, as long as your daughter, Hashimoto Nana, stops being a death wish, I, Shunshui, can stop torturing her with subcompulsions. But there's no way I can take out the subcompulsion. Shunshui wasn't a cutie either. Naturally, he couldn't really be touched by the other party and let them go. Both their mother and daughter were pulling all the stops in their hatred for him, so of course he had to have something to hold on to in order to feel comfortable. Yen Shuijun, thank you. When Toyotomi Taiji saw that Shunshui was no longer torturing her daughter with worms, she was very excited and kowtowed to the other woman to thank her. She was a smart woman. Of course she knew that Shunshui couldn't possibly be generous enough to take out the subcompulsion for Nana Hashimoto. Shunshui-kun, I'll definitely caution Nai so that she'll be honest and never mess with you again. Very well, Toyotomi Taiji, it seems you don't understand things like your daughter, Hashimoto Nana. Yen Shui looked down on the ripe Toyotomi Taiji. As a woman who knows what she's doing, you should know what to do next, right? I get it. Toyotomi Taiji said with a somewhat pained expression. Thinking of her daughter, Nana Hashimoto, having nightmares at night, this noble woman, she succumbed. As Shunshui looked at Toyotomi Taiji, who understood things so well, he decided that in the future, he would no longer torment Hashimoto Nana for no reason. As long as the other party didn't do anything to die, let her live well. System, how come it's so little? Did you embezzle? Just now, Jin Shui had received a hint of a system reward, but it was only 10,000 cynicism value. Originally, he guessed that there would be tens of thousands of cynicism values this time, knowing that when Ijima Yui was just a martial artist at the early stage of Ming Jin, all of them were rewarded with 5,000 cynicism values. Ding! This system has detected that the target character is not willing, and the completeness is not 100, so a combined reward of 10,000 cynical values. So it is. Jin Shui naturally believed that the system wouldn't embezzle his cynicism value, and was only a little confused just now. Shinjuku-kun, I'm going to go back first, I still have to keep Nana company. With that out of the way, Toyotomi Taiji plans to leave and go home to her daughter. Don't worry, it's a long night. Jin Shui looked at the Toyotomi Taiji in his arms. After getting moisturized, the mature woman, at this time, looked even more flavorful. Jin Shuijuan. You don't count your words. Toyotomi Taiji was furious. Nai was right, this Yin Shui was the devil. Ha! Woman, it seems you still don't know enough. From now on, call me master like the Kurosawa girls. Know what? Toyotomi knows, master. At this point, Toyotomi Taiji could only pretend to be very knowledgeable in response. It was all for the sake of her daughter, Nai, and that was all Toyotomi Taiji could do to comfort herself. Chapter 49. Nai learns from her mother. A woman is as fierce as a tiger at 30, and at 40, she can suck up dirt from the ground. Jin Shui couldn't help but lament in his own hometown dialect. Master, what's wrong? Toyotomi Taiji couldn't understand what Jin Shui was saying, and thought that her performance had made Jin Shui unhappy, so she was a little flustered. Could it be that you're rusty because you haven't reviewed it in so long? Toyotomi Taiji, don't panic, it's a compliment, not only do you know a lot, it's not just anyone who compares to you. Jin Shui was very satisfied as he looked at this mature woman who was actually 38 years old, but her appearance was only about 30 years old. 40 years of fire and 30 years of purity, the battle is pulled right up to full awe. Oh, thank you master for the compliment. Toyotomi Taiji could only flatter Jin Shui. There was nothing she could do, who told her that her lifeblood was controlled by the other party. She was also helpless. Master, may I go back? Toyotomi Taiji asked cautiously as she looked out the window. The sky was already turning fish belly white. She wants to go home. She wanted to be there for her daughter so that she could see herself as soon as she opened her eyes. At this moment, Jin Shui used his heaven's eye to check out Toyotomi Taiji and found that the other party's virtual panel had appeared to change together. Toyotomi Taiji. Age, 38. Hatred level, 80. Good sense, 20. Face value, 95. Completeness, 98 healthy. Skill, Sakurakuni Ichiban Ryu complete. Comprehensive strength, early Huanjing stage. Another Kurosawa Shurei? Jin Shui didn't find a woman who had pulled full hate on him, and surprisingly, it would even decrease. And surprisingly, it generated goodwill. This made Jin Shui a little excited. Although he didn't know if it was caused by the fact that he had promised not to torture Nana Hashimoto anymore, or if it was caused by the fact that he was too strong, Jin Shui believed that it was the fact that he was too strong that had conquered the other party. Well, you go back, but from now on, you're on call. Although Jin Shui was a bit flustered inwardly, his surface remained calm as he said to Toyotomi Taiji expressionlessly. Ha! You'll have to be on call from now on. Toyotomi Taiji was a bit confused. She didn't think there was a follow-up before. What? You don't like it? When Jin Shui saw that the other party was a bit hesitant, he heaved his tone a bit. I. Toyotomi Taiji was naturally not happy, but she didn't dare to open her mouth directly to reject the other party's request. Oh, Toyotomi Taiji, aren't you afraid that Nana Hashimoto will be worse than dead? Jin Shui sneered and directly threatened the other party. He can't be a bit of a saintly mother when it comes to the Sakura Nation. No, master, I promise to be at your beck and call. As soon as Jin Shui moved out Hashimoto Nana, Toyotomi Taiji panicked, and she could only express herself in a hurry. Very well. You go back. Jin Shui waved his hand at her, telling the other party to hurry up and pack up and get out. Thank you, master. Toyotomi Taiji gave Jin Shui a bow and nimbly picked up her practice clothes from the ground and put them on, then picked up her own katana and was ready to leave through the window. Hey! Woman, my house has a gate. Jin Shui watched as Toyotomi Taiji prepared to jump out the window, and he said somewhat breathlessly. What are you doing? We're not thieves now. Why don't we leave the gate? Oh yes, master. Toyotomi Taiji could only dutifully get down from the window, open the bedroom door, and leave the villa by formal means. Jin Shuai looked at Toyotomi Taiji with a submissive look on his face. As for why he still wanted the other party to be at his beck and call, it wasn't because he liked ripe women, and Toyotomi Taiji was a Huanjin martial artist, the most powerful woman he'd met so far. Through the heaven's eye, he even realized that the other party had the attributes of Kurosawa Shiren, and he wanted to try to see if the other party would become the second Kurosawa Shiren. As long as he can be successfully coached, the cynicism value he will still earn a lot of money. Thinking of this, Jin Shuai was in a beautiful mood and planned to take a nap to recover. After all, he did get a little tired. 8 o'clock in the morning. Hashimoto Manor, inside a certain luxurious and incomparable room, the young girl who was still lying on the tatami mats and sleeping opened her eyes. It's Mom, that's great. As soon as Nana Hashimoto opened her eyes, she felt so good and relieved to see her mom next to her. Nana, you're awake? Even though Toyotomi Taiji was still asleep a moment ago, the powerful she was naturally awakened by the movement of Hashimoto Nana getting up. Mom, thank you, love you oh. Nana Hashimoto is very intimate with her own mom and sticking it to her to show her appreciation. Nana, mommy loves you too. Toyotomi Taiji was enjoying the cozy feeling right now, and at this moment, she felt that the humiliation she had endured at Jin Shuai's place last night was nothing. Suddenly, Nana Hashimoto's brows furrowed as she actually smelled Jin Shuai's scent on her own mother. Mom, did you go and kill that demon Jin Shuai yesterday? Her eyes lit up and her gaze sizzled as she looked at Toyotomi Taiji, wanting to get the answers she wanted from seeing her mom herself. Yesterday, Mom had promised herself that she would kill Yin Shuai. Since her own mother had contact with Jin Shuai, she might have killed the other party. Nai, Mommy has already slept over Jin Shuai, and he promised Mommy that he won't hurt you again. Toyotomi Taiji looked at her daughter's hopeful gaze, and she was a little afraid to meet it. She went back on her word. What? When Nana Hashimoto heard the result, she was a little incredulous and a little broken. Oh, Mom, but you promised me that you would definitely kill Jin Shuai. She yelled somewhat hysterically at Toyotomi Taiji. Mom, how could you let this demon go? Woohoo! Toyotomi Taiji was so distressed and aggrieved by her beloved daughter's reproach that she could not help but cry as well. Nai, it's not that Mommy doesn't want to kill the other party, but he's connected to your life through the Zimu compass. If you kill him, you'll die too. Mommy really doesn't want to lose you. Oh. Mom, I'm sorry, the dish was wrong about you. After saying that, the two mothers and daughters cried bitterly. Mom, how did you convince this demon? After crying for a while, Nana Hashimoto asked her mom with some curiosity. She had been through it, the other person was greasy and downright evil. At this time, she also looked away, since there was no way to kill the other party, but as long as she didn't come to continue tormenting herself, she would tolerate it. After all, there was a long time to come, and as long as you lived, you would definitely have a chance to fix the bugs on your body. Mom, of course Mom put him to sleep by being highly skilled. Toyotomi Taiji stammered a little. Now he's all submissive to his mom, and he's kind of giving the dish a run for its money. Mom, you're awesome, you're awesome. Vegetables need to learn from Mommy. Nana Hashimoto looked at Taiji Toyotomi with great admiration, idolizing her mother. Chapter 41, Master, is this the Dragon Claw hands? Master, Bodo has already learned the first layer of the speculative Nishingon-o. In the morning during mealtime, Bodo reported his cultivation progress to Jin Shuai with a surprised face. Not bad at all. You really are a wizard at practicing martial arts, Heido. Jin Shuai couldn't help but touch the other party's head and complimented him. Master, Nadi has also learned the first layer of the speculative Nest divine skill. When her younger sister, Nadi, saw that her sister was praised, she couldn't help but inform Jin Shuai of her progress as well. Not bad, and you're great too, sister. Naturally, Jin Shuai would not be biased and also praised Nadi. The twins' cultivation talent had truly amazed Jin Shuai. In just a few days, they had already cultivated to the early stage of Mingjin and become martial artists. It was important to know that both sisters were cultivating without the aid of Jin Shuai, and were both cultivating through the fruits of their own cultivation. It was hard for him to think of how fast the twin sisters would have cultivated if they had gone through the same training as the Ijima sisters. Kurosawa, what about you? How's it going now? Being told this by the twin sisters, Jin Shuai was a little curious about how Kurosawa Jiling's progress was going, and he didn't use his heavenly eyes to check on the other party. Master, Black Zephyr hasn't fully grasped the first layer of the speculative Nest divine skill yet, but it's getting close, she said with some embarrassment, not realizing that she was so far behind her two sisters. It's okay Kurosawa, you're already trying hard. Jin Shui thought about it for a moment. Not everyone was that gifted. Since Kurosawa Jiling's perception was relatively low, it was just a matter of helping the other party with more tutoring himself. Kurosawa, let me help you at night, and help you break through to Mingjin and become a true martial artist. Thank you, Master. Kurosawa Shiren sniffed with excitement. After yesterday's experience of being knocked out and kidnapped, she was too eager to gain great power. It just so happens that you don't have to go to school today, and Kurosawa, you don't have to go to the office today, so let me teach you some martial arts moves. Jin Shui thought about it for a while, and felt that they couldn't do anything even if they had empty true chi, and were nothing more than ordinary people with a little more strength. Fighting genus pulls crotch. He decided to teach the three girls some practical moves to improve their combat power. Yeah. Yes. On the side, when Bodo heard that Jin Shui was going to teach everyone martial arts stances, her eyes instantly lit up with a look of eagerness. The younger sister next to her, Jie, didn't say anything, but she was also looking at Jin Shui with a scorching gaze, and she was also eager to learn. No problem, Master. Kurosawa wants to learn. Shiren Kurosawa was also the first to say how much she wanted to learn martial arts moves. Through her last fight against Kawashima's Ume daddy, she realized that she was too passive as she didn't know any moves except for more strength. After breakfast, the four of them arrived in the courtyard outside the villa, and Jin Shui began to teach the three girls martial arts stances. The stunt we're going to teach you today is called Dragon Claw Hand. Jin Shui looked at the three women with excited expressions and a very strong desire to know. He was satisfied and did not hide anything. Dragon Claw Hands. Master, this stance sounds awesome at first glance. Bodo was excited. After all, if he was involved with dragons, he figured it couldn't be that bad. That's natural, it's a Dragon Kingdom stunt. Jensen gave Bodo a still you know the goods look. Okay, let me show you how it's done first. Which one of you would like to cooperate with me? Jin Shui asked to the three girls. Master, let Bodo cooperate with you. Once Bodo heard that Jin Shui needed someone to work with, she naturally signed up enthusiastically. Nadi's sister also nodded her head, indicating that she could do it. Master, Kurosawa can do it too. Her gaze sizzled as she looked at Jin Shui, and of the three women, she was the most eager. Well, you all seem very willing to cooperate. Jin Shui was satisfied with the three girls' positive performance. He surveyed the three women, who at this point were all wearing tight yoga clothes instead of martial arts uniforms. At a glance, Jin Shui realized that of the three women, Kurosawa Chiliang had the most voluptuous figure and was more suitable as a demonstration target. Kurosawa, come cooperate with me, you're better suited for me to perform the Dragon Claw Hand. Yes, Master. Being chosen by Jin Shui, Kurosawa Chiliang immediately ran to Jin Shui with a shudder. This made Jin Shui very satisfied, and it was worthy of the good target he had chosen. Master, how should Kurosawa cooperate with you? She blinked her big watery eyes at Jin Shui with a look of eagerness. Oh, come on, Kurosawa, you're treating me like an enemy and attacking me directly. Jin Shui said smilingly to Kurosawa Shiren. Yes, Master, Kurosawa is clear. Kurosawa Jiling naturally understood what Jin Shui meant, and she then assumed an attacking stance. Drink! She chirped and threw a straight punch that went straight for Jin Shui's chest. Kurosawa Jiling knew that Jin Shui's strength was unfathomable, so with this strike, she didn't reserve her strength but went all out, even hitting the wind of her fist. Good coming! Jin Shui let out a shout, only to see his left hand turn his fist into a claw, grabbing directly at Kurosawa Shiren's petite fist. He crisply deflected Kurosawa Shiren's attack with his Dragon Claw Hand, and the moment he grabbed his opponent's fist, he exerted a little force to bring him into his arms. When it was too late, it was too soon. The moment the other party was brought into his arms, Jin Shui's right hand directly transformed into a fist into a claw, directly grabbing on top of Kurosawa Shiriai's chest. It was as if he could crush his opponent with a little force. You can even just rip out the other person's heart. Wow! What an awesome move! Seeing that she was subdued by Jin Shui with a single move, Kurosawa Shiren was not surprised and asked with a face full of excitement. Master, is this the Dragon Claw Hand? As the person in question, Kurosawa Shiren could feel this move and it was really, really powerful. Even if Jin Shui hadn't exerted any force, she felt like she couldn't stand it, so her legs went weak. Naturally. Jin Shui answered truthfully. Kurosawa, how does this dragon grip feel? He then let go of Kurosawa Shiran, who was too immobilized by his own suppression. Master, this dragon claw hand is naturally remarkable. Black Zephyr feels defenseless. Kurosawa Chiling looked back for a moment, then grabbed Jin Shui's big hand and coyly pouted. Master, teach me. Master, Bodo has to learn too. Master, Nati has to learn too. Seeing Kurosawa's sister powering up, the twin sisters were naturally not willing to show any weakness. Okay, take it easy, all of you. Bodo, Nati, I'll show you how to do the same, don't rush. Jin Shui felt like he had come to the Ponzi cave. The three girls were just too capable of being pampered. In this way, throughout the day, several people did not go out in the villa. Not only did Jin Shui teach the three girls the dragon claw hands, he even taught them all the killing techniques he learned when he was a soldier before. This also gave the three women some fighting ability, no longer like before when they were nothing but stronger. Chapter 42 Master, Kurosawa is going to break through. System, give me a gold draw. Since Kurosawa Chiling and the twins were still engrossed in practicing martial arts, Jin Shui was also ignored for the first time. With nothing to do, he thought of the 10,000 cynicism value Toyotomi Taiji had sent him today, and planned to draw a wave of prizes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sunflower pointing hand. Ein yet. Jin Shui was a bit speechless. He felt that this skill was very chickenish. Could it be that Toyotomi Taiji isn't pure enough? So it's more unlucky? This old high is poisonous? Jin Shui he is slandering others and will never admit that it is his bad luck. However, Jin Shui didn't intend to draw a lottery. Now that he had saved 76,800 cynicism value, and was getting closer to 100,000, he didn't intend to use it indiscriminately. Master, is something wrong? When Kurosawa Shiran walked in from outside, she noticed that Jin Shui was a bit sullen, and she asked with some concern. Kurosawa, Master, I might be poisoned. Yen Shui deflated his mouth and said somewhat depressed. Ha? Poisoned. When Kurosawa Shirentai heard Jin Shui say that she had been poisoned, she was shocked and let out a cry of alarm. Master, Kurosawa will take you to the first hospital right away. With a sobbing voice, Kurosawa Chiling stepped forward in panic, ready to help Jin Shui up. Kurosawa, I'm fine, it's not the poisoning you think it is. Jin Shui also didn't expect his words to scare Kurosawa Chiling like this. He was secretly staggered. It seemed that his weight in the other party's heart exceeded his own imagination. It was worthy of being a woman who believed in himself. Master, since you've been poisoned, let's go to the hospital for a checkup, shall we? Still uneasy, Kurosawa Chiling coaxes and tries to send Yen Shui to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, Master, go check it out. We won't worry until we're sure you're okay. Bodo chimed in, agreeing with Kurosawa's sister. Just now, when Bodo heard Kurosawa Shiren's exclamation of surprise, he also immediately stopped practicing and ran in. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm not poisoned by the poison law. Jin Shui looked at Kurosawa Shiren's perfect yet very flustered face, and he felt a little warm. This poison that my master has been hit by, as long as you are slightly out of the way, Kurosawa, you can take care of it for me, don't be nervous. Jin Shui said with a smile as he sized up the perfectly formed Kurosawa Shirei. Master, Bodo can help too. When Bodo saw that Jin Shui only gave such an important task to Kurosawa's sister, she was a bit uneasy. All right. Bodo, how about you help your master out too? Seeing how motivated Bodo was, he was a little reluctant to say no. Bodo will try. Bodo was positive about it. Master, shall we begin now? How is Kurosawa going to help you? Kurosawa Shiren was worried about Jin Shui's health, and she asked with some urgency. It's not too late, of course it is now. Hey, just use your stunt. Jin Shui looked at Kurosawa Shiren and hemmed and hawed. Naturally, Kurosawa Shiren unconditionally carried out her master's orders, but she didn't know how to do it. Master, Kurosawa doesn't know any stunts. Kurosawa Chiling had originally been a little confused as to why Jin Shui wanted to use any stunts on her own. How could she know any stunts? No, Kurosawa, you will. In the evening, Bodo was practicing the divine power of speculation and Ness in his room with his sister, Yuki. Humph, sister, I didn't think you'd go behind my back to help my master cure the poison. Yuki thought of what had just happened. She was a little excited inside, and she couldn't quiet her mind to cultivate the ground, so she simply flirted with her older sister, Bodo. Sister, quickly tell me how old is the young master? The curious Nadi, whose eyes were full of curiosity at the moment. Sister, you're practicing kung fu silly, aren't you? Young master is already 18 this year, he'll be 19 in a few months. Bodo had a sister. Are you stupid expression? How old is the master, isn't it a known fact? Ah. This is horrible. Nadi was shocked, and she said, with some hindsight. What are you thinking, sister? I'm talking about the master's age. Hee, sis, I didn't realize you were so dirty. Naturally, Nadi wasn't having any of it and pounced on her own sister, and the two sisters frolicked around. As for Jin Shui, naturally, he didn't know that the twin sisters had been lazy tonight, or else he would definitely hang up and beat them up, delaying the progress of cultivation. He would definitely punish them severely. At this moment, he was in Kurosawa Shirai's bedroom, cultivating while urging the other party. Perhaps it was because Kurosawa's qualifications weren't too good. After cultivating for several hours, Kurosawa still wasn't able to break through to Mingjin. It made him wonder. However, he had promised Kurosawa that he would help her break through to Mingjin and become a martial artist tonight, so he could only encourage Kurosawa from the sidelines. Kurosawa, you're going to have to step up to the plate. Finally, with Jin Shui's encouragement, Kurosawa Chiliing suddenly exclaimed that she was going to break through to Mingjin. Master, Black Zephyr feels like he's about to make a breakthrough. I'll be a martial artist soon. Kurosawa Shirai's voice was a little anxious. She felt like she was just a little bit away from making a breakthrough. Kurosawa, you're awesome. Let's break through together. Jin Shui sniffed with some excitement, and he said excitedly. It's a coincidence that I'm about to make a breakthrough myself. Just double happiness. Drink. Suddenly, the true chi in Jin Shui's body rushed and began to be manic. Kurosawa, the master is going to break through. Jin Shui was ready to break through the realm in one go, and this time, he was bound to break through. After some persistent efforts, finally, Jin Shui erupted a powerful aura from the inside out. He had finally broken through to the middle innate stage. Ah! Master! Kurosawa broke through too. Right at the moment of Jin Shui's breakthrough, Kurosawa Shiren had a jolt of excitement and exclaimed in excitement. Just now, she was stimulated by the true chi emanating from Jin Shui's breakthrough, and she had finally broken through to Mingjin, becoming a martial artist. Woo! Woo! She wept with joy. Kurosawa Chiling was incredibly moved in her heart at this time. She felt like she was the happiest and luckiest woman in the whole world. She was glad that she had met a good master. When she had tried to get her master killed, she didn't realize that he had only punished her in a small way. Moreover, her master had taught her to cultivate regardless of her former enmity, and at this time, he was even helping her to become a martial artist. Master, you are the sky of Kurosawa. She couldn't help but express her heart's true thoughts to Jin Shui once again. Oh, woman, if you behave yourself, I told you I'd let you stand at the highest place in Tokyo and see the view. Jin Shui smilingly wrapped his arms around the other party. He was very fond of this Sakura Nation woman who was very understanding and treated herself as everything. As for Kurosawa Shiren's previous act that got Jotaro killed, what's it got to do with him, Jin Shui? Speaking of which, Jin Shui also had to thank this woman. Without her previous murderous behavior, how could there be him now? Chapter 43, Can I help you, beautiful? Pop. It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when a slap broke the oppressive atmosphere of the conference room. Waste. It's been a day, and you guys still haven't found my brother. In the conference room of the Yakuza headquarters, Kawashima Yoshiko was currently reprimanding a group of Yakuza leaders. These people usually acted as an authority to ordinary people, but in front of Kawashima Yoshiko, they were like small children who had made a mistake, and each of them was obsequious. Ms. Kawashima, the latest news: yesterday, young Master Kawashima Kid took Papa Kawashima May and Kawashima May Brewing and the others, and went to a warehouse in the suburbs, where we found young Master Kawashima's car and theirs. At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and a very capable-looking man walked in, gave Kawashima Yoshiko a bow, and began to report the latest news he had just received. Also, yesterday afternoon, Uemi Daddy Kawashima took someone to the headquarters of Yansai to kidnap their head honcho, Shiren Kurosawa. During that time, young Master Kawashima Kid went to the school to find Nana Hashimoto before going to the suburban warehouse. In the end, Nana Hashimoto drove Jin Shui out of the school to think about not knowing. We have definite news so far. Marshal Jin and Kurosawa Chiling are already at home, and Nana Hashimoto is having health problems and has gone to the hospital. Nana Hashimoto, and this Marshal Jin, what's the story? Kawashima Yoshiko frowned at her words, feeling that both of them were not ordinary people that she could take at will. Especially Jin Shui.
Kawashima Yoshiko could know that her indisputable brother had a conflict with the other party, and the other party had even let the Ijima family come out. This time, she was involved with Nana Hashimoto again, which made her head spin a bit. She couldn't afford to mess with the Ijima family, but the Hashimoto family, she couldn't afford to mess with them all the same.
You continue to search for Kawashima Kid, alive and dead. If you can't find anyone, you don't have to come back. Kawashima Yoshiko gave a death order to the crowd. Hi. Ms. Kawashima, my subordinate will complete the mission. The people hastened to make their determination known to him.
Although they were all some of the leaders of the Yakuza, they were all ordinary people, while Kawashima Yoshiko was a martial artist. Moreover, Kawashima Yoshiko had always been a ruthless and unquestioning presence in the Yamaguchi group, and these leaders were naturally afraid of her. The Shinshui, let me, Kawashima Yoshiko, see what you're capable of, to the extent that you have the thousands of gold from two big families surrounding you in a circle. After the crowd had retired, Kawashima Yoshiko muttered something. Various clues indicated that his own brother's disappearance was definitely related to the Shinshui. Kawashima Yoshiko did what she said she would do, and while it was nighttime, she drove alone to the villa area where Shinshui was. Finding a corner with no surveillance, Yoshiko Kawashima parked her car. Rip. She removed the stockings from her legs, and with a strong tug of her hands, they split in two. Casually tossing the bottom section in the car, he put the other section right over his head. Tear. Kawashima Yoshiko looked in the mirror in the car and realized that the stocking was a little too see-through. She continued to remove the stocking on the other leg, still repeating the previous action. It worked out okay. Revisiting the mirror, Kawashima Yoshiko was pleased with her double disguise. She then opened the car door and a snow-white and slender chopstick leg stretched out. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have gasped. What kind of cosplay is this? At this time, the net height of 1.7 meters has the golden proportion of Kawashima Yoshiko, stepping on 8 centimeters high heels, wearing a super short skirt and a small undershirt, head covered with black stockings, quietly walked to the villa area under the fence. Her legs slightly curved and bowed, and then with a forceful leap, she even directly crossed the 2-meter-high fence, and with her high heels on, she surprisingly only made a slight sound. Subsequently, based on the information provided by her subordinates, Kawashima Yoshiko quietly felt her way towards the villa where Shinshui was located while purposely avoiding the cameras. Not a single bodyguard? Outside the villa where Shinshui was, Kawashima Yoshiko did not just barge right in with reckless abandon like Toyotomi Taiji did before. She first secretly observed a bit and realized that Shinshui's villa didn't seem to have any special security measures, and she was a little excited. It seems that this Shinshui is just an ordinary rich second generation, that is, handsome and lucky to hook up with Ijima Yuya. Kawashima Yoshiko had made up her mind about the matter of Shinshui being able to invite someone from the Ijima family. Kawashima Yoshiko then tumbled directly into the courtyard of the villa, and after carefully surveying the area, she found that there was a bedroom on the second floor whose light was still on. She crept closer and felt her way under the corner of the villa. Bah, it's this point in time, and you're not even sleeping. As a martial artist, Kawashima Yoshiko had excellent hearing, so naturally she was able to hear the sounds coming out of the bedroom, and she could guess what the other party was doing. That's why she spat in her mind. However, what she didn't know was that her every move had long been seen by Shinshui with his heavenly eyes. Kawashima Yoshiko. Age, 22. Hatred level, 20. Face value, 96. Completeness, 100 perfect. Skills, Jiu-Jitsu proficiency. Comprehensive strength, early dark power. Kawashima Yoshiko? What's this woman doing here in the middle of the night? Shinshui was a bit puzzled. He didn't recognize the other party, and the other party didn't have as much hatred towards him as Toyotomi Taiji, so it didn't seem like he was here to kill himself. But this look of the other party being a thief made him think a little bit, but sensing that the other party was listening to the wall, Shinshui had some small excitement. That's going to be hard on Shiren Kurosawa. In response, Kurosawa Chiling was also puzzled, but she could only cooperate with Shinshui to the fullest, and it was just a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Phew. It's finally coming to an end. Yoshiko Kawashima's eyes lit up with relief as she heard the two men get a little anxious. Tonight she had come to Shinshui to inquire about the whereabouts of her brother, Kawashima Kid, not to listen to the corner. What's going on? Wasn't it over in 3 minutes? 5 minutes had passed. Kawashima Yoshiko was a bit speechless. Isn't it normally 3 minutes? It's not over yet. 10 minutes passed again. Kawashima Yoshiko was a bit speechless. She felt that this Shinshui had something. No wonder he coaxed Ijima Yuya around.
Marshal Yen, are you still a human being? Yoshiko Kawashima was breaking down a bit. It had been an hour since she had approached the corner. Phew. Finally done, huh?
Another hour passed, and Yoshiko Kawashima finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard a shriek from the bedroom, followed by no movement. She calmed down and prepared to jump up to the second-floor window and go straight in to find Jinshui.
Kawashima Yoshiko, equals.
She had just jumped hard and ended up staying put. She was weak in the knees, not to mention jumping to the 5-meter-high second-floor window, and if she hadn't held onto the wall in time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground.
Hey, pretty lady, need a hand? Chapter 44, What do you want, Marshal Yen?
A sudden voice from behind him sent chills down Kawashima Yoshiko's spine. She turned around to find a handsome young man, dressed only in a pair of shorts, reclining on a sun lounger a short distance away, looking at her with a smile on his face.
You? Who are you? Why is it here? As if she was caught doing something bad, Kawashima Yoshiko looked at her opponent with a wary face.
It was amazing that the other party could appear beside her without a sound and she didn't even realize it.
Not good, this person is an expert. Kawashima Yoshiko was secretly bad. Oh, pretty girl, that's me asking you, isn't it?
This handsome man, naturally, was Jinshui, who was smilingly looking at Kawashima Yoshiko, who was using a black head covering in front of him.
This is my house, and you're even asking me who I am? You're Jinshui.
Kawashima Yoshiko pointed at Jinshui. She was a bit incredulous. According to the information gathered, Jinshui was just an ordinary second-generation rich man. If it wasn't for the black silk overlay, Jinshui would have been able to see her jaw-smacking expression.
It seems that my brother's disappearance must have something to do with the other side.
Kawashima Yoshiko realizes that Jinshui is a martial artist, and she concludes in her mind that Kawashima Feng's disappearance has something to do with Jinshui, and most likely, her own brother has met an untimely end.
I am Jinshui.
Jinshui admitted with a big smile. Beauty, it's not polite to stay up in the middle of the night and come eavesdropping on other people's corners, oh.
Jinshui teased Kawashima Yoshiko.
He had watched the other party's behavior of trying to jump over the wall just now.
Humph. You're such a beast. Kawashima Yoshiko was a little annoyed at being dismantled.
After all, a girl eavesdropping on a corner in the middle of the night and being discovered by the rightful owner made her feel humiliated.
Oh, if you say so. Jinshui said it didn't matter, Gene Beast is better than a beast, right? What's the matter, beautiful, you can't take off your black silk yet? Do you need my help?
When Jinshui saw that Kawashima Yoshiko still had black silk on her head, he said with some irritation. He did want to see the true face of this Kawashima Yoshiko who had a perfect body and possessed 96 face value.
Marshal Jin, I'm Kawashima Feng's sister, Kawashima Yoshiko.
Being blocked by Jinshui, Kawashima Yoshiko no longer continued to disguise herself, and she graciously removed the black silk that was over her head. Melon face, thin lips, Danfeng eyes, high nose bridge, picturesque eyebrows, short hair over the shoulder. A valiant Kawashima Yoshiko with a perfect body and iconic face just appeared playfully in front of Jinshui. Worthy of being a beauty with a face value of 96, she's not even close to Kurosawa Chiling and the others. Jinshui saw the true face of Lushan and couldn't help but praise Kawashima Yoshiko inwardly.
Well, was it good?
Seeing Jinshui recklessly sizing himself up with a judgmental look made Kawashima Yoshiko not only not get angry, but instead, she also straightened her chest. She had always been confident in her body and looks, or she wouldn't have been wearing just shorts with a tank top. It's pretty, I just don't know how it feels in my hands. Jinshui rested his chin on one hand and said very naturally.
Humph. You still want to get it on. Kawashima Yoshiko was a bit annoyed by Jinshui's molestation. Marshal Jin, what have you done with my brother Kawashima Kid? She was very direct with her questions to Jinshui. Your brother, Kawashima Kid?
Only then did Jinshui realize that the beautiful woman in front of him, called Kawashima Yoshiko, was Kawashima Feng's sister.
So the other side should be here to raise hell? Oh, Kawashima Yoshiko, your brother Kawashima Feng, of course he's dead. The kind that doesn't even leave a crumb.
Jinshui also did not hide it from Kawashima Yoshiko. Since the other party was able to come to his door, he must have guessed that Kawashima Feng's disappearance was related to himself.
Are you lying to me? Kawashima Yoshiko sniffed in some disbelief and couldn't believe the result, and almost couldn't even stand and fell to the ground. Ha! Not only did your brother kidnap my woman, but he also joined forces with Nana Hashimoto to try to put me to death, so if I don't kill him, do I keep him for New Year's? Jin Shuai laughed and directly made up for Kawashima Yoshiko. Jin Shuai, you murderer, I'll kill you. Hearing this, Kawashima Yoshiko had been completely convinced of the fact that her brother, Kawashima Phone, had been killed by Jin Shuai, and, seething with anger, went straight to Jin Shuai. Kawashima Yoshiko, who was extremely angry, miraculously recovered. She quickly came to Jin Shuai and directly pounced on him. Knowing that Jin Shuai was also a martial artist of considerable strength, Kawashima Yoshiko came up and used her best jiu-jitsu. She used her body to lock Jin Shuai, and her hands were even strangling Jin Shuai's neck to death, wanting to strangle Jin Shuai alive. However, the strangled Jin Shuai was not the least bit panicked. He had long ago used his heavenly eyes to check Kawashima Yoshiko's strength. The other party is only a small dark force early stage martial artist. He is not the slightest bit concerned, otherwise Kawashima Yoshiko, not to mention strangling Jin Shuai's neck, can touch him Jin Shuai a little bit, are counted as his loss. Beauty, there's material O. The real thing. Noticing the touch coming from his back, Jin Shuai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but comment on it. Humph. Jin Shuai, you asshole, die for me. When Kawashima Yoshiko saw that Jin Shuai was being strangled by herself and even dared to speak out and flirt with herself, she became even more furious, and the strength in her hand increased by one more point, itching to strangle the other party right away. It's not good for a girl to be so murderous. Jin Shuai didn't have the heart to continue teasing Kawashima Yoshiko, and with a slight force, he broke Kawashima Yoshiko's hand that was locked around his throat. Then with even more force, he pulled Kawashima Yoshiko, who had locked herself in a hold from behind, to his front, easily controlling her. A woman should behave like a woman, isn't it good to teach your children at home? Seeing that the other party was already powerless to break free from his control, Jin Shuai couldn't help but speak out and flirt. Humph. You murderer, I, Kawashima Yoshiko, will break you into pieces. After knowing that Jin Shuai had killed his own brother, Kawashima Yoshiko's hatred for Jin Shuai was directly drawn to full strength. Oh, Kawashima Yoshiko, you're afraid that you're not dreaming, you're a clay bodhisattva yourself, and you're still thinking of avenging Kawashima Phone? After killing Kawashima Phone, Jin Shuai naturally knew that he and Kawashima Yoshiko were already life and death enemies, and he naturally would not do anything to let the tiger return to the mountain. Kawashima Yoshiko, watch my sunflower pointing hands. Jin Shuai directly utilized the skills he just got from today's lucky draw and directly sealed Kawashima Yoshiko's true chi with his sunflower pointing hands. He then let go of Kawashima Yoshiko, who was under his control, and surveyed her with an impish gaze. Kawashima Yoshiko realized that her true chi had been sealed and she had become an ordinary woman, and she was a bit flustered by Jin Shuai surveying her with an unbridled gaze like this. She knew what she was about to face. Jin Shuai, you. What do you want? Kawashima privately took a step back, his voice shaking a little. Hey, Kawashima Yoshiko, look at you, you know what you're doing. Jin Shuai looked at Kawashima Yoshiko and hemmed and hawed. He stepped forward and directly wrapped his arms around Kawashima Yoshiko, the treasure girl, and despite the other party's struggles, he directly carried her into the villa in a princess hug. Chapter 45 Kawashima Yoshiko's Collapse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his patriotic behavior, rewarding 10,000 cynicism values. Yo, I can't believe there's 10,000 cynicism value. Jin Shuai, who had been busy for a while, finally received the reward he had been longing for. Strange, this Kawashima Yoshiko is clearly a great realm lower than Toyotomi Taiji, and the rewards turned out to be the same. Could it be that the first time is prioritized ahead of cultivation? Jin Shuai was alone in his mind, secretly guessing. Marshal Jin. You shall not die. I'll kill you. Just when Jin Shuai was still dazed, Kawashima Yoshiko's true chi that was sealed by Jin Shuai with the sunflower pointing hands recovered, and she immediately pounced on Jin Shuai, wanting to take advantage of his unpreparedness and sneak an attack. As it turned out, not to her surprise, she once again managed to lock her opponent's neck. Kawashima Yoshiko, you really don't have a long memory, thinking that if you recover your true chi, you'll be fine? Even though he was locked by the other party's neck, Jin Shuai did not panic at all and smiled disdainfully. Subsequently, he directly a move of the dragon claw hand directly choked the other party's throat, counterbalanced the other party, but also to use the must-kill skills, a fist is even directly above the other party's abdomen. Ah! Kawashima Yoshiko let out a scream, she received a heavy blow from Jin Shuai, she almost didn't get her breath back, she felt like she was about to be killed. She guessed correctly, if it wasn't for Jin Shuai's mercy, she probably would have killed her with a direct move. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, Kawashima Yoshiko burst into tears. She was so desperate. She hated that she was too weak to kill Jin Shuai to avenge her brother's death. Jin Shuai, get me killed if you can. She stared at Jin Shuai dead in the face and gritted her teeth. Oh, as you wish. Jin Shuai laughed. Jin Shuai, you're a demon, you're scum, you're the beast of beasts. Kawashima Yoshiko was being a bit broken inside. Unable to do anything about it, she could only keep cursing the other party. There's nothing wrong with being an animal, it's better than being worse than an animal. Snap. When Jin Shuai realized that Kawashima Yoshiko did not have the awareness of being a loser and instead dared to scold himself, he directly slapped Kawashima Yoshiko violently. Marshal Jin, if you have the ability, get me killed. I, Kawashima Yoshiko, swear that as long as I don't die today, I'll be bound to kill and break you into pieces in the future. Without the ability to avenge her brother, Kawashima Yoshiko at this time only wanted Jin Shuai to get himself killed. She began to deliberately stimulate Jin Shuai. Just bent on death. Kawashima Yoshiko, do you want to die that badly? The more the other party wants to die, Jin Shuai will not kill her, and it just so happens that today the mother compulsion has turned into a child compulsion, and Jin Shuai has decided that he wants the child compulsion to control the other party. When he thought of this, Jin Shuai no longer hesitated and directly used his true chi to force out the subcompulsion. Jin Shuai, you devil, what do you want again? On the side, Kawashima Yoshiko naturally discovered the subcompulsion in Jin Shuai's hand. Seeing the other party's unsuspecting gaze, she winced and said with some fear. It's a good treasure, a subcompulsion in a subcompulsion. Eat it, and your life and death will be up to me, Jin Shuai, oh. Jin Shuai took a look at the felicitous subcompound in his palm, directly broke open Kawashima Yoshiko's mouth, and forced the subcompound in. Ahem. After Kawashima Yoshiko was fed the subcompulsion by Jin Shuai, she desperately picked her throat, trying to get it out. Then, she overthought it, and the sub-companion familiarly burrowed inside her heart and settled in beautifully. Marshal Jin, don't think you can control me, Kawashima Yoshiko, with this damn bug. After trying just now, Kawashima Yoshiko realized that there was no way for her to get the bug out, but she still somewhat didn't quite believe what Jin Shuai had said, that she could control her life and death with this little bug. Oh, woman, a stiff upper lip is not pleasant. For Kawashima Yoshiko does not believe his words, he laughed, this woman, really hard mouth, he Jin Shuai only like clever words like a woman. Therefore, he decided to let Kawashima Yoshiko taste the feeling of life being worse than death that Hashimoto Nobiki knew so well. As Jin Shuai gave instructions to the mother compulsion in her body, Kawashima Yoshiko suddenly felt a heart palpitation, a pain that devoured her heart and caused her to ache. Ah! Stop it! The subcompulsion was frantically tearing inside her heart, which caused Kawashima Yoshiko, who was still lying comfortably on the bed, to suddenly bruise and twist her body frantically. Tear! The bedsheets, which she had gripped with both hands in a death grip, naturally couldn't withstand the tearing of a martial artist and cracked in response. Marshal Jin, I'll never seek revenge on you again, please let me go. Kawashima Yoshiko just couldn't bear such a heart-eating pain, and she began to beg for mercy from true marshal. Ha! Jin Shuai didn't believe Kawashima Yoshiko's bull, and he realized that the other party still maintained a hatred level of 100 towards him. So he didn't withdraw his command, and the sub-companion was still tearing at Kawashima Yoshiko's heart. Aha, you devil, you shall not die. When Kawashima Yoshiko sees that Jin Shuai doesn't believe her words and continues to let the bugs torture her, she breaks into a fit of rage. Oh, woman, I don't like tough talk. Jin Shuai ignored the other party, and Z Compass was still carrying out orders. Not long after, Kawashima Yoshiko, who had been tortured by the sub-compulsions to the point of being worse than death, actually rolled her eyes and fainted. However, the sub-compassion didn't care about the host's feelings as it continued to tear. Ah-ha-ha. It didn't take long for Kawashima Yoshiko to surprisingly be awakened from her comatose state by the pain again, and she roared as she tore her heart out. This gave Kurosawa Shiran and her twin sisters downstairs the creeps. Master, this is really awesome, I just don't know if that unlucky woman will be played to death by Master. But it's better to be dead. Kurosawa Shiran guessed in her mind. She was aware of unsuspecting women coming after her master. Sister, Master, this is too powerful, it's almost dawn and Sister Kurosawa is even screaming so loudly. Nadi looked at her sister, who said with some trepidation. Sister, listen carefully, it's not Kurosawa-san's voice, oh, I wonder who on earth it is. Hato, who was listening more closely, realized that it wasn't Kurosawa Shiriai's yell. Huh, it really isn't it. Nadi sniffed and perked up her ears, listening carefully and realizing that it was the voice of an unfamiliar woman. But this sister's voice isn't so much she's screaming in agony. She's bad, isn't she? Nadi listened carefully and realized that she was the one who thought wrong just now. Looks like this woman isn't our sister, she's the bad guy. Bodo agreed with his sister Nadi. Luckily, the soundproofing of the villas was relatively good, and each one was far away from each other, so it was only Kurosawa Shiren, who was a martial artist, who could hear them carefully. Otherwise, I guess everyone else is going to call the police. Marshal Jin, I really don't dare anymore, please take away the avatar. Kawashima Yoshiko felt like life was worse than death and could only beg for mercy again. I told you, I don't like tough-talking women, I only like coquettish ones. Facing Kawashima Yoshiko's pleas for mercy, Jin Shuai was unmoved. Lord, please spare Kawashima. Kawashima Yoshiko seemed to understand what Jin Shuai meant and opened her mouth to call up her master. Kawashima Yoshiko, now you finally understand a little, but only a little. Seeing that Kawashima Yoshiko was beginning to soften, Jin Shuai withdrew his command to the mother parasite. The sub-companion also immediately stopped tearing into Kawashima Yoshiko's heart. There was no more heart-eating pain, which made Kawashima Yoshiko feel like she had come from hell to heaven all of a sudden. Thank you, master. Kawashima Yoshiko knowingly climbed up and knelt down to Jin Shuai to show her submission. If it wasn't for the fact that Jin Shuai had used his heavenly eyes to check that Kawashima Yoshiko's hatred level was still 100, he might have fallen for it. Woman, you still don't know much. Jin Shuai scolded Kawashima Yoshiko, who was kneeling in front of him. This made Kawashima Yoshiko a bit confused. She had pretended to be soft. Why was this demon still not satisfied with herself? Jin Shuai, you devil, what exactly do you want? Kawashima Yoshiko was grief-stricken and really couldn't accept that Jin Shuai could not move to torture her with sub-compulsions anymore. Marshal Jin, please give a pain and get me killed. She broke down and was bent on death. Chapter 46 High-Yen. The next morning, Yoshiko Kawashima limped from the third floor to the first with one hand on the stairs and one hand on her crotch. She has long since lost her previous vigor, and at this time, like a flower that has been destroyed by the storm, shaking and wanting to wither. I can't believe it's you. Kurosawa Shirei, who was downstairs having breakfast with her twin sisters, recognized Kawashima Yoshiko at once. Kawashima Yoshiko. What are you doing here? Kurosawa Shiren looked at the other party warily as she said in an unkind tone. This woman, Kurosawa Shiren, had naturally met her, and had come to her door a few days ago to apologize, but the next day, Kawashima Kid had sent someone to kidnap herself. As far as she was concerned, there wasn't a single good thing about this organization, the Yakuza. Especially thinking about the screams coming from upstairs last night, Kurosawa Shiren concluded that the other party must have been up to no good last night, only to be sanctioned by their powerful master. Kawashima Yoshiko snorted coldly and did not answer the other party as she glared at the three women. Kurosawa-san, you know her? Bodo asked with some curiosity. Looking at the shaken Yoshiko Kawashima, to be treated like this by her master, she knew that the other woman should not be her sister. She's from the Yakuza, and has a problem with our master. Kurosawa Shirei simply picked out the other side. You bad woman, you dare to be mean to us in our house, sisters, beat her. Understanding her opponent's identity, Bodo couldn't help herself. She took the lead and rushed forward, her arm raised high, ready to slap this ungrateful woman. However, she was overthinking it. Even if Kawashima Yoshiko's condition was poor at this point, she was still one big realm ahead of Bodo. Kawashima Yoshiko, even against her tired state, with a crooked neck, easily dodged it, and not only that, she even went for a smooth hug. Bang! The two men fell heavily to the ground, but Bodo became a meat cushion for his opponent. Ouch, that hurts. Sisters, help! With Yoshiko Kawashima in a jujitsu necklock, Bodo can't move and has to ask her sisters for help. You damned woman, let go of my sister. Nadi saw her sister being pinned down by her opponent, and she was the first to rush up. Kurosawa Shiren didn't say a word, but she wasn't slow to act, and she acted as soon as she saw Bodo holding the fall. Quickly stepping forward, she kicked hard directly at Kawashima Yoshiko's head. Seeing this, Kawashima Yoshiko hurriedly let go of Bodo and rolled over to avoid the kick. Drink! Seeing Kawashima Yoshiko release her sister and pull away, Nadi jumped even higher, and with a chirp, she went straight for a jackhammer, ready to deliver a heavy elbow strike to her opponent. Bang! Kawashima Yoshiko could only roll her body again in an attempt to avoid her opponent's surefire move. Kawashima Yoshiko screamed miserably, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She was too weak, and the small of her back still ate the blow. Great job, sister. Bodo, who had already risen, lit up at the sight and praised it loudly. She then quickly stepped forward and raised her right leg high and back, ready to completely up her opponent with one kick. All right. Bodo, let her go. This scene was just seen by Jin Shui, who had come downstairs, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. I thought to myself, this little ninny, she's too violent, isn't she? Ah, master. When Bodo heard Jin Shui's words, she hurriedly put away her stored power kick, flew to Jin Shui's side, and directly hung herself on Jin Shui's body. Master, you're up. At this time, she was very good and pampered to Jin Shui. Where was the appearance of the violent woman just now? Naughty. Jensen punished Bodo straight away. You're not leaving yet? Then, holding Bodo in his arms, he walked over to Kawashima Yoshiko and looked down on the other. Humph. Kawashima Yoshiko coldly glanced at Jin Shui before rising from the ground. She wouldn't be grateful to Jin Shui, then dragged her exhausted body and limped in the direction of the main entrance. Just like that, Kawashima Yoshiko left in a sorry state under the unkind gaze of Kurosawa Shiran and her twin sisters. Marshal Jin, even if we all die together, I, Kawashima Yoshiko, am bound to kill you. Yoshiko Kawashima, who limped out of the villa, looked back as she gritted her teeth. She then left without looking back. She still had palpitations for Jin Shui and only wanted to escape from this building which she considered as a devil's den. Jin Shui naturally heard Kawashima Yoshiko's grandiose words before she left, but he didn't take them to heart. This Kawashima Yoshiko, whose hatred for him was stretched to its fullest, he naturally would not have any mercy. What's more, Jin Shui was inherently prejudiced against the name Kawashima Yoshiko. In his eyes, Kawashima Yoshiko was already his pet, and if she dared to bite her master, he wouldn't mind letting the other party taste the pain of devouring his heart again. Master, are you free today? After Kawashima Yoshiko left, Kurosawa Chiling saw Jin Shui at home somewhat idly playing with his twin sisters, and she went up to ask. I'm free, Kurosawa, what's up? Jin Shui looked at the other party with some confusion, as Kurosawa Chiling suddenly asked him this, making him a bit puzzled. Master, you haven't inspected Yan's High since you inherited it, and Kurosawa wants to show you around today. When Kurosawa Chiling heard that Jin Shui was available, she voiced her thoughts. An inspection of the company? Go on then. Without even thinking about it, Jin Shui agreed to Kurosawa Chiling's request. To be honest, he was also a little curious about the custom store in Sakura country and what it was like. Master, Bodo and Nadi want to come along too. Hearing the conversation between the two, the twin sisters said they wanted to go too. They had been adopted back and were originally meant to be groomed as special talents to assist Jin Shui in controlling Jin's High, so they were also curious about the company they had never been to. Of course it's no problem, so let's go together. Jin Shui patted Bodo, who was clinging to himself and being a bit naughty, and then with a big wave of his hand, he directly clapped down. Great! Fantastic! The twin sisters also cheered. As the two sisters who had been instilled with the traditional concept of womanhood in Sakura country since they were young, apart from going to school, it was all-day boredom at home, and hearing that Jin Shui was willing to take them along to inspect the company, they were so happy that they cheered straight away. Then let's go! Jin Shui was the first to get up, and the three girls directly followed. Good morning, Master. Outside the villa, as Jin Shui's full-time driver, Fujiwara Takumi was waiting early every day, ready to serve Jin Shui. Oh, Takumi, come out with us. Jin Shui said smilingly. So far, in the entire Sakura country, Fujiwara Takumi was the only male brat he didn't hate. Since there were more people going out this time, Jin Shui also didn't let Fujiwara Takumi drive his E86, but instead chose a most ordinary nanny car. Just as Jin Shui and the others were getting ready to leave, there was a woman with a rather wow factor, a delicate face, and rimless glasses, hovering back and forth not far from the entrance of one of the largest Tokyo's Jin's High. The poised woman here and there looks at the gateway to Yan's High. The sight of a lewd-looking man coming in and out made her long-ago decision a little hesitant, and she looked very helpless with her hands up. Eventually, she paused, as if making a final decision, and gritted her teeth and walked in. Chapter 47, Fear of Young Women Wearing Glasses. The eyeglassed beauty caught the eyes of all the men in the room as soon as she walked into Yan's High. This woman, with her flawless face, a pair of rimless glasses, and a blow-up body, looked like a ripe peach. I'm not afraid of a young girl with pouty lips, I'm afraid of a young woman with glasses. Possessing a unique temperament,
her seductive power is pulled straight to the fullest, and her appearance at the custom store is simply a descending blow to all the female employees present.
Who is she? Is she the new employee here? I'll order her clock.
The male client felt his soul was going to be seduced. Even if the other side of the service fee is higher, he will have to order. Not only him, but none of the other clients in the room were free of this thought.
Hello, sister, how may I help you?
The little sister at the front desk looked at the big sister in front of her, who was regarded as a lamb by all the men in the room and appeared to be very nervous, and she took the initiative to speak.
I'm here intending to work part-time. The spectacled beauty was a little nervous and spoke a little low.
Still, her words were overheard by the nearby customers, each with a gleam in their eyes, like hungry wolves. Noticing that naked look in their eyes, the glasses beauty leaned towards the front desk with some fear, as if the front desk girl, who was also a woman, could give her a sense of security.
You want to work here part-time?
The receptionist girl looked at the glasses beauty with some disbelief. She was a bit puzzled that with the other party's condition, she still needed to come to the custom store to work part-time?
Yes.
The glasses beauty saw the other party's unbelievable eyes. She said with some embarrassment.
I have some special circumstances on my side. Can I talk to the person in charge of your place?
The spectacled beauty was being ogled by the crowd, and she stood a little on her feet.
Of course.
For the glasses beauty's request to meet the person in charge, the receptionist girl didn't find it strange. She guessed that the other party should mention some conditions. This kind of existence that is the treasure of the town store upon arrival, the front desk girl naturally will not be slow. She hurriedly got up and, "Sister, you come with me. I'll take you to the person in charge of our store."
Okay, thanks.
The spectacled beauty bowed very gratefully to the receptionist girl.
No need to be polite, sis. Yuko might have to ask for more care from you in the future.
The receptionist girl was also very polite, and when she said that, she walked ahead and showed the way to the glasses beauty.
Bang bang bang.
Soon, Yuko led the glasses beauty to the door of an office in the office area, and she gently tapped on the office door.
Who?
A man's voice came from inside. "Supervisor Koizumi, I'm Yuko from the front desk. There's an older sister over here who wants to work part-time at our store, and she wants to talk to you."
Hearing the supervisor's voice, Yuko answered in a hurry. Someone wants a part-time job? Won't you take her to Hoshiko? Supervisor Koizumi's somewhat angry voice came from the office. Keiko, as Supervisor Koizumi calls her, is the mama-san of the Sansai, and it's she who usually dispatches the female employees. Master Koizumi, it's like this, the sister's situation is a bit special, that's why I brought her here to see you. Yuko heard her supervisor getting angry and she hurriedly explained. How special?
In Jingdong, it's hard to find three-legged toads, and two-legged women are all over the streets.
Supervisor Koizumi said with some disinterest. Supervisor Koizumi, it's this sister, it's just perfect. It's too beautiful. She's no worse than our President Kurosawa.
Yuko was afraid that the other party would blame her, and she got a little anxious and blurted out.
Yuko, bring her in.
When Supervisor Koizumi heard Yuko's words, his tone suddenly got better. Sister, the supervisor has agreed to see you, let's enter.
Yuko gave the glasses beauty a yay. Yuko, thank you.
The glasses beauty was grateful to Yuko, and she knew that Yuko had just brought herself here at the risk of offending the leader.
Yuko, go ahead and get busy, I'll have a nice chat with this pretty girl. As soon as the glasses beauty followed Yuko into the office, Supervisor Koizumi, who was sitting in an office chair with a big belly, stared straight at her. Hi. Yuko went down first. With the man brought, Yuko gave Supervisor Koizumi a bow and left. This made the eyeglassed beauty, who was alone in the same room with Supervisor Koizumi, a little nervous, and she was keenly aware of the look in her opponent's eyes that wanted to eat her up just now.
"Oh, this beautiful woman, don't be nervous, quickly have a seat." Supervisor Koizumi naturally noticed that the other party was a bit nervous, and he got up very enthusiastically, walked over, and reached out to try to support the other party's waist.
Supervisor Koizumi, you're welcome.
The glasses beauty waved her hand in a hurry and hurriedly sat down on the chair, avoiding Supervisor Koizumi's hand that wanted to touch her. Supervisor Koizumi's face changed slightly, a bit annoyed, but he immediately returned to his smiling face.
This pretty girl, just now Yuko said that you want to come to our part-time job and want to talk to me. I wonder what kind of conditions you have. Supervisor Koizumi smiled and said, Ahem, look at me, I forgot to ask your name. I wonder what the pretty lady calls herself. Aoi Shiranui.
Glasses beauty dare not and the other side of the direct gaze. She can feel the other side seems to have some mischief in mind. At this time she somewhat regret to interview with the other side alone. Let's hope this Koizumi supervisor is as decent a person as Mr. Yen Shuai. Aoi Shiranui could only pray in her heart, although at this moment she wanted to escape from this place. Her legs felt like they were filled with cement, and there was no way out for the sake of her own mother's formalities. Aoi Shiranui? A good name. It matches your temperament, beautiful lady. Supervisor Koizumi eyed the fair-skinned Aoi Shiranui somewhat wistfully. Supervisor Koizumi, it's like this, I came here to find customers through your store. Aoi Baibai wasn't tucking in either, she just wanted to finish her conditions quickly and get the hell out of here. I'm still as a girl, only one part-time job, and I want $500,000. I can't believe you're still a girl? Supervisor Koizumi brightened up at that. After working here for so many years, it was the first time he had seen a girl as beautiful as Aoi Hakabai, and he was excited. Koizumi, as the supervisor of this place, he had gotten tired of the female employees here a long time ago, and Aoi Hakabai was such a perfect girl that his heart was moved. Ms. Aoi, let me, Koizumi, see if you're lying and if you're worth $500,000. Koizumi wasn't pretending at this point, he came right up next to Aoi Shiranui and reached out to wrap his arms around the other. Pop. Supervisor Koizumi, what do you want? Aoi Baibai directly slapped away her opponent's salty hands. She looked horrified and got up to leave the place. Pop. Supervisor Koizumi slapped Aoi Shiranui directly in the face, barely dazing her. What for? Of course I want to. Koizumi supervisor at this time a lewd face. Aoi Baibai looks like a woman with no background. The meat sent to the door. He Koizumi Taro naturally will not be polite. You. Don't you come over here. Aoi Shiranui was terrified as she braced her hands on the ground and kept stepping back, wanting to get away from the lewd man in front of her who had bad intentions towards her. Hey, when you enter this door, you can't be the boss. Koizumi Taro's face was so excited that he quickly stepped forward and reached out to rip his opponent's clothes. Chapter 48, Don't Come Near Me. Snort. Wow. Kurosawa-san, it looks so grand. Is this our family store? A white nanny car stopped sharply in front of the entrance of Yan's High and dumped its tail, then the door opened and a beautiful young girl with a double ponytail and youthful beauty jumped down from the nanny car. She couldn't help but marvel at the gilded, piebald high of Jen. Then, a double ponytailed beauty who looked exactly like her walked down from the nanny van, and they both wore the same JK uniform, making the people around them stand out. Sister, I say you deserve to be punished by your master with a little spanking, is that even a question? She blanked her sister, who looked exactly like her, and deflated. Yan's High is our family. LOL, Naughty-san was right then, Bodo you just owe it to yourself to spank your little ass. The nanny car came down another young woman wearing a black cheongsam, under the tailor-made cheongsam, especially highlighting the other party's delicate figure and outstanding temperament. She looked at her twin sisters, her jade hand slightly covering her mouth as she snickered and snickered. Master, you're slowing down. Then, she slightly owed her body again and extended her slender hand to help the beautiful man who was ready to get off from the nanny car. Kurosawa, master, I'm not that vain, it's not like you don't know. For his woman to be so sweet, Jin Shuai was also very satisfied. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he flirted with the other party. Aha! Kurosawa naturally knows how powerful his master is. She looked at her beloved master with flair and lassitude in her eyes. Black Zephyr, you're getting more and more understanding now, let your master properly accompany you to cultivate at night, now let's go in first. Jin Shuai got out of the car and directly wrapped his arms around the dimpled Kurosawa Chiling, then walked towards Jin's High to the door. The twin sisters, naturally, followed the two closely beside them. Hello, President. The security guard at the entrance was shocked to see Kurosawa Chiling being embraced by Jin Shuai, but he still bowed 90 degrees at first opportunity and shouted in a neutral tone. Well, you all mark my words, this side next to you is the real owner of our High by Jen. Kurosawa Shiren put away the softness that she had in front of Jin Shuai, and in front of the others. At this time, she was in a proper strong woman posture. Good day, master. When the security guards heard Kurosawa Shiriai's words, they immediately rebowed again and shouted. The attitude was even more respectful than before. This pleased Shiren Kurosawa. Jin Shuai nodded with a smile, he was also satisfied with the performance of these oxen and horses. Wow! This glamorous young woman is the president of Yan's High? Not far away, some customers were sizing up a few people, especially the Cheongsam wearing Kurosawa Chiling, who they thought couldn't be any worse than the spectacled beauty from earlier.
Now this one, even more flavorful.
And, with the kawaii twin sisters next to them, the temptation is pulled full circle.
Yeah, Inu, didn't you hear all these security guards calling each other president and master? This owner of High of Gen looks ravishing.
He looked on in envy and jealousy at the kawaii twins with their arms around Kurosawa Shirei and a pair of childish giant wow factor twins glued to their sides, more than ready to take their place.
Hey, Yamamoto, just don't think about it, you're a lecherous man who's only good for finding the female employees here.
Next to him, Inu of course harbored the same thoughts as the other, but it was better to speak first.
Hey, they are all Sakura countrymen, why is the difference so big?
But the female staff here, the service attitude and the level is also considered the top in the industry.
The little dog was overwhelmed with emotion.
The other clients nodded in agreement as they heard the words.
Instead, they're all here to have fun. Big brother, don't laugh at second brother. Hello, master.
Good day, president.
Seeing Jin Shuai and the others walking towards their side, Yuzi, the little girl at the front desk who had gotten up early and waited, immediately bowed and greeted them.
Oh, hello, little sister, how does it feel to work here?
Jin Shuai said with a smile, and just looked very friendly.
Master, Yuko is very happy working here.
Seeing her own master being so friendly, Yuko was also bold as she continued, Master, Yuko loves you so much, and this time I finally got to meet you.
If the other sisters knew, they'd envy Yuko.
Oh?
Why do you say that? Jin Shuai was also a bit curious, although he didn't use his heavenly eyes, he was able to sense that the other party was truly satisfied with himself as his master. He believed Yuko was telling the truth.
Master, you directly doubled the sisters' commission directly before, of course we like you.
Yuko was very happy and smiled as she looked at Jin Shuai, she felt that she couldn't get enough of him, her own master was just too handsome. But Yuko's words left Jin Shuai a little confused.
He remembered that the one who raised the commission was a female employee, Yuko was a receptionist on a fixed salary, so why was she so happy?
Mikami Yuko.
Age, 22. Good sense, 70.
Face value, 85. Completeness, 1 the plumwort thing.
Skills, playing and singing.
Overall strength, weak. Jin Shuai was confused, no wonder Yuko was so happy, it seemed like she hadn't been on the clock much lately. With this face value of the other party, I guess there are some customers who would at least offer double the price to convince Yuko to go on the clock. Through the eye in the sky, Jin Shuai found out about Yuzume's warts, and he quietly distanced himself from the other party.
Oh, Yuko, thank you for liking it. I'll hang out somewhere else with Kurosawa first.
Jin Shuai remained smiling on the surface.
Come on, Kurosawa, show me around.
He turned his head and prodded Kurosawa Shirei.
Yes, master, let me give you a good tour. Saying that, Kurosawa Chi-Ling took the initiative to take Jin Shuai's hand and walked up to the second floor of Jin's High.
Hello, President.
On the second floor, in the female employees' lounge, a group of female employees who were resting without clocking in saw Kurosawa Shirei's arrival and immediately rose to greet her.
Hi guys. Was it hard work?
Kurosawa Shiren said with a big smile and a spring in her step.
President, although the work is a little bit miserable, the double commission really makes us happy.
One of the bolder female employees answered Kurosawa Shirei's words loudly.
It was obvious that she was happy with her current job and passionate about it. Let me introduce to you, this is the owner of our Jin's High, Jin Shuai.
Kurosawa Chi-Ling took the initiative to introduce Jin Shuai to everyone.
Wow. I didn't realize this handsome guy next to us was our master. A female employee got excited, she looked at Jin Shuai excitedly, Master, can Kawana hug you? With that, she stretched out her own hands, ready to go forward and hug Jin Shuai.
Kawana Haruta.
Age, 28.
Good sense, 80.
Face value, 80.
Completeness, 2584 AI.
Plum warts and gonorrhea.
Skills, blowing, playing and singing grand finale. Overall strength, combat chicken.
Yen Shuai, oh? He was confused. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and he backed up, waving his hands continuously.
Don't you come over. Chapter 49, Mr. Aoi, what are you doing here?
Master, do you think that Chanel is dirty? A trace of sadness flashed in Haruta Kanna's eyes when she saw that Jin Shuai was backing away repeatedly, very resistant to hugging herself.
Also, people like me are destined to get no respect from others, huh?
Suddenly, she laughed a heartless laugh. Nothing, don't think too much, no one can look down on my Jin Shuai's employees.
Jinshui sensed Haruta Kanna's sadness, stopped his backward steps, took the initiative to go forward, and gave Haruta Kanna a big hug. Don't worry, I, Jinshui, will make sure that you are respected and recognized by others. Jinshui forced a smile and thought to himself that a hug shouldn't be contagious, right? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the women of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the women of the Sakura country, rewarded with 1000 cynicism value.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for gaining the allegiance of the women of the Sakura kingdom, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values.
Ness. I can't believe you have 7000 cynicism value.
Jinshui received the reward from the system and was delighted in his heart. He felt like he had just taken a chance on a hug, and it had been the right thing to do. This wave is a reward for his acting skills.
Kurosawa, from now on, raise the commission of all female employees present from 60% to 80%.
You guys are so bitter, so naturally I, Jinshui, won't treat you all badly.
After hastily letting go of Haruta Kanna, Jinshui unobtrusively took a few steps back and stood next to Kurosawa Shirei, declaring in a domineering manner. No problem, master, Kurosawa will arrange it. Kurosawa Shiren immediately nodded her head and said that she would implement Jinshui's decision.
Although, with 80% commission, it was a loss, but the master's decision, she had to carry it out. And as she was also a woman, she empathized even more, and without realizing it, her love for Jinshui added another point.
No man in the Sakura country would ever consider a woman's feelings. Ah! Awesome! Thank you, master. Woohoo!
A room full of female employees, some of them hugged together happily, some of them bowed to Jinshui with great gratitude, and some of them felt that they had gained Jinshui's respect, and were moved to tears and cried with joy. Sisters, master has treated us so well, we must not fail master's expectations, even if the work is miserable, we must grit our teeth and persevere, or else we will be sorry for master's great love.
Kana Haruta touched the tear tracks in the corner of her eye and raised her arms. You're right, Kana-chan, Miko will definitely work hard. And I will. The female employees nodded in agreement.
Jinshui was also smilingly looking at a room full of female employees. These people, he had just used his heavenly eyes to check it out, can be described as all 5 poisons. It is simply a walking pathogen. The harder they worked, the happier Jinshui was, not because of the amount of money they could make, but the possibility of infecting one more brat if they worked one more clock. Think of it purely as a way to avenge the deaths of your forefathers.
Kurosawa, let's go check somewhere else.
Jinshui really didn't want to stay here much longer. He felt that even the air in this place was probably toxic.
Okay, master, let's keep going around. Kurosawa Chiling took the initiative to take Jinshui's arm and headed out of the room.
Master, this store is the biggest one we have in Yansai. The supervisor here is called Koizumi Taro, the old director's former beloved henchman.
Kurosawa Shiren took Jinshui for a stroll here and there, introducing him to some of the store in the process. Master, this is Koizumi Taro's office.
A few people arrived at the door of an office, and Shiren Kurosawa spoke up, then she reached out with the intention of knocking on the door.
Bang!
But next to him, Jinshui moved even faster. He directly kicked the door away, then quickly scurried inside. This caused both Kurosawa and the twins to freeze for a moment, somewhat unsure of what was going on. As for why Jinshui suddenly stormed up and kicked the door, he naturally had his reasons. With a much higher cultivation level, he naturally heard the commotion inside the house, and he realized that it was actually Aoibai by calling for help. He then used his heavenly eyes to check out the situation inside the house, and the scene inside caused him to storm right out, which led to the scene of kicking the door just now.
Who are you?
Koizumi Taro heard a commotion coming from behind him, startling him and immediately turning back to check on the situation.
Oh, still asking, collect you here. Bang! Puff!
Jinshui didn't care who the other party was, and directly kicked at him, directly sending the other party flying. Koizumi Taro hit the wall hard and smashed down, lying motionless on the floor, with blood pouring out of his mouth, his life and death unknown.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a brat, rewarded with 1000 cynicism value. Under Jinshui's furious strike, Koizumi Taro was naturally too dead to die.
Mizurai, what are you doing here?
Jinshui did not look at the wave through Koizumi Taro more than once, but also went forward to help Aoibai on the ground, secretly said that it is fortunate that today Kurosawa Chilean called himself to inspect the company, otherwise Aoi would not be white. By now the other man's shirt had been torn by Koizumi Taro and was in rags.
Jinshuijuan. Aoi Bai hugged Jin Shui tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Woohoo! Instead of answering Jin Shui's question, Aoi Bai hugged Jin Shui to herself and cried there. Okay, Ms. Arai, it's okay, it's okay. Feeling that Aoi Bai's body was shaking, Jin Shui understood that the other party was a sign of great fear, and he kept gently patting the other party's back to pacify Aoi Bai. Ah! Shiren Kurosawa exclaimed as she walked into the office and looked at her master hugging a crying beauty in Taro Koizumi, who was lying dead or alive on the floor. Master, what's going on? A little unsure, she opened her mouth to ask. Ms. Aoi, what are you doing here? Bodo looked at her master holding a very wow woman with a very wow body, and the other woman was crying. She was a little curious and went up to check the other woman out. She recognized her instantly. Aoi Bai cried for a while, and her emotions settled down. She turned back, then saw the three women looking at themselves very curiously, and for a moment, she didn't know how to open her mouth. Aoi Shiranui, who had come back to her senses, felt a little cooler, and realized that she was only wearing a vest. She hurriedly let go of Jin Shui and clasped her hands in front of her own chest in an attempt to block the abyss that was now uncontrollable. Seeing this, Kurosawa Shiren hurriedly walked over, removed her own shawl, and helped Aoi Shiranui drape it over her. Thanks. Realizing she was no longer naked, Aoi Hakabai owed a slight smile and gave Kurosawa Shiren a thank you. Only at this point, her smile was a little stiff. Sister, tell your sister what's going on. Kurosawa Shiren probably understood what was going on at this point, and since her master and the Hato girls knew each other, as if they were teachers at the school, she was a little curious as to why the other was here. Chapter 50. Ms. Aoi, what do you take me, Jin Shui, for? Aoi Bai opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. She was too embarrassed to say in front of her own students that she wanted to come here part-time. It's so humiliating, she's afraid people will laugh at her. This one seems to be dead. Bodo stepped forward and kicked Koizutaro, and when he realized that the other man wasn't moving, he put his finger in front of his nose and realized that he wasn't breathing. Dead? Aoi Shiranui was still stammering when she suddenly heard Bodo's words, startling her. Jun. Mr. Jin Shui, you killed someone. She ran to Jin Shui's side in a bit of a panic and wrapped her arms around him, looking flustered and somewhat incoherent. You go. She hurriedly urged Jin Shui to leave the place, not wanting to carry a murder because of Jin Shui. Ms. Arai, don't worry, it's okay. Jin Shui patted the other party's jade hand and was very calm. He didn't take this matter to heart at all. Fellow student Jin Shui, please go. You all killed each other because you saved me. I can't drag you down with me. She shoved up Jin Shui in an attempt to push him away from continuing to stay here. Teacher, please, Mr. Jin Shui, go now. Teacher can't drag you down. She looked at Kurosawa Shiren's several girls with an eager face. You guys also quickly come and help. Hurry up and take Yen Shui's classmates out of here. Oh, Ms. Aoi, don't worry, our master is not an ordinary person, this Koizumi Taro, it's fine to kill him. Instead of listening to Aoi Shiranui, Kurosawa Shiranui smiled and comforted her. Yeah, Ms. Arai, you don't have to worry, it's fine nah. Aha, sis is right. Bodo and Nadi chimed in. Are you guys crazy? This is a homicide. Aoi Bai became more and more anxious. She felt that these people were simply too childish. This was a murder case. You'd better go. You won't be able to leave when the security bureau comes. Aoi Shiranui is just an ordinary person, and in her perception, killing has to be paid for. In the Sakura country, murderers are sentenced to death by the judge. But how could she know that in the Sakura country, the law was what the rich and powerful used to bind ordinary people, not what was used to bind them, the makers? Ms. Aoi, don't be nervous, our master is the owner of this place, he's a tycoon, his energy is beyond your imagination, it'll be fine. Kurosawa Shiren helplessly explained Aoi Shiranui's true identity to Jin Shui. Mr. Yin Shui, is everything she said true? Are you really the owner of this place? Aoi Bai looked at Jin Shui in some disbelief. Although her own students were all rich second generation, she did not expect Jin Shui to come from such a big place, to be the owner of Jinsai. This is the #1 ranked existence in the entire Sakura country's custom industry, and the owner is worth over $10 billion. Oh, Ms. Aoi, I'm naturally the boss here, so you really don't have to worry about it. Jin Shui laughed bitterly. He also knew that the other party was just an ordinary person. In the face of something like killing, it was normal for the other party to panic for a moment. That's good. That's good. Seeing that Jin Shui himself had confirmed it, and that everyone was so calm, she patted her own chest, finally letting go of her heart. She didn't know that this action made Jin Shui, who had been watching her, look dazzled. The semi-transparent shawl simply could not hold up against the towering peaks, which were now even more choppy and rippling. Richer than Shiren Kurosawa. Jin Shui made a visual inspection and came to his own conclusion. Ms. Arai, are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me about it, maybe I can help you. Jin Shui thought that the other party who came here without any reason must have encountered difficulties. Maybe he came to work part-time and was just too embarrassed to ask. It can't be that he came here to talk to Koizumi Taro about love, can it? This is a custom store. Mr. Jin Shui, I'm short of money. My mother has to have an operation, now I'm still short of 500,000 yuan, there's no way out, that's why I thought to come here part-time once, to see if I can get the money together, but I didn't expect this Koizumi supervisor. He even tried to insult me directly. Fortunately Jin Shui classmate, you appeared in time, or else the teacher would have been finished. Awai Bai Bai said somewhat thankfully. If it wasn't for Jin Shui's timely arrival, she would have lost her innocence. Without her innocence, how is she going to come up with $500,000? Unable to raise the money, her mother had to wait for death. At this moment, Jin Shui was no different from a lifesaver in her eyes. Mr. Jin Shui, can you help me? Awai Bai Bai looked at Jin Shui apprehensively. If she could choose her client, she definitely wished to choose the Jin Shui in front of her. The other party was handsome and young, and she liked it. Teacher or a girl? Afraid that Jin Shui would not agree to her request, she hurriedly added. Ms. Aoi, what do you take me, Jin Shui, for? Jin Shui sniffed and said somewhat angrily, am I, Jin Shui, the kind of person who sees death and saves lives? He patted his chest, and it was a bonkers beat. The road is not a place to be, when it's time to take action. Wow. I, Jin Shui, love to help people. Ms. Aoi, don't worry about it, I'll do this favor. Mr. Jin Shui, thank you. Aoi Bai Bai said with an excited face. Just now Jin Shui had startled her, thinking that the other party would not agree to her request. It seems like I misunderstood classmate Jin Shui, he's always been such a decent person. Aoi Bai Bai cursed himself in his heart. He should not have doubted the character of Yen Shui's classmates. Ms. Arai, saving your mother is important, let's go to the hospital now. When Jin Shui said that, he was going to pull Aoi Bai Bai out of here. He was really afraid of delaying the best time to save Aoi Hakabai's mom's parents. But what about this, Mr. Yen Shui? Aoi Shiranui asked with some concern as he pointed at Koizumi Taro's body. At this moment, she felt her heart warm. She didn't expect Jin Shui to be so forthcoming, and still be so attached to her mother's affairs. It touched her badly. But Aoi Bai Bai was still a little worried that just leaving like that, the Koizumi Taro thing would cause trouble for Jin Shui. Aoi-sensei, small matter, look at me. Jin Shui somewhat offered a bottle from his spatial ring and showed it off in front of Aoi Bai Bai. Mr. Jin Shui, what is this? Aoi Bai Bai was a little curious when she saw a small bottle suddenly appear in Jin Shui's hand as if by magic. Oh, this is a great treasure for killing people. Jin Shui smiled mysteriously. Ms. Aoi, watch this. After saying that, Jin Shui came to the side of Koizumi Taro's corpse, opened the cap of the bottle, and poured a drop of corpse-transforming water onto it. Koizumi Taro's body, just like that, with Aoi Shiranui dumbfounded, first turned into liquid, then evaporated without leaving a trace. It was as if the other side never existed in this world. Chapter 51, The Great White. What's going on here? Aoi Bai Bai couldn't help but gasp in amazement when she saw this amazing scene. She was just an average wild-looking Sakura Nation woman. Where had she ever seen such an amazing spectacle? Aoi sister, the master's magical place can be much more, it's up to you to slowly dig it out yourself. Oh. Kurosawa Shiren's name for Aoi Shiranui was starting to change, and in her mind, it was a done deal for the other woman to become her sister. This master of his own, he is meatless. And like a buffalo, he does his work without any fear of tiring his body. Okay, it's done, let's go to the hospital now. After Jin Shui took care of Koizumi Taro's corpse, he walked over to Aoi Bai Bai and very naturally wrapped his arms around the other party's delicate waist. Aha! Aoi Bai Bai's body trembled slightly and tensed for a moment, then she relaxed again. Jin Shui-kun, let's go. This was the first time under normal circumstances that she had been embraced by a man, but she quickly adapted, and at this point, she was already certain in her heart that Jin Shui had done so. A few people soon walked through the gates of the High of Gen. Ms. Arai, what hospital is your mother in now? After the few people got into the nanny car, Jin Shui held Aoi Bai Bai's hand and didn't let go. Jin Shui-kun, my mom is now at the University of Tokyo Hospital. Aoi Bai looked at Jinshui with eyes full of tenderness, and when she saw Jinshui ask herself, she immediately nodded her head in response. Takumi, do you hear me? Jinshui directly said aloud to Fujiwara Takumi, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Master, Takumi heard you. Without looking back, Takumi replied loudly. Snort! Takumi started the car and went straight into a spot drift. Ah! Aoi Shiranui first experienced Fujiwara Takumi's drifting in place, and was caught off guard and directly pounced on Jinshui. Mizurai, are you okay? Jinshui hurriedly reached out to support the other party, and feeling a cushioning force, he couldn't help but give Fujiwara Takumi a nod. Jinshui-kun, I'm fine. But Aoi Bai didn't sit up straight immediately. She realized that she kinda liked being wrapped in Jinshui's arms like this. Jinshui-kun, when you're in private, can you call me Bai? After Aoi Bai finished speaking, she directly buried her head on Jinshui's chest. She was a little embarrassed. This was the first time she, Aoi Shiranui, had ever been intimate with the opposite sex. Oh, of course there's no problem, Big Whitey. Jinshui gave Aoi Bai a very apt nickname based directly on the other party's merits. Jinshui-kun, you're so annoying. Aoi Bai naturally understood that this was Jinshui flirting with herself. She was a bit reluctant and couldn't help but slap Jinshui's chest with her own small fists. In Jinshui's opinion, the other party was teasing him. He directly hooked Aoi Bai's chin with his finger, and Aoi Bai also very much cooperated with him, obediently raising her head and looking up at Jinshui. Woo! Looking at Aoi Bai, whose eyes were drawn and somewhat disoriented, Jinshui naturally couldn't help himself and kissed heavily on her delicate red lips. After a full minute or so, Jinshui felt that Aoi Bai was having some difficulty breathing, and only then did he release her. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Aoi Bai's little heart was also fluttering and beating fast. Just now, it was her first kiss. LOL, Aoi-san, look at you, but you're straight up mesmerizing your master. Kurosawa Shiren, who was sitting next to her, naturally watched the whole thing, and she couldn't help but snicker. Takumi, find a big mall first. Suddenly, Kurosawa Shiren ordered Fujiwara Takumi, who was concentrating on driving. Yes, Mrs. Kurosawa. Takumi immediately responded. As a driver, he knows what to listen to and what not to listen to. Kurosawa, what's with the sudden trip to the mall? Jinshui wrapped his arms around Aoi Bai, who was a little confused. Giggle, master, aren't you afraid that Aoi's sister will get naked and be cheaper for other men? Kurosawa Shiren couldn't help but snicker as she looked at Aoi Bai's rippling, bottomless abyss. Of course I'm going to buy a set of clothes for Aoi-san first. Hey, Kurosawa, you're the one who thought it through. Jinshui couldn't help but heave a smile as he looked at the proud object he couldn't grasp with one hand. Come on, Kurosawa, let your master give you a cent. When Kurosawa Chi-Ling sniffed, she immediately came over and took the initiative to offer a kiss to Jinshui. Kurosawa-san, thank you so much. Aoi Shiranui was grateful for Kurosawa Shiranui's attentiveness. Oh, we're all sisters, Aoi, you don't have to be polite. She didn't call Aoi Hakabai as Jinshui did, and she called the other party's last name directly, which was a way of recognizing and respecting her sister. As for the twin sisters, she had always indeed called them by their first names just like Jinshui, mainly to make it easier to differentiate. Sister Aoi, formally myself, I'll introduce myself, I'm the master's woman, Kurosawa Shiren. Kurosawa Shiren suddenly introduced herself to Aoi Shiranui in a serious manner. Aoi-san, and me, Ono Hato. When Bodo saw Kurosawa Shiren introduce herself to Aoi Shiranui, she wasn't far behind and said, this one, who looks just like Bodo, is my younger sister, Ono Yuki. We'll be master's women in the future too. Aha, sisters and brothers, my name is Aoi Shiranui. Seeing the three girls introduce themselves so solemnly, Aoi Bai also sat up straight and formally introduced herself to them. At this time, Aoi Bai is somewhat fortunate that he chose to go to Jinzhai today instead of other custom stores, not then the fruit really dare not imagine. She was sure that if she went somewhere else, she would probably run into someone like Koizumi Taro, and she was the one who thought too simply before. Jinshui-kun, thank you so much. Aoi Bai was moved, and couldn't help but wrap her arms around Jinshui's neck and take the initiative to offer her own fragrant kiss. LOL, Aoi-san, you're still calling Master Jinshui-kun. Seeing that Aoi Bai still called Jinshui-kun, Bodo couldn't help but snicker. Master. Aoi Bai also identified herself as Jinshui's woman, and after being teased so much by Bodo, she simply called Jinshui her master, just like everyone else. Big White, you're so good. Jin Shui was naturally satisfied with Aoi Bai's performance. Today, he had a great harvest. On a whim, he decided to come and inspect the place, and not only was he rewarded with a large amount of cynicism value, but he also gained the original owner's heartfelt desire, Ms. Aoi. I don't know if it was because of the original master's obsession, but Jin Shui felt like he was just having a great time at this moment. Cradling the mature and seductive Aoi Shiranui and smelling the other party's charming body fragrance, he felt that he had been reborn in the right place. Chapter 52, The Great Lady of Kurosawa. Snort! Mrs. Kurosawa, we're here. A large shopping mall parking lot, Fujiwara Takumi drifted and swung the car into a parking space with a sharp brake. Aoi-san, just wait in the car and let my sister go buy you a set of clothes. When Kurosawa Shiran saw that Aoi Shiranui was about to follow her down, she opened her mouth to stop it. If you go out like this now, you'll be cheaper for other men. Oh, okay, or Kurosawa-san thought of that. Aoi Shiranui felt that Kurosawa Shiranui had a point, she didn't want to be stared at by some lewd men. Just now, at Yan's High, she felt that those men were looking at her like hungry wolves. By the way, Aoi-san, what size are you wearing? Is it a G size? Kurosawa Shiran had also just sized up Aoi Bai's body, which was even more voluptuous than her own. Having worn a size G herself, she guessed the other woman would have to wear a size H at least. Kurosawa-san, I wear a size H. Aoi Bai said with some embarrassment. Okay, Aoi-san, just wait for me in the car with your master, sis will be right back. Kurosawa Shirai would smile, secretly saying that her master was so lucky, before walking into the mall with a smile on her face. Wow! Aoi-san, I didn't realize you were going to wear such a large-sized dress. Bodo and Nadi are only wearing size D now. Hattori looked at Aoi's white body with some envy, then at her own and her sister's somewhat petite figures, and she got a little self-conscious. Thinking to herself that if she were as voluptuous as Aoi Shiranui, her master would love her even more. Heido-san, and Yuki-san, you don't have to worry too much, you're only 18, but you'll continue to grow. Naturally, Aoi Shiranui noticed Bodo's somewhat bleak gaze, and she couldn't help but comfort it. She just loves these cute and delightful twin sisters so much. You're right, Aoi-san, Heido has really grown up a bit lately. Hearing Aoi Shiranui's words, Heido thought that the other woman had a point. She and her sister had indeed been growing slowly lately. It's thanks to Master giving our sisters massages every day, he said, and laughed happily to himself. That's right, with your master massaging you every day, you'll soon become as plump as your sister. As a teacher, Aoi Hakabai naturally knows more. Then Bodo and Nadi could use more of master's help. Bodo squeezed into Jin Shui's arms and pouted. You little ninny, what's the labor in that? You and Nadi are both the master's little darlings of the heart. Jin Shui scraped the other party's upturned little nose and said very favorably. Saying that, he took the opportunity to massage Bodo, and even used his innate true chi to help Bodo revitalize his meridians. Stimulated by his true chi, Bodo felt his body's chi and blood boiling. Master! Your massage is so good, Bodo feels like he's growing a body now. Bodo was now a martial artist and could naturally feel the changes in his body keenly. Not only is Jin Shui's massage technique good, but he even uses a stunt, and the effect of the massage can't be beat. Ha! You little ninny! Pop! Jin Shui directly gave Bodo a small punishment, who made her oyster in broad daylight. Ouch! Master, why are you hitting me again? Humph, bad master. Bodo deflated, she was a little puzzled. What happened to the promised kiss and cuddle and high five? You're too naughty, who do you hit if not you? You need to learn from your sister Nadi, being good and cozy is only pleasing to the eye. Jin Shui pulled a random excuse to fool the other party, just now he was purely acting out of habit. I'm not going to follow my sister's example and stay dull all day. Bodo spat out her fragrant tongue and made a face at Jin Shui, then immediately ran back to her seat. She had noticed that Jin Shui's big hand was raised high again, or else her little butt would suffer again. This cozy scene made Aoi Bai next to her look straight up with an anti-smile. I didn't realize that Jin Shui-kun still has childishness, this is really cute. The thought crossed her mind and she found it interesting. Aoi-san, these clothes are for you. Just as the crowd was mingling in the car, Shiren Kurosawa returned with a couple of shopping bags. She was all smiles as she gave Aoi Shiranui the shopping bag in her hand through and through. Ah! Kurosawa-san, why did you buy so many at once? Aoi Shiranui took the shopping bags from Kurosawa Shiranui's hands. There were 6 shopping bags in total, all of them were big brands she couldn't even think of before, which made her smack her lips a little. Aoi sister, my sister doesn't know what style you like, so I'll just buy a few more according to your size. Shiren Kurosawa explained with a beaming smile. Not bad, Kurosawa, or you're more thoughtful. Seeing this, Jin Shui couldn't help but praise Kurosawa Chiling. The other party not only thought of buying clothes for Aoi Hakabai, but also thought about it, so she had the posture of a great woman. Kurosawa Chiling did not take credit for the praise she received from Jin Shui, but only smiled and did not say anything. Kurosawa-san, thank you so much. I love all the clothes you bought for bye-bye. Aoi Shiranui was also impressed as she took out a random dress from a shopping bag and put it on the spot. Sisters, isn't it beautiful? Aoi Shiranui didn't forget to show the crowd. In fact, she wanted to indirectly boast about Kurosawa Shiranui's vision. Aoi-san, it's pretty. Kurosawa-san has a good eye. The twins responded very cooperatively and just had a great time. Okay, Takumi, to the hospital. After taking care of the clothes, Jin Shui immediately urged Fujiwara Takumi to send the car. After all, the most important thing right now is to go to the hospital to solve the problem of Aoi Shiranui's mother. Jin Shui didn't want to delay for a moment. Yes, master, right away. Fujiwara Takumi had been waiting outside the nanny car just now, very understandingly leaving private space for Jin Shui and the others. With Jin Shui's order, Fujiwara Takumi immediately started the car and sped to the hospital. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital where Aoi Shiranui's mother was located, and under Aoi Shiranui's leadership, the group appeared in the middle of a certain common ward. In the ward, there were a total of 4 patients, and there were also some family members of the patients accompanying them, and there were even family members arguing in a lively manner. Mommy, White is here. Frowning, Aoi Bye-Bye walked over to an unaccompanied bed in the 4th center and reached out to grab the hand of the middle-aged woman who was currently staring at the window in disbelief. Bye-Bye, you're here. The middle-aged woman was probably around 50 years old, and she was none other than Aoi Shiranui's mother. Aoi is the color. At this time she was waxy and very poorly colored, and looked a little haggard. But the first time she saw her daughter, she smiled kindly. Whitey, who are these guys? She asked with some curiosity as she looked at a couple of young men around her daughter. Chapter 53 Interception? Mom, this is... Aoi Bye-Bye looked at Jin Shui and stammered a little. She was a little unsure of how to introduce her mom. Students? The Gold Master? Boyfriend? Aoi Bye-Bye was trying to say that Jin Shui was her boyfriend, but she didn't know what Jin Shui thought. Oh, hello auntie. Seeing that Aoi Bye-Bye was a bit embarrassed, Jin Shui took the initiative to go forward, wrapped his arms around Aoi Bye-Bye's slightly fleshy waist, and greeted Aoi's color with a smile. My name is Jin Shui, and I'm Bye-Bye's man. Hearing Jin Shui's words, Aoi Bye-Bye's fair face with eyes visible began to turn red, especially her 2 ears, which were even more red. How could she not expect the other party to say this? Although she was very shy, but Aoi Bye-Bye was a little happy inside, showing that Jin Shui really recognized her and treated her as his woman. Oh, what a handsome child, Bye-Bye, you are so lucky. Even if mom dies, she can rest in peace. Aoi's color is very satisfied with Jin Shui, this son-in-law. The other party looks to be a family of great wealth, that kind of calm and confident temperament, not ordinary people can have. She Aoi's color, although now old, but young, cannot lose their own daughter. Aoi Bye-Bye, naturally, has seen some big scenes, only the end is not very good, unmarried first child, and ultimately raised their daughters alone. Mom, don't say these unlucky words, you won't die. The hospital has already found a suitable heart, and the operation fee will be taken care of by Jin Shuijuan. You will definitely get well. When Aoi Shiranui saw her mother mentioning death again, she said with some urgency, Mom, Shiranui will make sure that you enjoy your old age in peace. Oh, Bye-Bye, it's Mommy who said the wrong thing. Mommy believes you. Aoi was colorful seeing her daughter get a little anxious. She smiled and calmed down. Kurosawa, go take care of the medical bills and change Auntie's ward by the way. Jin Shui turned his head and said to Kurosawa Jiling, who was at the side, he felt that the ward with many people here was really not suitable for patients to rest. Yes, master. Kurosawa Shiren nodded and immediately walked out of the hospital room to fulfill Jin Shui's orders. Master, Black Zephyr has already done it. Within a few moments, Kurosawa Shiren went to pay her fee and returned. Well done. Jin Shui gave Kurosawa Shiren an appreciative look. Yen Shuijun, thank you. You worked hard too, Kurosawa-san. Aoi Bye-Bye is also touched, her heart's most attached to the surgical fee. Jin Shui just so easily help her solve. Jin Shui-kun, I still have 300,000 on my side, I'll transfer it to you now. Aoi Bye-Bye knew that her mother's fee was 800,000, and according to her own previous statement that she wanted 500,000, then she should return 300,000 to Jin Shui. Pop. Jinshui heavily slapped Aoi Bai's big butt and said somewhat angrily, "I'm your man, why are you still paying me back?" In Jinshui's opinion, this kind of behavior from Aoi Bai was just somewhat looking down on him, and he felt that it turned into a deal. It was a feeling that irked the macho man. Jinshui Jun, this is what was agreed before. Even if you are my man, I can't ask for your money indiscriminately. Aoi Bai, as a Sakura Nation woman, even though she already considered Jinshui as her man, she didn't want to just ask Jinshui for money. "I'm not short of that money, so keep it for yourself." Jinshui's tone was strong and unquestionable. Aha! White nose. Although Aoi Bai was being taught a lesson by Jinshui, her heart was sweet as if she had eaten honey. Aoi Bai nodded her head. She couldn't push back on Jinshui's reward, otherwise she would be disrespecting her man. Although he was taught a lesson by Jinshui, his heart was sweet as if he had eaten honey. Aoi is colored to see this. Scene is also happy. She looks at Jinshui's eyes, that is the mother-in-law to see the son-in-law, the more she sees, the more she likes. In the Sakura country, it was hard to find a man who could favor his woman so much. Although she didn't need to guess to know that Kurosawa Shiran and her twin sister were also each other's women, but in Sakura country, it was simply not too normal for capable men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as they were able to pamper their own daughters, it was enough. "Hello? Ms. Arai, we are now moving you to the intensive care unit." At this time, a few female nurses pushed a hospital bed over and nodded to Aoi Yashiro. When she paid the bill just now, Kurosawa Shiran had paid and asked for the intensive care unit directly. Have money, wherever is God. Now the nurses to Aoi is the color of the attitude compared to the previous, but a sky, a land. Soon after the nurses' busy work, the group followed to the intensive care unit. I have to say, money and place is not the same. Jinshui surveyed the intensive care ward, just like the suites of high-end hotels, and there are nurses on duty 24 hours a day. This is too good an environment. Better than any hotel setting. Where had Aoi Bai ever seen such a ward before? TSK 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 TSK, looking like she had never seen the world before. "Auntie, how is it? Still happy with the place?" Jinshui said smilingly to the somewhat confused Aoi Yesaku. After all, it is about to top people's daughters. Jinshui's attitude towards her is also a love house, speak also unpleasant. "Good, very good, Jinshui-kun, this is going to cost a lot of money, isn't it?" Araya's color is very satisfied, but also a little heartbroken about the money. "Auntie, don't worry, our master has nothing but money. You just stay here in peace." Bodo, who was on the sidelines, sniffed and immediately yelled. "Ha ha ha, well, Auntie will stay here in peace." Aoi's color responded smilingly, no longer dwelling on that aspect. "Ms. Arai, please come over here for a moment, there's something I need to talk to you about over here." Suddenly, a slightly older doctor in a white coat appeared in the doorway and waved at Aoi Shiranui. "Dr. Gangli, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Aoi Bai quickly walked over and opened her mouth to ask. In the hallway, Gangli whispers something next to Aoi Hakabai. "What?" Suddenly, Aoi Shiranui got emotional. "How could you do this?" "Ms. Arai, it's not our fault, you were the one who was late in paying your bill, so it just so happened that some other patient paid it first. Sorry about that, you'll just have to keep waiting on your end." Dr. Gangli said somewhat apologetically. He also knew that a heart source to just happen to be a match was simply unattainable, and the other mother probably couldn't wait. Bye, don't worry, I'll take care of this." Jinshui walked over and put his arm around the emotional Aoi Shiranui, calming her down. With his exceptional hearing, he naturally heard the reason someone else had shortchanged Aoi Hakabai's mother's matching heart source. Who's on the other side? Jinshui stared at Dr. Gangli without anger. It's the first lady of the Hashimoto family, Nana Hashimoto. Gangli was shocked by Jinshui's aura and knew that the other party was not something he could offend, so he could only give an honest explanation. Nana Hashimoto? Jinshui sniffed and snorted coldly. It's true that it's not an enemy, this time you're the one who sent me to the door, and your mom can't blame me for it. Chapter 54. Mom will go beg Jinshui here. Mrs. Hashimoto, don't worry, I will do everything right. Outside the operating room, a sherried male doctor in a white coat, who looked to be in his 50s, patted his chest and gave reassurance to a noblewoman. Then please Shibutaro. The noblewoman was naturally Toyotomi Taiji, and with Shibutaro's assurance, her apprehensive heart relaxed a little. There is no way, his own daughter, Nana Hashimoto, is dead set on getting rid of Jinshui's control, wanting to get the subcompound out, and after a group of experts observed and planned, the final solution is to replace the heart.
Heart replacement is not a small risk, and there is also the possibility of rejection that could lead to death, and naturally, Toyotomi Taiji was not willing to take the risk with her daughter. Because Toyotomi Taiji has already slept with Shui also promised not to start the child compulsion to torture their own daughters, really can't, their own more to sleep with each other a few times is it? But she couldn't argue with Nana Hashimoto and had to agree to the heart swap program. Now she could only pray that everything went well so that both her mother and daughter could be free from Shui's control. What's the bug situation now? Inside the operating room, Shubutaro inquired to the assistant next to him. Professor, first step, the situation remains the same, nothing has changed with the bugs, they remain quietly in the Cloud Heart room. The assistant, who had been observing the movement of the sub-companion with an instrument on the side, replied. Great. Shubutaro nodded in satisfaction, then he looked amiably at Nana Hashimoto. Ms. Hashimoto, do you have any unusual sensations? No, everything's fine. Nana Hashimoto on the operating table replied with a serious expression. This surgery, of course, she knew the risks involved, not just of the heart replacement surgery itself, but of the subcompulsion itself, and who knew if the bugs would suddenly riot during the surgery. However, after 2 days of observation and realizing that the bugs were not making a mess and were indeed quiet and motionless in the heart, she was slightly reassured and decided to proceed with the surgery without delay. Anesthesiologist, prepare to anesthetize Miss Hashimoto. After getting feedback from Nana Hashimoto, Shubutaro also felt that the timing was good at this point. Okay, Professor, first step. The anesthesiologist, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately dispensed the medication and prepared to give Nana Hashimoto anesthesia. Wait a minute. Just as the anesthesiologist was preparing to anesthetize Nana Hashimoto with a syringe, the assistant, who had been observing the subcompound's condition, suddenly spoke up. Kojiro, what's wrong? The anesthesiologist asked with some irritation as his own rhythm was disrupted. Still, she stopped the action at hand at the first opportunity. Professor Shibuki, it's not good. Seeing everyone looking at him, Kojiro explained to the professor, the bug in Ms. Hashimoto's left atrium, it's gone. What? Shubutaro was shocked when he heard that the bugs were gone, so what's the point of changing the heart? Check again to see where the bugs went, he said with some surprise. If the bugs aren't in the heart, that's a good thing, huh? It's best to run into the veins in your hands and feet, that way you can get the bugs out easily. Even Nana Hashimoto, who was in the hospital bed, brightened up as she urged Kojiro, quickly, see if the bugs have run off somewhere else. Apparently, she was harboring the same thoughts as Shubutaro. Okay. Yes. Of course, Kojiro knew the identity of Nana Hashimoto. This was a great lady that even their dean had to provide for, and he hurriedly responded. Kojiro then began methodically checking the location of the bugs on Nana Hashimoto's body with his instruments. On the arms, on the hands, no. On the legs, on the feet, no. In the stomach, no. Of the other viscera, he lined them all up, and there were none. How come? Kojiro muttered in an anxious sweat. Kojiro, what's wrong? Professor Shibu got a little anxious when he saw Kojiro examining Nana Hashimoto for half a day with no results. Professor, first step, the bugs are still missing. With that, Kojiro began to check up on Nana Hashimoto's head, which was the last place. I can't believe it's here. Kojiro said somewhat incoherently. Kojiro, what the hell? Shibutaro was a bit anxious, but he had seen where Kojiro was checking, and it was Nana Hashimoto's head. Professor Shibuki, the bugs are inside Nana Hashimoto's brain. Kojiro wore an expression that made it harder to smile than to cry. This. Shibutaro was speechless. How else could this be done? Not to mention that it's not a good idea to operate on the bug in Nana Hashimoto's brain right now, but what if the bug runs off somewhere else during the surgery later? Just as Professor Shibu was still in a daze, Nana Hashimoto on the operating table suddenly screamed. Ms. Hashimoto, what's the situation? Shibutaro panicked. Something mustn't happen to his opponent at his operating table. Or he'll have to go along for the ride. Bugs. The bugs are tearing my heart out again. Nana Hashimoto said in a hard tone. This feeling of being as good as dead, again. Professor Shibuki, the bugs are back in Ms. Hashimoto's heart. It seems to be gnawing at the flesh and blood of the heart. Kojiro suddenly exclaimed. He heard Nana Hashimoto's words and breezed right over the right atrium of his heart, spotting the bugs. Go quickly. Go get my mom. Nana Hashimoto said to Shibutaro with difficulty, holding back the pain that was eating at her heart.
Ms. Hashimoto, I'm on my way. Shibutaro, also momentarily flustered, winded up opening the door to the operating room and ran out. Mrs. Hashimoto, there's something's wrong. Shibutaro, who was running out of breath, said to Toyotomi Taiji under his breath. What? When Toyotomi Taiji saw this, she thought something had happened to Nana Hashimoto's surgical procedure. Nai, what happened to her? She asked a little eagerly as she clutched Shibutaro's collar. Mrs. Hashimoto, the bug suddenly went crazy, it's eating Miss Hashimoto's heart, and now Miss Hashimoto wants to see you. Shibutaro saw that Toyotomi Taiji looked like she was going to kill herself, so he hurriedly gave an explanation. Vegetables. Toyotomi Taiji exclaimed, letting go of Shibutaro's collar and quickly running toward the operating room. Vegetables. My daughter, Mommy's here. Coming to the operating table, Toyotomi Taiji saw Hashimoto Nana, who was thrashing around in pain, and stepped forward to hold her hand tightly, saying with tears in her eyes and anxiety. Mom, it hurts. Nana Hashimoto was sweating profusely at this point, and she spoke with difficulty. Vegetables, Mommy knows. Mommy knows. Toyotomi Taiji couldn't hold back her tears. Jun Shui. Nana Hashimoto was still struggling to speak, she was in too much pain. Right. Mom is going to beg Jun Shui. Toyotomi Taiji's eyes lit up at the words and she immediately got up, ready to go to Jun Shui to plead for mercy. Keep the change. The door to the operating room was pushed open and a pretty boy walked in, smiling. I'm already here. Chapter 55, There's nothing wrong with being an animal. Who are you? Are you allowed to trespass on the hospital grounds? Shibutaro, who couldn't stop Jun Shui, also followed in on his heels, and he loudly questioned Jun Shui. And who are you? Jun Shui turned back to look at the Sherpa man and somewhat wistfully sized him up. I'm the chief doctor of this hospital, Shibutaro. Now, please get out of here right now and leave my patients alone or suffer the consequences. Shibutaro's attitude at this point was very different from when he faced Toyotomi Taiji just now. He was arrogant and condescending. Oh? You're Nana Hashimoto's attending doctor? Jun Shui's eyes lit up. Being able to operate on Nana Hashimoto showed that the other party had two skills. Now, you immediately go and operate on Aoya's color in the special ward. If anything happens, I want your whole family to accompany burial. Jun Shui's tone was hard, and he said in a single word. Ah. This. Shibutaro all of a sudden didn't have the aura he had earlier. He heard what Jun Shui had just said and knew that the other party actually knew Hashimoto Nana, and the aura that Jun Shui exuded was even more intimidating than Toyotomi Taiji's. He believed that what Jun Shui said was true, and if something went wrong, it was true that he would kill his whole family. So Shibutaro could only look at Toyotomi Taiji with pleading eyes. You're still not doing what Jun Shuijuan said. Aside from any questions, I'll kill your whole family. Jun Shui at this time in the eyes of Toyotomi Taiji, as if the sky fell from the sky, is his daughter's life-saving straw, naturally will not refute. Yes. Mrs. Hashimoto, I'll make the arrangements now. Shibutaro pissed himself in fear and ran out of the room with his ass exchanging ground. What kind of devils are these? They can't move without killing their entire family. This stunned the others in the operating room. What was going on? Humph. Why don't you guys get lost? Jun Shui snorted coldly and coldly scanned Kojiro and the others. This rolls. Kojiro and the others sniffed and immediately prepared to leave this operating room. Wait. Bring everything. Jun Shui saw that they were ready to leave empty-handed, without anything. How's that work? Arai Bai's mother is still waiting for a heart in the operating room to save her life. Without a matching heart, where do you go for surgery? Okay. Yes. The crowd was shocked by Jun Shui's aura and packed up their things with their hands and feet. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, your whole family will be buried with you. It was fine if Jun Shui didn't say anything, but they panicked even more when he did. Jun Shui also had a black line on his head. He felt that he was a bit hasty. With this kind of mentality, could he successfully complete the surgery for Aoi Bai's mother? Soon, Kojiro and the others left the operating room with some important instruments, including the heart that matched Aoi's color. Puff. Jun Shui-kun. Please, spare Nai. Just as the crowd had left, Toyotomi Taiji knelt down to Jun Shui and begged bitterly. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that these were all the work of Jun Shui, and this time they were so dead that they intercepted the source of the heart on Jun Shui's side. Humph. I said I wouldn't just do anything as long as you guys were peaceful, but you guys, you're too disobedient. Jin Shui snorted coldly. I really don't blame him for breaking his promise this time, he's a decent man of his word. Jin Shui-kun, as long as you spare Nai Nai, Taiji will do anything. Please. Toyotomi Taiji looked at the writhing Hashimoto Nana and begged up bitterly at Yen Shui. Seeing that Jin Shui was not moved, Toyotomi Taiji thought of her previous experience in convincing Jin Shui, and with experience, she no longer hesitated and began to pinpoint Jin Shui again. Seeing that Toyotomi Taiji was so understanding, Jin Shui also stopped the sub-companion from nibbling on Hashimoto Nana. Mom! Is that how you convinced Yen Shui, the devil, to get it? Nana Hashimoto's heart shook tremendously, and the Great Mother's love was interpreted to the fullest at this moment. 2 lines of tears just flowed down Hashimoto Nana's pretty face. Oh, Nana Hashimoto, touched bad, aren't you? Jin Shui twisted his head to see a tearful Nana Hashimoto on the side, which he found very exciting. That's what you get for being willful, isn't it good to be obedient and a slave? Jin Shui. You are a devil. You're a beast. Nana Hashimoto gritted her teeth. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being an animal. Jin Shui smiled brightly, revealing 8 teeth. Woohoo! Vegetable, you have to stop saying that. Although Toyotomi Taiji was ashamed and wanted to cry at this moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth to urge her daughter to shut up. She was too afraid that Jin Shui was going to play another trick. Oh, say, why don't you let her, I think she's craving it too. Jin Shui felt that Nana Hashimoto was a bit of a tough talker, but he just didn't believe it. He walked up next to Nana Hashimoto with a wicked grin on his face. Oh, you girl, let me see how tough your mouth is. Jin Shui looked at Nana Hashimoto wistfully and said idly. You devil, don't come over. Nana Hashimoto pointed her finger at Jin Shui and said in panic. Oh, Nana Hashimoto, you've run into a gun yourself, and your mother can't blame me for not keeping my word. Jin Shui happily looked at the other side. This woman is fine to stay at home is not good? Just have to come out and die. Nana Hashimoto, what do you think you're doing messing with me for nothing? Jin Shui, in the end you want to do? Hashimoto Nana, who had once again experienced the pain of a devouring heart today, felt that Jin Shui was the devil, and her fear of Jin Shui was simply to the extreme. Ha! Looking at the trembling Hashimoto Nana who was trembling like she was walking on thin ice, the other party's humble to the extreme appearance made Jin Shui very satisfied. Master, where were you just now? Outside the corridor of the other operating room, Aoibai saw that Yen Shui, who had disappeared for a few hours, had returned, and she immediately stood up and held his hand. Just went to take care of things, it's all taken care of. Jin Shui said smilingly. At this moment, the way he looked at Aoibai's eyes were much clearer. Master, thank you. Aoibai naturally knew that all of a sudden the group of people who ran into the intensive care unit earlier and dragged their mother to this place for surgery were all thanks to Jin Shui. Woohoo! Aoibai suddenly hugged Jin Shui tightly and cried bitterly. This feeling of being lost and found made her cry with joy. At this time she put on Jin Shui, holding very tight. Very tight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the loyalty of the women of the Sakura country, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. At this moment, Aoibai's heart had been completely conquered by Jin Shui. Chapter 56 Kurosawa, are you doubting your master's strength? Ding! After a few hours, the light on the doorway to the operating room came on, and then the door opened and a group of doctors in white coats walked out looking relaxed. Fortunately, the mission was not dishonored. Ms. Aoi's heart transplant was successfully completed. Shibutaro, who was walking at the front, saw that Jin Shui was also there, and he ran over with his ass in the air, nodding his head and announcing his good news. Professor Shibu, you've worked hard, thank you. Getting a shortcut from Shibutaro, the heart-Aoi Shiranui next to her that had been lifted up at this point finally relaxed, and she gave her opponent a straight 90-degree bow to show her gratitude. You're welcome, this is what we should do, not dare to be. I don't dare. Where Shibutaro dared to bear Aoi Shiranui's thanks, he made a direct dodge and waved his hand, somewhat nervously. He is not a little cutie. Naturally, he could see that Aoibai's relationship with Jin Shui was extraordinary, and just now, when Aoibai was hugging Jin Shui tightly, he saw it all. Great! Jin Shui smiled and patted Shibutaro's shoulder in affirmation. Kurosawa, award everyone in the room $100,000. Jin Shui wasn't a petty person, after all, the other party had also completed the surgery perfectly. Okay master, Kurosawa knows. Next to her, Kurosawa Shiren nodded her head, indicating that she understood what Shin meant. That. Shibutaro looked at Jin Shui, momentarily unsure of how to address the other party. My name is Jin Shui. Seeing Shibutaro's embarrassed face, Jin Shui understood what was in the other party's mind. He said, in an undoubted tone of voice, that the reward is what you deserve, no need to excuse yourselves. Hi. I'll thank Marshal Jin for the reward. Shibutaro said with a slightly agitated look. He led the crowd to give Jin Shui a bow before speaking. Ms. Aoi now only needs to recuperate for about a month before she can be discharged from the hospital, so I'll take my leave first. Finished, he did not return to run away. Kojiro they are also close to follow, for fear that Jin Shui suddenly want to organize what moths. Jin Shui saw this and smiled. He naturally knew that Shibutaro and the others were afraid of themselves and slipped away first. Master, it's getting late, shall we go eat first? Seeing that things were done here and there was nothing to do right here, Kurosawa Shiren suggested to Jin Shui. Alright, just go out to dinner, kind of celebrate the fact that White's mom's surgery went well. At this time, Aoi Bai's mother has just finished surgery, and there is no way for everyone to go in and visit the family, so Jin Shui decided to go outside together to eat a big meal well. It's great. Let's go eat. Let's eat. Perky Bodo was so happy to hear that everyone was going out for a big dinner outside that he was jumping up and down and weirdly screaming. It wasn't because the food outside was better than the food at home, it was purely because I had been stifled by not leaving the front door before. Sister, Dayu, this is a hospital. Sister Bai's mom is still in there recuperating, and you're just making a scene here. Yuki, who was next to her, saw that Bodo was acting like a madman and immediately went up to cover her mouth to keep her from talking and to educate her. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the sister. Led by Jin Shui, the crowd walked out of the hospital building with a smile on their faces. Master, what are we going to eat later? Once outside the door, Bodo asked impatiently. After being educated by her own sister just now, she didn't continue to talk within the hospital, which was stifling. White, what do you want to eat? Instead of answering Bodo's words, Jin Shui twisted his head to look at Aoi Bai. At this moment, he had his left arm around Kurosawa Shiren and his right arm around Aoi Shiranui, with the twins trailing behind him, a proper foppish young master. Master, Bai wants to eat Dragon Kingdom food. Aoi Bai's face was like a flower at this time, and her mood couldn't be better. She felt that the Jin Shui in front of her, who had his arms around her, was her destined son of heaven. Not only did she suddenly appear at her most critical time and save herself, but she also solved all her troubles, and her own mom's parents' surgery went smoothly and was taken care of as well. Also, he's not quite like other Sakura Nation men, and knows how to respect women. She, Aoi Bai, must love this man in front of her to death, and when she thought of hearing Jin Shui say that he was a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom earlier, she couldn't help but want to learn more about the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. It's good to start with the dragon's cuisine now. Master, Bodo wants to eat salmon sashimi. Seeing that Jin Shui didn't have a chance for himself, Bodo got a little upset. Longboy cuisine, their sisters followed Jin Shui, naturally they didn't eat less. Eat every day, so to speak. It was hard to get out to eat outside, so naturally Bodo wanted something else. Sister, are you crazy, eating salmon now? Aren't you afraid of eating mutations? The sea is full of nuclear wastewater now. Next to the GA listened to some speechless. She would like to think that there is nothing wrong with the Dragon Country dishes, and this sister, a little bit of do not see their own master asked his white sister well. Maybe the master will help Sister Bai get the hang of it at night. Thinking about it, Yuki was also a bit envious. When will it be her turn? Master, Kurosawa wants to eat Rikoku food too. Next to Kurosawa chilling, she herself understood what Jin Shui meant at this time, and she also took the initiative to please Aoi Bai, in order to just let the other party integrate into her sisterhood faster. Fine, let's just go eat dragon's cuisine then. The minority obeyed the majority, and Jin Shui just clapped his hands. Soon, several people arrived at the parking lot, and Fujiwara Takumi immediately boarded up his body when he saw that the group had returned, and then bowed. Where to now, master? Seeing that Jin Shui and the others had already taken their seats, Fujiwara Takumi opened his mouth and asked. Going to the Dragon's Legacy. The Dragon's Heirloom, a dragon-owned restaurant specializing in dragon-based cuisine, where the owner's ancestry is said to be that of an imperial chef. Okay. Fujiwara Takumi didn't have the constraints he had before. He answered and started the car directly, then with a push of the clutch and a release of the gas pedal, he left the parking lot with a direct kamikaze. With Fujiwara Takumi, the god of cars, at the wheel, the nanny car was like an angry lion, weaving in and out of traffic at a rapid pace. What would you like to eat, master? Soon the crowd arrived at the dragon's heirloom, and inside the private room, Kurosawa Chiling asked about Jinshui with a menu in hand. Kurosawa, you guys just watch it. Jinshui waved his hand and said with a disinterested expression. The women jabbered and wowed while discussing, and soon ordered the food, and it didn't take long for the waiters to serve the food one after another. Kurosawa, are you doubting your master's strength? Jinshui looked at the table with a black line on his face: baked oysters, steamed oysters, cold oysters, fried oysters with leeks. LOL, for the sake of Aoi's sister to have a perfect experience tonight, master, you'll just have to give in. Kurosawa Shirai said with a smirk, as she wistfully eyed Aoi Shiranui next to her. Aoi Bai naturally understood what Kurosawa Jiling meant by this, and at this moment, her face was flushed red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jinshui more than once. The thought that she might experience adult beauty tonight was both shy and anticipatory at this point. Although Jinshui didn't doubt his strength, 80% of the oysters on the table went into his stomach. Aoi Shiranui also ate a lot as Kurosawa Shiranui fed her. Chapter 57, Master, your kung fu, is it decent? Jinshui's bedroom, which was lit up with pale yellow lights at this time, looked particularly cozy. Master, please have mercy on Bai. At this time, Ai Bai's face was flushed red, and she directly buried her head in Jinshui's chest, not daring to meet his eyes. Just now, Jinshui had used his internal force to help Aoi Bai dredge her chi and blood in the bathroom, and at this moment, the other party's entire body looked not only white and delicate, but also had confused eyes, obviously a little lost. Hey, Big White, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Jinshui let out a bad smile as he placed the white-eye Shiranui placed on top of the tatami mat, surveying this other party with the eyes of surveying a work of art. The perfect turret. Jinshui couldn't help but sigh inwardly in admiration. This body of the other party, at first glance, is a woman who is good at giving birth. Big White, do you want to learn kung fu? With these words, Jinshui directly asked Aoi Bai a bit confused. Master, you. This kung fu of yours, is it proper? Aoi Bai asked with some hesitation. Does the master like to play tricks? She wondered inwardly, what was this time of year for kung fu lessons? Pop. Jinshui directly slapped at the big white one as a punishment. Ego, master, why are you hitting me again? Aoi Bai was a bit speechless. Just now in the bathroom, she hadn't been slapped like this by Jinshui, and the other party even had the beautiful name of unblocking the meridians and boosting the blood chi. This is your punishment for questioning your master. Master is now going to teach you naturally as the authentic Dragon Country Kung Fu. After learning it is easy to fly over the eaves and walk on the walls, after the completion of the great can even fly to the sky, and even immortality. Jinshui said with a mysterious face. Master, is this true? Aoi Bai naturally didn't quite believe what Jinshui said. She was just an ordinary Sakura Nation woman now. Naturally she hadn't seen more or less the world like Kurosawa Chiling and the others. Of course it's true. As Jinshui said that, he directly used his own dragon claw hand and grabbed onto the edge of the tatami mat. Master, you really know kung fu. Aoi Shiranui watched in disbelief as the wooden border of the tatami mat was grabbed down by Jinshui with a piece of his hand. For a moment, her perceptions were turned upside down. Is this something humans can do? Aoi Shiranui knew that this tatami mat was made of the finest wood, even stronger than normal stone, even. It's natural. Jinshui looked at Aoi Bai's adoring gaze, and he was enjoying this feeling. I, your master, am a master. Whoa! Master, you teach Bai. Bai wants to learn Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu. Big White jumped straight up, wiggled and hugged Jinshui, and began to pamper himself. Master, teach me. Teach me. Aoi Shiranui was even more eager when she thought of the kind of situation she had encountered today in Yan's High where she ran into bad guys who were rude and resisted. Bai, seeing as you're so sincere, Master has decided to teach you the most powerful Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, the speculative nest divine Kung Fu. Jinshui felt a ball of fire wrapped around himself, and he said with some impatience, Bai, you have to memorize this. This is the mnemonic for the first layer of the speculative nest divine skill. 1234, 2234, 3234, 4234, again. Master, take note of it for nothing. Aoi Bai is not ashamed, of course. This kind of rote memorization, like memorizing texts, as far as professional counterparts are concerned, Jinshui only said once. The other party remembered. Great. Bai, you are worthy of the name of practicing the speculative nest divine skill potential. Seeing that Aoi Bai was so enlightened, Jinshui couldn't help but praise him. Bai Bai is a genius. Aoi Bai Bai couldn't help but fool around a bit. Master, next, how is Bai Bai going to cultivate? Although she had memorized the first layer of the mnemonic, she was also confused, with the feeling of an empty treasure mountain but no way to start. I've said that this is the most powerful Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, so naturally it's not that easy to cultivate. When Xinshui saw this, he explained it to Aoi Bai Bai. It is very difficult to get started with this speculative nest divine skill with only the recitals. It must be practiced with the aid of the 108 styles. Style 108? What kind is it, Master? Teach Bai Bai. Aoi Bai Bai didn't think that learning Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu would be so troublesome, but it wouldn't shake her determination to learn it. White, have you ever taken yoga? Xinshui didn't teach Aoi Bai Bai the 108 styles first, but suddenly asked about the other party. Master, Bai Bai practices yoga every day. Although she didn't know why Xinshui would suddenly ask this, she still told the truth. Do yoga? Xinshui's eyes lit up. This was really good material for practicing the 108 style. Bai Bai, that's great. You know yoga, practicing these 108 poses is just like a tiger with wings. Bai Bai, you're a genius. Xinshui's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but go forward to embrace the other party and give them a fragrant kiss as a reward. Come, let your master assist you in cultivating the speculative nest divine skill. Yes, master. Aoi Bai Bai naturally wouldn't refuse, and responded back and forth. Just like that, Xinshui used his powerful innate true chi to run through the meridians in Aoi Bai Bai's body, helping the other party to quickly understand how the gong methods worked. Master, Bai Bai seems to have sensed the presence of true chi. Aoi Bai Bai was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect to learn kung fu and be so great. She felt so strong when she had real chi in her body. Even if she were to face a scum like Koizumi Taro alone right now, Ao Shiranui had the confidence to punch her opponent. Just like that, Aoi Bai Bai's cultivation of the speculative nest divine skill was also starting to get started. Ah! Master, Bai Bai seems to have made a breakthrough? Sangjing Bai Bai, who was practicing the speculative Nishingong for the first time, suddenly let out a cry of surprise as she realized that a particularly powerful aura was surging out of her body, and said to Xinshui with some uncertainty. Hey, Bai Bai, you really are gifted. Xinshui naturally discovered Aoi Bai Bai's abnormality. At this moment, the other party's true chi was surging wildly and unceasingly, as if it could not be stopped. Big White, congratulations, you've now become a martial artist. At a glance, Xinshui knew that it was Aoi Bai Bai who had broken through the first layer of the speculative nest divine skill, reaching the level of Ming Jin and becoming a true martial artist. Master, is it true what you say? No wonder Bai Bai feels so powerful that he can beat his former self to death with a single punch. Aoi Shiranui seemed on the verge of crying tears of joy. Xinshui said somewhat unhappily, you woman, could it be that Master I would still lie to you? Don't think that just because you've become a martial artist now that you think you're strong, you're just a little chicken now. You're punished for practicing all night. Aoi Bai Bai sniffed a little dumbfounded. Would this kill her? Master, is it okay to practice again? Arai haggled up a storm. She felt that Xinshui was right. She was still a rookie. She was the one who was proud. Even though she was gifted, but now she was only a small Ming Jin martial artist, was truly afraid that her still somewhat tender meridians would be burst by Xinshui's powerful innate true chi. Chapter 58 Sister is too powerful. Master, I can't. If I keep practicing, Bai Bai feels like he's going to go off the deep end. I'm dying. Aoi Bai Bai didn't know how many times she had practiced again. She was a bit unable to hold on and felt that she was going to go off the deep end and die. Bai Bai, cultivation should only begin and end. You're the one who made a breakthrough, the master hasn't yet. Just hang in there a little longer. Xinshui had become stronger with his own strength and physique, causing it to be harder and harder for him to break through now, not to mention the fact that he had eaten so many Dragon Kingdom specialties at night, it was simply harder to break through. He felt that with Aoi Bai Bai's special physique, it was the most suitable of all his women to cultivate the speculative nest divine skill, and it should be able to help him make a breakthrough. Oh. Then just hold on for nothing, master, you will definitely break through. Who was Xinshui? That was her Sangjing Bai Bai Sky. Since Xinshui had said so, even if the cultivation process was even more bitter, she would have to grit her teeth and persevere to the end. Ah! Master, Bai Bai has broken through again. The true chi in Aoi Bai Bai's body surged wildly, and at this moment, her voice trembled a little as she spoke. Obviously she was too excited. Bai Bai, you're not breaking through the realm, but your true chi is leaking out. It's a precursor to going off the deep end. Xinshui didn't need to look to know Aoi Bai Bai's situation. Her realm hadn't broken through at all, and at this moment, the true chi in her body was pouring out wildly. This made Jin Shuai's jaw drop. If he continued to cultivate like this, Aoi Bai would really go off the deep end and die of deflation. It's all the oysters. Jin Shuai pushed the reason for all of this onto today's oysters. If it wasn't for these oysters, he wouldn't have had no breakthroughs up until now, and Aoi Bai wouldn't be in this state right now. Bye, take a good rest and adjust your breath. Seeing that Aoi Bai was about to go off the deep end, there was no way for her to continue practicing the speculative nest divine power, so she could only let her rest and adjust her state. Master, what about you? Woohoo! It's Bai who is too useless to help Master. Aoi Bai looked at the majestic and vigorous Jin Shuai, and she felt a little guilty that she was as useless as she was. Not just cultivating his speculative nest divine skill, he almost practiced himself to be wasted, not being able to help his master at all. Aoi Bai blamed himself. Big White, have you forgotten what you do for a living? Jin Shuai reminded the other side. White is a teacher. Aoi Shiranui was a bit unsure as she replied dully. Since you're a teacher, Big White, I'm sure your eloquence shouldn't be bad, right? Jin Shuai reminded the other party with intent. Eloquence? But Master, you should know that Bai is actually quite eloquent. Arai Shiranui feels that although she is a teacher, she feels that she is not very eloquent and that her role is more of a babysitter. No, I think you should be very eloquent. Jin Shuai looked at Aoi Bai's sexy and warm lips, and he felt that the other party's eloquence wouldn't be that bad. It was her inexperience in the past. With more practice, her eloquence will definitely soar in the future. It was his duty and necessity as the other man to help Arai Shiranui develop his eloquence. At that thought, he stood up and grabbed Aoi Shiranui's hair. Come on, Shiranui, do you know what your sister Kurosawa's stunt is? And what is Kurosawa-san's stunt? Aoi Bai asked with some curiosity. You'll just have to let your sister Kurosawa herself show you how it's done. Jin Shuai pretended to be mysterious, deliberately whetting Aoi Bai's appetite. Master, you're still selling out, hurry up and go bring sister Kurosawa. Aoi Bai was naturally a bit anxious. She wants to get ahead so badly. Well, Master will go and bring your Kurosawa sister here, but you can't be complacent, a little bit to be humble and learn from your Kurosawa sister. Jin Shuai felt that he had to strive for one step to cultivate Aoi Shiranui into a perfect of perfects, the best of the best woman. Kurosawa Shiran as a businesswoman, eloquence is not to mention, let her also give lessons to Aoi Shiranui, it is simply a handful of things. Aha, Whitey does everything his master says. Naturally, Aoi Bai would not think that she was invincible at this point in time, and with Kurosawa Shiran-san as her senior, she thought that she should be humble enough to learn from the other party. Big White, you know what you're doing. Jin Shuai looked at the white and red Aoi Bai at this moment with a look of I'm very good. He couldn't help but scrape the other party's perfect nose with his finger to show his favor. Just like that, Jin Shuai was unencumbered and sashayed from his own bedroom to Kurosawa Shiran's bedroom door. Bang bang bang. Kurosawa, open the door. Jin Shuai very violently knocked on the door, startling Kurosawa Shiran who was still practicing the Tui and Aishin Gong alone startled. Ka-ching. She immediately stopped practicing and jumped straight off the bed, darting to the door and opening it. Master, aren't you with Aoi's sister? Kurosawa Jiling looked at the majestic Jin Shuai and was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Aoi's sister is too good to live up to her name? She inwardly snickered, it's good to have a little dish, so that the master will know who is the piece of treasure. Cut the crap, the master has found you an apprentice. After Jin Shuai said that, ignoring Kurosawa Jiling's puzzled gaze, he directly picked the other party up by the waist, and in a princess carry, he carried Kurosawa Jiling to his bedroom. Kurosawa Jiling looked at the Aoi sister who was all white and red, and she knew even in her stupidity that Jin Shuai was trying to do something. Kurosawa, show your Aoi sister your stunt. Kurosawa Shirai, okay then master. Aoi sister, my sister is going to show you my sister's stunts, so you should watch. Kurosawa Shiran, who was lightly dressed for the battle, looked eager to try, determined to give her good sister a good show so that she could solidify her position as the big sister. Aha, don't worry about it, sister, I'll definitely study hard. Aoi Bai nodded her head repeatedly. As a hexagonal warrior with her heart set on becoming a hexagonal warrior, she naturally wouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity to learn. It was worthy of being Kurosawa Shiran's famous stunt. It couldn't even be called a stunt anymore, it could be called a divine ability. Just like that, Jin Shuai had broken through without realizing it, and he felt so strong. He felt that getting Kurosawa Shiran to mentor Aoi Shiranui was simply the right thing to do. Naturally, there was no need to question Kurosawa Shiran's look-at-me skills, as Aoi Shiranui beside her looked on in awe. She stated that she was sure she would be wasted as soon as she learned. Sister is sister, so powerful. She, Aoi Shiranui, was convinced. Chapter 59, Visiting Aoi's Office Again. Humph. Inside one of the classrooms at Kaisei School, a very good-looking, youthful, double-ponytailed girl grunted somewhat disgruntledly at the pretty boy at her table. Her lips were so high up in the air they could have hung a bottle of oil. Obviously she was angry, but it looked friggin' adorable, just adorable. At first glance, it looks like a 3-year start, 5-year no-loss kind of thing. Yuya, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Jinshui couldn't help but scrape the other party's extremely cute and arched mouth. Oh, who upset my little baby? Tell me about it and let me take it out on you. He wrapped his arms around the other man's slender waist and said cheerfully. It's not just some heartless guy who's ready to eat it up when he gets his hands on it. Ijima Yuya looked at Jinshui's big mouth that came over and wanted to kiss her. She didn't resist but very cooperatively met it. Jinshui found it to not mouth at all. Take this kind of little girl, he easily. Jinshui Juan, these 2 days of vacation, why don't you come to my house? My sister can wait until her eyes are longing for it. Turns out you didn't even show up, and she ended up having to go back to school emotionally. Ijima Yuya, who had been cleaned up by Jinshui, lay in Jinshui's arms and began to complain. Oh, I don't think it's your sister who's looking over her shoulder, I'm afraid it's someone else. Jinshui laughed and flirted with the little beauty lying in his arms. I'm not. Naturally, Ijima Yuya wouldn't have admitted it, or she wouldn't have brought up her own sister as a shield. But she was telling the truth. Yuya Ijima went back to school very lost indeed. Jinshui Jun, what have you been busy with these 2 days? You didn't even come when I sent you a message. Ijima Yuya was also curious, what could be more attractive than their sisterhood? Naturally, there's something important, I just happened to say bye-bye in her mom yesterday. Jinshui didn't hide anything and directly said what he did yesterday. For nothing? Ijima Yuya was a bit confused, not knowing who the other person was for a moment. It's not Ms. Aoi, is it? After thinking about it for a while, Ijima Yuya also turned a corner. The bye-bye in Jinshui's mouth should be Aoi bye-bye. Jinshui-kun, what danger is Aoi Shiranui in? How did you save Ms. Arai and her mother? She was getting a little curious, the fire of gossip bubbling in her eyes. Another thing that makes her feel very strange is that Jinshui used to call Aoi bye-bye as Aoi teacher. Why did he suddenly change his name? The walls have ears, so I'll tell you more about it when we get to the dorm at noon. Jinshui realized that Maria, who was sitting in the back, was leaning forward, frantically squeezing herself, and perking up her long ears in a way that looked like you'd hurry up and talk. She was also very curious to know what was going on. No girl could resist gossip and she, Maria, was no exception. Shay, no fun. Seeing Jinshui defending himself, she blankly glanced at the other party, speechless. Jinshui was too lazy to pay any attention to Maria, this kind of ill-bred and untamed big ocean horse. He had ridden it once and that was enough. Without the cynicism value reward, Jinshui didn't even bother to fix her. With Ijima Yuya waiting anxiously, the time finally came to noon. Jinshui-kun, tell me, what's the situation with Ms. Aoi? After eating, Ijima Yuya couldn't wait to ask Jinshui about it. It was worth mentioning that Aoi bye-bye's recovery ability was extraordinary after she became a martial artist last night. Even if she looked half dead last night, she was alive and well by morning. So she did come to school today to give a lesson. During that time, Ijima Yuya had also been surreptitiously checking out Aoi Shiranui, and she noticed that the other party seemed to have become more mature and flavorful. The other woman was very mature before and now she looked ripe for the picking. Young women. That's right, Ijima Yuya felt that her opponent had more of a young woman's feeling, just like her mother, Ryusei Kanrya's temperament, mature and charming. Bodo, Yuki, you guys go back to your dormitory and rest first. Only after Jinshui dismissed the twin sisters following his ass did he say to Ijima Yuya, Yuya, if you want to know, go somewhere with me and you'll know. When Jinshui said that, he went in a direction. Yen Shui-kun, where are we going? Ijima Yuya naturally followed along on her but, holding onto Jinshui's arm and asking with some curiosity. Oh, just go and you'll see. Jinshui laughed, and seeing Ijima Yuya's look of a curious baby, he even deliberately sold the idea. If you don't say it, you don't say it. Ijima Yuya deflated, she wouldn't be in a hurry to find out later anyway. Jinshui-kun, isn't this Ms. Aoi's office? Do you want Ms. Aoi to speak to me herself? Not long after, Jinshui brought Ijima Yuya to the entrance of an office. The other party was right, this was exactly the entrance of Aoi bye-bye's office. Bang bang bang. White, it's me.
Instead of answering Ijima Yuya's question, Jinshui knocked on the door to himself. He felt right to the point of guessing, though, and in a moment he'd let Aoi Shiranui speak in person.
That explains everything.
Squeak. The wooden door of Aoi Bai's office was opened from the inside, and then an urban beauty like Aoi Bai appeared in front of Jinshui and Ijima Yuya. The other party was wearing a small one white shirt and an OL skirt that didn't reach the knee.
Master, you're here.
When Aoi Bai saw Jinshui in the doorway, her eyes lit up, and the smile on her face went straight to the surface.
Master? Ijima Yuya was a bit confused at that. What was this? Jinshui-kun, this. What's going on here? Go in first, this is not the place to open your mouth. Jinshui walked straight into Aoi Bai's office with his arm around the double ponytail dressed Ijima Yuya. Yen Shui-kun, can you tell us what's going on now?
After closing the office door, Ijima Yuya looked at Jinshui and Aoi Shiranui somewhat jealously. At this point, even if she was stupid, she more or less understood what was going on. It's just that Jinshui saved Aoi Bai, and then the other party gave her body to him. Still, she was a little curious as to what was going on with the process in between.
Shiranui, why don't you explain what's going on to Yuya?
Jinshui felt that it was better to let Aoi Bai say it herself. After all, at the beginning, Aoi Bai wanted to go part-time. It was really not too honorable. If she was not willing to say, Jinshui would not force the other party.
Yuya, it's like this, my sister's mother.
Then my sister was. In the end, it was fortunate that the master appeared in time. Aoi Bai naturally knew that Ijima Yuya was also Jinshui's woman. She opened her mouth and called herself her sister, giving Ijima Yuya a full account of yesterday's thrilling day.
But the shocking battle situation she didn't mention.
Ms. Aoi, I didn't expect you to be so great. You really went out of your way to save your mother. Ijima Yuya's entire heart lifted at first when she heard that Aoi Bai was in danger, but then she was relieved when she heard that Jinshui appeared in time, and then she was even more furious when she finally heard that someone had intercepted the heart source. But the end result was good, and it made her feel so much that in her place she would have given her body in exchange for her own, right?
Now she was heartily recognizing the kind and dutiful motherly Aoi-sensei in front of her.
Yuya, you should call Shiro Aoi-san now. When Jinshui heard that Ijima Yuya was still calling Aoi Hakabai Aoi-sensei, he couldn't help but remind the other party.
Ooh, Aoi-san.
Ijima Yuya was also lost and immediately changed his mind. But at this time she felt so much pressure. Aoi's sister's body is just too wow, more than one size bigger than her. Will Jinshui-kun favor each other even more? It seems that the only way to fight Aoi-san is to strike with her sister. Ijima Yuya, as a small woman, even though everyone loved Jinshui equally deeply, she also had her own selfishness, which was to get more favor from Jinshui. If Jinshui could read minds, he would have punished her severely, and in all conscience, he treated all women who were loyal to him as equals.
Chapter 60 White, you don't have class this afternoon, do you? Bye, you don't have class this afternoon, do you?
Inside the office, Jinshui spoke out to interrupt the sisterly love between Aoi Bai and Ijima Yuya.
Master, Aoi Bai doesn't have class this afternoon.
Aoi Bai looked at Jinshui with some confusion, not knowing why he suddenly asked this.
Hey, it's perfect if you don't have class this afternoon, just so you can fill me in.
Jinshui naturally didn't want to go to the classroom for lessons, and it seemed good to let Aoi Bai give himself a little lesson within this office. LOL, of course there's no problem, it's only natural for a teacher to tutor a student. Aoi Bai giggled, there was no way she would refuse Jinshui's request.
Jinshui-kun, see you tomorrow, love you.
At the school entrance, Ijima Yuya reluctantly said goodbye to Jinshui. There was no way out, her parents were coming back today, she had to go home, she couldn't spend the night outside. She could only watch enviously as Aoi Hakabai, along with her twin sister, rode in the nanny car driven by Fujiwara Takumi. After seeing Jinshui and the others leave, she then turned around and came to the special car driven by her own driver to pick her up, and with the driver nodding his head, Ijima Yuya then sat down on the back seat.
I really envy Jinshui-kun, I didn't expect Ms. Aoi to be taken down by Jinshui-kun as well, it's worthy of being my Yumekawa Ichiko's idol.
Aoi Shiranui got into Jinshui's nanny car, and was naturally seen by the students in the neighborhood, among them Yumekawa Ichiku. At this moment he drooled enviously, and as if he thought of something, Yumekawa Ichiku gulped inadvertently, driver, go to Yan's high.
Hey, Yuko, your Yumekawa Ichiku is here to pinch.
GGG.
Yumekawa Ichika's lewd to the point of laughter almost didn't cause the driver to turn the steering wheel askew.
Young Master Yumekawa, my subordinate will definitely kill Yan's high quickly, you sit tight, my subordinate will start drifting.
The driver certainly wasn't intimidated, he was just too excited. He got excited when he thought that every time he went to Yen's High, Yumekawa Ichiku would also let him order a female staff member as well. Haruta Kanna, your master is here, jia jia jia. This unknown driver, when he first applied for the job, but he said he was the god of Akamasen cars and had beaten Fujiwara Takumi. I don't know if it's true or not, but anyway, Yumekawa Nico believed it, or he wouldn't have made him his full-time driver. Punchy punchy punchy. Chong chong chong. Young master and I are going to Yan's High. In a situation of extreme excitement, this unknown driver actually utilized a driving skill not inferior to Fujiwara Takumi's. Just sparks and lightning all the way to the wheels of the car in a very fast drift. Big White, are you going to be a teacher all the time? Naturally, Jin Shuai was unaware that Yumekawa Ichiku and his own self were passionately going about shutting down their home business at this time, and he suddenly asked about Aoi Hakabai. Master, actually Bai doesn't have any ideas yet. But it's pretty easy to work here, and the reason why I worked at Kaisei School was because the pay was good, and my mom had to spend money on her hospitalization, so I went here to try to get an interview, and I didn't expect to get hired straight away. Aoi Bai said truthfully, she came here as not serious teaching, before basically also because of the high salary given here, just try to Kai Chung School here interview, but she did not expect to really pass. The school also saw that Aoi Hakabai was really pretty, so they accepted her and put her directly into the rich kids class as a babysitter. Needless to say, good-looking women do get some preference when it comes to being chosen. I'm going to transfer over to the University of Tokyo to go to school with the Hakata girls by the end of this semester. Do you want to become a teacher at the University of Tokyo? Thinking that he would be transferring to another school by then, and that it wouldn't be a good idea to leave Aoi Hakabai here by himself, Jin Shuai opened his mouth and asked. He believed that with Yui Ijima's ability, he should be able to get Aoi Shiranui to become a teacher over at the University of Tokyo as well. Master, you're transferring to Tokyo University? Aoi Bai smelled a bright eye. The University of Tokyo used to be the university she dreamed of when she was a student, but at first she missed a few points and didn't get in. Yes, would you like to tag along? Jin Shuai asked again. Master, over at the University of Tokyo, Bai naturally wants to go there, but at my current level, I might not be able to teach those students. Aoi Bai said with some frustration. She knew what level she was at. It was okay to be a nanny teacher for those rich kids, but to really teach the top students in the entire Sakura country, she didn't have the skills. It doesn't even matter, as long as you want to go, I naturally have a solution. Jin Shuai said indifferently. He naturally knew that there was no way for Aoi Bai to go to Tokyo University to teach through normal means, but he also had no intention of going through the normal way na. Master, it's better not to. Bai doesn't have the ability to teach those schoolmasters. It's better not to make a joke and disgrace you, Master, when the time comes. Aoi Bai thought for a moment and continued, Master, in fact, to be a teacher, I'm not Bai's dream. Bai's dream is to be a housewife, to teach her children at home and wait for your return every day, Master. When the time comes for you, Master, to transfer to the University of Tokyo, Bai will just resign. That works too. Jin Shuai naturally will not refuse Aoi Bai such a request. He also knows that Aoi Bai belongs to the kind of more traditional women in Sakura country, some small peasant thinking, so he is not forced. Bai, when the time comes, we'll buy a house near the University of Tokyo, so you can just follow over then. Aha, Whitey does everything his master tells him to do. Aoi Bai naturally wouldn't refuse Jin Shuai's arrangement. Jin Shuai, as her man, was her heaven. Bai, master didn't love you for nothing. Looking at such a gentle and considerate Aoi Bai, Jin Shuai had to sigh with emotion. Reborn in Tokyo, so cool. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, even in his dreams he, Jin Shuai, would not dare to do this. Don't look at the fact that he was now in the middle stage of the innate and his strength was quite good, but he really couldn't withstand one of their punches. That's why Jin Shuai decided to make sure that Aoi Shiranui was well fed tonight, to show how much he meant to pamper her. Yuya, what's the matter? Shortly after arriving home, Jin Shuai received a call from Ijima Yuya. Jin Shuai-kun, my parents are back and know about what my sister and I did with you. My parents want to see you. Can you come over to Yuya's house for dinner tonight? Ijima Yuya asked with some apprehension, which reminded Jin Shuai of 3 words Hongmen Banquet. Chapter 61 Yui Ijima's Engagement. Dinner? Jin Shuai said indifferently, Yuya, what time do you need me to arrive? Jin Shuai-kun, you can just come over at 6 o'clock. Yuya Ijima on the other end of the phone said in a sweet voice. Okay, Yuya, I'll be there by 6. Jin Shuai hung up the phone after saying that. Father, mother, Jin Shuai-juan said he would come over. After Ijima Yuya finished speaking, she looked somewhat fearfully at her father, Ijima Daru, who very consciously stood next to her mother, Ryusei Kanrun. Yua, you female rebel girl. Ijima Oro looked at Ijima Yuya with some exasperation. Today, after he returned home with his own wife, he realized that his home had been stolen, and the most hateful thing was that his two little cotton patties had both been arched by that descendant of the dragon kingdom called Jin Shui. This made Ijima Daru, who was an old father, simply hate it, and he had to give Jin Shui some color. Mother-sama, look at father, he's being mean to me again. Ijima Yuya hid next to Ryusei Kanran and grabbed her arm, pouting. At this point she looked like a little child looking for a backer who had done something wrong. Don't be afraid, baby, you have your mother. Ryusei Kanran looked at Ijima Yuya very favorably and reached out to touch her ponytail. Humph. Ijima Oro, please watch how you speak, if you scare my baby girl, I'll take you to task. Ryusei Kanran instantly changed her face and angrily rebuked Ijima Oro. At this moment, where is the image of a good wife and mother? Oh, I'm not mad at you. Ijima Oro was reprimanded by his own wife and said with some aggression, Yua is my daughter too, how could I be angry with Yua? At this moment, Ijima Oro was simply being eaten to death by Ryusei Jinlian, and with a single look, he obediently conceded. Where's any trace of the machismo that should characterize a man from the Sakura country? But Jinlian, I won't say anything about Yua being with Marshal Jin, but yo AI, she's married. When it came to the matter of the marriage contract, Ijima Daru, again, was angry. Golden Lotus, what kind of a mother are you? You're usually the one who disciplines them, and now, well, something's happened. Bang! Seeing that Ijima even talked back, Yanagi Jinlian was enraged, and she directly slapped the table, shaking the teacups on it to the ground. Good old Ijima Oro, you're blaming me now? My precious daughters can have whoever they want, but what business is it of my daughters to have that bull engagement? I never admitted that. If you can, you tell them to go find your deadbeat old man. Ryusei Kanria said irritably, she wasn't going to recognize the engagement that Ijima Daru's father had made for his daughter 15 years ago. Especially if the other party is a drunkard and spends all day drinking, even if he is the son of the emperor of the Sakura kingdom. Today, she could have heard that the man her two daughters were looking for was still a very strong young man, and she had also learned about Jin Shui today through the information she had investigated. Even if they hadn't met yet, she was satisfied with Jin Shui. Yui Ijima's strong character is something that she has completely inherited from her Ryusei Kanran. And when it came to the matter of the marriage contract, she, Ryusei Jinlian, came even more angry. She herself was the one who had come through, having been betrothed by the top family as a child, and had it not been for the fact that Ijima Daru was still too strong, and the fact that her family had softened her up, she would have run away long ago. Lusheng Jinlian was the brightest girl in the 8 families at the time. Ijima Dairang, in order to be able to successfully marry each other, that is all kinds of great attentiveness, all kinds of promises, in any case, it is the licking of the dog, this 2 words to the extreme. Luckily, the end result made Ijima Daru happy, and not only did Ryusei Kanran marry him, but she also gave him 2 daughters. Jinlian, you're right, anyway, we didn't make Yo AI's marriage contract, and my old man died a long time ago, so maybe the other party didn't take it seriously a long time ago. What else could Ijima Daru do but obey his wife, or else he'd probably be kneeling on a durian tonight. Humph. So what if you remember, the royal family may be strong, but we, the Ijima family, plus the Yanagi family, are not to be taken down at will. Ryusei Jinlian said in a very domineering manner. She couldn't help it before, but now that she could make the decisions, she didn't want her daughter to go back to her old ways. Although after so many years, her heart to Ijima Daru still cannot talk about love, at most, because of the 2 daughters, between the two have some more ties, only more like a real couple. That's right, what your ladyship says is true, and I, Ijima Daru, am not a vegetarian. Seeing Ryusei Jinlian with such a strong attitude, Ijima Daru also had a hot brain and took a domineering stance. Humph, that's more like it, like a man. Seeing Ijima Oro's very responsible stance at this point, Yanagi Jinlian couldn't help but look at the other party in a high light, and she was very satisfied with the other party's stance. Ha ha ha, the lady is right about everything. Getting the affirmation from Ryusei Jinlian, Ijima Daru instantly became an old licking dog again. Father, mother, you're the best. Yuya, then you guys owe. Even Yua Ijima, who had relieved herself of the crisis and knew her father wouldn't chastise her anymore, ran out and sold herself. It wasn't the first time Yua Ijima had seen how her own mother had taken her father just now. To be honest, Ijima Yuya felt that the way her father licked the dog was really very much like the way the old Yin Shui Kuan had been to Hashimoto Nana. Although she didn't know why her own Jin Shui Kuan had become so macho all of a sudden, and didn't even give a damn about Hashimoto Nana anymore, she liked such a macho Jin Shui even more. Just cool and manly. Mother Superior, I'm home. The atmosphere in the room had just eased when Ijima Yua's sister, Ijima Yua, walked in. Looking at her father, whose face was a bit dark, Yui Ijima very strikingly went straight to her own mother and gave the other a big hug straight away. She, like her sister, knew that nothing was too much with her own mother. LOL, my precious Yo AI is back too. Ryusei Kanran looked at Ijima Yui, who was hugging herself tightly in front of her, and smiled. Yes. Mother-sama, Yo AI hasn't seen you in almost half a month and misses you. Ijima Yui directly pouted at her mother, completely ignoring her father, Ijima Oro. Ahem. Ijima Daru, who had been ignored by his eldest daughter, was so depressed that he coughed frantically to show that he was there too. My big baby girl, you used to cling to me as your father, why don't you even look at yourself now? Ijima Daru couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart, thinking that both of his little cotton patties had grown up to be leaky and unglued. If Shunshui had known, he would have laughed out loud. Who said that the sisters weren't clingy? Kissing and hugging and lifting high all day long, that's old and sticky. Chapter 62 Ryusei Ijilian's shock. Ahem. Seeing that Ijima Yui had been exchanging words with his own wife and was slow to pay attention to himself, Ijima Daru coughed even more frantically, trying to get the other party's attention. Father-sama, are you alright? Luckily for the emperor, his coughing like he had tuberculosis finally caught Ijima Yui's attention. Humph, do you still have me as a father in your eyes? Seeing Yui Ijima look at him, Oro Ijima puts up a fight again. Although he could also detect the caring look in his daughter's eyes, it was clearly not the same kind of adoration as before. It made him old and depressed. Hee, Father-sama, looks like you're okay, have a yo-yo if you're okay. Yui Ijima walked up to her father and offered a yo-yo from her pocket, handing it to the other man. It's unique to the Dragon Kingdom, it's delicious. Count on you having a conscience. Ijima Daru's face instantly stretched, his heart old and beautiful. Even though his own daughter wasn't close to him anymore, he would still be the first to think of his old father when something good came along. Can't you see that Ryusei Kanria didn't even get a yo-yo? Babies, quickly tell mother what this Shunshui is capable of, that he can make both of my precious daughters look at the same time. Since she hadn't met Shunshui yet, Lu Sheng Jinlian was still curious about him and wanted to know more about the other party. As a mother, although Lu Sheng Jinlian doted on her daughters, she didn't want them to find the wrong man, and she felt it was her duty to help her daughters keep an eye on them. After all, with the simple information, she could only learn about Shunshui's family history and his looks and whatnot, and some of the specifics, she still had to ask her own daughter. It's worth mentioning that although Shunshui's family lineage is small and not worth mentioning compared to the Ijima family or the Yanagi family, Shunshui doesn't have any parents now. Originally Lu Sheng Jinlian cannot afford to give up their own daughter, Shunshui is now fatherless and motherless, alone. It is not just to be the door-son-in-law of the Ijima family. Mother-sama, let me tell you, Shunshui Juan is tall and handsome. And Shunshui Kuan also dotes on Yuya and her sister very much. Hearing that Lu Sheng Jinlian wanted to know about Shunshui, Ijima Yuya instantly opened his words, picking out the good ones. Sister, you've been talking for half a day, but you've missed the point. Mother, let me tell you, my master, that is, Shunshui Juan, can be so powerful that he can break the stone lion in front of our house with a single punch. The more Yui Ijima spoke, the more excited she became, and she didn't forget to glance at Oro Ijima. The Shunshui Kuan is the most powerful man that Yo AI has ever seen, even more powerful than father. Humph. Just blow hard. Ijima Daru was furious. Even if you praised your Shunshui Kuan, why do you have to belittle your old father? Of course, Ijima Daru definitely didn't believe his own daughter's words. Shunshui was just an 18-year-old brat, how could he be more powerful than himself? He, Ijima Daru, is the peak of Huanjing. As for breaking the stone lion at the entrance, he, Ijima Daru, could do it, alright, but who would break the stone lion at the entrance of his own house when he had nothing better to do? It wasn't that he was bragging, even if he didn't use his family's power, he could walk sideways in Sakura country. He decided that when Marshal Yen arrived, he would give him a hard time. Mother-sama, look at father, he's being mean to me again. Yui Ijima is very naughty and gives her old father a little eye candy. Ryusei Kanran didn't say anything, just looked at Ijima Oro quietly. Ma'am, no matter, I'm just being honest, Shunshui, this kid, is only 18 years old now, how can he be more powerful than me? Being warned by his lady's eyes, Ijima Daru immediately conceded and explained. Only then did Ryusei Jinlian withdraw her gaze, apparently agreeing with her husband. It's obvious that his own daughter has blindly worshipped the other guy and is just exaggerating. It's more powerful than Ijima Daru. It must be an innate?
Lu Sheng Jinlian couldn't even dare to think about it anymore, now although she was and is the peak of Huan Jin, but the innate, that was a realm she could only dream of. Now Sakura country has long since no innate realm existed.
Father Sama, what my sister said is true, Shunshui-kun is awesome.
Her younger sister, Ijima Yuya, was anxious when she saw that her father didn't believe what her sister said. Jin Shuai's entire person was burned into her Ijima Yuya's heart. How could she possibly tolerate her man being belittled, even if the other party was her father?
That won't work either.
Not only is Jin Shuaijuan highly skilled in martial arts, but he will also teach us to cultivate. Under Jin Shuai-kun's tutelage, Yuya is now a late Ninjin martial artist. Sister has also broken through to the middle Dark Force stage now under the teachings of Jin Shuaijuan.
Ijima Yuya is racking her brain and desperately picking out good things to say in order for her parents to accept Jin Shuai.
Yuya, are you telling the truth?
Hearing Ijima Yuya's words, the originally smiling Ryusei Jinlian was shocked.
In just a few days' time, he had allowed his two daughters to break through a large realm? If it was true, it would simply overturn her Yanagi Jinlian's view of the world. You know, originally, the two Ijima sisters' martial arts talent was no weaker than hers as a mother. Ijima Yuya's words not only shocked Ryusei Jinlian, but next to him, Ijima Oro was equally shocked.
Yuya, can you show father some strength? Come, father will accompany you for a couple of moves.
Ijima Oro spoke up, thinking it was his daughter who was just mindlessly bragging about being really handsome.
Come as you are, Father Sama, enlighten me. Drink. Watch the move.
Ijima Yuya followed her own father to the open area in the middle of the living room, where she gave Ijima Oro a bow before rushing over. Knowing her father's strength, Ijima Yuya didn't hold anything back. Using her most familiar karate, her air-shaking fist swung at Ijima Oro without mercy.
Phew! Phew! Phew!
In the face of his baby girl's continuous attacks, Ijima Daru naturally only resisted, not counterattacked.
Yuya, it's okay.
As a few rounds were exchanged, Ijima Daru's face grew more and more shocked as he realized that his youngest daughter, Yuya, hadn't lied and had really reached the middle stage of Mingjin.
Father Sama, Yuya isn't lying, is she?
Ijima Yuya naturally noticed the shocked expression on her father's face, and she said dejectedly.
Yuya, you've actually reached the middle stage of Mingjin.
Before Ijima Oro could say anything, Ryusei Jinlian, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, spoke up, and at that moment, she also looked at Ijima Yuya with a shocked expression on her face. As a person of high strength, she could naturally tell the realm of her opponent through her own daughter's performance just now.
Mother, Yuya just told me that Yuya is in the middle stage of Mingjin.
At this moment, Ijima Yuya couldn't mention how happy he was. His chin was lifted to the sky.
How did this Jin Shuai do it? Lu Sheng Jinlian was a bit incredulous. What kind of tactic was this?
She just saw, his daughter Yuya, not only true chi did not float, but also very strong, endless, simply as the real upgrading up, not pull up seedlings to help grow behavior.
Mother Sama, it was Yen Shuai-kun who taught Na. Yuya Ijima continues to give credit to her Kisaragi.
Not only did Jin Shuai-kun give Yuya and my sister a very powerful Dragon Kingdom technique, but he also taught us two sisters to cultivate it by hand. That's why we broke through so easily.
Chapter 63, You're Too Much of a Stranger. Call me Auntie. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu?
Lu Sheng Jinlian was a bit curious when she heard Yuya's words. Just what kind of Dragon Kingdom technique could allow someone to break through a large realm in just a few days of cultivation?
It's simply not too anticlimactic.
Jin Shuaijuan said that the technique he gave us to cultivate is called the Speculativeness Divine Technique.
Ijima Yuya said arrogantly.
At this moment, she was very happy inside. It was true that Jin Shuaijuan loved and adored himself, and was willing to teach himself even such a valuable gongfu.
Can't you see the eyes of Ryusei Kanrun and Ijima Dara lighting up at this moment?
It was full of the feeling of longing.
Yuya, can you tell your mother about this Tue Nishin Kung Fu?
Ryusei Jinlian looked at her daughter with longing in her eyes. It occurred to her that if she was also able to cultivate this miraculous Dragon Kingdom technique, then wouldn't she have a chance to break through to the legendary innate realm? Thinking of this, she looked at Ijima Yuya with even more heat in her eyes. Not only was Ryusei Jinlian, but next to her, Ijima Dara was also looking at her with big ears and eyes full of eagerness.
Aha!
Yui Ijima, who was next to her, saw this and hurriedly choked. She was afraid that her simple-minded sister would just blah 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 the contents of the gong method.
I'm sorry, Father Sama and Mother Sama, I can't tell you the contents of the Kung Fu. Ijima Yuya also reacted immediately when she heard her sister's choking voice, secretly saying that she had gotten a little carried away and almost broke her oath. Yuya, why can't you tell your mother? Is there something hard to tell? Hearing Ijima Yuya's words, Yanagi Jinlian was a bit anxious. This was the key to whether or not she could break through to the innate. Mother-sama, Yuya, and her sister both promised Jinshwai-kun that they would never disclose the matter of the Mara technique without his permission, and you, mother, don't want Yuya to become a person who goes back on his word, do you? Ijima Yuya could only look at her mother apologetically and said. As much as she wanted to tell her mother, she had promised Jinshwai-jun that she would love to help. In that case, mother won't give you a hard time. Ryusei Kanryu said with a great deal of dismay. She respects her daughters and doesn't want them to be people who don't mean what they say. Moreover, she also heard the meaning in her daughter's words, that is, as long as she got Jinshuai's consent, then she could also cultivate this magical speculative nest divine skill off from her daughter's mouth. Lu Sheng Jinlian thought that her two daughters had both followed Jinshuai, so she, Lu Sheng Jinlian, as the other party's mother-in-law, would have no reason to refuse the other party if she asked him for the technique, right? Close to the water, Lu Sheng Jinlian made up her mind. When Jinshuai came, she must treat Jinshuai as if he was her own son. She didn't believe that she couldn't impress the other party. As for Ijima Oro, his thoughts were similar, except that his mind was focused on his two precious daughters, and he planned to use his fatherly love to touch his two daughters, so that they would take the initiative to tell him about the contents of the gongfu. For a moment, Ijima Daru and Yanagi Jinlian simply became the most loving parents in the world, coaxing the Ijima sisters around. The two of them also very knowingly praised their daughter for having a good eye and finding the man of her dreams, and they even praised Jinshuai to the sky, not knowing that they thought that Ijima Daru and Lu Sheng Jinlian were more familiar with Jinshuai. With the two-man children bragging about it, the two sisters indulged in it, especially Ijima Yuya, who couldn't be happier to see her father's attitude change. Her Ijima Yuya's vision was that good. Ha! So lively? Near 6 o'clock, Jinshuai drove his Porsche 911 to the gate of Ijima Manor. At this time, sitting in the driver's seat, Jinshuai looked at a large group of people at the door and was confused. He guessed that the entire manor had come. Especially in front of the crowd, the Ijima sisters were flanked by a middle-aged couple on the left and right, who were wearing sincere smiles and were staring hotly at themselves inside the car, which made Jinshuai even more confused. These two should be Yua's parents, right? Jinshuai secretly guessed in his heart. He felt that the other party was really welcoming of himself. What kind of airplane? Isn't it the Hongmen banquet? Jinshuai used his heaven's eye to check out the parents of the Ijima sisters and found that both of them did not have a low favorability rating towards him. Jinshuai-kun, you're here. Just when Jinshuai was still puzzled, the Ijima sisters even accompanied their own parents to the front of the sports car driven by Jinshuai. Without waiting for Jinshuai to turn off the engine and get out of the car, Ijima Yuya took the initiative to run over and help open the car door, looking at Jinshuai happily. Yuya, I'm coming. Jinshuai smiled and stroked his opponent's head, then looked at Ijima Oro and Ryusei Jinlian without any stage fright at all. Yuya, are these two your parents? Jinshuai, he asked knowingly. LOL, we're Yua's parents, Jinshuai-kun, you're really as talented as Yua said you were. Without waiting for Ijima Yuya's introduction, Yanagi Jinlian took the initiative to speak very enthusiastically. At this time, she is the mother-in-law to see her son-in-law. The more she sees, the more satisfied. Jinshuai, not only height 185, looks as even more handsome out of the sky, dumping her own husband, Ijima Daru, many streets. At this time, after seeing Jinshuai, Lu Sheng Jinlian also finally understood why Jinshuai could take his two daughters down, because she felt that when she was young, she might also be fascinated by the other party. Even though she was fond of strong men, Jinshuai was just too perfect, tall and handsome, and there was also a kind of temperament that she couldn't tell. Anyway, it just attracted her. Of course, Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't know that this kind of attraction was due to Jinshuai's cultivation of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. If Jinshuai had cultivated to a higher realm, this kind of attraction would be even higher. If Jinshuai had cultivated to the 9th layer, at this time, as long as Jinshuai hooked his hand, Lu Sheng Jinlian, she would also throw herself into Jinshuai's embrace in front of Ijima Oro. Hello ma'am, you're flattered. Jinshuai, as a native of the Dragon Kingdom, he was still very humble at this time. After all, it's kind of like meeting the parents, isn't it? LOL, Jinshuai-jun, you're being too formal, call me auntie. Lu Sheng Jinlian giggled as she very naturally went up and took Jinshuai's hand, saying very enthusiastically. Auntie? Jinshuai was a bit confused. What was this? LOL, that's right. When Lu Sheng Jinlian heard this auntie, she was so happy that she was directly smiling until she couldn't close her mouth. Look at you, Jinlian, this is how you let our Ijima family's wise son-in-law stand in the doorway and talk. Seeing this, Ijima Daru, who was next to him, was not to be outdone, and he had the dog's guts to bury Ryusei Jinlian. Giggle, look at me, Jinshui Jun, quickly with Auntie to the home. Auntie has long explained that the chef has prepared dinner, or Dragon Country dishes. Oh. Lu Shang Jinlian glared at Ijima Oro, then very enthusiastically pulled Jinshui towards the house. Looking at the Ijima sisters who were passionate to the point of breaking through the sky towards their own Yen Shui Kuan were staggered in place and winded. Right here, Jinshui was surrounded by Lu Shang Jinlian and Ijima Aro on the left and the right, just like Lu entering the Grand View Garden while listening to the flattery of the two men and visiting the Ijima Manor. Watching themselves go wherever they went, the servants bowed respectfully and cried out that the "Hello, young master." Jinshui was shocked. Chapter 64 Tiger Penis and Seahorse Wine. Am I on the wrong movie set? Or did the parents of the Ijima sisters get the wrong script? Jinshui was a bit confused, although he knew that he was handsome, but he hadn't reached the point where he could kill both men and women. He could understand Ryusei Kanryu being enthusiastic about himself, but what was the deal with this Ijima Daru? Hey, please be normal, I've already arched 2 cabbages in your house, I've stolen all your coats now. Although this is the first time that Jinshui has met his parents in his 2 lives, but he has never eaten pork and seen a pig run away, so he naturally knows that there must be something strange in such an abnormal situation. Could it be that the Ijima sisters have bewitched their parents? It was a good thing that the Ijima sisters could see that Jinshui was a little unnatural by the enthusiasm of his own parents, and they stiffly stepped forward to squeeze Ryusei Jinlian and Ijima Daru to one side. Jinshui also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and he very naturally wrapped his arms around the Ijima sisters left and right. He really can't stand the overzealous Ijima couple anymore, just outrageous. But the Ijima couple, who had been squeezed to the side, didn't get angry, but happily watched as Jinshui embraced his daughters left and right. Steady! Lu Shang Jinlian and Ijima Dailang were both very happy in their hearts to see that Jinshui also favored the Ijima sisters very much. The tighter Jinshui hugged them, the happier Mr. and Mrs. Ijima were. This shows that the more importance Jinshui attaches, the more he favors his daughters. Then the greater the chances that they would be able to learn the marvelous speculative nihilistic divine power. Jinshui can't read minds, naturally he doesn't know what Mr. and Mrs. Ijima are thinking, but it doesn't matter to him, anyway, the arch has been arched, the big deal is to give them 2 more grandchildren out that is. Yuya, yo AI, you two tell me, what's going on here? Why are your parents so enthusiastic? Jinshui wrapped his arms around the Ijima sisters, slowed down his walking speed, intentionally distanced himself a little from the Ijima couple, and found an opportunity to ask them in a low voice. This. Ijima Yuya stammered for half a day, but couldn't say anything. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at Jinshui as if she was a small child who had done something wrong. Yo AI, you tell it. Seeing this, Jinshui didn't continue to press Ijima Yui, but said to Ijima Yui on the other side. He secretly said that his intuition was not wrong, looking at Yuya's situation. Master, it's like this, just now, before you came, Yuya sold the results of the past few days of cultivation to my parents, eventually revealing the matter of the Tweedledum divine power, and the results were obvious. My parents are now very interested in the Tweedledum divine power. Speaking here, Ijima Yui was afraid that Jinshui would get angry. She immediately added, but don't worry, Master, we didn't divulge the contents of the gungfu, and without Master's permission, beating us to death, we won't say anything about it. Jinshui-kun, I'm sorry. It's Yua's fault for saying what she shouldn't have, so please chastise me. Woohoo! Ijima Yuya was also the first to apologize to Jinshui, sobbing in a small voice at this point. Master, Yo AI is also responsible for this, please punish Master. Yuya is still young and uninformed, it's me as an older sister who didn't keep an eye on her, please don't blame Yuya. Neither sister shrugged off each other and took the initiative to take responsibility. Alright, it's fine, as long as the content of the gungfu hasn't leaked out, just pay attention next time. Jinshui heard Ijima Yui's explanation and finally understood at this point. Yuya baby, don't cry if you cry again, you'll become a big flower cat, and that won't look good. Jinshui also very sweetly wiped the teardrops from the corner of Ijima Yuya's eyes. He naturally believed that the Ijima sisters wouldn't betray themselves, but it was just that the still somewhat childish Yuya liked to show off, and there was no need for him to blame the other party. As long as the content of the gungfu didn't leak out, it would be fine, but even if it did, Jinshui wasn't panicked. What he was teaching the Ijima sisters now was still just the first layer of the sentient scripture of the woman's heart. Not much of a threat to him. Aha, Yen Shui-kun, Yuya loves you. Seeing that Jinshui didn't chastise his own, but instead was still very much doting on himself, Ijima Yuya immediately broke into tears, while at the same time inwardly warning himself that he mustn't do this in the future. "Master, you're so nice, yo AI loves you too oh." Next to her, Ijima Yui also breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that if Shunshui got angry, he would never teach Kung Fu and accompany himself to cultivate again. As a dark force martial artist, Ijima Yui understood the importance of the speculative nest divine power even more than her own sister. True to its name, it was a divine power that was enough to cause a bloody storm in the Sakura Kingdom. "Oh, I love you guys too oh, I'm going to reward you tonight," Jin Shui said cheerfully. This situation was taken into consideration by Jin Shui when he taught the Ijima sisters, including the other women, the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman. He had even taken into consideration the situation where the contents of this Gongfu of the Sentinel Heart Sutra were leaked out, or else he wouldn't have taught these women only the contents of the first layer of the Sentinel Heart Sutra even now. Even if he, Jin Shui, was willing to believe that his woman wouldn't leak secrets, who could guarantee that other people wouldn't obtain the contents of the Gongfu through some means? Even if he had the system, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he was invincible. After all, he had been reborn and had a system, so who knew if there would be some strange people in this world, such as those who could read minds, see through eyes or mind control or something. Anyway, Jin Shui thought that there was always nothing wrong with being a bit more stable. "Aha, master, we'll practice all night together tonight." Naturally, Ijima Yui wouldn't refuse Jin Shui's reward, she loved cultivating too much. "Aha, so is Yua." Next to Ijima Yuya knew that he had done something wrong, naturally would not refuse, at the same time secretly resolved, even if tonight's cultivation is even more miserable, will not call out a yummy father. Luckily, Jin Shui didn't know what was going on in Yuya's mind, or else he must have had to beat her little ass. His favorite thing was to hear his woman say that to him. Nothing else, it's a testament to his strength. In this way, the crowd walked around until around 6:30, when Jin Shui and the others arrived in the middle of the restaurant under the leadership of Mr. and Mrs. Ijima. "Come on, Yen Shui-kun, have a seat." When they arrived at the table, Ijima Yuya immediately helped Jin Shui set up the chairs and invited him to take a seat. Naturally, Jin Shui wouldn't be polite, and sashayed on, just as if he were in his own home. Snap. Seeing that Jin Shui was already seated, Lucian Jinlian clapped her palms together and signaled the servants to start serving the food. "Jin Shui Jun, knowing that you're coming over today, Auntie even asked the chef to make these dragon country dishes. Try this oyster and see if it's to your liking." As the servants served the food, Lu Sheng Jinlian then very enthusiastically pinched a garlic oyster over to Jin Shui, even more enthusiastically than the Ijima sisters. "Jin Shui-kun, try this sheep's waist." Ijima Yuya naturally wasn't willing to be weak, and she immediately gave Jin Shui a piece of lamb's waist. "Master, come and try this chive-fried bullwhip." As Jin Shui's beloved disciple, Ijima Yui was naturally very knowledgeable about giving Jin Shui food. Jin Shui looked at the bowl in his hand that could barely fit the food, and secretly said, "Good guy, the chef you hired understands dragon country cuisine. Come, oh wise son-in-law, let's touch one." Ijima Dara didn't offer Jin Shui any food, but he held up the wine glass in his hand, indicating that he wanted to clink one with Jin Shui. "Come on, uncle, let's touch one." Jin Shui naturally wouldn't refuse, and at the same time, he proposed that we all touch one together. "Auntie will touch one with you too," Ryusei Kanran said as he held up the glass with the drink in his hand. Ding! After clinking glasses, Jin Shui gave the cup full of wine a direct sip. "Wise son-in-law, what a drink!" Dairo Ijima exclaimed in admiration, while asking that "It's good wine, isn't it?" "Good wine." Jin Shui felt that this was indeed good wine, much better than the previous tablets he had drunk. "That's natural, this is the tiger whip and seahorse wine I've been saving for years." Chapter 65 Don't kill my father, or my mother will be widowed. Tiger whip and seahorse wine? Jin Shui's eyes lit up when he heard Shimashima Aro's words. In his previous life, Jin Shui's status, naturally he couldn't drink this kind of good stuff, but he once drank seahorse wine, and just a cup of it made his blood boil with desire and fighting spirit. Somewhat uptight, he was passing through an alleyway when he was so dead that he was pulled by an unattractive woman for no reason, and the other woman gave him a hard time. After some quarrels, Jin Shui was very defiant and chased the other person's rental house, and finally dueled with the other party until dawn. The result was that Jin Shui injured the woman, knew he was in the wrong, and compensated her $800. LOL, Jin Shui Juan, this is a great tonic that can enliven a martial artist's chi and blood and speed up cultivation. Next to her, Lu Sheng Jinlian giggled when she saw this, knowing that these Tiger Whip and Hippocampus wines were all personally brewed by her, Lu Sheng Jinlian.
Normally, if Dara wanted to take a sip, he wouldn't even think about it, but today he had taken advantage of Jin Shuai's favor.
Come on, oh wise son-in-law, let's touch another one.
Dara held up his wineglass and gave Jin Shuai a mouthful of his virtuous son-in-law, and those who didn't know thought that Jin Shuai had already married his daughter. But Dara hadn't even had a sip of the fine wine made by his wife in I don't know how many years, and it used to be that when he made Ryusei Jinlian very happy, the other man rewarded him with a small sip. Now it just so happened that Lu Xing Jinlian was very happy, and Dilang saw that the other party did not stop him from drinking, then he was going to drink with Jin Shuai to the bitter end.
Uncle, go one.
Naturally, Jin Shuai would not refuse, and he also raised the glass in his hand, which had just been refilled by Lu Xing Jinlian, and clinked it with Daru. At the table, the men drank, and the women applauded them with a smile and a chuckle along the way. Only, the three women were the ones who gave Jin Shuai the food. Eventually a 3-pound bottle of Tiger Whip and Seahorse saw the bottom of the bottle.
Of course, the bottles were under the control of Ryusei Jinlian, and at least 2.5 pounds of them went into Jin Shuai's stomach. He felt like what he was drinking was not wine, but as Ryusei Jinlian had said, a great tonic. At this moment, he felt that there was a hot fire in his belly, frantically stimulating the innate chi in his body, and his cultivation seemed to have progressed a tiny bit. Sage son-in-law, I've heard from Yuya and the others that your martial arts are very powerful. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me for a few moves? After the meal, Daru, who had drunk half a caddy of Tiger Whip and Seahorse wine, was also a bit winded, and he remembered his earlier intention to give Jin Shuai a bit of color. Uncle, it's better not to drink now, isn't it?
Jin Shuai naturally knew Aro's realm, and he thought that he could take his opponent down with a single punch, so there was really nothing to cut. The main thing was that the Ijima couple was just too enthusiastic today, and he was really embarrassed to make a move as he was a wise son-in-law and an aunt. Originally it was the Hongmen banquet that Jin Shuai wanted to have, but he didn't mind giving some color to Daru, and now the eaters are short.
Ha, virtuous son-in-law, you're afraid that uncle will hurt you, aren't you?
Daru smiled at his words. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry about it, I'll keep it in check, I won't hurt you, or else my precious daughters won't be looking for me to fight for their lives?"
Giggle, Jin Shuai Jun, don't worry about it, with Auntie at the side, I won't let you get hurt, just show Auntie a couple of hands.
Next to her, Lu Xing Jinlian had a different idea than Daru. She wanted to see how amazing the Dragon Kingdom's kung fus really were, and by the way, to see how strong this future son-in-law of hers was. She was now satisfied beyond satisfaction with Jin Shuai, so naturally, she wouldn't try to make things difficult for the other party.
Alright then, Marshal Jin will just accompany uncle for a few moves.
Seeing this, Jin Shuai no longer refused Aro's request. The big deal is, he is a little more, as long as the other party is not killed, on the line. After all, martial arts practitioners sparring, there is no such thing as not getting hurt.
Master. You must be careful, don't accidentally kill my father, or my mother will be widowed.
After the crowd arrived at the practice room, the great filial daughter Yui suddenly opened her mouth and shouted at Jin Shuai.
Giggle, Uai, you can brag as much as you want, if Jin Shuai Jun can really beat your father to death, then mother's widowhood is fine. When Ryusei Jinlian heard Yui's words, instead of getting angry, he even flirted with them with a smile on his face. She didn't think that Jin Shuai had the strength to beat Aro to death? How is that possible? Unless Jin Shuai was now a martial artist of the innate realm. Outrageous. Rebel girl. A rebellious woman. Daru sniffed angrily. Sage son-in-law, just go all out, don't worry, you can't hurt uncle. His thoughts were the same as Ryusei Jinlian's. What strength was he? He estimated that at Jin Shuai's age, even if he went against the heavens, he was only at the peak level of dark power, and he, Daru, was afraid that if he didn't keep his hands off, he would punch Jin Shuai to death. Then you can't be careless, uncle, I'm offended. With that said, Jin Shuai rushed at Daru to take the lead, deciding that it would be better to use only 50% of his power and close the fight. Uncle, look at the punch. Jin Shuai quickly arrived in front of Daru without using any stances, just a simple straight punch. It's just a sculpture. Seeing Jin Shuai such a simple straight punch, Dilang was a bit disdainful, and he directly extended his own right hand, and slapped it against Jin Shuai's fist. Bang! A deafening sound rang out in the practice room. As the fists and palms clashed, the air was shaken to the point of making an airburst sound. Put! With Lu Xing Jinlian dumbfounded and in disbelief, Daru was sent flying by Jin Shuai's punch, flying through the air and spraying blood furiously. Put!
With a single punch from Jin Shui, Ijima Daru was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by him. If it wasn't for the fact that Jin Shui realized that Ijima Oro couldn't catch his fist, and immediately withdrew half of his strength the moment his fist hit the other party's chest, he guessed that this punch would have taken the other party away directly. Even so, in the end, Jin Shui, who had only used less than 30% of his strength, his punch had reached the innate level, directly injuring Ijima Daru seriously as well. "Uncle, are you okay?" Seeing this, Jin Shui immediately ran over and helped up the wilting Ijima Daru, and he also discovered that the other party's right hand was fractured. Uncle is fine, can't die." Ijima Daru was a bit confused. He knew that he had broken his bones, and his internal organs had suffered a considerable amount of damage. Without a year and a half, it was estimated that he would not be able to recover. "Father, are you all right?" The Ijima sisters and Ryusi Ijinlian also ran over very nervously. "Ahem, I'm fine, just take some time off." Oro Ijima coughed up blood while forcing a smile. Seeing that Ijima Daru was still able to smile at this point, the crowd's nervous hearts were relaxed. Everyone was a martial artist and knew that normal injuries could be healed on their own with true chi for martial artists, which was why they didn't send Ijima Daru to the hospital in the first place. There were naturally some healing tools in the practice suit, and soon Ryusi Ijinlian helped Ijima Daru's broken bones connect with some wooden boards, wrapped some gauze on it, and that was the end of it. Injury to the bones, for martial artists, is nothing more than a common occurrence. Let's say that Ijima Daru, who has a fractured arm at this time, has a peak Huanjing existence, this trauma can be recovered in a month at most for him. The internal injuries were the most serious, and he estimated that it would take at least half a year to recover. "Jin Shuijuan, tell Auntie, are you at the innate realm now?" After hastily finishing tying up Ijima Daru, Lu Sheng Jinlian looked at Jin Shui with a scorching gaze. She was very eager to get the answer she wanted. Not only Lu Sheng Jinlian, even the half-beaten Ijima Daru was similarly looking at Jin Shui with a scorching gaze. The Ijima Daru who had been injured by Jin Shui had no hatred, only horror. Chapter 66, Auntie, why are you here? "Auntie, I'm already at the innate realm." Seeing that the Ijima couple was so sincere, as well as apologizing for injuring Ijima Daru, Jin Shui didn't hide it, and greatly admitted that he was an innate martial artist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the adoration of the women of Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the admiration of the men of Sakura Nation, rewarded with 1000 cynicism value. Yo, here comes another reward, no need to guess to it's provided by Mr. and Mrs. Ijima. Jin Shui's heart is secretly happy, so he is beautiful. Martial Jinjun, I didn't expect you to be an innate martial artist. Lu Sheng Jinlian was a bit incredulous when she heard this. She held Jin Shui's hand tightly and said, somewhat incoherently, "You? Can you teach Auntie the divine skill of speculation and Ness?" Next to him, Ijima Daru also ignored his injuries and forced a 90-degree bow to Jin Shui, then looked at Jin Shui with longing in his eyes. "Jin Shui-kun, please teach us the marvelous Tuanai Shingong." No martial artist could refuse to become an innate martial artist. Ryusi Ijinlian was no exception, and Ijima Oro was likewise. The Ijima sisters looked at their parents lowly pleading with Jin Shui, and instead of feeling humiliated, they were very proud. Because Jin Shui is their man. However, they didn't open their mouths to persuade Jin Shui to teach their parents the speculative Ness divine power, but instead, they were very understanding and watched the fun from the sidelines, and in any case, they were proud and it was over. Jin Shui was a bit dumbfounded for a moment as he looked at the Ijima couple's expressions that were filled with longing. "Jin Shui-kun, do you have something difficult to say?" Ryusi Ijinlian asked, lost in thought at the sight. She knew that wanting Jin Shui to teach herself the Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu that could break through to the innate realm seemed unlikely. As a martial artist, she knew the importance of Gong Fu. If she let others know that Jin Shui possessed Gong Fu that could allow martial artists to break through to the innate realm, it was estimated that martial artists from all over the world would flock to Sakura country in a bloody storm. "Auntie, I'm sorry, there's an ancestral rule that states that Gong Fu should not be spread out, and there's no way for Jin Shui to teach you the speculative Ness divine Gong." It was naturally impossible for Jin Shui to tell Mr. and Mrs. Ijima about the Sutra of the Heart of the Imperial Woman, which was so heaven-defying that it could make people sore. If in the future the system lottery drew a little trashy, but a technique that could break through to the innate realm, he wouldn't mind teaching it to the other party. That's a shame. Ijima Daru sniffed and was lost. He knew that the Dragon Kingdom placed the most importance on ancestral training. Jin Shui was not willing to teach, and there was no way he could threaten an innate martial artist. He just didn't have the ability to do so. It's a good thing that Jin Shuigan is one of his own, and that his daughter's son-in-law being strong is about as strong as he, Ijima Daru, is.
I'm lucky if I get it, I'm lucky if I lose it. With that thought, Ijima Dara stopped dwelling on it.
Since Martial Jin has ancestral rules and regulations, Auntie will not mention it again.
Ryusui Jinlian also said very knowingly, with a look of understanding. Only her beautiful eyes rippled with an unseen brightness.
She had just heard what Shin Shui had said about not being able to teach outsiders, so how could her own 2 daughters learn?
That means he thinks of his daughter as one of his own.
Lu Shang Jinlian, who understood the reasoning behind it, secretly rejoiced that it didn't seem like she didn't have the opportunity to cultivate the speculative nest divine skill.
The precursor is expected.
Don't worry about it, although I can't teach you the speculative nest divine technique, I will definitely find other techniques to help you break through the innate realm. Naturally, Jin Shui did not notice Lu Shang Jinlian's strange gaze. He thought that Mr. and Mrs. Ijima were very lost, thinking that he had all but given away the only cabbages they had, and that it was only right for him to take some other feats as a bride price. LOL, Jin Shuijuan, Auntie believes that you will definitely help Auntie break through the innate realm.
Yanagi Jinlian stopped losing her voice and giggled, as if the loss she had just experienced was all fake. Oh wise son-in-law, uncle is counting on you.
Ijima Dara was overjoyed at his words, and he said very respectfully to Jin Shui. Jin Shui was now a martial artist of the innate realm, and he could only choose to believe it. Father, mother, just don't worry about it, if Shin Shuijuan says he can help you break through to the innate realm, then he definitely can. Next to her, Yua Ijima said happily. She naturally believed what Shin Shui said unconditionally, and for Jin Shui's willingness to help her parents, she saw it as a sign that Jin Shui valued herself and her sister.
Aha!
Ijima Yui also echoed from the side, Master is a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom value promises the most, so don't worry about it.
LOL.
Mother naturally believes in Jin Shuijuan's words. Seeing that both of her daughters were so good at comforting people, Ryusui Jinlian said happily.
Well, it's getting late, so let's stop pestering Jin Shuijun.
Lu Shang Jinlian said smilingly to Jin Shui-kun, according to the rules of custom, you please go back, and that's all for today.
Giggle, Jin Shuijun, Auntie is so happy to see you today, come back often, come back often.
Ryusui Kinrin giggled.
Jin Shui.
In the face of Lu Shang Jinlian's sudden act of sending his guests away, Jin Shui's entire body was confused, momentarily puzzled.
What the hell is this? There's still such a rule in the Sakura country? Prospective son-in-laws can't spend the night at their mother-in-law's house? So he's had his dragon's cuisine and tiger whip and seahorse wine for nothing tonight? Okay, then the kid will go back first.
Jin Shui said somewhat less happily. He felt that Lu Shang Jinlian was really too much of a spoilsport, so he didn't even bother to call his aunt.
Jin Shuijun, don't be angry, tomorrow Yuya in school to make up for you, you can do whatever you want.
At the door of Ijima show, Ijima Yua says goodbye to Jin Shui with her own sister, sensing that Jin Shui is a bit unhappy, Ijima Yua can only coax Jin Shui in a fancy way.
Master, tomorrow Yo AI will also miss class to go to Kaisei University to look for you.
Ijima Yui also spoke up in time, coaxing people, naturally, we have to be sisters together.
That's it, you guys go home for good, tomorrow day.
Jin Shui said with some lack of interest, tomorrow is tomorrow, and tonight is tonight. After drinking so much Tiger Whip and Hippocampus wine, all he wanted to do now was to hurry back home to find Kurosawa Shiren and Aoi Shiranui practicing together.
Okay right, Jin Shui-kun, you take care of yourself on the road.
Ijima Yuya naturally noticed that Jin Shui wasn't buying it, and she said with some aggression.
Humph. Blame it on Mother Superior. Ijima Yuya could only complain about her mom, Ryusui Kanrin, at this point. Boom.
Jin Shui no longer paid attention to the Ijima sisters, he pressed on the gas, and the Porsche sports car scurried out like a cheetah.
Giggle.
The Porsche, which had just turned a corner, suddenly braked sharply and stopped. At this time, in front of the Porsche, there was a woman standing, and Jin Shui was just 10 centimeters away from hitting the other side.
Auntie. Why are you here?
Open the open-top Porsche driver's seat, tightly stepped on the brakes. Jin Shui dazedly looked at the front of the body. Alluring, noble temperament of the mature woman, he exclaimed in shock.
Isn't the other guy at home at this hour? Marshal Jinjun, of course Golden Lotus is here waiting for you.
This mature woman, naturally, was Lu Shang Jinlian, who had just eaten dinner with Jin Shui.
Get off!
Only to see her striding her long slender legs, she very naturally came to the driver's seat of the sports car and said to Jin Shui. Jin Shui was confused and couldn't figure out what this woman wanted to do, but he still very cooperatively got out of the car.
After Jin Shui got out of the car, Lu Sheng Jinlian nonchalantly sat in the driver's seat. Jin Shui Jun, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Chapter 67 Teach, I, Jin Shui, must teach. Oh who? Jin Shui, who was in a state of confusion, very cooperatively ran to the other side, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Auntie, what do you want? Jin Shui didn't know what kind of airplane Lu Sheng Jinlian wanted to play with, so he simply opened his mouth directly and asked. You can't drink and drive, Jin Shui Juan, let Auntie take you to a nice place to help you sober up. Ryusei Jinlian said in a serious manner, and seemed to be really thinking about Jin Shui. But Auntie, I didn't drink too much, and all that alcohol, I absorbed it long ago. Jin Shui honestly said that the district of 2.5 pounds, with his physical quality that surpassed normal people and his cultivation in the innate realm, he had long since finished absorbing it. If the sheriff's deputies can test him for DUI, he loses. No, Yan Shui Koen, you're drunk. Ryusei Jinlian said to Jin Shui in a tone that didn't need to be questioned. Then she started the sports car, pressed the gas pedal, in the state of Jin Shui's confusion, the sports car boom sound, ran out. Just like that, the sports car was agile like a cheetah under Ryusei Jinlian's driving, darting in and out of traffic. Even Ryusei Jinlian's driving level was no less than Fujiwara Takumi's. Auntie, what is this place? Soon, with Yanagi Jinlian at the wheel, the Porsche paneled car stopped in front of a villa. Jin Shui looked at the somewhat deserted surroundings and couldn't help but ask. It was a detached villa located in the middle of a valley, surrounded by mountains. At first glance it was not a place used for daily living. It's too remote. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Jin Shui found that the surroundings were not bad, and through his celestial eyes, he also found that the villa was empty, and the courtyard was large, with a large pool in the center that was bubbling with smoke, and looked hot and steamy. This is supposed to be used as a vacation home. Jin Shui secretly judged in his heart. In the middle of the night, Lu Sheng Jinlian brought him to this uninhabited, deserted vacation villa. Jin Shui, no matter how stupid he was, could guess the other party's purpose. Giggle, Jin Shui Kuan, this is the villa that Auntie usually uses for vacation, but it's a great place. Ryusei Kinrin giggled. This villa also has a mouthful of aged hot springs. Soaking in them will not only relieve fatigue, but also soothe and revitalize the meridians. It's perfect for sobering up Jin Shui Kuan. Ryusei Jinlian then opened the door to the villa by manipulating it through her cell phone. In this way, originally still dark villa, suddenly lit up the lights, which also let the uninhabited valley more a touch of human fire. LOL, Golden Lotus will definitely make Marshal Jin Kuan's trip worthwhile and make you feel satisfied. Lu Sheng Jinlian held the steering wheel with one hand, into one hand actively holding Jin Shui. At this time, she looked at Jin Shui with a frown and lassoed eyes. With that said, Ryusei Kanryu edged the sports car in without hesitation. There was something in her words. Oh, Auntie, then I'll experience this aged hot spring later. Jin Shui is all old and naturally understands what the other party means. Everything was as Jin Shui expected, and Lu Sheng Jinlian led Jin Shui into the hot spring together. Jin Shui Kuan, how's it going? How does this aged hot spring feel? Does it feel different than usual? Lu Sheng Jinlian's eyes were drawn and fawning as she looked at Jin Shui. Well, it's not bad, it just feels soothing. Jin Shui closed his eyes and had a good feel, and in the end he had to marvel at the aged hot springs, and only after soaking did he realize the beauty of it. He felt that the fire brought about by the tiger whip and hippocampus wine in his belly was slowly dissipating with the moisturizing of this mouthful of aged hot spring. It's not a bad trip. It's not a bad trip. Jin Shui was soothed, he soaked in the aged hot springs and just enjoyed this wonderfulness. Snort! Jin Shui Juan, Auntie secretly told you, this old hot spring, except for Auntie herself, but no one else has soaked in it for 18 years. Ryusei Jinlian snorted and laughed, as if he were offering a treasure. So that's how it is, no wonder I feel that even though this is a mouth of aged hot springs, there is no sense of decay. It's rare, it's rare. Jin Shui couldn't help but praise it. In this way, Jin Shui and Lu Sheng Jinlian soaked in the hot springs for the whole night, and even if Jin Shui had eaten a lot of Dragon Kingdom dishes, they were all consumed under the moisturizing of the aged hot springs. It was worth mentioning that last night, Jin Shui had soaked in the stale hot springs for a night and gained to the system's 10,000 cynicism value reward. Jin Shui felt that it was really a worthwhile and rewarding trip. System, I want a one-click substitute for the 4th level of the Imperial Lady's Heart Sutra. Last night, he was rewarded with 10,000 cynicism values, and with the savings that Jin Shui had accumulated for a long time, he finally managed to gather enough 100,000 cynicism values. Ding! The fourth level of the Sutra of the Heart of a Woman one-click substitution has been completed, deducting 100,000 cynicism values. Although 100,000 cynicism value was deducted at once, leaving only 8,800 cynicism value, Jin Shui was not distressed at all. He felt the true chi in his body and realized that it was much, much stronger than before. It was awesome. Jin Shui couldn't help but sigh. Jin Shui, 1986, Chinese footballer. Age, 18. Face value, 100. Skills, Imperial Sword Art perfect, Dragon Claw Hand perfect, Killing Technique perfect. Overall strength, Early Clan Master. He used his Heaven's Eye to check his attributes and realized that he had already surpassed the innate and had come to the realm of the sovereign. Jin Shui Kun, what's wrong? Lu Sheng Jinlian, who had leaned her head on Jin Shui's shoulder to sleep, opened her eyes when she heard Jin Shui's words and looked at him with beautiful eyes. Last night, she had accompanied Jin Shui to soak in the hot springs for the whole night, and just now she had heard Jin Shui's praises, and she was inwardly delighted. It was so worth it to bring Jin Shui here last night to soak in the aged hot springs. It seems that she, Ryusei Kanryu, is expected to be innate. Hey, Auntie, thanks to your aged hot springs, I'm suddenly in the realm. Jin Shui looked at the ripe Lu Sheng Jinlian and hemmed and hawed. Wow! Marshal Jin Jun, you're already at the innate realm, and you've even broken through the realm again. Lu Sheng Jinlian's beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at Jin Shui, and a trace of love actually appeared. She, Ryusei Jinlian, not only wants to be strong herself, but she also worships those who are stronger than her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the affection of a woman from the Sakura country, rewarded with 10,000 cynicism values. I can't believe it's so many? Jin Shui was a bit incredulous. Before, when he gained the adoration of other women, the system only rewarded 1,000 cynicism value, which was just a bit more than Ijima Yo AI, but it was also far less than the 10,000 provided by Lu Sheng Jinlian. Could it be that the higher the realm of Lu Sheng Jinlian is, the more rewards the system gives? This sudden reward surprised Jin Shui inwardly, and he couldn't help but use his Heaven's Eye to check out the Lu Sheng Golden Lotus. Yanagi Kanlei, 1919, Japanese medical scientist, Nobel laureate. Age, 42. Good sense, 100. Face value, 93. Skills, Taekwondo perfect, Ryusei swordsmanship perfect. Comprehensive strength, peak of the realm of transformation. It seems that after he broke through to the fourth layer of the Sentinel Heart Sutra, his attraction to women is even higher, and with the double buff, he made Lu Sheng Jinlian, a noblewoman, pull her favorability level straight to full. Jin Shui felt that at this time he himself went out on the street, he was the human hormone, and the women on the whole street would be naturally attracted to him. Jin Shui Juan, Auntie wants to break through to the innate realm, can you teach Auntie the speculativeness divine power? Who said that only young girls can be pampered? Jin Shui guaranteed not to slap him. Obviously noble women can also be pampered. Auntie, teach, I, Jin Shui, must teach. I must make you break through to the innate realm today. Jin Shui saw that the other party's favorability was pulled full. There is nothing to be concerned about, call her Lu Sheng Jinlian is. Chapter 68, You will be Auntie's master from now on. Really? Lu Sheng Jinlian was thrilled to hear Jin Shui's words. Marshal Jin Koan, are you really willing to teach Jinlian the speculativeness divine skill? Lu Sheng Jinlian covered her chest. At this moment she was breathing a little heavily. She looked at Jin Shui with some disbelief. The fact that Jin Shui agreed to her request so readily made her a bit stunned for a moment. Of course it's true, I, Jin Shui, never joke, only enlightenment. Jin Shui looked at the excited Lu Sheng Jinlian with a smile. That's great, Jin Shui Koan, you teach Auntie. Ryusei Kanrun jumped up and down with joy. Directly they all looked at Jin Shui. Auntie, you don't look like a woman over 40 at all, you're so well maintained. Jin Shui couldn't help but praise it. Giggle, Jin Shui Juan, you're so good at talking, Auntie is old, I hope Jin Shui Juan won't dislike Auntie. Lu Sheng Jinlian realized that Jin Shui was sizing herself up. Not only did she not squirm for a second, but instead, she also very cooperatively posed for a few poses, allowing Jin Shui to properly appreciate her beauty as a mature noblewoman. How? Jin Shui directly pulled Lu Sheng Jinlian into his arms and said, smilingly. Auntie, let me teach you the Gongfu mnemonic of the speculativeness divine skill, and by the way, I'll help you warm up and unclog your qi and blood, so that you'll be able to cultivate more smoothly later on. Giggle, well, Jin Shui Juan, Auntie thanks you first. Lu Sheng Jinlian giggled. At this moment, she was very happy that Jin Shui was finally willing to teach her the coveted speculativeness divine skill. Auntie, I'm going to teach you the first layer of the recitation of the speculative nest divine skill, so memorize it well. Jin Shui reminded Lu Shang Jinlian that he was afraid she hadn't memorized it by heart. Aha, Jin Shui Juan, Auntie remembers. Lu Shang Jinlian knew that the mantra of the Gongfu was the most important thing. At this moment she had to gather her spirits and said with a somewhat serious expression. 1234, 2234, 3434 4234. Again. When Qin Shui saw that Lu Shang Jinlian was ready, he didn't hesitate, and the mantra of the first layer of the Gongfu directly came out of his mouth. Auntie, this is the content of the first layer of the feats of the speculative nest divine feats, have you memorized it? After Qin Shui said the first layer of the mantra in its entirety, he couldn't help but ask as he watched Lu Shang Jinlian seem to be a bit lost in thought. Jin Shui Kuan, I'm sorry, just now Jinlian got distracted and didn't have it all memorized by the time it came around again. Ryusei Jinlian said in a bit of a panic. She was very chagrined in her mind. How could she be distracted at such an important moment? I'll be damned if Qin Shuijuan gets angry and stops teaching himself. Oh, it's okay Auntie, I'll reintroduce you to the back. Qin Shui hemmed and hawed. He hadn't counted on the fact that Lu Shang Jinlian could completely memorize all the contents of the first layer of the Gongfu in one go. It was almost 1,000 words. Auntie, you'll remember this time. One more time is followed by. Speaking here, Jin Shui paused for a moment. Jin Shuijuan, quickly tell Auntie, what's back there? Seeing Jin Shui suddenly stop, Lu Shang Jinlian was a bit anxious. Don't worry, Auntie, it's coming. Jin Shui said this time and continued to recite to Lu Shang Jinlian the mnemonic for the first layer of the Sentinel Heart Sutra. 56 78 66 78 76 78 86 78, again. This time Ryusei Kanryu was much more focused than before. Afraid of not being able to remember the content, she nodded her head once for every 4 words that Jin Shui said, indicating that she had memorized it, and then gestured for Jin Shui to continue on. Auntie, did you remember this time? After Jin Shui finished speaking, he saw Willow God Golden Lotus frowning a little, thinking that she hadn't remembered again. Jin Shuijuan, Auntie remembers. Just now, Lu Shang Jinlian frowned, not because she hadn't memorized the content of the Gongfu, but she was recalling it in her mind to see if she could recite it word for word. After some mental recollection by Ryusei Jinlian, she was sure she had memorized it. Not bad, Auntie, you're great. Jin Shui couldn't help but praise the fact that although Lu Shang Jinlian was a bit older, her memory wasn't much worse than Aoi Bai Bai's girls. LOL, Jin Shui Kuan, it's you who is patient and teaches well. Lu Shang Jinlian didn't dare to take credit for her work, she thought it was all due to Marshal Yan. Come, Auntie, try practicing the speculative nest divine skill and see if you can break through to the innate realm. When Qin Shui saw that Lu Shang Jinlian had completely memorized the contents of the Gongfu, he suggested that the other party try to cultivate it immediately. Auntie, don't worry, I'll help you. Seeing that Lu Shang Jinlian seemed to be a bit at a loss for words, Qin Shui used his powerful innate true qi to run through the meridians in Lu Shang Jinlian's body, directly helping the other party to memorize the way the Gongfu operated. Auntie, do you know how to move your power now? When Qin Shui saw that Lu Shang Jinlian didn't say anything and was frowning again, he could only teach Lu Shang Jinlian once again how to transport her energy. Oh who? Jin Shuijuan, I already know how to transport my energy. Lu Shang Jinlian, this was her old habit coming back to haunt her, just now she was again recalling in her mind the way the Gongfu operated. Congratulations Auntie, it looks like you've gotten started. Jin Shui was a bit surprised when he heard this. It seems that Lu Shang Jinlian is gifted and is a wizard in practicing martial arts. It was no wonder that she could cultivate to the peak of the transformation realm on her own without good techniques. Jin Shuijuan. Auntie has broken through. Auntie has become a martial artist of the innate realm. After about half an hour, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lu Shang Jinlian's body, clanging the bedroom windows. Auntie, congratulations, from now on you'll be an innate martial artist. This was the first time Jin Shui had seen someone else break through to the innate realm, and he couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's burst of aura. His own breakthrough to the innate realm was the result of the system's one-click substitution, and there was no gross sensation, unlike Lu Shang Jinlian, who exploded with a powerful aura that shook the windows. Woohoo! Auntie has finally become an innate martial artist. Lu Shang Jinlian cried tears of joy. She felt like she was dreaming, she had become a martial artist so easily. Jin Shuijun, Auntie thanks you. You will be Auntie's master from now on. Lu Shang Jinlian didn't forget that she was able to break through to the innate realm, all because of Jin Shui. She directly turned to Jin Shui, knelt down, and kowtowed to Jin Shui, expressing her gratitude. Good aunt. We're all family, don't be so formal.
When Xinshui saw Lu Sheng Jinlian kowtowing to him, he quickly reached out to help the other party up.
Auntie, you seem to have gotten younger.
Xinshui suddenly said with some surprise. He held Lu Sheng Jinlian's head and carefully measured it, and he realized that Lu Sheng Jinlian, who had broken through the innate realm, now looked similar to Kurosawa Shiren and Aoi Hakabai in terms of their appearance.
Xinshui-kun, is it true?
Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't look in the mirror and didn't know how young she had become at this time, but she was still very surprised, and she was sure that Xinshui wouldn't tease her for no reason.
Auntie, just look in the mirror and you'll see.
Xinshui couldn't help but remind the other party that he had seen that there was a dresser in the bedroom with a large mirror right on top of it.
Yikes. Xinshui-jun. Auntie has really gotten younger.
When Lu Sheng Jinlian heard Xinshui's reminder, the first thing she did was run to look in the mirror, and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had really regained the appearance she had when she was in her 20s. She couldn't help but run directly to Xinshui's side and jumped up with her entire body. She wanted to share the joy in her heart at this moment with Xinshui.
Chapter 69, Master, Auntie loves you. Auntie, you look like Yua and the girl's sister now. And more negotiated. Do you know why you're getting younger?
Just now, True Handsome used the heavenly eye to check, and the face value of the restored youthful Lu Sheng Jinlian can be said to have returned to the peak, reaching 96. Looking at Lu Sheng Jinlian, who had just spent half a day in ecstasy because she had broken through to the innate realm and regained her youth again, Xinshui then opened his mouth to ask. Auntie doesn't know either, but it might be because of the breakthrough to the innate realm. Legend has it that innate martial artists can live up to 200 years old. Lu Sheng Jinlian was very happy to hear Xinshui's praise, then she said that she was not too sure about the specifics, and that she mentioned the legend to Xinshui.
Ha? There's more of that?
Xinshui was only just touching martial artists for but a few days, and the only martial artists he had come into contact with were the ones with the most experience with Lu Sheng Jinlian, so he couldn't help but ask.
Auntie, tell me what this legend is all about.
Master, privately I, Golden Lotus, will call you Master. Lu Sheng Jinlian looked at Xinshui, and seeing that Xinshui didn't object, she continued. Nowadays, the real world basically indicates the limit of a martial artist at the peak of the realm of transformation, but you, Master, are an exception. Legend has it that in the past, not only did martial artists exist in the innate realm, but above the innate was the Grandmaster, then the Great Grandmaster, the Celestials, the Land Immortals, and finally the Immortals who stepped through the void and became immortals.
Speaking of which, Ryusei Jinlian had a longing face at this point.
In the past, the innate realm can live to 200 years old, the Master is can live 300 years old, the Great Master can live 500 years old, the Celestial is even more exaggerated, can live to 1000 years old, and the legend of the Land Immortals, I do not know the life expectancy geometry, and the highest realm of the martial artist to step through the void, that is, it is possible to achieve the position of the immortal, from now on the immortal and the mortal two different, feathered and
ascended. This should all be true.
Hearing Lu Sheng Jinlian say this, and after the previous slice of the system, Xinshui dared to conclude that what Lu Sheng Jinlian had said should all be true and not a legend.
Maybe.
After Lu Sheng Jinlian broke through the innate realm, her thoughts were different from before. Perhaps the rumors were not rumors, but rather those martial artists with high strength, hiding.
It is just a matter of not revealing the landscape between the world.
Whether it was the Yanagi family she was born into or the Ijima family she was a part of, they were only a mere 200 years old, and there had never been an innate martial artist at all. It wasn't as if Lu Sheng Jinlian's previous ancestors hadn't risked their lives trying to break through to the innate realm. But none of them had a good result, not going into a fire, indicating that the meridians and veins were broken to become invalids, and there were even those who died on the spot by bursting their bodies, so she used to think that the peak of the realm of transformation indicated the limit of a martial artist.
Well, sis, that's enough for today, I'm off to school.
Just now, Xinshui had seen that Ijima Yuya had sent a number of messages. Xinshui used his heaven's eye to look at Ijima Yuya for a moment, and the other party was currently fuming in the classroom, looking like she was about to cry. She thought that Xinshui was angry with her because of last night's incident, and didn't even return a single message, her heart that was even more sad. The same goes for her sister next to her, Yui Ijima. So Xinshui decided that he couldn't leave the two little beauties out in the cold and prepared to go to school to comfort the sisters.
Master, don't be so hasty, sister loves you oh. Ryusei Jinlian suddenly said very mischievously as she pressed one hand on Jinshui's shoulder and pushed him down. Woohoo! Jinshui-kun, you're finally here, Yuya thought you didn't want me anymore.
Near noon, Jinshui, who had bid farewell to Lu Sheng Jinlian, finally arrived at the school in a hurry. As soon as Jinshui arrived in the classroom, Ijima Yuya, who had been aggravated for most of the day, ignored the gazes of the others and very aggrievedly jumped into Jinshui's arms, crying.
Okay, Yuya, how could I not want you anymore?
Jinshui patted the other party's back and comforted him. At the same time, he gave Yui Ijima, who was next to him, a comforting look. Jinshui-kun, who made you not come to school all morning and not reply to messages, you promised Yuya yesterday. Yui Ijima is not as mature and stable as her sister Yui, and is acting like a little kid in a foul mood.
Okay, let's go eat first.
Jinshui no longer cared about Ijima Yuya, who was still in a foul mood, and directly put her in a princess hug, holding her in his arms with the intention of leaving the classroom.
Jinshui-kun, you put Yuya down.
Ijima Yuya, who hadn't practiced her cheek, was hugged by Jinshui so much in public, and she said with some embarrassment when she saw the expression of her classmates that looked like gourds. Jinshui wouldn't pay any attention to what Ijima Yuya said. In the Sakura country, if a woman said no, it meant yes. Definitely won't be the same as next door in Dragonland, where the woman says no, and if she doesn't stop, she's happy with a 3-year gift. Just like that, Jinshui hugged Ijima Yuya and took Ijima Yui with him, leaving the classroom before the class was over in front of the dumbfounded new history teacher.
Jinshui-kun. You're my Yumegawa Ichiko's idol. Yumegawa Ichiku tickled and coaxed at the same time. How come it tickles so much? Yumegawa Ichiku muttered, this Yuko, plum wart problem? Yumegawa Ichiku, envious, aren't you?
I'm going to worship Jinshui-kun. The classmates next to Yumegawa Naiku, looking at the left and right Jinshui, said with great envy. Although he could always be like Jinshui left and right, but that was if he spent money. And those ordinary goods can be compared to a great lady like Ijima Yuya. That's a good idea, cowgirl, that's a good idea. If I learn 30% of Jinshui-kun's skills, I, Yumegawa Ichiku, can also embrace people left and right. Yumegawa Ichiku sniffed and lit up, how he hadn't found a way to pay his respects. Shay. With these dignified looks of yours, do you want to follow the example of other people, Jinshui-jun, in embracing people on the right and left? If you guys are half as handsome as Jinshui-jun, I'll fall for you tonight and crawl into your bed of my own accord. A nearby female classmate, who was similarly from a wealthy family, looked at Yumegawa Ichiku and Ushiro-kun with a look of disdain and mocked.
That's right, Nanako, why do you think Jinshui-kun didn't even look at me?
Mainly Jinshui-jun hooked his hand at me and I took the initiative to throw myself at him. I'm not so bad looking, Sydney-chan. A rich girl with a kinda wow body and about 85 looks said depressingly.
Oh, just you guys, your bodies aren't even as big as my Yuko's wow factor, and you want to climb into Jinshui-kun's bed too? And don't take a piss and look at yourself? Yumegawa Ichiku was taunted by Nanako, so naturally, he taunted back in return. In his opinion, these two students weren't as attractive as Yuko. The verbal altercation between Yumegawa Ichiku and Nanako quickly turned into a class-wide slinging match between the boys and girls. It's just more lively than a food market. As the culprit, Jinshui was unaware of these things, otherwise he wouldn't have minded having a super friendship with some of the class's highly intact rich girls in order to express his patriotic feelings. Definitely not just eyeballing the cynicism value rewarded by the system. Chapter 70 Dai Lang, drink your medicine. Just as Jinshui was still comforting the Bodo sisters at school, on the other side of the room, Lu Shang Jinlian also returned to the Ijima manor. Ma'am, where were you last night?
As soon as Ryusei Kanran entered, Ijima Oro, who was sitting in a chair, looked at her with some displeasure. Last night, Ijima Daru, who had drunk half a kilogram of tiger whip and seahorse wine, was in high spirits, even with his serious injuries. Taking advantage of the fact that Ryusei Kanryu should be in a good mood as well, Ijima Dara thought about making out with his opponent. Since they both slept in separate rooms, Ijima Dara went outside of Ryusei Kanryu's bedroom, and he called out to the other man several times without getting a response. This made Ijima Daru's heart rejoice, thinking that his lady was acquiescing to his arrival. As a result, when he entered the bedroom, he realized where was the other man. This makes Ijima Daru very angry, and can only be alone in Lu Shang Jinlian's bedroom alone. Most of all the Ijima Daru angry, Lu Shang Jinlian unexpectedly did not return home all night. He felt like he should be a green turtle.
Ijima Oro. What do you mean by that? Although Ryusei Jinlian felt some guilt towards Ijima Oro at this time, this attitude of the other party was causing her to blow up.
Humph.
Ryusei Kanryu, I went to your bedroom last night, and where did you end up?
Ijima Daru, who had always been subservient to his wife, seemed to be virile at this point.
What do you mean by that, Oro Ijima? Lu Shang Jinlian pointed at Ijima Aro and said with grief and indignation, "You mean that I, Lu Shang Jinlian, have gone out and read and found a man outside?"
I didn't say that, you said that yourself."
Ijima Daru nodded up in anger at his words and grew more and more furious.
He felt that this woman, Ryusei Jinlian, was probably cheating on her husband.
Well, Ijima Oro, it seems you really think so."
Lu Shang Jinlian laughed instead of being angry as she threw the bag in her hand at Ijima Daru's face, and the medicinal herbs contained inside the bag were scattered all over the place. "Oh, it's me, Ryusei Kanran, who's being I shouldn't have gone back to my mother's house to fetch medicine for you, Ijima Daru."
"Ijima Oro, you're on your own. I'm not serving."
Originally, Lu Shang Jinlian still felt a little guilty for looking for Jin Shui to learn Kung Fu, so she went to the Lu Shang family and took some medicinal herbs back, intending to make it up to the other party, but now she, Lu Shang Jinlian, felt that there was no need to do so. Anyway, her Lu Shang Jinlian's entire body and mind belonged to Jin Shui Jun at this time.
Ryusei Jinlian said, and was ready to turn around and leave. This.
Daru Ijima panicked as he looked at the herbs scattered all over the floor, all of which were rare herbs for internal injuries.
"Ma'am. Don't you go. It's me, Ijima Oro, who's wrong."
Ignoring his injuries, he darted in front of Ryusei Jinlian and stopped him, who was about to go out the door.
Puff. Ijima Dara didn't hesitate, he immediately knelt down to Ryusei Jinlian. Pop. Pop.
"Ma'am, it was I, Ijima Oro, who was suspicious. I was wrong. Jinlian, please forgive Delang this time." Ijima Daru first slapped himself hard twice, then cried bitterly at Ryusei Jinlian, confessing his faults to her and praying for forgiveness. Lu Shang Jinlian looked at Ijima Dailang, whose tears and snot flowed together, and was inwardly disgusted. She felt that the Ijima Dailang at this moment could not even compare to a single hair on the head of Jin Shui. "Ijima Oro, I thought you suspected me of having someone outside, so I'll do as you wish and go find one now."
Ryusei Kanran looked down at Ijima Oro with a somewhat cold expression. "Ma'am, it was Delang who was wrong. Just forgive Delang once. Oro will never dare to doubt the lady again." Ijima Oro dropped to his knees and wrapped that uninjured hand tightly around Ryusei Kanria to keep her from leaving. "Ma'am, Ijima Daru, swear to the heavens that from now on, I will absolutely listen to you, ma'am, and be obedient to you, ma'am, even if you want a man, Ijima Daru, will get you one." Fearing that Ryusei Kanria would leave, Ijima Oro swore to the heavens somewhat incoherently. "What do you mean by that, Oro Ijima? Am I, Ryusei Kanran, so short of men?" "Ma'am, it was I, Ijima Oro, who said the wrong thing. From now on, ma'am is Oro's heaven. If you tell Oro to go east, Oro will never go west." When Ijima Oro heard this from Ryusei Jinlian, he gave himself a slap on the wrist and said that he was brain dead. "Madam, if she wanted a man, she still needed his help to find one?" "Humph. Never again." Ryusei Jinlian snorted coldly and didn't continue to leave. She felt that it was still good to keep the name of Lady of the Ijima family. Maybe one day when Master Jin Shui was in need, she could still give her master a hand through the power of the Ijima family. Although she also thinks that with the master beyond the strength of the innate, cannot use these, but some things, they can also help well, it is better than nothing. Moreover, between the big families, divorce was not as easy as it was for ordinary people, and it would completely tear the two families apart, so she, Ryusei Jinlian, just pretended to forgive the other party. But this Ijima Daru, he won't be able to touch her Ryusei Jinlian for a second in the future, let alone make out. "Ma'am, let me help you." When Ijima Daru saw Ryusei Jinlian picking up the herbs on the ground, he was even more touched in his heart and volunteered to come forward to help. "Step aside and leave my mother alone." Naturally, Lu Shang Jinlian didn't appreciate this, and she quickly packed up her medicinal herbs before preparing to leave. "Where are you going, ma'am?" When Ijima Daru saw Ryusei Kanran leaving the house without saying a word with the herbs, he panicked again, thinking that the other man was going to leave the house. "Shut up, don't you need to take this herb to stew? Do you plan to eat it raw?" Ryusei Kanran glared at him and walked out of the house without looking back. "Oh, it's better to be a lady. I, Ijima Oro, am just too suspicious for my own good." After Ryusei Kanria left, Ijima Daru was in a good mood, while at the same time reflecting on himself. Ijima Oro, I was going to make it up to you out of guilt, but now it seems unnecessary." In the middle of the Ijima family's pharmacy, Ryusei Kanryu was muttering as he stewed the medicine. "You might as well stay sick for the old lady," Ryusei Jinlian said, adding 2 more herbs to it. "Here, Aro, drink your medicine." Ryusei Jinlian carried a bowl of ebony medicinal soup and placed it on the table, then said in an undoubted tone. Hey, thank you ma'am, Oro will drink this. Ijima Dara said, picking up the medicinal soup on the table beautifully and smothering it in one gulp. The medicine that Madame stewed for Delang is just delicious, and after drinking it, Delang feels much better all of a sudden. Ijima Oro put down the bowl in his hand and fawned at Ryusei Jinlian, who very much against his will described the ridiculously bitter medicinal soup as good. Oh, Delang, since you like to drink it, I'll just stew it more for you in the future. Ryusei Kanran looked at the very knowledgeable Ijima Oro and smiled. Well, ma'am, that's very kind of you. Ijima Dara was touched by his words, and he reached out to try and hold Ryusei Kanran's hand. Oro, drink the medicine and get some rest. Naturally there was no way Ryusei Kanran would let Ijima Oro touch her, and she dodged without a second thought, picking up the bowl on the table in her hand and turning away. Chapter 71 Snipers. Do either of you want to drive back by yourselves? At the end of the school day, Jin Shuai asked the twins and the three girls, "Aoi bye-bye." Jin Shuai has been driving since last night, and now he really doesn't want to drive anymore and is ready to go back in Fujiwara Takumi's car. Master, let bye-bye drive. Bye-bye just happens to be planning to visit his mom in the hospital. Aoi Shiranui thought about visiting her own mother when she thought of her being transferred from the ICU to the intensive care unit today. Okay, White, you can drive this car by yourself, right? Jin Shuai pulled out his Porsche car keys from his pocket and handed them to Aoi bye-bye. Don't worry. Master, now bye-bye is no longer an ordinary person. Aoi bye-bye, she felt that she was already a martial artist, not the ordinary one she used to be, the small Porsche, she could easily take it. Then be safe on your way, bye-bye. After watching Aoi bye-bye start the car, Jin Shuai was relieved to let the other party drive herself. After all, driving this kind of thing, 1 time, 2 times familiar, more practice, always become an old driver. Master, what's wrong? Just as Jin Shuai brought his twin sisters and was about to head towards the AE-86 driven by Fujiwara Takumi, he suddenly stopped. Strange, why do I get the feeling I'm being spied on? Jin Shuai was puzzled. After becoming a zongsher, his perception was much stronger than before. Just now he felt as if he was being spied on, and the other party still seemed to be up to no good. However, after checking everyone within a few hundred meters with his heavenly eyes, he didn't find any unsuspecting people spying on him. Could it be an illusion? Jin Shuai muttered inwardly for a moment and then stopped paying attention. It's okay, Bodo, Naughty, let's go home. Not having found the target, Jin Shuai planned to go home with the twin sisters. Humph. Big Dipper protection. Just as he bent down to get into the car, he let out a cold grunt. As Jin Shuai let out a low gulp, the powerful True Chi instantly formed a materialized transparent shield on the surface of his body. Ding! The moment Jin Shuai's innate True Chi formed a shield, a bullet coming at supersonic speed instantly slammed into it, emitting a certain sharp sound of interlocking metals. And the impact was just about where the back of his head was. Little mouse. Found you. Jin Shuai said with a somewhat teasing expression. At this time in his sky eye vision, far away 2 kilometers away on the rooftop of a building's roof, there was a blond man wearing sunglasses lying on his back, and in front of him lay a black sniper rifle that was about 2.5 meters long. Obviously, the bullet that hit Jin Shuai's shield just now was fired from this sniper rifle. At this moment, this blond man, through the telescope on the sniper rifle, realized that the target had obviously been hit by himself, but instead of having his head blown off as he had imagined, he was still unharmed, looking back at the direction he was in. What's going on here? The blond man was shocked and furious. He knew he had missed and hurriedly disassembled the sniper rifle in his hand, ready to bolt. The opponent's power exceeded his imagination, and if he didn't hurry and bolt, he was afraid that his life would be hard to protect. Ah! Young master, get in the car. Naturally, Bodo saw the bullet that fell to the ground, and she said in some alarm, "There's a sniper." She pushed Jin Shuai with her own hand, trying to push Jin Shuai inside the car, while she herself was blocking the door of the car, using herself as a meat shield, trying to block the next bullets for Jin Shuai. Ms. Bodo, get in the car. Takumi sends the car right away. When Fujiwara Takumi heard Bodo's words, he urged a little nervously to hurry and take his master out of here. Experiencing this kind of scene of being assassinated by an assassin with a sniper rifle for the first time, the twin sisters and Fujiwara Takumi were both a bit startled. Bodo, it's okay, you don't have to be nervous, get in the car. Oh, yes young master, Bodo will get in the car now. Bodo immediately got into the car when she heard Jin Shuai's words, and before she could fasten her seatbelt, Fujiwara Takumi started the car. Young master, how could a sniper assassinate you? Bodo, who had just fastened his seatbelt in his seat, looked over at Yin Shuai in some shock. I don't know, but I've spotted the other side. Jin Shuai was also a bit puzzled. Just now he not only used his heavenly eyes to lock the sniper, but also used his heavenly eyes to check out Toyotomi Taiji and Kawashima Yoshiko, the women who had trouble with him, and found that they didn't behave abnormally. Takumi, don't go home yet, turn right. To the East Ridge Mansion. Jin Shuai decided to go ahead and subdue the sniper, intending to see if he could pry out the mastermind from the other party's mouth. Okay. Fujiwara Takumi gets an order from Jin Shuai and immediately changes his path towards the East Ridge Mansion where the sniper is located. Under the observation of Jin Shuai's celestial eye, the blonde sniper acted very quickly, and in less than 30 seconds, he finished disassembling the sniper rifle with 2.5 meters of long hair and loaded it into a black suitcase. He then carried the suitcase and quickly ran over to the nearby water tower and threw the suitcase with the sniper rifle into it. When Jin Shuai thought that the other party would immediately retreat through the East Ridge Mansion's elevator after all of this, the blonde man didn't take the usual route, he instead ran above the edge of the East Ridge Mansion's rooftop. The East Ridge building was 150 stories tall, with a total height of about 500 meters, and he was just so now on the edge of the rooftop. Then, in the midst of Jin Shuai's surprised gaze, the blonde man took off the trench coat on his body, revealing the clothes inside. It was a winged flight suit. The blonde man first closed his eyes and felt the airflow for a while, then opened his eyes and after opening his hands, he leaped down on top of the rooftop which was as high as 500 meters, transformed into a big bird and flew away directly. It was like a shooting star crossing the sky. Takumi, don't bother going to the East Ridge Mansion yet, let's go home. Jin Shuai was also stunned by the way the other party left, he felt that the other party had something. Yes, master. Fujiwara Takumi was uncertain, but he was still very decisive in carrying out Jin Shuai's orders, not daring to hesitate for a second. Not for the triple pay, but for the fact that you can still race cars while you're at work, Fujiwara Takumi really loves this job. Jin Shuai and Fujiwara Takumi's AE-86, still using the eye of the sky to lock the movement of the blonde sniper rifle. At this time the other party is still soaring in the air, just more than 10 seconds, the other party flew out of the distance of thousands of meters. I also don't know if I can manage to fly with a sword now with my true chi at the Zhongsha realm. When Jin Shuai saw the blonde sniper rifle soaring recklessly in the air, he became a little envious. We'll see if we try it tonight. Jin Shuai planned to try it out tonight, to see if he could do Imperial Sword Flight through the Imperial Sword technique. As for the blonde sniper, he wasn't going to chase after him now. For one thing, he didn't know where the other party would fly to, and for another, he had his own heavenly eyes that could lock onto the other party's field of vision, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would run away. Now he had absolutely no need for the other guy to fly in the sky and him to run after him on the ground. Letting go of the other side also puts in a long shot. Maybe there's a surprise in store. Chapter 72: The Origin of the Sniper. Master, weren't you planning to catch the sniper just now? Why are you planning to go home again? Inside the AE-86, Bodo, through Jin Shuai's behavior just now, could naturally guess that he wanted to go to the East Ridge Mansion to grab the sniper rifle because the East Ridge Mansion was exactly where the bullets were coming from. But Jin Shuai suddenly stopped going again, making her a bit puzzled. There's no need to go, the other side has flown away. Jin Shuai shook his head helplessly, indicating that it was useless to go. Huh? Fly away? Bodo sniffed a little confused. Young master, Bodo didn't hear the helicopter. It was well known that the sound of a helicopter could be heard even from thousands of meters away, not to mention that Bodo was still a martial artist with even more amazing hearing. Yes, young master, Nadi didn't hear the helicopter either. Nadi, who was on the side, also nodded her head with great certainty that she had indeed not heard it. It's not a helicopter, it's wingsuit flying. Seeing that the twins look like curious babies, Jin Shuai didn't sell himself short and directly explained to the twin sisters. Winged flight? Bodo was shocked at what she heard. She looked at Jin Shuai with wide eyes. Young master, is it the winged flight on TV, the kind of extreme sport where you fly in the sky wearing only a flight suit? Bodo, you said no, it's that kind of winged flight. Young master, how did you realize that the other party flew away? You're in the car with us too. At Jin Shuai's comment that the snipers winged away, Bodo felt very incredulous. Yes, young master, this is too amazing. Nadi was also looking at Jin Shuai with great curiosity, and Kazran's large eyes were brimming with the look of a curious baby. Oh, Bodo, Nadi, young master, I'm powerful in many ways, so don't make a fuss. Jin Shuai laughed and gave the twin sisters a sellout. Aha, young master is the best. Sister is right about that. The twins sang in unison,
and when they saw that Shui didn't intend to go into details, they stopped asking more questions, and just had a very tacit understanding. After all, they are not the only sisters in the car, there is also Fujiwara Takumi as an outsider. Seeing the twins so understanding, Shui also smilingly no longer mentioned this matter, but a beautiful left and right arm around the twin sisters, laughing and chatting. He certainly wouldn't say something as outrageous as that he possessed celestial eyes, it would simply be too appalling. Not to mention that there was a Fujiwara Takumi in the car, and if this kind of thing accidentally got out, I don't know how many people would want to strangle him in the cradle. Although Shui thought that with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of trouble, but no one would actively invite trouble, and he was no exception. Under the observation of Shui's heavenly eyes, the blonde sniper flew for about 20 minutes or so, directly to the outskirts of Tokyo, and finally landed in an empty place. He immediately shed his winged flight suit and burned right in place. A quick run to a nearby abandoned warehouse followed, from which he drove off in a car that had been prepared long ago. Master, for this mission, Toru Mikami also failed, please chastise me. After about half an hour or so, the blonde man, also known as Toru Mikami, had arrived in the middle of an opulent manor. At that moment, he was kneeling on the ground, pleading his case to a middle-aged man with a big back comb and a mustache that was a trademark of the Sakura country. Mikami, do you realize the consequences of failing a mission? The middle-aged mustache guy continued to hold the teacup in his hand, savoring the hot, freshly brewed tea, without lifting his head, without even glancing at the kneeling Mikami Shuya. Lord! Master, Mikami. Naturally no. Toru Mikami was also sincerely terrified, knowing that his master would probably make him die for his crimes. Originally an orphan, he grew up snatching food from stray dogs on the side of the road until one day, at the tender age of 8, he was bitten all over his body trying to snatch a chicken drumstick from a garbage can with 2 stray dogs. Just when Tetsuya Mikami thought he was about to die, it was the man in front of him, who appeared in front of him as if from the sky, and directly kicked 2 stray dogs to death with 2 feet. Do you want to eat chicken legs every day? Come with me if you want. And so it was that the 8-year-old Toru Mikami followed his opponent, receiving all sorts of training from his master from an early age, becoming a sharp sword in his hands. Master, Che also has an important piece of information to report to you. Although his life was given to him by his master, Toruya Mikami, no one wants to die when they can live, and he was no exception. What intelligence? The middle-aged man finally looked squarely at the kneeling Toruya Mikami with his gaze, somewhat puzzled. Master, Che also vouches with his life that I hit the back of the target's head with my sniper rifle, only it didn't cause any injuries to the other party. Speaking of which, Toru Mikami was also a bit alarmed. Master, Toru also seemed to see a faint glow, and the bullets were blocked by the other side. Master, Che also suspects that the other party is not an ordinary martial artist. This martial Jin, he actually has such magical means? No matter how many tricks you have, if you dare to kill my son, I, Kawashima Birdlord, must make you pay for your blood and die without a burial place. The middle-aged man's eyes showed a fierce light and he snorted coldly. He is none other than Kawashima Birdlord, father of Kawashima Kid and Kawashima Yoshiko, and patriarch of the Kawashima family. Kawashima Birdlord himself was even a peak transformation realm martial artist, one of the top-ranked experts in the Sakura country, and he was qualified to be proud of himself. Tetsuya, go down. Hi. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Kawashima Birdlord was unusually thrilled that he didn't let Toruya Mikami cut himself. He first kowtowed to Kawashima Birdlord, and then prepared to get up and exit. Put. Suddenly, Toru Mikami spat out a mouthful of blood as well. He looked at his chest with some disbelief, the result of a Sakura Nation katana that had stabbed him in the back and gone through his chest. What do you want? Kawashima Birdlord was a little angry when he saw this scene. Lord Father, this kind of waste, why do you still keep him? The one who opened her mouth was none other than Kawashima Yoshiko, who was currently holding a Sakura Kuni katana in her hand as she stood behind Mikami Shuya. She had walked in from outside just now, so naturally she had heard what Tetsuya Yamayama had said. Lord Father, I said that I want to personally avenge my brother Kawashima Kid, so please don't interfere, Lord Father. Kawashima Yoshiko looked straight at her father, Kawashima Toranaga, without humility or fear of the other man's anger. Kawashima Yoshiko, I'll give you a week at most, or I don't mind doing it myself. Toruya Mikami misses with a bit of a takedown attempt. However, he, Kawashima Birdlord, had just known that Shui was no ordinary martial artist through Mikami Shuya's words. He guessed that Shui should be an expert of the realm of transformation, and unless he did it himself, sending some dead soldiers over to assassinate Shui would probably be a delivery.
Each of the dead soldiers was one that he, Kawashima Birdlord, had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate, so he didn't mind letting Kawashima Yoshiko try the waters first. Although Kawashima Yoshiko was his daughter, she was likewise a tool person in his mind. "Thanks, father." Kawashima Yoshiko sniffed. She pulled out the katana stuck in Mikami Shuya with an expressionless face, which surprisingly did not have a trace of blood on it. After storing her katana, she left without looking back. Her back was very depressed. Interesting, so it's the dead soldiers arranged by Kawashima Feng's father, and this Kawashima Yoshiko, surprisingly, she's also a thief. Do you really think that I, Marshal Jin, wouldn't dare to kill you? The scene inside the house just now was all clearly seen by Jin Shuai with his heavenly eyes. Originally, after he planted the subcompulsion on Kawashima Yoshiko last time, that was the end of the matter. Chapter 73 Master, Auntie is wearing black silk tonight. Auntie, I miss your old spa. Continue tonight. Jin Shuai knew that it was Kawashima Bird Lord who sent people to assassinate him. He planned to use a borrowed knife to kill, letting the people of the Ijima family go head to head with the other side is all. As a descendant of the dragon, watching the brat's dog eat dog will be more fun than doing it yourself, Jin Shuai thought. Master, Auntie is waiting for you. I'll see you tonight. Lu Shang Jinlian, who was alone in the Ijima Manor cultivating the Sentinel Heart Sutra, saw the message sent by Jin Shuai and revealed a heartfelt smile as she immediately replied. What is it that makes you so happy, ma'am? Could it be that madam has made a breakthrough in her cultivation? Ijima Oro, who was practicing next to him, was a bit curious when he saw his lady suddenly so happy. Naturally, there's been a breakthrough. Ryusei Jinlian casually dresses Ijima Daru and continues to message Jin Shuai with her cell phone in her hand. Master, Auntie's wearing black silk tonight. Auntie, wearing black silk in a hot spring, you still know how to play. Looking forward. Looking at the message sent by Jin Shuai, Lu Shang Jinlian revealed an aunt's smile. Ma'am, why don't you? Tonight? Ijima Daru looked at the much younger Lu Shang Jinlian. He was even more appetizing, even if he felt weak right now, but it wasn't out of the question for him to drink some tiger whip and seahorse wine. Tonight I have a date with my sisters to get my hair done, so you, Aro, just cultivate and try to get well soon. Ryusei Jinlian blankly glanced at the other party, then stood up and left the practice room. Here, Aro, it's time for you to drink your medicine. Within a few moments, she came in with a bowl of blackened medicinal broth and shapely walked next to Ijima Daru. Hey, ma'am has a heart. Ijima Daru felt happy when he looked at such a virtuous lady, and took the medicinal soup from Ryusei Jinlian's hand, and directly smothered it in one gulp. Oro, just practice hard and try to get well soon, it won't be impossible when the time comes. Ryusei Kanrun gave Ijima Oro a flirtatious glance. Ma'am, my father will start closed-door cultivation from now on, striving for a one-time full recovery, and I'm counting on you, ma'am, to take care of the big and small things in the family. Ijima Daru looked at the even more charismatic Ryusei Kanryu, and he couldn't wait to recover and drink another 2 pounds of tiger whip and seahorse wine. Well, Oro, you just keep practicing, I'm going to go do my hair. Ryusei Kanrun looked at the piggish-looking Ijima Oro, and she felt disgusted. It's still Master Jin Shuai who was mesmerizing. Ijima Daru, you've never wanted to recover in your life. Yanagi Jinlian held the bowl. Her heart was simply beautiful at the thought of being able to soak in the hot spring with her master again tonight. At 8 p.m., you bring Nata Hashimoto to this place, and I'll treat you to a hot spring. You wear black silk, Hashimoto wears white. Jin Shuai leisurely lay on the sofa at home and used his cell phone to send another message to Toyotomi Taiji, incidentally sending the location of the villa where Ryusei Jinlian had taken him to soak in the stale hot springs last night. He felt that it would probably be difficult for a single Ijima family to gnaw down the Kawashima family, which was also one of the 8 great families, so he decided to find a helper for Ryusei Jinlian. Master, Tiki knows. In the Hashimoto manor, Toyotomi Taiji saw the message sent by Jin Shuai, and she had mixed feelings. Looking at the communication screen, Toyotomi Taiji fumed for a good 10 minutes before she typed a reply with her own slightly shaking fingers. After replying to the message, Toyotomi Taiji found herself actually getting a little excited about it. What's wrong with me? Am I a prodigal woman? Toyotomi Taiji herself felt a bit incredulous. No. It's not like that. I'm doing this all for Nabiki. All for Nabiki. I, Toyotomi Taiji, am forced to do this. She shook her head, trying to get rid of that foreign thought she just had. Kawashima Yoshiko, don't you want to take revenge on me? Tonight at 8 o'clock, come to this place, I'll wait for you. Jin Shuai thought for a moment, and he sent another message over to Kawashima Yoshiko. He wanted to try and see if he could sensitize the other man by treating him to a hot spring. After all, Kawashima Yoshiko, this cherry blossom country, body appearance is very top, directly kill, some pity. He was going to give the other party a chance, and hoped that they wouldn't be ungrateful anymore. I'll be there. Kawashima Yoshiko saw Jin Shuai's message and immediately replied. Hehe, this Kawashima Yoshiko, I hope you won't be bent on seeking death, or else don't blame me, Jin Shuai, for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. Jin Shuai looked at Kawashima Yoshiko's second reply message and revealed a meaningful smile. Auntie, last night I drank tiger penis and seahorse wine at your house. I felt very good. I don't know if there is any more. I think it would be even more wonderful to drink tiger penis and seahorse wine while soaking in the aged hot springs. When Jin Shuai thought that he had invited so many women who were hostile to him to soak in the hot spring tonight, he felt the need to drink some tiger whip seahorse wine to give himself a boost of morale. Master, tiger penis and seahorse wine, naturally there is auntie over the years, but soaked a lot of Yanagi Jinlian couldn't help but shiver a little as she thought about the effects of the tiger whip and seahorse wine. She decided to move half of her stock of tiger whip and seahorse wine directly over to the secret villa tonight to keep it there, so that her master could taste it whenever he wanted. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, the more she walked a little. Master, you seem happy? The twin sisters who came out of the room, seeing Jin Shuai sitting on the sofa with a hefty smile, ran over with their asses in the air, and immediately gave Jin Shuai a massage. The one who opened his mouth was naturally the more talkative Bodo. Nothing, just thinking about what makes people happy tonight. Jin Shuai comfortably enjoyed the twins' mind-blowing massage, smilingly explaining it to the twins. Young master, what is it? When Bodo saw that Jin Shuai only spoke halfway, she got a little anxious. At the same time, he was also very curious about what would make Jin Shuai look so happy. Nothing much going on, just meeting someone to go to the hot springs tonight. Wow! A hot spring. Young master, why don't you take Bodo and Yuki with you? The twin sisters were happy to hear that, thinking that Jin Shuai would bring them along tonight. Oh, I can't take you guys to the hot springs with me just yet. Jin Shuai smiled and refused the twins' request. Young master, why? When Bodo heard that Jin Shuai was not willing to bring himself and his sister along, he got a little upset and pouted at Jin Shuai. It's not time yet. When you reach the realm of transformation, young master will promise to take you to a hot spring. Jin Shuai naturally did not forget his original intention, and in the face of his twin sister's pampering behavior, he was unmoved. Bodo, Yuki, how's the cultivation going now? Without using his heavenly eyes to check the other party's strength, Jin Shuai opened his mouth and asked. He realized that the heavens I was able to see that the target was a combination of strengths, not the realm of the opponent. For example, for himself, he felt that his realm should be the peak of innate, but through the Imperial Sword Art and also the Xian Yuan Sword, he was able to utilize the combined strength of an early Zongshi. Young master, now we've cultivated to the peak of Mingjin, but there's just no way to break through to the next stage. Young master, aren't we stupid? When Bodo saw Jin Shuai inquiring about her cultivation realm, she collapsed. Peak Mingjin? There's no way to break through. Jin Shuai slapped his own head when he heard this. He was the one who was hasty. Where was this stupidity? It was that he had only taught the other party the first layer of the technique. Without the second layer of the subsequent technique, naturally there was no way to break through. Bodo, Yuki, you guys aren't stupid at all. You guys are geniuses. Jin Shuai didn't expect the twin sisters' qualifications to be so unbelievable. It's all because young master I forgot to give you the contents of the subsequent feats. Now the young master will pass on to you the subsequent contents of the Gongfu, so memorize them by heart. 1 gets 1, 1 2 gets 2. 9 81. Young master, I remember. Naughty 2. As soon as Jin Shuai's words left his mouth, the twins said that they had memorized it. Good, Bodo, Naughty, you guys cultivate well, young master will definitely reward you well when the time comes. Jin Shuai was satisfied with the twin sisters in front of him, and his expectations were full. Chapter 74 Nana Hashimoto in White Silk. Mommy, where are you taking Nai? Inside a luxury Bentley, Hashimoto Nana, who was wearing a lolita with white silk, sat on the passenger side and asked curiously to Toyotomi Taiji, who was wearing a wraparound skirt with black silk and a lot of flavor on the driver's seat. Nana Hashimoto doesn't know where her mom, Taiji Toyotomi, is taking her right now, just that she got her clothes ready and said she was going to take her to a hot springs to soak her mind. Don't worry, Nai, you'll know when we get there in a minute. Mom, why are we dressed like this if we're going to a spa? Nana Hashimoto looked at herself and her equally well-dressed mother with some confusion. When you go to a hot spring, shouldn't you always dress casually?
It's the latest in spa culture, nai, and you'll know it when you get there.
Toyotomi Taiji naturally didn't dare to directly tell Hashimoto Neo that it was Jinshui who invited them to the hot springs tonight, otherwise Hashimoto Neo wouldn't make a scene.
Once you're back, you're familiar with it, and as a person who had been there before, Toyotomi Taiji felt that her daughter Nika would slowly fall in love with this foreign feeling just like she did.
Wearing black silk and white in a hot spring, it's exciting to think about. Toyotomi Taiji thought that Jinshui was simply not too good at this. If Jinshui could have known what Toyotomi Taiji was thinking at this moment, he would have retorted to the other party that this was all Yanagi Jilian's proposal, okay? He doesn't play at all. Mom, what is this place?
Soon, Toyotomi Taiji drove her Ferrari and parked at the entrance of a villa in the suburb. Looking in from the outside, it was brightly lit inside, but the surrounding area was dark, and you could vaguely see dense flowers and trees, and from time to time, there were also the sounds of summer insects and birds chirping.
At first glance, it's a secret base for the rich, a vacation mecca. A place to soak in a hot spring. Toyotomi Taiji still thought that this was Jinshui's vacation villa, so she naturally didn't dare to say anything more.
No sooner had their car stopped than the front doorway of the villa opened. The Lusheng Jinlian inside thought that it was Jinshui coming, and immediately opened the gate of the villa through the remote control, and also stood at the gate, looking forward to waiting for Jinshui's grand entrance. Ryusei Jinlian was a little confused when she looked at the pink Ferrari that slowly drove in before her, with a large and two beautiful women sitting inside.
Toyotomi Taiji and also Hashimoto Nana, the same mistress of the 8 families, Yanagi Jinlian naturally recognized. But she was curious as to how the other party could be here at this time. She, Ryusei Jinlian, hadn't invited them. Mrs. Ijima? Ryusei Kanryo could see Toyotomi Taiji, and the other party saw her standing next to the doorway even more at a glance. Why are you here?
Toyotomi Taiji looked at Ryusei Kanryo, who looked younger than herself, and she rolled down the window, a little startled.
Could it be that this Lusheng Jinlian, like Nai, was also controlled by Jinshui? Toyotomi Taiji guessed in her heart. Toyotomi Taiji, don't call me Mrs. Ijima, just call me Sister Jinlian. This is my vacation home, of course I'll be here.
In a short moment, countless thoughts crossed Lusheng Jinlian's mind, and in the end, she concluded that the other party was also invited over by Master Jinshui to soak in the hot spring together.
Because the other person was surprisingly wearing black silk just like herself.
And next to her, Nana Hashimoto was wearing white silk.
Good lord, is Master Jinshui so powerful?
Not only did they take care of Toyotomi Taiji and Hashimoto Nana, but they were surprisingly able to get them to come clean.
She, Ryusei Jinlian, didn't even know how she was going to confess to her precious daughters now.
Not to mention getting along as brightly as the other did, and she was a little envious.
Sister Golden Lotus. I didn't realize this was your vacation home, it's a great setting.
After Toyotomi Taiji got off the bus, she surveyed the environment of the villa, especially in the center of the villa's courtyard. There was a large pool with a hot spring with gusts of smoke rising from it, and at a glance, she could tell that this was the hot spring that Jinshui was talking about. It seems that Sister Jinlian is also a bitter person, and has also been controlled by this demon, Jinshui. When Toyotomi Taiji heard Lusheng Jinlian say that this was her vacation villa, she felt a little emotional. The other party seemed to be controlled by Jinshui just like their mother and daughter.
Mom, is this where we take the hot springs?
Next to her, Nana Hashimoto was confused, having heard the conversation between the two just now. Ryusei Kanryo was the owner of this place, but it seems like the other party didn't invite themselves.
Just very confused. Can someone explain to her what this is all about? Giggle, what a cute little girl, you're Nana, aren't you?
Lusheng Jinlian, being a human savant, naturally understood what was going on, and now she was 100% sure that the other party was called over by Master Jinshui to soak in the hot spring.
Auntie, yes. I'm Nai. Nana Hashimoto didn't know Kanrin Yanagi, so she greeted the other very nicely.
If she had known that the other party was Ijima Yuya's mother, she wouldn't have given the other party a good look. Giggle, so well behaved, just as cute as my daughters, no wonder they are loved by their master. Lusheng Jinlian thought that the other party was also intimate with Jinshui, just like herself.
Master? Nana Hashimoto sniffed a little confused at what was going on. Ryusei Kanrun looked at Hashimoto Nabiki, who was full of confusion, and she froze as well. What the hell? Looking at Nana Hashimoto, she didn't seem to be the one that Master Yin Shui had called them to? Without answering Nana Hashimoto's words, Ryusei Kanrun turned his gaze to Toyotomi Taiji, hoping to get an answer from the other party. Mom, what the hell is going on? Nana Hashimoto was no cutie pie.
Naturally noticing that there was something wrong with it, looked at her mom in the same way. Nai, it was Marshal Jin who told us to come here to soak in the hot springs. Toyotomi Taiji hesitated for a moment, thinking that her own daughters would know that Marshal Jin had called them here later anyway, so she didn't hide it.
What? Mom, are you out of your mind? Jin Shuai, the devil, told you to come, and you came? He's a scum and an animal. Mom, get cabbage out of here. Nana Hashimoto sniffed and exploded.
She clutched Toyotomi Taiji's arm in some horror and looked around, seemingly searching for Yen Shuai's figure, which was not at all what Toyotomi Taiji expected.
Pop. Toyotomi Taiji was about to open her mouth to explain when she saw Ryusei Kanryu next to her go straight up and slap her own daughter. Ryusei Kanryu, what are you doing? When Toyotomi Taiji saw this, she was enraged. She knows that her daughter is usually a little spiteful and bossy outside, but that is also her darling, usually scolded a little bit cannot afford, not to mention the fight. Now seeing that her daughter was suddenly slapped by Ryusei Jinlian, she was like an old mother hen protecting her calf, shielding her dazed and beaten daughter behind her. At the same time, she made a stance of being ready to launch an attack at any time, looking viciously at Ryusei Jinlian. If the other party did not give a reasonable explanation, she would definitely not let the other party off the hook. Chapter 75, Toyotomi Taiji in Black Silk. Toyotomi Taiji, keep your daughter's mouth shut. Or I don't mind tearing it up. Ryusei Kanrun looks at the protective Toyotomi Taiji, unmoved. Your daughter dares to insult her master, slapping her is considered sparing her. She knew through Nana Hashimoto's reaction that the other party didn't seem to be in harmony with Master Yen Shuai like herself. Toyotomi Taiji was a little confused as she looked at Ryusei Kanrun, who was even angrier than she was. This Lu Sheng Jinlian in front of her didn't seem to be controlled by Jin Shuai as she thought. Rather, the other person is a red herring. Why else would he be instantly enraged because his own daughter had scolded Jin Shuai? Since the other party wasn't controlled like herself, so she wasn't one of them, Toyotomi Taiji didn't nag, and having already prepared herself, she directly launched an attack on Ryusei Jinlian. Ryusei Jinlian, you dare to hit my daughter, watch the move. She wants to take it out on her daughter, Nana Hashimoto. Puff. Toyotomi Taiji's furious strike was as slow as a grandmother crossing the street to Ryusei Jinlian. Get your ass in there and soak in the hot springs and wake up. She directly grabbed Toyotomi Taiji's wrist with one hand, and with a forceful shake, she flung Toyotomi Taiji into the aged hot spring not far away. Puff. Mom. Are you okay? Nana Hashimoto, who was still in a daze, immediately panicked when she saw her mother being sent flying into the hot spring by her opponent and jumped into the hot spring regardless, trying to pick up her opponent. Woohoo! Mom, are you okay? Nana Hashimoto panicked a little when she saw blood dripping from the corner of her mom's mouth and cried outright. Apparently just now, Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't just fling his opponent out, but also injured him with a precursor true shock at the same time. Don't cry, Dish, mommy's fine. Although Toyotomi Taiji was now quite hurt herself at this point, she forced herself to endure the urge to spit out blood in order to comfort her daughter, and forced a smile on her face. Yo, to think that you can still stand up, it seems that you've been making a lot of progress lately too. Lu Sheng Jinlian came to the side of the hot spring, condescendingly looking at the big and small two beauties who had already been wet by the hot spring, revealing their exquisite figures. She somewhat dejectedly flirted. This was the beauty of the innate realm. In the past, if she wanted to subdue Toyotomi Taiji, she would probably have to take out her watchful eye. Where could she make the other party lose the ability to fight back as lightly as she did now? She, Lu Sheng Jinlian, became even more in love and worshipful of Jin Shuai. At the same time, it's even more exciting to look forward to Jin Shuai's arrival. Tonight, she, Lu Sheng Jinlian, had brought over 100 pounds of tiger whip and seahorse wine over. Lu Sheng Jinlian, you broke through? Toyotomi Taiji looked at Lu Sheng Jinlian with some alarm. The feeling that the other party gave her just now was definitely not the strength that the peak of the realm of transformation should possess. She guessed that the other party might have broken through to the legendary innate realm. Humph, with the help of the great master Jin Shuai, Sister Golden Lotus, I am now a martial artist of the innate realm. Ryusei Kanryu looked at the incredulous and terrified Toyotomi Taiji and felt so good that he took off. This was the precursor. What? You really broke through to the innate realm? Toyotomi Taiji was dumbfounded. She didn't expect the other party to be in the legendary innate realm right now, and listening to the other party's explanation, it seemed that this was still a breakthrough that Jin Shuai had helped the other party make.
Innate, there was no martial artist who did not aspire to it, and she, Toyotomi Taiji, was no exception. At this time, her eyes were full of desire, and at the same time, she was even more secretly determined that she must sleep over Jin Shui, so that Jin Shui could also help herself break through the innate. That's right, Toyotomi Taiji thought that Lu Sheng Jinlian, this shameless, red herring woman, must have slept with Jin Shui, and that's how she broke through the innate.
Mom, what's wrong with you?
Nana Hashimoto looked at Taiji Toyotomi, whose eyes were all green, and panicked a little. She had never seen her mother like this before.
Mom, let's get out of here while Jin Shui is away.
Hashimoto Nana shook Toyotomi Taiji's arm and urged up. She had just eaten a slap from Ryusei Jinlian, now she wouldn't dare to say bad things about Jin Shui.
Nana, don't worry, let's soak in the hot springs first.
Here, Dish, mommy will help you take off this Lolita and you can just wear white silk. Toyotomi Taiji was shaken by Hashimoto Nabiki's arm and also broke free from her own fantasy of breaking through to the innate realm, and at this point she had a motherly look on her face as she prepared to help her daughter shed her Lolita.
Mom, are you crazy? What time is it, and you're still thinking about hot springs?
Nana Hashimoto was in a hurry. If she didn't leave now, she wouldn't be able to leave when Jin Shui arrived.
She didn't want to be too bitter.
Nai, it's okay, listen to your mom. Soaking in the hot springs will relieve your fatigue and won't make you miserable. Toyotomi Taiji naturally understood that her daughter wanted to run away, but in order to be able to break through to the innate realm, how could she let her daughter have her way?
Woohoo! Mom, you're crazy. Nabiki wants to get out of here. Nabiki doesn't want to soak in the hot springs. Nana Hashimoto wants to break free and get out of the way of Toyotomi Taiji. However, she thought too much. She, Nana Hashimoto, didn't practice martial arts and was just an ordinary girl. How could she possibly break free from Taiji Toyotomi, a realm of transformation expert?
So with the help of Taiji Toyotomi, the Lolita on Nana Hashimoto was quickly removed. And Toyotomi Taiji, herself, was wearing only black silk. Soon two mermaids, one large and one small, dressed in black and white silk, were swimming freely in the hot springs.
Sloppy. I didn't think Toyotomi Taiji would be such a woman.
Next to her, Ryusei Jinlian saw Toyotomi Taiji's same black silk as her own, and realized that she had been hasty and had just blurted out her words. The other party was called by Jin Shui's master to soak in the hot springs, and she didn't dare to really kill Toyotomi Taiji and Hashimoto Nana, so she could only leave the hot springs unhappily, and came to the entrance of the villa, ready to meet Jin Shui's arrival. Just as Ryusei Kanryu was still chagrined, there was another bright light from the pathway at the entrance, accompanied by the roar of a sports car getting closer and closer. This time it should be Master Jin Shui coming.
Lu Sheng Jinlian stood on her tiptoes, wanting to see Yin Shui quickly.
With the scenery getting closer and closer, Ryusei Jinlian finally got a good look inside the sports car. There was only a short-haired beauty in the driver's seat, and where was the handsome Master Jin, whom Ryusei Jinlian had been waiting for so eagerly? What's going on? What's the master up to? Is he planning to let us four women play mahjong? He buys his own horse? Lu Sheng Jinlian was puzzled. She thought that tonight it was just herself and Master Jin Shui soaking in the hot spring, but she didn't realize that there were more and more people.
But this is even more fun. It's exciting to think about. Master, this is so much fun.
Ryusei Kanryu was puzzled, but she was looking forward to it even more.
Chapter 76 Kawashima Yoshiko and Fishing Net Stockings. Mrs. Ijima, what are you doing here?
Yoshiko Kawashima got out of the car from across her slender thighs.
Are you Kawashima Yoshiko?
Ryusei Kanran frowned as she looked at Kawashima Yoshiko, who was wearing shorts and a tank top. She realized that the other's slender chopstick legs were wearing black fishnet stockings. Looking at the chopstick legs of Kawashima Yoshiko, who stood around 175, that were longer than her life, Ryusei Jinlian instantly the black silk she wore on her legs didn't smell good anymore.
Mrs. Ijima, I am none other than Kawashima Yoshiko. I wonder why you are here as well.
Kawashima Yoshiko very friendly to Lu Sheng Jinlian slight smile, thought Lu Sheng Jinlian also by Jin Shui that, she as if found a confidant.
This is my place, and guess why I'm here? Ryusei Jinlian sized up Kawashima Yoshiko, realizing that she couldn't seem to outshine her, and she spoke in an unkind tone. And Kawashima Yoshiko, don't you call me Mrs. Ijima, call me Sister Golden Lotus.
Oh, Sister Golden Lotus, it was Marshal Jin who told me to come here, where is he? Kawashima Yoshiko surveyed her surroundings and found that over at the hot springs in the courtyard, there were only a large and a small beautiful woman soaking in the hot springs, and due to the presence of smoke, she didn't recognize the other party as Toyotomi Taiji and also Hashimoto Nana.
What does this Kawashima Yoshiko want with her legs so long and straight?
Hey, I'm only good at kung fu and a bit more charming,
it's a good thing that I have my master's help to let myself break through to the innate and return to my old age for a bit, or else I'd want to run away now. Yanagi Jinlian silently compared herself to the other in her mind. The master hasn't arrived yet. Kawashima Yoshiko, you go ahead and take a dip in the hot spring over there yourself. Lu Sheng Jinlian lazily ignored Kawashima Yoshiko. If not for the fact that the other party was called by Jin Shuai, she would have wanted to whisk the other party away. In her opinion, Kawashima Yoshiko was a very strong competitor. Sister Golden Lotus, then Fonzie will go to the hot springs. Kawashima Yoshiko thought that Lu Sheng Jinlian was also controlled by Jin Shuai, that's why she was so cold. Looking at the hot springs that were bubbling not far away, she decided not to make a fool of herself and went to soak in the hot springs first. And the hot springs are full of smoke, maybe later Kawashima Yoshiko can find an opportunity to kill Jin Shuai with a blow. Why hasn't the master come yet? Standing at the entrance of the villa, Ryusei Kanran was getting a little anxious as she watched Kawashima Yoshiko, who was removing her hot pants and vest as she walked down to the hot springs. Just now came a large and a small Toyotomi Taiji and Hashimoto Nana, and now another Kawashima Yoshiko. Yanagi Jinlian felt that there should be other women arriving. No, just wearing black silk alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to give my master a good look. I have to go change my outfit. Thinking of this, the stressed Lu Sheng Jinlian immediately ran into the villa's bedroom, removed the cheongsam from her body, and replaced it with a vaguely white pajamas. Humph, we can't let those tie hoofs steal my mom's thunder. Ryusei Kanryu surveyed her image at the moment through the mirror in her bedroom and was pleased with herself. Just the temptation to pull full circle. She thought that black silk with white veil, soaking in the hot springs, could definitely make Jin Shuai the other look at her differently. Move over. Dressed in white pajamas and black silk, Ryusei Jinlian took a sultry step to the side of the Chennai hot spring, whisking Hashimoto Nana, who was in the most prominent position, to the side. Hashimoto Nana naturally dared to be angry. Just now she had witnessed the other party beat her mother without the power to fight back with a single move. She could only obediently get up and walk to her mother's side. Cozy. Seeing her opponent obediently dodging away, Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't hesitate, and without any hesitation, she directly straddled her slender thighs and stepped into the hot spring pool, soaking her entire body in. The white gauze nightgown on her body fluttered with the flow of the hot springs, while her delicate body was hidden from view. Lu Sheng leaned her back against the wall of the hot spring pool, facing the villa to the door, so that she could spot the other woman as soon as Jin Shuai entered. Both sisters, are you both controlled by Marshal Jin as well? Just as several people were quietly soaking in the hot springs and waiting for Jin Shuai's arrival, Kawashima Yoshiko opened her mouth to break the peace. Sister Yoshiko, are you also under the control of Marshal Jin? Nana Hashimoto nodded as she sniffed and looked at Yoshiko Kawashima. She looked at the other woman in a much friendlier way, as if she had found organization. Nana, don't talk nonsense. When Toyotomi Taiji heard Hashimoto Nana answer Kawashima Yoshiko's question, she hurriedly stopped her daughter for fear that she would speak out of turn. At the same time, a warning look was given to Kawashima Yoshiko. She only wanted to please Jin Shuai now, not provoke the other party. What's more, in front of her there is also a Lu Sheng Jinlian who makes her envious and jealous. She is a Yin Shuai person. In case the other party gets angry, the two of them, mother and daughter, will also have to eat and walk around. Seeing that her mother was angry, Nana Hashimoto shut up and quietly played with the water by herself wherever she was, no longer paying attention to Yoshiko Kawashima. Sister, what's wrong with you? We're all controlled by Marshal Yen, we should stick together. Faced with this weird atmosphere, Kawashima Yoshiko was a bit frantic. No, we all have a grudge against Jin Shuai. We sisters should unite against each other. Why do we act like we have a grudge? Oh, Kawashima Yoshiko, right? Don't waste those useless thoughts. They just want to be their masters now, pleasing their masters in an attempt to be rewarded by them. Yanagi Jinlian smiled disdainfully at Kawashima Yoshiko's attempt to gang up on her. Kawashima Yoshiko was confused. Don't you guys hate Marshal Jin? Seeing Lu Sheng Jinlian and Toyotomi Taiji in this state, she was a bit agitated. What the hell, could it be that they were tamed by Jin Shuai? Hate? How can you hate? Ryusei Kanran looked at Toyotomi Taiji with disdain. Now there's someone who just wants to be their masters. Toyotomi Taiji was a little ashamed to be spoken to like that by Ryusei Jinlian in front of her own daughter, but there was no way for her to refute the other party. Because Ryusei Kanryu was telling the truth. Auntie, you're no better, are you? Seeing that her mother was humiliated by the other party again, Nana Hashimoto forgot her pain after she got well and started to stand up for her mother. You yourself have gone red. How can you still have the nerve to taunt my mother? Boom. Little girl, I think you're looking for death. Lu Shang Jinlian was attacked by Hashimoto Nai, a yellow-haired girl who attacked her pain point. She was a bit annoyed and angry, and she directly erupted the aura belonging to the innate realm, blowing up the water in the hot spring pool. Don't hurt my dish. Seeing this, Toyotomi Taiji hurriedly shielded Hashimoto Nobiki behind herself, and looked at Ryusei Jinlian with a gaze full of supplication. Humph. Ryusei Jinlian didn't intend to really do anything to Hashimoto Nana, just now she was just angry. In case Hashimoto Nana is ruined and Marshal Jin is not happy, she, Lu Shang Jinlian, has no place to cry. Good. So strong. Next to her, Kawashima Yoshiko then returned to her senses and muttered. She felt that the aura that Lu Shang Jinlian had just erupted was much more powerful than her father, Kawashima Birdlord. Sister Golden Lotus, you're an innate martial artist now? Kawashima Yoshiko stared at Yanagi Jinlian with wide eyes and some disbelief. Chapter 77, The Minds of Women. It's not just a small innate realm, is there a need to make such a fuss? Ryusei Kanran looked at the dumbfounded Kawashima Yoshiko, and she felt great. She cultivated so hard, not just to pretend. Surprisingly true. Surprisingly true. Seeing that Lu Shang Jinlian didn't deny it and had a dejected look on her face, Kawashima Yoshiko, as a martial artist, felt that her perceptions were collapsing. Wasn't it said that the highest realm of a martial artist nowadays was the peak of the realm of transformation, so how come the other party was innate, and it was so easy to look at? Mom, is it hard for a martial artist to break through to the innate realm? Nana Hashimoto looked at Yoshiko Kawashima, who was a bit disoriented, and she asked her mom with some curiosity. Nai, you haven't practiced martial arts, so naturally you don't know how difficult it is for a martial artist to break through the realm, and it's even harder to break through to the innate realm. Toyotomi Taiji thought her daughter had become interested in learning martial arts, so she patiently explained to her that the Nai, as long as one becomes a lowest level Mingjin martial artist, one can easily defeat dozens of ordinary people, and when one breaks through from Mingjin to Dark Jin, it is even more difficult for ordinary people to injure them in the slightest, unless one utilizes a hot weapon, in order to cause damage to them. Wow, so what realm of martial artist are you, Mom? Hashimoto Nana suddenly felt that if she became a martial artist, it seemed like it would be pretty good. If she had practiced martial arts before, maybe she wouldn't have been controlled by Shin Shui. Nai, Mommy is at the early stage of Huanjin now. In response to Nana Hashimoto's question, Toyotomi Taiji proudly stated her realm. Put. Next to her, Ryusei Jinlian couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This Toyotomi Taiji is now just a weakling in the first 7 stages of the realm of transformation. How can she be so proud of herself? Humph. When Toyotomi Taiji saw Ryusei Jinlian mocking her, she glared at the other woman, but didn't dare question her. The other party, being a martial artist of the innate realm, was indeed qualified to mock her. It was only that she had been ridiculed by the other party in front of her daughter, making her face a little embarrassed. Kawashima Yoshiko even hid aside and shivered. The gods fight, she was afraid of disaster fish pond. Confirmation of eyes, Arshi Kawashima Yoshiko cannot afford to mess with the people, to avoid the distance is right. Mom, what realm is the early stage of Huanjing? Naturally, Nana Hashimoto sensed that her mom was a bit embarrassed, and she hurriedly continued where she left off. Nai, Huanjin denotes the next realm of Dark Jin, and at this realm of Huanjin, it's no longer something that ordinary hot weapons can deal with, and ordinary people using the Sea of Men tactic is even more useless. When Toyotomi Taiji saw how understanding her daughter was, she cheerfully continued to explain to the other party. So Mom, are you able to catch bullets with your bare hands now? Nana Hashimoto's eyes widened and she looked at Taiji Toyotomi with some admiration. Nai, this mom can naturally catch bullets with her bare hands. Wow! Mom, you're awesome. Mom, then after harmonization power, it's innate? How powerful will it be after becoming an innate? Nana Hashimoto worshipped her mother even more, and at the same time became even more curious about how powerful the innate realm would be after harmonization. She glanced at Ryusei Jinlian, knowing that the other party was now in the innate realm, and wondering just how powerful the other party was. Lu Shang Jinlian was now confused by Hashimoto Nana's question. The innate realm, that was a legendary realm, how did she know how powerful it would be? Put. Ryusei Kanryu was in a good mood when he saw this. Little girl, let my sister tell you, becoming a martial artist of the innate realm, one finger can hang your mom. You. Toyotomi Taiji was once again taunted by Ryusei Kanryu, and she couldn't beat him, so she could only glare at her opponent in anger again.
At the same time can make resolve, later must make every effort to coax Xin Shuai happy, sleep over each other. Let Xin Shuai open the back door for himself and help him break through to the innate realm. When the time came, she would hang Ryusei Kanrya and beat him up. You what you? Lu Sheng Jinlian was happy to see that her opponent had gotten annoyed and giggle, little girl, let me tell you. After becoming an innate, not only is your strength more powerful than when you were a harmonized power, not to mention catching bullets with your bare hands, even if you were to not catch a bazooka, you wouldn't have a problem. The most important thing is that by becoming a martial artist of the innate REA LM, not only does one's strength get a qualitative leap, but one's lifespan is also increased, and one can live up to 200 years old. See this face yet? Does it make you realize that I'm much younger than your mother? Lu Sheng Jinlian proudly slapped her blown-up face with her palm and fooled around with a few women. I, Ryusei Kanrun, am a few years older than your mother, Toyotomi Taiji. So when you reach the innate realm, you can basically return to your old age and youth forever. Oh. Sister Golden Lotus, are you telling the truth? Kawashima Yoshiko, who had ducked to the side, heard this, and she couldn't help but exclaim. She did not expect to break through to the innate realm, not only the strength to get a qualitative leap, but also can be youthful forever. She Kawashima Yoshiko envy, she also want to become an innate martial artist. I'm such a big beautiful woman standing in front of you, are you blind? Yanagi Kanrun thought Kawashima Yoshiko was questioning what she was saying and got a little angry. No, Sister Golden Lotus, I just think it's incredible. Speculation. Kawashima Yoshiko saw this and immediately waved her hand at Yanagi Jinlian, saying that she just felt a little unbelievable and did not question the other party. Mom! Nai also wants to cultivate, Nai also wants to become stronger, Nai also wants to stay young forever. Nana Hashimoto was also shocked by Ryusei Jinlian's words. In the past, she felt that cultivation was boring and bitter, so she was not interested in learning. Now that she heard Yanagi Jinlian's words, she, Nana Hashimoto, also wanted to cultivate, she also wanted to become stronger, and just as importantly, she wanted to be youthful forever. Well. Nai, if you're willing to learn, mommy will teach you. Toyotomi Taiji was happy to see her daughter actively wanting to learn martial arts. In the past, no matter how softly she tried to persuade her, Nana Hashimoto was just not willing to learn martial arts cultivation. In the words of Hashimoto Nana, my parents are so powerful, I do my missy on the line, there is no to have no bitter hard to eat. Now that Hashimoto Nai is willing to cultivate, Toyotomi Taiji is even more determined to ask for the cultivation method to break through the innate realm from Xin Shuai, so that she and her own daughter Nai will both be able to live to be 200 years old and stay young forever. For the sake of this goal, even if pleasing Xin Shuai was even more bitter, she, Toyotomi Taiji, thought it was worth it. Not only was Toyotomi Taiji playing a small game, even Kawashima Yoshiko, who hated Xin Shuai to the bone, seemed to be less hateful at this time. Comparing to breaking through to the innate realm and avenging her younger brother, Kawashima Kids, her mind was not as strong. It's all for the sake of cultivating to the innate. When the time comes, the chance of revenge will be even greater. Brother, your vengeance will definitely be avenged by your sister, but the time is not ripe yet. They say it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and since my sister is a woman, 100 years is not too late. Kawashima Yoshiko made a silent excuse for herself. Chapter 78, Flying with Swords. His grandmother. Sloppy. I thought I could fly directly to the hot spring villa by sword flight in one breath, but I didn't expect to run out of true chi with a distance of 10 kilometers to go. In the middle of the wild mountains on the outskirts of Tokyo, a pretty boy stood on a rock at the top of a hill cursing. This person was none other than Xin Shuai. Originally he was driving directly to the side of the hot spring villa, but thinking about the imperial sword flight, he excitedly drove the car to a remote place again. Then Xin Shuai tried to see if he could fly with his sword, and the result was obvious, he succeeded. From the beginning of the trembling, to the back of the stable, Xin Shuai excited, directly opened the cell phone navigation, towards the hot spring villa side on the imperial sword flight. Due to the fact that it was the first time he flew a sword over a long distance without experience, there was a straight line of about 50 kilometers, and Xin Shuai only flew 40 kilometers before his body's true chi was consumed. So now forced to land on a boulder at the top of a hill, cursing. Why is this true chi so slow to recover? After an hour of cultivation, he realized that he had only recovered a tenth of his true chi and was a bit anxious. It was now 9 o'clock, and if he didn't go over, the few women in the hot spring villa would probably wilt in the hot spring. By the way, old me still has a system. Xin Shuai patted his head. Secretly, what is wrong with him? He is hanging wall, not on the recovery of true chi. This small matter, ask the system is not just. System, is there anything that can quickly restore true chi? After half a day's work, Jin Shui finally remembered that he still had a system, so he directly communicated with the system in his mind. Ding! According to the host's current realm, it is suggested that the host can purchase a 100-year ginseng in the mall, or a chi-gathering elixir, and after taking it, you can quickly recover your true chi. 100-year ginseng is only 100 cynical values, and the chi-gathering pill even costs 1,000 cynical values. Jin Shui looked at the prices of the two items, he was no cutie pie, and directly chose to purchase a 100-year ginseng. System, this 100-year ginseng of yours, it couldn't have just been dug up, could it? Jin Shui looked at the freshly baked 100-year-old ginseng in his hand that was the size of a small carrot, which even had a hint of soil on it, and fell into deep thought. How do I eat this stuff? Raw nibbles? The body of 100 years of ginseng is not large, but this thing shall be much. There were hundreds of long whiskers, each of which was dozens of centimeters long. How the heck could I eat them? If I had known, I shouldn't have been greedy and bought the chi-gathering pill. Having bought it all, Jin Shui could only tear off a long beard and slowly eat it like a spicy bar. Not to mention, it tastes much better than chili. After a root of 100-year-old ginseng was consumed, Jin Shui felt that the true chi in his body had recovered significantly. It's too slow to eat them one by one. After eating a few consecutively, Jin Shui simply gathered all the roots together and directly gnawed on them. It's so hard to swallow. After a large mouthful went down, Jin Shui felt a little nauseous and couldn't help but want to spit it out straight away. Even if the ginseng tasted good, it wasn't much different from chewing on tree roots if you took a big bite out of it. Next time I buy ginseng to restore my true chi, I'm a dog. Jin Shui forced himself to endure the discomfort and took 5 minutes to finally finish the whole of the fresh 100-year ginseng. After slightly running the Sentinel Heart Sutra, Jin Shui realized that his true chi had completely recovered. Centennial ginseng is really hard to swallow, but the effect that is also really good. System, you're really a dog, why don't you tell me the situation more clearly? After recovering his true chi, Jin Shui didn't forget to spit out the system. He felt that his mouth was a little numb right now, gnawing a 100-year-old ginseng raw was just too much of a waste of teeth. System, you're being greedy and you're blaming me? I should have known to give you dried ginseng directly. Woohoo! Take off! Recovering his true chi, Jin Shui directly passed through the sword royal art and made the Regulus sword levitate on his body, after which he directly jumped on it. Manipulating the Regulus sword through the royal sword art, at this moment, Jin Shui was then carried by the Regulus sword and flew up. It's just as handsome as flying with a sword on TV. Just now, Jin Shui had tested it through his cell phone's navigation, and with his current strength, the speed of the Imperial sword flight was surprisingly as high as 300 kilometers per hour. Not even close to a helicopter. So for the short distance of 10 kilometers, it only took Jin Shui 2 minutes to arrive over the hot spring villa. Ha! These women, they're soaking up the hot springs without me. Oh, it to me. Jin Shui, who had been empowered by the heavenly eyes, had excellent eyesight, and from afar, he saw 4 mermaids swimming in the hot spring pool in the courtyard of the hot spring villa. There was black silk, white silk, and fishnet silk, and most importantly surprisingly, lace. This made Jin Shui unusually excited, directly harnessing the Regulus sword to 100 meters above the hot spring pool in the villa, and a thought collected the Regulus sword. Without a point of gravity, Jin Shui's entire body began to free fall, rapidly plummeting down towards the hot spring pool. Unsurprisingly, with Jin Shui's current physical quality, if he fell this high, he would have to be bruised and purple. So just when he was nearly 20 meters away, Jin Shui, the old sixth, actually used the sword art to manipulate his body. That's right, Jin Shui had tried it just now, he could directly maneuver his body to fly in the air through the royal sword technique, only he felt that it would be more handsome to have his feet on the Regulus sword. Ah! Mommy, there's a ghost! As Nana Hashimoto looked at Jin Shui, who was slowly descending from the sky, she screamed and hid directly behind Taiji Toyotomi. Then the other 3 women's reactions weren't much better in comparison to Hashimoto's. Although Lu Sheng Jinlian and the girls didn't scream continuously, they were staring with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, with an expression of having seen a ghost. They wanted to say something but couldn't get a word out, so they were shocked and numb. They just quietly watched Jin Shui fall from the sky, and finally floating lightly now on the water for a long time without words. The performance of Jin Shui's heavenly god descending to the earth, in today's eyes, was the means of the gods, and Jin Shui at this time, in their hearts, was no different from the gods. Even Nana Hashimoto, who had screamed just now, was staring at Jin Shui with beautiful, glowing eyes. Master! The first woman to come back to her senses was Lu Sheng Jinlian, who immediately got up and walked to the front of Jin Shui,
directly kneeling down and worshipping Jin Shui from the bottom of her heart. She even felt that she was already high on Jin Shui's list, and had already raised Jin Shui from her man to the stage of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the faith of a Sakura Nation woman in the innate realm, rewarded with 100,000 cynicism values. Crap! 100,000? Ryusei Kanryu, you are so powerful and nice. The sudden reward from the system made Jin Shui's person numb, which gave him a wave of wealth. His mood at this moment was even more wonderful than eating ice cream in summer. Looking at the luscious Lu Sheng Jinlian, Jin Shui decided that he would reward the other party properly later, and he planned to reward the other party with 2.5 kilograms of tiger whip and hippocampus wine alone. Chapter 79 Auntie, bring me some wine. Jun. Marshal Jun, are you a human or a god? Kawashima Yoshiko looked at the heavenly god of Jin Shui. At this time where there is still revenge in her mind, at this time Jin Shui in her eyes, simply is not a person. Oh, Kawashima Yoshiko, what do you think? Jin Shui didn't answer the other party positively, but instead gave them a meaningful smile. The other party's current fishing net stockings pleased Jin Shui. Yoshiko Kawashima, you seem to know more tonight than you did before. Where did Jin Shui know that originally Kawashima Yoshiko wore these fishing net stockings to conveniently confuse him so that she could find an opportunity to kill him? As for what Jin Shui had told her before, that killing Jin Shui would result in her own death, Kawashima Yoshiko didn't believe it at all. You are truly divine. The fact that Jin Shui didn't deny it outright made Kawashima Yoshiko really think of him as a god. She felt that the idea of wanting to kill Jin Shui to avenge her brother's death seemed a bit funny. In the past, she was too stupid and naive, but from now on, she wanted to hug Jin Shui's thighs, and she, Kawashima Yoshiko, wanted to be like Lu Sheng Jinlian and break through the innate, or even higher realms. As for the brother? People can't come back from the dead, that's all. She, Kawashima Yoshiko, now only wanted to work as an ox for Jin Shui, praying for the gift of Jin Shui. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the faith of the women of the Sakura country, rewarded with 10,000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the faith of the women of Sakura Nation and gaining 50,000 cynicism values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raiding the Sakura Nation woman, rewarded with 1,000 cynicism value. This sudden rise in system rewards made Jin Shui a little confused. The three girls in front of you are self-raiding again? So it's Kawashima Yoshiko as well as Toyotomi Taiji who are starting to believe in themselves, and Hashimoto Nana is actually pulling in her favor now too. Jin Shui used his heavenly eyes to check out Kawashima Yoshiko as well as Toyotomi Taiji and Hashimoto Nana's three girls, and found that Kawashima Yoshiko and Toyotomi Taiji's favoritism towards themselves was the same as Kurosawa Chiliing's before, all of them? And it's true that Hashimoto Nana is still in the good feeling stage, but it's a good feeling of 100, which is about the same as all of Jin Shui's other women. After the system's explanation last time, Jin Shui knew that this was a sign that they were already believing in themselves and their goodwill was all bursting at the seams. It looks like this wave of pretending has earned its keep. Jin Shui was ecstatic in his heart. He also didn't expect that just now he just wanted to fool around on a whim, but he actually made the three women who had a degree of hatred for him in their own crazy brainstorming, and instead began to worship himself. What Jin Shui thought was not wrong at all. Take Hashimoto Nana for example. She was now just an ordinary Sakura Nation female college student. Jin Shui's act of falling from the sky just now was not much different from a god. No girl could resist a man who could fall from the sky, and she, Nana Hashimoto, was no different. So for Jin Shui to be able to look at her Hashimoto Nana, she felt that it was her honor, and that being tortured by Jin Shui before was that she, Hashimoto Nana, was unintelligent and deserved to be punished. For a moment, Hashimoto Nana looked at Jin Shui with infatuated eyes. Toyotomi Taiji was likewise. She was all but a broken woman, and she felt somewhat honored to be able to be favored by Marshal Jin. As long as Jin Shui didn't mind, she wanted Jin Shui to open the back door for her and help her raise her cultivation so that she could break through the innate realm. Auntie, bring the wine. Jin Shui was in a good mood as he looked at the dazzling variety of black and white silks in the hot spring pool, and he decided to let everyone open up and drink. Master, you support or don't call Jinlian aunt, Jinlian can't afford it. When Lu Sheng Jinlian heard Jin Shui call her aunt, she was a bit terrified. Just now, Jin Shui's means of descending from the sky made her worship, and at this time, she also asked Jin Shui to call her auntie. She was afraid of blaspheming Jin Shui. Auntie, it's okay. I think it's pretty good, I'm used to being called that. Jin Shui realized that he kinda liked calling Lu Sheng Jinlian his auntie. After all, the other party was still the mother of the Ijima sisters, and calling the other party in this way made him feel more interesting. I'll have to try the hot spring with the Ijima Yuya girls someday.
Jin Shui was now even somewhat looking forward to soaking in the hot springs with Lu Sheng Jilian's family. But he thought it would be nice for a few of them to soak in the hot springs while cracking open the tiger whip and seahorse wine right now.
Yes, master, as long as you're happy, Golden Lotus is willing to do anything.
Since Jin Shui had said so, what else could Lu Sheng Jilian do? She didn't dare to refute the other party, so she could only bear it silently.
Wow. Ryusei Jilian said and stood up from the hot spring pool, spring water gurgling and dripping down her skirt into the pool.
Jin Shui's eyes were looking straight, the other party's dress was really something else.
Sister Golden Lotus, I'll go get you some wine too.
Next to Kawashima Yoshiko saw that Jin Shui's eyes were attracted to Lu Sheng Jilian, she stood up defiantly, showing off her proud body in a big way. Kawashima Yoshiko walked through in front of Jin Shui without slowing down, especially those chopstick legs in fishing net stockings. Noticing that Jin Shui's gaze was attracted to herself, Kawashima Yoshiko straightened her chest and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she were a victorious rooster.
Master, let us massage and scrub you. Seeing Lu Sheng Jilian and Kawashima Yoshiko making a big splash, Toyotomi Taiji got a little anxious.
If this continued, not to mention letting Jin Shui give her a backdoor to help her break through the realm, it was estimated that Jin Shui would be close to ignoring her and his own daughter, Nai. She directly pulled her own daughter Hashimoto Nana to Jin Shui's side. Originally she was worried that Hashimoto Nana would still be resistant to Jin Shui, but when she saw that the other party was even more active than she was, Toyotomi Taiji was dumbfounded.
The dish just figured it out?
Although Toyotomi Taiji was a bit stunned, she was soon ecstatic. Ryusei Kanrun had lace, Kawashima Yoshiko had fishnet stockings, and she and Hashimoto Nana were still a black and white duo. In this way, the black and white twins cooperated very tacitly, one giving Jin Shui a massage and the other rubbing Jin Shui.
This satisfied Jin Shui.
He thought it was all due to his own good conditioning that he had allowed the black and white pair to serve him willingly.
Master, how does it feel? This massage technique of Taiji is okay, right?
Toyotomi Taiji knelt behind Jin Shui, making use of her skill to massage Jin Shui while fawningly questioning Jin Shui. She wanted Jin Shui's approval so badly.
Not bad, you know your stuff tonight?
Jin Shui felt the force coming from his back, and he was very satisfied.
Just a very relaxed feeling.
Master, the dish will help scrub you clean too. Nana Hashimoto, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Jin Shui, was rubbing Jin Shui at the moment, and she was using professional techniques to give Jin Shui the deepest cleaning. To show her attitude of admitting her mistakes at this time, praying to be recognized by Jin Shui.
Not bad, Nana Hashimoto, you know your stuff too.
Jin Shui was very satisfied with Toyotomi Taiji and Hashimoto Nana's attitude of knowing their mistakes at this point.
Oh.
The two of them were also very professional, making Jin Shui couldn't help but make sounds of enjoyment. When the two women heard this, they looked at each other and smiled, the corners of their mouths rising slightly.
Chapter 80, Taiji, you tie a double ponytail for Nai. Master, here's the wine.
Lu Sheng Jilian held a sealed wine altar, and before the person arrived, her voice arrived first, and she shouted to Jin Shui as if she was offering a treasure.
Master, don't get busy yet, what Jilian has brought today is the tiger whip and seahorse wine that has been treasured for 20 years. It's a strong one.
Next to her, although Kawashima Yoshiko was not holding a wine jar in her hand, she was holding a few wine glasses.
She was very uppity and put her glass on the table next to the hot tub so that Ryusei Kanrun could pour it.
Auntie, you guys drink first, there are 2 sewers in this hot spring pool that are a bit clogged, I'll unclog them first. After saying that, Jin Shui ignored the other party and continued to busy himself.
Phew! Finally!
Jin Shui worked for a while before the sewer was unclogged, and he let out a long sigh of relief.
Master, you've worked hard.
Here, try the wine that Jilian has been steeping for 20 years. On the side, Lu Sheng Jilian saw that Jin Shui had finally finished his work, and she somewhat impatiently carried a full cup of tiger whip and hippocampus wine to Jin Shui's front, and then handed the cup directly to Jin Shui's mouth.
Auntie, this is really good wine.
Although it was not the first time that Jin Shui drank this tiger whip and seahorse wine, he felt that this time it was even more addictive.
Cluck, master, you like to drink, so drink more.
Lu Sheng Jilian said, handing the empty wine glass in his hand to Kawashima Yoshiko on the side, signaling the other party to fill it up.
Master, come on, open your mouth. Soon Ryusei Jilian came to Yen Shui with another full glass of wine.
Taiji and Nai, you guys have worked hard just now, so this cup of wine is for you first. Instead of cooperating with Lu Sheng Jilian, Jin Shui took the cup in her hand and came directly next to his son or daughter who was somewhat exhausted.
Just now they had used their skills to rub and massage themselves, so naturally, Jin Shuai couldn't be without a sign. Thank you for your reward, master. Toyotomi Taiji was on the verge of crying tears of joy. She was finally recognized by Jin Shuai. The dish thanks the master for the reward. Hashimoto Nana is also overjoyed. After these few days of growth, at this time she is not at all the style of the previous Missy. To Jin Shuai have only obedience. Ahem, so spicy. Nana Hashimoto took the half cup of Tiger Whip Seahorse wine handed over by Taiji Toyotomi and tried to drink it all in one go like Jin Shuai, but it almost didn't choke her to death. She was still just an ordinary girl, and she usually didn't drink and didn't have any cultivation on her side. Half a glass of wine went down and she felt the sky spinning. She couldn't even find her way out. His face was also red and looked adorable. For a moment it made Jin Shuai look a little appetizing. Tiki, you tie a double ponytail for Nana. Jin Shuai thought that Hashimoto Nana, who was wearing white silk at this time, should be even cuter with a double ponytail. Okay then. Toyotomi Taiji sniffed and wrapped an arm around the somewhat dazed Hashimoto Nana, changing the other's hair. Master, Fong Zi was unintelligent before. Please don't blame Fong Zi. Fong Zi punishes herself with a cup. Kawashima Yoshiko, who had been pouring wine for the crowd, also came to Jin Shuai's side with 2 cups full of wine. She first muffled one of the cups in one gulp, and then handed the other cup to Jin Shuai's mouth, following the example of Lu Sheng Jinlian. Yoshiko, not bad, you know your stuff too. Jin Shuai naturally happily cooperated with Kawashima Yoshiko, accepting the other party's feeding. In this way, the whole 20 caddies loaded altar of Tiger Whip Seahorse wine. Under the feeding of a few women, Jin Shuai at least drank 15 caddies. The rest was also Lu Sheng Jinlian they drank. Only Hashimoto 999 is the worst drinker, drank half a cup of the body red, on the head. Auntie, not to mention, this mouth of aged hot spring is indeed enough to sober up. Jin Shuai was lying in the hot spring pool in a kudzu position, feeling the alcohol in his body dissipate little by little, and praising it heartily. Giggle, as long as you like it, master. Lu Sheng Jinlian was recognized by Jin Shuai, and she felt that it was all worth it. Master, Taiji wants to break through to the innate realm like Sister Golden Lotus, can you help Taiji? Toyotomi Taiji took advantage of Jin Shuai's excellent mood to make her request to Jin Shuai. Although Kawashima Yoshiko and Hashimoto Nana didn't open their mouths, they were also looking at Jin Shuai with sizzling gazes. Because if Yen Shuai was willing to help Toyotomi Taiji, it also meant that he was willing to help them, so they all stared at Yen Shuai very eagerly. That gaze, it was as if he was trying to eat Jin Shuai. Today you are all so understanding. Today master I will teach you the technique to break through the innate. Jin Shuai looked at the several women staring at him as if he were the meat of the Tang monk. He naturally wouldn't spoil the fun, so he simply taught them all today. He, Jin Shuai, is a decent man who will not cheat on food and drink, and even more so, he will not treat a woman who treats him sincerely. Fantastic. Oh yeah. Thank you master. When Toyotomi Taiji and the girls received Jin Shuai's promise, their hearts and their throats were finally released, and they happily hugged into a ball, jumping and dancing in celebration. Golden Lotus, you seem a little less than happy? Jin Shuai noticed that Lu Sheng Jinlian seemed to be a bit out of it at the moment, and he thought that the other party had something on his mind. No, master, Golden Lotus is very happy. Lu Sheng Jinlian forced herself to cheer up and gave Jin Shuai a flirtatious smile. Of course she's not happy. Originally, she asked Jin Shuai to come to the hot springs because she wanted to share with Jin Shuai the Tiger Whip and Hippocampus wine that she had treasured for many years, in order to show her love for Jin Shuai. Where would I have thought that this would make Toyotomi Taiji and the others happy? With a few more competitors for no reason, she, Ryusei Jinlian, was naturally a bit unhappy. Pop. Auntie, and say you're not unhappy. Jin Shuai slapped Lu Sheng Jinlian directly for punishment. He naturally understood what kind of thoughts the other party was having at this time. Auntie, don't worry, master, I won't forget your reward. The gongfu that Jin Shuai had taught Lu Sheng Jinlian before was only the first one, and now he planned to directly teach the other party all the contents of the second and third ones. Not only Lu Sheng Jinlian, but the other few women, he also planned to directly teach everyone 1 to 3 times the content. After all, without the support of one's own realm, the third level of the gongfu would at most break through to the realm of transformation stage. The reason why Lu Sheng Jinlian had broken through to the innate realm after only cultivating to the content of the first gongfu was because she had originally been at the peak of the realm of transformation, and she was just short of an opportunity. So even if Jin Shuai gave Kawashima Yoshiko the contents of the first to third weight gongfu, the other party wouldn't necessarily be able to break through to the innate realm. Master, you're so good, Auntie loves you oh. Lu Sheng Jinlian knows that Jin Shui likes to call herself auntie, and she is also fancy to make Jin Shui happy. All of you, listen up. Now I'll teach you the contents of the Gongfu. 1234.991. 3.1425. Since all the women present already wouldn't betray themselves, Jin Shui didn't tuck and hide, and directly taught the recipes for the first to third levels of the Heart Sutra of the Imperial Woman directly to the crowd. Chapter 8199, Let the Master Teach You. Have you all memorized it? Enough times to feel a little thirsty. Coo coo coo. He picked up the nearby altar of tiger whip seahorse wine that Lu Sheng Jinlian had just re-picked out again, and directly poured a few large gulps into the mouth of the altar fiercely. Master, you've worked hard, Auntie remembered. Lu Sheng Jinlian blushed slightly and nodded her head in a somewhat unfavorable manner, indicating that she had memorized it all. Master, Taiji also remembered. Perhaps it was because Jin Shui was finally willing to teach her Gongfu, she was so excited at this moment that her body was glowing red and hot. Master, Yoshiko remembered that a long time ago too. Kawashima Yoshiko was very happy, at this time for her brother Kawashima Feng's death. She felt that the other party deserved it. How dare he offend the godlike master, even if he was still alive now. She wanted to clean up the house. But her father, Kawashima Birdlord, even dared to try to kill her master without knowing his own life. She, Kawashima Yoshiko, was now planning to go back and find a chance to get the other party killed before saying anything. Lord! Master, the dish hasn't been fully memorized. Nana Hashimoto blushed red and lowered her head in some embarrassment, not daring to look at Jin Shui. She originally was not a schoolmaster, and at night she was not able to win the wine. She also drank the Tiger Whip Hippocampus wine. The whole person is a little dizzy. The first 3 layers of the Imperial Woman's Heart Sutra of the internal heart, a total of about 3,000 words, Jin Shui said 3 times to want her to memorize. It is indeed difficult for her. Nai, it's okay, go back and mommy will tell you more, don't bother the master now. Seeing this, Toyotomi Taiji was afraid that Jin Shui would get angry and hurriedly said to Hashimoto Nana. She was afraid that Hashimoto Nana didn't know what was important and was going to let Jin Shui continue talking and offend him again. It's okay Nai, you're so well behaved and understanding now, master me. I'm sure I can teach you everything. Jin Shui reached out and wrapped his arms around Nana Hashimoto, stroking her twin ponytails in a doting manner. He, Jin Shui, and Hashimoto Nana were also considered to be not fighting. It felt like the other party was destined to be his Jin Shui's woman, and there was a heavenly will in the underworld. Come, Nai, let master teach you, so that you can quickly get started with the speculative nest divine power, and tonight, we'll help you break through to Ming Jin and become a true martial artist. Jin Shui let go of Hashimoto Nana, grabbed the other party's double ponytails with both hands, and then began to mobilize the powerful true chi in his body, and began to eat jing and wash the marrow of Hashimoto Nana, improving the other party's qualifications for cultivation. It can't be helped, Hashimoto Nana didn't practice martial arts since she was young. The meridians in her body are all a little bit unstable. If Jin Shui doesn't help the other party to change her meridians and wash her marrow, it is estimated that she will have to be just like Kurosawa Chiling, and will have to practice for a couple of days before she has a chance to break through to Ming Jin. This was undoubtedly slapping him, Jin Shui, in the face. Woohoo! Lord! Lord, you are awesome. Hashimoto Nana was both touched and guilty inside at this time, and Jin Shui's generosity made her feel that her previous behavior was really stupid and naive. Master, in the past, it was all the dish's fault. The dish swears to the heavens that in the future, it will definitely repay the masters. At this time more words are satisfied to express the inner excitement of the mood. She Hashimoto dishes vowed that in the future Jin Shui masters is her day, vowed to die to repay Jin Shui master. Pop. Nai, stop talking. Concentrate on your cultivation and pay attention to the path of the true chi running within the meridians in your body. Hashimoto Nana's heartfelt words, Jin Shui naturally likes to hear, but that also depends on the time. Now that he himself was so attentive to helping the other party run his gongfu, the other party even dared to split, so angry that Jin Shui directly slapped the other party. As a sign of discipline. Aha, dish knows. Nana Hashimoto, having been slapped by Jin Shui, sensibly closed her mouth and concentrated on feeling the path of her true chi. She, Nana Hashimoto, also wanted to become a martial artist, to become an innate master like Auntie Golden Lotus. Nana, you're good. After helping Nana Hashimoto run her gongfu a few times, Jin Shui was somewhat surprised to find that the other party's martial arts qualifications were quite good. Without a few weeks of the other party being able to transport her own power, Jin Shui estimated that if this went on, Hashimoto Nana would definitely be able to break through to Ming Jin and become a martial artist before dawn. I didn't expect Nai's cultivation talent to be so high. It's much better than Kurosawa Shiren and the big white girls. and only slightly inferior to the two sisters, Bodo and Yuki. Could it be because Nai-Nai's parents are also martial artists? Regarding Nana Hashimoto's cultivation talent, Jin Shuai couldn't help but be impressed. Nana Hashimoto was inwardly thrilled to receive Jin Shuai's praise, but she didn't dare to get distracted right now for fear of disrupting the rhythm of her cultivation. She could only nod her head to express her gratitude for the help Jin Shuai had given her just now. Master, you should also help Feng Zi. Feng Zi felt that she was a bit unsteady when she was performing her gong just now. When Kawashima Yoshiko sees that Jin Shuai is finally free, she can't wait to pester him, pampering herself and asking for help. Yoshiko, what went wrong? Jin Shuai was a bit puzzled. He had made the gongfu very understandable, and Kawashima Yoshiko herself was a peak dark force martial artist, so it wouldn't be a problem. Master, it's just that when Feng Zi was practicing on her own just now, one of the meridians seemed to be a bit congested, and the flow of true chi wasn't quite smooth, resulting in a less than desirable effect of the practice. Master, just help Yoshiko. Kawashima Yoshiko told Jin Shuai in detail about the problems she had just encountered while practicing and asked for help. Yoshiko, go ahead and run your own energy so I can see what's wrong. For a request made by his woman, Jin Shuai naturally wouldn't refuse. Hearing Jin Shuai's words, Kawashima Yoshiko immediately began to start running her gong in front of Jin Shuai. Yoshiko, isn't there a feeling of some blockage here? When Kawashima Yoshiko was running her gong just now, Jin Shuai naturally saw the other party's problem at a glance, and he pressed a certain acupoint on Kawashima Yoshiko's body with his hand and inquired. Aha! Master, this is the place. Feng Zi feels that when the true chi passes through this acupoint, it's a bit congested, resulting in a poor cultivation effect. Being pinpointed by Jin Shuai to the exact place where she was congested, Kawashima Yoshiko's beautiful eyes rippled and stared at Jin Shuai with drawn eyes. She adored Jin Shuai too much and felt that her master was simply omnipotent. It's not a big problem, Yoshiko, I'll just help you flush out this congested point. Jin Shuai said, and immediately took action, mobilizing his own powerful true chi to help Kawashima Yoshiko unclog her congested acupoints. Master, you're so powerful. Now Yoshiko feels like her cultivation speed has increased many times faster all of a sudden. Kawashima Yoshiko was thrilled to discover that after her congested acupoints were rushed open by Jin Shuai with his true chi, the speed of her cultivation was instantly many times faster. She felt that it was possible for her to break through to Huanjing before dawn. Even the pinnacle. Oh, Yoshiko, the master is very happy that you can abandon the darkness. This small matter is not enough to matter, not enough to matter. Jin Shuai was in a good mood at this time and looked at the other party with a smile. It's an honor for Yoshiko to be recognized by her master. Kawashima Yoshiko didn't dare to call herself Jin Shuai's daughter, and she was a bit flattered to be able to receive Jin Shuai's recognition. Chapter 82 Jilian's Intentions. A ray of light golden sunlight tore through the darkness of the night and shone on the hot spring pool in the courtyard of the hot spring villa, turning the originally smoky hot spring pool into an earthly paradise. Ah! Lord! Master, the dish has broken through. The dish has finally become a martial artist. Woohoo! After a night of perseverance and hard cultivation, Hashimoto Nana finally broke through to Mingjin and became a martial artist. At this time she excitedly fell on her back in Jin Shuai's arms and cried tears of joy. Nai, don't cry, you are already a martial artist, you can't just cry. Jin Shuai knew how difficult it was for Nana Hashimoto, and he patted Nana Hashimoto's back while comforting the other party. Nana, congratulations! Lu Sheng Jinlian had also finished her cultivation a long time ago, and at this time, when she saw Nana Hashimoto break through to become a martial artist, she hastened to congratulate the other party. Although she had also cultivated for the night, she had not broken through the realm as she was already at the innate realm, but her cultivation level had increased significantly. Auntie, thank you. Nana Hashimoto was not as hostile to Ryusei Jinlian at this point as she had been at the beginning, and after a night of intimate exchanges, we all knew each other. Moreover, last night, Ryusei Jinlian had taught her a lot of cultivation tips, and at this point, Hashimoto Nana had long since taken Ryusei Jinlian as one of her own. That's why she also learns from Jin Shuai to call Lu Sheng Jinlian as auntie. Giggled, Nana, you're so sweet-mouthed and delightful. Loving the house, Ryusei Jinlian also regarded Hashimoto Nana as one of her own. Nana-san, congratulations. At this time, Kawashima Yoshiko also ended her training and congratulated Hashimoto Nana for breaking through to Huanjin and becoming a member of the martial arts. She, Kawashima Yoshiko, had broken through to Huanjing last night, and now, although she had not reached the expected peak of Huanjing, she had reached the middle stage of Huanjing, which was also a rewarding experience. Yoshiko-san, thank you. At this time, Hashimoto Nana became a martial artist. Her mood was so good that her mouth was like eating honey. Nai, from now on, Sister Yoshiko will cover you. If someone bullies you in the future, Sister will help you out. At this time, she had broken through to the middle stage of Hwanjing and felt terribly strong, and as a good sister with the same experience, she let slip at this time that she was going to cover Nana Hashimoto. Although Kawashima Yoshiko submitted to Jin Shuai, but the character has not changed much, is still proud and spicy. Her Kawashima Yoshiko's tenderness was limited to her master, Jin Shuai. Yoshiko-san, thank you. Oh, Nana loves you. When Nana Hashimoto heard Kawashima Yoshiko say that, she also sweetly gave her a heart. Oh, good, you should love each other and help each other like this from now on. Jin Shuai also looked at them cheerfully, happy to see it happen. He naturally does not want everyone to fight for favor, make the chicken fly, the heart of the hander meet. Jin Shuai is not good to favor anyone, at most, each hit 50 big board. Giggle, Nai, don't forget Auntie will cover you too. Lu Sheng Jinlian saw this and quickly took a stand. She naturally understood Jin Shuai's mind, and at this time did not dare to hold the same kind of attitude of competing for favor that she had before. She understands that the more understanding anyone is, the more Jin Shuai will like them, so everyone's good is really good. Thank you, Auntie. Love you. Nana Hashimoto obediently gave a heart to just Ryusei Kanryu as well. Master, why is my mom still practicing? After everyone exchanged a wave of pleasantries, Nana Hashimoto became a little worried as she looked at Taiji Toyotomi, who was still practicing alone. Nai, Taiji is getting ready to break through the innate realm with a bang. Jin Shuai used his heaven's eye to check out Toyotomi Taiji's situation and found that the other party herself had reached the peak of Hwanjing. Go for it, Mom. Nana Hashimoto clenched her hands into fists and looked nervously at Taiji Toyotomi, mentally cheering her mom on. Come on, Nai, Yoshiko, I'll help you take out the subcompulsion. Seeing that Fengshen Taiji was in the process of breaking through, Jin Shuai was not in a position to rush over to help, and with nothing else to do, he planned to help the two girls take out their subcompulsions. After all, now that both Nana Hashimoto and Yoshiko Kawashima had sincerely submitted to him, the sub-companion would have no use for it. Continuing to put on the other side, he felt that it was not so much. Master, there's no need to take it out. The dish now feels cool to have a worm that shares the same life with the master inside itself. Hashimoto Nana's attitude towards Z-Compass at this time is also completely different. Knowing that Jin Shuai cannot be torturing himself through Z-Compass, she instead feels that there is a Z-Compass tie. She is even more different from Jin Shuai's other women compared to it. Maybe Marshal Yen would even favor her more because of it. Yoshiko, what about you? Seeing this, Jin Shuai didn't forcefully help Hashimoto Nana to take out the subcompulsion from her body, and instead asked Kawashima Yoshiko, who was on the side. Master, Yoshiko is of the same mind as Nika. She wants to keep the subcompass in her body. Please approve it, Master. Kawashima Yoshiko naturally understood what Hashimoto Nana meant, and she wasn't stupid, so she also didn't intend to let Jin Shuai take out the subcompulsion. However, Kawashima Yoshiko thought that this kind of subcompulsion that could control the life and death of others must be very valuable, so she pleaded with Jin Shuai. Hee, that's fine then, since none of you want me to take out the subcompassion, it's fine to remain in your own bodies. Jin Shuai saw that the two girls both wanted to continue to keep the subcompulsion, and did not force them. Anyway, the subcompulsion, he could add a new one every day, more than enough. Oh yeah. Thank you, Master. Seeing that Jin Shuai agreed with her idea, Nana Hashimoto was so happy that she directly hugged Kawashima Yoshiko, jumping and dancing in celebration. Jin Shuai also understands what the two women are thinking. It can be said that the existence of the subcompulsion is also an important tool for everyone to love each other, just as a good idea to keep a thought. Regarding their thoughts of wanting more favor, Jin Shuai said that this was not a problem at all. Even without the tiger whip and seahorse wine, he was just as strong and terrifying. Thinking of how Hashimoto Nana and Kawashima Yoshiko had been tortured by Z-Compass in the past, Jin Shuai, wouldn't mind compensating them more in the future and giving them more favor. Master, what is this subcompulsion? On the sidelines, Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't know what kind of riddle the few people were playing. Seeing Hashimoto Nana and Kawashima Yoshiko so happy, she thought that the subcompulsion was something good. So, she's heartened too. Wanted. Oh, Auntie, the subcompulsion is not a good treasure. It is a bug that can control the life and death of others, and when the subcompulsion goes crazy, it will even make the host suffer more pain than life. Life is worse than death. Jin Shuai naturally understood what Lu Sheng Jinlian was thinking, so he directly told the other party what a subcompulsion was. Ha? So that's it? Yanagi Jinlian looked at the bouncing and jumping Nana Hashimoto and Yoshiko Kawashima with some confusion for a moment. It's not a good baby. What are you guys so happy about? Master, I don't know if you still have any of these sub-compasses, can you give one to Auntie?
Lu Shang Jinlian seemed to have thought of something and made his own request to Jin Shuai.
Auntie, what do you need this sub-compound for?
Jin Shuai was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Lu Shang Jinlian still had any enemy she couldn't deal with?
She's all precocious now. Master, Auntie wants to feed the sub-compound to Ijima Oro.
In front of Jin Shuai, Lu Shang Jinlian didn't hide her thoughts at all. She felt that it didn't seem prudent to let Ijima Dara take the medicine alone.
Chapter 83 Nai Nai's Interception.
Auntie, with your current strength, you shouldn't need to use the sub-compass to deal with Wu Dilang, right? After Lu Shang Jinlian became his woman, Jin Shuai's thoughts naturally became different. Before, he felt okay about this little baka, Ijima Oro. After all, the other party had raised 2 little cabbages with painstaking efforts. Now he just wanted Jinlian to feed the other party medicine.
Wudong? Ryusei Jinlian looked at Yen Shuai with some suspicion. It's just Ijima Daru, don't mind the details, Auntie. Uhu, then it's good that Auntie calls each other Wu Dilang as well.
Lu Shang Jinlian was unsure, but Yen Shuai's thoughts were her thoughts. Master, Auntie thinks that it doesn't feel too good to kill Wu Dilang directly. It's better to control him as if he were a puppet so that Auntie can manipulate the Ijima family so that she can make the Ijima family serve you, Master, at any time. Lu Shang Jinlian immediately explained to Jin Shuai the reason why she needed the sub-compulsion. This Wu Dilang, Auntie has already had to feed him poison now, but after a long time I'm afraid that he'll find out about the problem, so I need the sub-compulsion from your side, Master, so that it's even more foolproof.
Jinlian, you've already started feeding Wu Dilang poison?
Jin Shuai was shocked. He only got involved with Lu Shang Jinlian before yesterday, and the other party had already started feeding poison to Dilang. The other party really deserved to be called Jinlian's woman.
Then he'd be Simon Yen Shuai.
Aha, Master, what Auntie gave Wu Dilang were all chronic poisons that would only make his injuries slowly worsen.
Auntie, you have the right idea too. In that case, I'll just give you a sub-companion.
Jin Shuai did a magic trick. A small worm appeared out of thin air in his palm and showed it to Lu Shang Jinlian. Auntie, this is the sub-compulsion, you just need to give it to Wu Dilang to eat, that's all. When Jin Shuai said that, he took Lu Shang Jinlian's hand and put the sub-compass into her jade-like palm. Next to her, Kawashima Yoshiko and Hashimoto Nana still couldn't help but shiver a little when they saw the sub-companion, obviously remembering their previous experience of being tortured by the sub-companion to the point of pain.
Oh, are you guys regretting this? Jin Shuai laughed at the sight. No. No, Master. Master, the dish won't regret it.
The 2 women shook their heads repeatedly, stating that they didn't regret keeping the sub-compass inside them. Jin Shuai directly opened his flinging hands, and Hashimoto Nana and Kawashima Yoshiko very consciously leaned over and actively threw themselves into Jin Shuai's embrace.
Oh, good, you all know your stuff.
Left and right, Yen Shuai is very satisfied with their performance.
Master, Jinlian here is keeping the sub-compass well.
After Lu Shang Jinlian next to her got the sub-compound, she left the hot spring pool satisfied. She had to go to the middle of the villa and find a container to keep the sub-compound properly, fearing that she would lose it by accident.
Master, there is something Yoshiko would like to report to you.
Oh?
Is something the matter?
Jin Shuai was interested for a moment. Master, it's my father, Kawashima Birdlord, who knows about you killing Kawashima Kid and is ready to kill you, and he even sent snipers to assassinate you yesterday. Kawashima Yoshiko, who was embraced in Jin Shuai's arms, comfortably rested her head on top of Jin Shuai's chest, and she told Jin Shuai about her own father, Kawashima Birdlord, who had sent someone to assassinate him.
Master, this sniper has been killed by Yoshiko yesterday to avenge you.
At the end of the day, Kawashima Yoshiko raised her head with a haughty face, and even invited credit to Jin Shuai. Kawashima Yoshiko wouldn't be stupid enough to confess to Jin Shuai that she also came with the intention of killing him yesterday. She wasn't that brainless. Even though Kawashima Yoshiko had already submitted to Jin Shuai, she was still the same Kawashima Yoshiko, with her own thoughts, and would not become a walking puppet because of her belief in Jin Shuai. Yoshiko, naturally the master knows that you killed that Mikami Shuya yesterday.
Well done.
Jin Shuai patted Kawashima Yoshiko on the back in appreciation.
Ah.
Kawashima Yoshiko immediately struggled at her words as she looked at Jin Shuai with some disbelief.
Master, you actually know that sniper's name is Tetsuya Mikami?
Oh, Yoshiko, your master, know everything.
Jin Shuai looked at the dumbfounded Kawashima Yoshiko with a smile. Not only did he know that Yoshiko Kawashima had killed Tetsuya Mikami, but he also knew that yesterday Yoshiko Kawashima had sworn to Kawashima Bird Lord that he would kill himself within a week.
Puff.
Master, please have faith in Yoshiko. Yoshiko has given up the ghost. Kawashima Yoshiko also understood at this time that the divine Jin Shuai must also know that she had previously come with the mentality of revenge. She immediately knelt down in the hot spring pool, flooding with waves. Why are you on your knees again? Yoshiko, your heart master naturally understands, let bygones be bygones, master, I'm not that kind of small-minded person. Jin Shuai was somewhat speechless as he looked at Kawashima Yoshiko, who was dryly kneeling and begging for mercy in front of him. What's with this Sakura Nation pussy that can't move to her knees? Master, Yoshiko knows, you're not small-minded at all, master, you're just a long chicken. Master, you are so good, Yoshiko loves you. When Kawashima Yoshiko heard that Jin Shuai didn't care about her former suspicions, she immediately smiled and returned to Jin Shuai's embrace in a very understanding manner. No oh? Jin Shuai raised an eyebrow when he heard Kawashima Yoshiko's words. Master. Look at Nai Nai, she actually cut off oh. Kawashima Yoshiko had originally planned to show something, but when she found out that Hashimoto now had actually cut her off, she was a bit reluctant and pouted with Jin Shuai. Hey, Yoshiko, you're so big, just let the little one go more often. Master is right, Yoshiko knows. Kawashima Yoshiko felt that Jin Shuai had a good point, she was so old, it was only right to let Hashimoto Nana, the younger one, go. Master, this Kawashima Birdlord dared to hold a grudge against Master and tried to kill you, I wonder what you're going to do with him. In Kawashima Yoshiko's opinion, her old father, Kawashima Birdlord, already had a way of taking his death. Kawashima Birdlord didn't care about Kawashima Kid very much, so naturally he sent him to the netherworld to reunite with the other side. Jin Shuai said indifferently, Kawashima Birdlord, this old baka dared to send someone to assassinate him, naturally, he could not stay. Yoshiko, would you mind if I killed your father? Speaking of which, Jin Shuai also looked at Kawashima Yoshiko with some curiosity, he wanted to see if Kawashima Yoshiko would be in a mood. Master, naturally, Yoshiko won't mind. This Kawashima Birdlord, who has been treated like a daughter by me since I was a child, just treats Yoshiko as a tool person. And this old pervert, he's got other ideas for Yoshiko. The more Kawashima Yoshiko spoke, the more furious she became. Yoshiko has long wanted to get him killed, it's just that the other party is too strong, Yoshiko has never had the chance. Yoshiko, you are so understanding now, so Master will step in and help you get your father killed. At this time, Kawashima Birdlord did not know that his life and death would be decided in a few words. Master, you are so kind. As long as you kill my father, Yoshiko will definitely be able to control the entire Kawashima family, and then Yoshiko will be able to serve you better. Kawashima Yoshiko, who had reached the middle stage of Huanjing, was full of confidence about controlling the Kawashima family in the future. Chapter 84, Bad Master, Let Go of My Mom. Nai Nai, you little wit, make way for your sister. After getting Jin Shuai's promise, Kawashima Yoshiko was in a good mood at this time. Master, Golden Lotus is back. After Lu Sheng Jinlian went back to put the sub-compound away, she returned to the side of the hot spring pool and looked at the large hot spring pool, which was surprisingly devoid of her at the moment. What's she playing at? Oh. Jinlian, when you're done working, come down and soak in the hot springs more often, it's good for your health. Jin Shuai lay comfortably soaking in the hot spring pool, not bothering to get up, and just waved his hand at Lu Sheng Jinlian. Aha! Lu Sheng Jinlian didn't need to be greeted by Jin Shuai, she had taken it upon herself to soak her entire body in the hot spring. Since becoming an innate martial artist, Lu Sheng Jinlian hadn't known how long her closed air limit was, and now she wanted to test it. With that, Ryusei Jinlian tested his closed breath time in the middle of the hot spring. Boom! Ryusei Jinlian, who had been underwater for an hour with her breath closed, heard a loud bang coming from the water, and she immediately stopped the test, and her entire body burrowed out from under the water. Master, what happened? She looked at Jin Shuai in front of her with some alarm. It was well known that sound traveled louder in water, so Ryusei Kanryu's entire head buzzed. It's Taiji breaking through to the innate. Jin Shuai looked at the brain-buzzing Ryusei Jinlian as he pointed to Toyotomi Taiji, who was not far away. The loud noise just now was Toyotomi Taiji's breakthrough to the innate realm, and her powerful aura directly shook the entire spring water of the hot spring pool. At this moment, her eyes were closed and she seemed to still be adapting to the power of the innate realm. Master, really? Hashimoto Nana was also inattentive just now and was startled. At this time she was also pleasantly surprised when she heard Jin Shuai say this. Toyotomi Taiji had broken through to the innate, which was approximately the same as her, Hashimoto Nana, breaking through to the innate as well. Just mother and daughter together. Naturally. Would I lie to you guys? Jin Shuai was exceptionally fond of Hashimoto Nana, who was exceptionally understanding today, and at this moment, he lovingly grabbed the other party's twin ponytails and kept fiddling with them. Nai, master is right, mom has broken through to the innate. Toyotomi Taiji, who had finished tuning up, opened her eyes and answered Hashimoto Nana's question with a face full of surprise. Naturally, she had heard Hashimoto Nana's words just now. Wow! Mom, congratulations on your breakthrough to innate. When Nana Hashimoto heard Toyotomi Taiji personally admit to breaking through the innate, she excitedly broke free of Jin Shuai's restraints, and like a wild horse out of control, she leapt directly in front of Toyotomi Taiji. Toyotomi Taiji was also very cooperative in opening her own hands and catching Hashimoto Nana, who came leaping forward. In terms of mother-daughter bonding, this scene made Jin Shuai, who was on the sidelines, look a little excited. Mom, you're getting younger. Now mommy looks like Nabiki's sister. Nana Hashimoto looked at Toyotomi Taiji's face close at hand and realized that her mother seemed to have aged several years all of a sudden, and looked as if she had become her older sister. Giggle, nai, worthy of mommy's heart, her mouth is just sweet. Toyotomi Taiji was amused by Hashimoto Nabiki's comment, and her whole body shook. Tiki, you're not saying anything, Nabiki's got an old sweet mouth. Naturally, Jin Shuai wouldn't miss the opportunity to celebrate with everyone. He also came over and highly recognized Toyotomi Taiji's words just now. Taiji, congratulations, you've finally broken through to innate. Jin Shuai wrapped his arms around the bejeweled Toyotomi Taiji. Master, for Taiji to be able to break through to innate, it's all due to Master's gift. Taiji doesn't dare to take credit for it. The more Toyotomi Taiji broke through to the innate, the more she fell in love with Jin Shuai, and she believed that it was all due to the other party. Taiji, come on, let's have a couple moves, let me see how strong you are now. At this moment, Jin Shuai also wanted to see how strong the Toyotomi Taiji who had broken through the innate realm was, and he couldn't help but request a sparring session from her. He first looked to see if the Lu Sheng Jinlian of the innate realm was stronger in combat with the Toyotomi Taiji who had broken through the innate realm. Master, come on then. After Toyotomi Taiji broke through the innate, she was also confident in her own strength, and couldn't help but want to compete with Jin Shuai to see where her combat limit was. With that, Nana Hashimoto and Yoshiko Kawashima and the girls very sensibly stepped aside, giving up the entire hot spring pool for the two to use as a ring for their contest. Mom! Go for it! Eating melon seeds while watching Jin Shuai sparring with her own mother next to the hot spring pool, she couldn't help but open her mouth to cheer for her own mother after discovering that she was at a disadvantage. Come on, Tiki, attack the master's bottom. As a woman herself, Yanagi Jinlian also wanted to see Toyotomi Taiji win, and couldn't help but give her opponent advice from the sidelines. Sister Golden Lotus, I think that Sister Taiji is bound to lose. This move of the master's, the jackhammer, Sister Taiji already has no moves to break, unless we all go together. Kawashima Yoshiko looked at the white-hot battle in the hot spring pool and shook her head at Ryusei Jinlian, who was on the sidelines, in a helpless manner. Ah! Master, no more fighting, Taiji is convinced. As expected of Kawashima Yoshiko, within a few minutes, Toyotomi Taiji raised the white flag of surrender to Martial Yen. Surrender? You lose half even if you surrender. Jin Shuai was a bit unforgiving. Master, this is outrageous, my mother has surrendered and admitted defeat. Seeing Toyotomi Taiji being bullied by Jin Shuai, Hashimoto Nana was a bit upset. This bad master, he can't get away with anything. Auntie Jinlian, go save my mom. Nana Hashimoto knew that she would be giving away food even if she went up there, so she could only turn to Ryusei Jinlian, who was also in the innate realm, to the side for help. Oh, nai, the master is too strong, there's nothing Auntie can do to save your mom. Lu Sheng Jinlian rolled her eyes at Hashimoto Nana. She wasn't stupid, she didn't know what strength Jin Shuai had. Jin Shuai could have suppressed her with one finger, and her going up there was nothing more than creating a little bit of trouble for the other party, and the end result would just be a vegetable delivery. Yoshiko-san, you. When Nana Hashimoto saw that Ryusei Kanryu wouldn't come down to help, she had to turn her head to Yoshiko Kawashima, who was on the sidelines. Nana, no, I can't, I'm not capable, I can't help your mom. Hashimoto Nana didn't even finish her sentence when Kawashima Yoshiko, with a jolt, hurriedly waved her hand to interrupt Hashimoto Nana and forcefully withdrew the other party's request. Master, stop it, Taiji is about to be killed by you. After another couple of hard counter moves from Jin Shuai, at this point, Toyotomi Taiji felt that she had already reached her limit. No, Tiki, I don't think that's your limit. Taiji, don't tuck and hide, bring out your full strength. Jin Shuai didn't think so. He thought that Toyotomi Taiji, who had broken through to the innate realm,
must have been reserving her strength, preparing to deal him a fatal blow at the last moment.
Humph. You're all bad people. Nana Hashimoto cursed angrily when she saw that Toyotomi Taiji was already defenseless, and that Ryusei Kanryu and the others still refused to help. Bad master. Let go of my mommy.
At this time she could not care so much, life and death, directly toward the hot spring pool rushed in.
Chapter 85, Kawashima Yoshiko's preparation for the death of her father.
Golden Lotus, this tiger whip and seahorse wine is also gone, so let's call this hot spring party a night. A day and a night later, another 3 days and a night later, after 4 whole days, the 100 or so pounds of tiger whip and hippocampus wine that Lu Sheng Jinlian had brought with her had all been consumed, so Jin Shuai intended to put an end to this delightful party. Aha, okay master, Golden Lotus will make more of this tiger whip and hippocampus wine when she gets back. Lu Sheng Jinlian said with a somewhat hoarse voice. These days, practicing high notes with high intensity every day, her voice was a bit unbearable. However, as an innate realm, at this point, she was much better than Nana Hashimoto, who had just become a martial artist, and the other party now had to be supported by Taiji Toyotomi when she walked. Master, today is also the 50th birthday of my father, Kawashima Toranaga, so why don't you choose a day to go back with Yoshiko and give my father a final send-off? When Kawashima Yoshiko saw that Jin Shuai was going to leave independently, it suddenly occurred to her that today was also her father, Kawashima Birdlord's 50th birthday. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone in the Kawashima family would be there, Kawashima Yoshiko took advantage of the opportunity to try to take down the entire Kawashima family in one fell swoop. To your father on his 50th birthday? Fine, I don't have anything to do right now anyway, so let's go together. For the request of Chuan Daofangzi, Jin Shuai naturally has no opinion, just a little bit did not expect Chuan Daofangzi is still a great filial daughter, simply to filial piety Chuan Dao Birdlord. Master, you're great. Kawashima Yoshiko tightly held Jin Shuai's arm in her arms and jumped up and down with joy. In the end, Jin Shuai is the bottom of her Kawashima Yoshiko to give her father Kawashima Birdlord to send the end. If Jin Shuai is not willing to go, she can only ask for help from Lu Sheng Jinlian or Toyotomi Taiji. After 4 days of unreserved openness and honesty, they were all sisters in their own family, and Kawashima Yoshiko felt that if she asked, they would agree to help. Sister Yoshiko, since you are planning to give your father a deathbed, then naturally my sister can't just sit back and do nothing, so I'll just go with you. As expected of Kawashima Yoshiko, she didn't even ask Yanagi Jinlian for help, and as soon as the other party heard about it, she took the initiative to ask for help. Yes, Yoshiko-san, how can you let your master do such a small thing? Just let your sister do it, or else you'll all dirty your master's hands. Toyotomi Taiji was also very much in agreement with Ryusei Kanryu, so she planned to go alone. Yoshiko-san, mommy's right, how could you let your master take a shot? How can such a golden hand of the master's go to kill and see blood? And master's hands have to help us feel big. Hashimoto Nana naturally did not want Jin Shuai's hands to see blood, but even more directly counted up Kawashima Yoshiko. You're right Nai, it's my sister who didn't think it through, so Yoshiko will be troubling the two sisters. Kawashima Yoshiko was also a bit chagrined by Hashimoto Nabiki's comment, feeling that she had been a bit hasty. Master, when the time comes, you'll just be responsible for eating the banquet and watching the fun. No problem at all, eating seats is my favorite. Jin Shuai naturally wouldn't refute the arrangement of a few women. Eating a banquet was much more interesting than killing someone. And he also wanted to test it out, that is, if the system would reward the cynicism value if Lu Sheng Jinlian and the girls went to GA the little brats because of him. Master, then let's leave now, Yoshiko will go ahead and drive. Kawashima Yoshiko said, and walked towards her sports car with her slender chopstick legs. Yoshiko, wait a minute. Kawashima Yoshiko had only taken a few steps when Jin Shuai called out. Hearing Jin Shuai call herself, Kawashima Yoshiko immediately stopped her steps and looked at Jin Shuai with some confusion. What's wrong, master? I broke all of your fishnet stockings earlier, here's a pair of black silks for you. Jin Shuai looked at Kawashima Yoshiko's slender chopstick legs, just so naked without black silk. Jin Shuai felt some pity. So in front of all the women, he tricked out a pair of black silks that he had gotten from the previous system lottery from his space ring. This, master, how did you do it? Kawashima Yoshiko stared dumbfounded and curious at the black silk that appeared out of nowhere in Jin Shuai's hands. Wow! Master, I didn't realize you could do magic. Nana Hashimoto even exclaimed in shock, finding it a bit unbelievable. As for Ryusei Kanrun and Toyotomi Taiji, they were much more calm and only slightly surprised. Oh, it's just a small scene, choi choi, your master can do anything.
Jin Shui saw that Hashimoto Nana admired herself so much herself, he was a bit dejected and was going to start pretending.
Not to mention this tiny pair of stockings, even if it's an automobile, master can change it.
Master, the dish doesn't believe you can change into a car. For Jin Shui saying that he could change into a car, Hashimoto Nai naturally didn't believe it at all. Master, Nai's white silk has also been torn by you, so I'll believe it if you change a pair out for Nai as well. You little rascal, how dare you doubt your master's ability, you owe me a beating.
Jin Shui said, pretending to be a little angry, directly embraced Hashimoto Nana, to her little but his slap, as a punishment.
Do you know what's wrong? Jin Shui looked at Nana Hashimoto with an evil eye. Oh, the dish knows it's wrong. When Nana Hashimoto saw that Jin Shui let go of her, she immediately ran and hid behind Taiji Toyotomi, poking out a small head and making a face at Jin Shui. Next time Nana will still dare. Good for you, Chopper, now you watch.
With a thought, a pair of white appeared out of thin air in Jin Shui's hands with Hashimoto Nana and the girl's full attention.
Wow, amazing.
Although it wasn't the first time she saw Jin Shui perform magic, Nana Hashimoto still couldn't help but wonder.
Wow, it feels so nice and cool to wear.
Hashimoto Nana took advantage of one of Jin Shui's inattention and immediately ran over, grabbed Jin Shui's white silk, then ran to the side and put it on, exclaiming in astonishment.
Master, Yoshiko also feels that these stockings are so comfortable to wear, the quality feels good, where did you buy them?
Yoshiko Kawashima also voiced her opinion, already a stocking fanatic, and said she would buy more to stock up on.
Here, Jinlian, Taiji, this is for you.
Jin Shui pulled out 2 more pairs from his spatial ring in a trick-like manner, and then handed them over.
Thank you, master.
Naturally, Lu Sheng Jinlian wouldn't push back, after all, her stockings had been torn long ago as well.
Master, these stockings are really good, I don't know what kind of material they are made of, wearing them is as cool as blowing air conditioning. Ryusei Jinlian touched the black silk on her legs and sked as well.
It seems that when the system goes out, it's bound to be a fine product, even if it's just a stocking, it's still a superb stocking. Jin Shui touched the stockings on Lu Sheng Jinlian's legs, and he felt that they felt excellent to the touch.
Here, since you like it, you can have all of these. With a wave of Jin Shui's big hand, piles of black silk appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Wow, master, you're not even magic, you're magic. Looking at the piles of stockings on the floor, Nana Hashimoto and the others went numb. Even if the owner tears a pair a day, how long will it take? Chapter 86, which of you has an opinion?
May your father's honor be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. In the middle of a large banquet hall within the Kawashima family's manor, a little kid of about 15 years old knelt in front of the Kawashima birdlord, his hands resting on an exquisite gift box. Lord Father, this is the birthday gift that Mailwan has prepared for you, please smile.
Not bad, Mailwan, it seems that you also understand things, in the future the Kawashima family will rely on you. Kawashima birdlord grinned as he took the gift box from the other man. He looked at the second son, Kawashima Mailwan, who was kneeling in front of him, and was satisfied. The other party had just turned 15 years old, and was already on the verge of becoming a Ming-Jin martial artist, which could be considered as a genius in the Kawashima family that was rare to see in 100 years. Lord Father, please also open it to see the gift that Mailwan is giving you, Mailwan thinks you will like it.
Kawashima Mailwan heard that his father Sama had already treated him as the heir apparent by default, and at that moment, the corners of his mouth rose up, and it was simply harder to suppress than AK. If it wasn't for the current occasion, he, Kawashima Mailwan, would have laughed up at the sky. Yes it is, Master, Mailwan has been working for 3 months to prepare this birthday gift.
That's a lot of filial piety.
The noblewoman standing on the sidelines also took the opportunity to come forward and lavish praise. The smile on her face was practically overflowing at this point.
Not bad, Haruno AI, you've done our Kawashima family a great service by giving birth to a once-in-a-century genius like Kawashima Mailwan for me. This noblewoman is none other than Kawashima Mailwan's saintly mother and the most favored woman of Kawashima Birdlord.
Just now when she heard Kawashima Birdlord's words that she meant Kawashima Mailwan as the heir, she went crazy with joy.
In contrast to Ijima AI and Kawashima Mailwan mother and son, the other young boys and girls in the neighborhood and those noble women's faces were a bit ugly.
Also as the children of the Kawashima Bird Lord, the Kawashima Bird Lord didn't look at them so differently just now when they gave them gifts. Kawashima Bird Lord also opened the gift box presented by Kawashima Mailwan's hands, as he had hoped, and inside was none other than a traditional samurai sword from the country of Sakura. Ammo about a meter out of the katana was pulled out of the sheath, a murderous aura came out, the blade above the cold light, looks unusually sharp, obviously a good sword.
Good. Yes. Kawashima Birdlord shouted 3 times yes, clearly pleased with this katana in his hand. Maelwana, I didn't expect you to have such a skill, to be able to forge such a precious sword with your own hands. It really surprised my father. At this point he was even more pleased with his second son. You flatter me, Father Sama. Kawashima Maelwan at this time are simply happy crazy, or his mother Harano AI high opinion, in advance, the heavy purchase of this katana, pretending to be his Kawashima Maelwan hand forged from. Father, this katana Maelwan named it Innate, implying that father will be able to break through to the innate realm that all martial artists can only dream of with the company of Innate. Kawashima Maelwan saw his father looking so happy, and continued to kiss his ass as his mother, Harano AI, had explained earlier. Ha ha ha. Innate? Great name. Kawashima Birdlord was even happier when he heard his opponent say that. In particular, the symbolism of Innate is simply deep in his Kawashima Birdlord's heart. Family Master, you are simply blessed to have given birth to such a good son as young Master Maelwan. With young Master Maelwan's blessing, the family head will definitely be able to break through to the legendary Innate realm. At Harano AI's eye gesture, a middle-aged man next to him immediately stepped forward and kissed Kawashima Birdlord's ass. Ha ha. Kawashima Ono, it's been hard on you having you stationed in Osaka for so many years. From now on you'll come back and take charge of the Yamaguchi Gumi's affairs on this side of Tokyo. Kawashima Ono is a branch officer of the Kawashima family. This horse's S simply shot to the heart of the Kawashima Bird Lord, and was directly promoted to a higher position by him. Thank you for the promotion, Family Master. Ono will definitely bow and die for the family. Kawashima Ono was overjoyed and immediately gave Kawashima Birdlord a 90-degree bow. Family Master, today is your 50th birthday. This big day, all the members of our Kawashima family are present. Why don't you take the opportunity to make young Master Maelwan the heir of our Kawashima family? As a supporter of Kawashima Maelwan, he speaks out for the ultimate purpose. Humph. Hearing this, Kawashima Birdlord let out a cold snort and immediately put away his smile. Bold. Family matters, is it not for you Kawashima Ono to dictate? Originally, Kawashima Birdlord had planned to establish Kawashima Maelwan, the second son, as the heir, but by Kawashima Ono, the person who had split the family, his face became a bit ugly. He's the head of the Kawashima family, and he still needs to be taught how to do things? Puff. When Kawashima Ono saw this, he knew that bad food was coming. He immediately knelt down to Kawashima Birdlord. Family Master, it was my little man who spoke too much. I deserve to die for my sins. Snap. After saying that, Kawashima Ono frantically slapped his face and cried out in pain. Haruno AI was also startled in her heart and said that it was bad, but she didn't dare to speak for the other party. She still somewhat underestimated the macho mindset and hegemony of Kawashima's bird lords. Others were gloating, much less pleading for the other side. At this time, although there were several hundred people in the banquet hall, apart from the incessant sound of slapping, the crowd was silent, and the atmosphere was horribly depressing. Well, Ono, it won't happen again. When Kawashima Birdlord saw the crowd in this state, he was satisfied, and as the head of the family he felt that he had done his best to show his majesty. Thank you. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. Kawashima Ono was also hard enough on himself. At this point he had long been slapped by himself into a pig's face. His face was completely disfigured. Master, it is still you who are generous. Seeing that Kawashima Birdlord wasn't as serious as he was a moment ago, Haruno AI dared to open her mouth and kissed his ass. Oh, Haruno AI, Kawashima Birdlord, have always been so generous. You're speechless and patronizing. Kawashima Birdlord is narcissistic when it comes to accepting Haruno AI's horse talk at the drop of a hat. The family head is truly deeply righteous. Father Sama is truly a man of love. Seeing this, the crowd also kissed Kawashima Birdlord's ass. This made Kawashima Birdlord, who was sitting in the main seat, flutter a bit, but he didn't stop everyone, as if he had truly become the greatest family head of the Kawashima family ever at this moment. There. Quiet down, all of you. After a while, Kawashima Birdlord then waved his hand, stopping the crowd from kissing his ass. While we are all together now, I, Kawashima Birdlord, would like to formalize Kawashima Maelwan as our Kawashima family's successor. Do any of you have a problem with that? Kawashima Birdlord said, his eyes scanning the room as if trying to find anyone who objected. But as far as his gaze went, none of them dared with a single hint and bowed their heads. It made him nod in satisfaction. Since you all have no opinions, then I declare Kawashima Maelwan is officially the heir of our Kawashima family from now on. Oh, who says it's all okay? As soon as Kawashima Birdlord's words fell, Kawashima Yoshiko followed Jinshui and his entourage into the banquet hall. Excuse me, Father Sama, but I, Yoshiko Kawashima, have an opinion. Seeing the crowd looking at her with incredulous eyes, Kawashima Yoshiko was satisfied. She enjoyed this feeling of being noticed. Chapter 87 Birthday Gift for the Clock. Kawashima Yoshiko. You have the nerve to come back. Seeing that her good deed was interrupted by the other party, Kawashima Mailwan was like a wild dog that blew up its hair, showing her teeth and barking at Kawashima Yoshiko. Kawashima Mailwan, is there a place for you to talk here? Kawashima Yoshiko scoffed at this cheap brother's duty and gave the other a look of contempt. You? How you? You're so rude. Kawashima Yoshiko directly peeled Kawashima Mailwan, who was blocking her front and pointing her finger at herself, aside with one hand. Get out of the way. Father Sama, look at Kawashima Yoshiko. Kawashima Mailwan stumbled as she was pushed and looked accusingly at Kawashima Birdlord. Kawashima Birdlord looked at his newly established heir in this wimpy state with some hatred. Mailwan, how to talk to your sister? He glared at the clownish-looking Kawashima Mailwan, realizing that he was a bit hasty in making a decision so quickly just now. Being Kawashima Birdlord so a rebuke, Kawashima Mailwan more coy, where there is the beginning of the vigorous look? This made Kawashima Birdlord even more furious. He was blown out of earshot and hasty after all. Oh, Father Sama, Yoshiko wasn't late for your 50th birthday banquet, was she? Kawashima Yoshiko carried a gift box in her hand and looked at her father with a smile. Naturally not, Yoshiko, you've come back just in time. For Kawashima Yoshiko, Kawashima Birdlord is still very fancy. One is Kawashima Yoshiko's strength is not bad, and the other is killing and decisive, very much in line with his Kawashima Birdlord's appetite. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a daughter, he definitely intended to treat Kawashima Toranaga as his heir. However, it is the other party is a daughter body, but also inherited the perfect genes of Kawashima Yoshiko's mother, looks very similar, so a Kawashima Birdlord for this Kawashima Yoshiko, the eldest daughter, has a different idea. This was something that Kawashima Yoshiko had realized long ago, which was why she had acted so recklessly and somewhat self-absorbed before. Yoshiko, just now you said you don't agree with Mailwan becoming the heir, why is that? Just now, Kawashima Birdlord naturally heard Kawashima Yoshiko's voice of opposition, and it just so happened that he also had some regrets, so he intended to take the opportunity to withdraw his decision just now. There's no why, I just don't think he, Kawashima Mailwan, is worthy. Kawashima Yoshiko glanced disdainfully at Kawashima Mailwan, who was hiding next to Harano AI. Kawashima Yoshiko, you're talking nonsense, my son. His own son was spoken of in such a bad light by the other party, and there was even a possibility that the decision to be the heir would be revoked, so naturally, Haruno AI didn't agree to this, and she immediately jumped out with the intention of retorting. Shut up. Your son is a loser. For Harano AI, this little mother, Kawashima Yoshiko naturally wouldn't give her half a good look. You. The mother and son of Harano AI were angry and anxious, pointing at Waring Island Yoshiko, but they couldn't let out a single fart. Yoshiko, since you said that your brother Mailwan is not suitable to be the heir, I wonder if you have any thoughts about the position of heir to the Kawashima family? Kawashima Birdlord looked at Kawashima Yoshiko, who was wearing fishing net stockings and a short pants with a tank top that was displaying a proud figure at all times, and a trace of desire flashed imperceptibly in her eyes. But even if it was just a flash, it made Kawashima Yoshiko and Jin Shuai who were on the sidelines notice it. There is already a way to take death. Is this Lord Father's intention to make Yoshiko the heir? Kawashima Yoshiko looked at the other party in disbelief with an excited face. Exactly. Yoshiko, let's have a nice long talk between father and daughter in the evening, and I'll teach you some lessons on how to manage a family. Kawashima Birdlord looked at the increasingly mature and seductive Kawashima Yoshiko with a smile on his face, and he was a little impatient. House Master. No way. AI Harano hadn't even been happy for 3 minutes before her mood hit rock bottom. Family Master, in our Sakura country, where do we have a woman as an heir? You're breaking the roots of our Kawashima family. At this time, she has been a little regardless, directly went forward to grab Kawashima Birdlord's hand, a face eagerly looking at him, wanting the other party to take back the order, continue to let her son Kawashima Mailwan as the heir. Unbridled. There's no place for women to talk here. Kawashima Birdlord pushes AI Harano right back against the cage. This woman, Harano AI, dared to ruin his Kawashima Birdlord's good deed, so naturally he would not give any good face. How could she compare to the magnificent Kawashima Yoshiko? Woohoo! Seeing that there was nothing she could do, Harano AI could only lie on the ground and cry to herself. LOL, today wasn't really a wasted day. Seeing such an amusing scene behind Kawashima Yoshiko, Lu Sheng Jinlian giggled to Jin Shuai and Toyotomi Taiji next to her. Humph. Mrs. Ijima, this is our Kawashima family. If you come as a guest, you are welcome, but if you come to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Kawashima Birdlord had long noticed Yanagi Jinlian and Toyotomi Taiji and the girls, thinking that the other party had come with Kawashima Yoshiko to celebrate his birthday, and he hadn't taken too many chances. After all, in the cherry blossom country, women generally do not have much say. Even if the other party is also the wife of the big family, he did not put on the heart. If their husbands come, only worthy Kawashima Birdlord smiled to welcome. At this moment, seeing Ryusei Jinlian looking at their family's jokes somewhat recklessly made him a bit furious. As the saying goes, a family scandal is not a family scandal. Not to mention the fact that the other woman was a woman who was supposed to be at home raising her children. Kawashima Birdlord, gave you face, didn't you? When Lu Sheng Jinlian saw that the other party dared to scold her, she naturally refused. Sister Yoshiko, stop playing and give your father a birthday gift. Oh, father, please don't be angry yet. This is the birthday gift that Yoshiko prepared for you carefully, see if you like it? When Kawashima Yoshiko heard her Golden Lotus sister's words, she didn't have the heart to continue fooling Kawashima Birdlord anymore, and directly shoved the gift box in her hand directly into the other party's hand. Oh, as long as it's a birthday gift from you, Yoshiko, how could my father not like it? Kawashima Birdlord happily took the gift box and opened it on the spot. Ah! This. Looking at one of the alarm clocks in the gift box, the smile on Kawashima Birdlord's face disappeared with a fleshly grin, and it bruised again with a fleshly glare. Yoshiko, what do you mean by that? Kawashima Birdlord took out that alarm clock that Kawashima Yoshiko had brought along with her from the hot spring villa from the gift box with a furious look on his face. His 50th birthday and the other party gave him a clock? The members of the Kawashima family in the banquet hall were also dumbfounded as they looked at the alarm clock in the hands of the Kawashima Birdlord, followed by an outcry. This Kawashima Yoshiko is too rebellious to filialize her father. Kawashima Yoshiko. How dare you give Father-sama a clock? Father-sama. She, Kawashima Yoshiko, is cursing you to die early. Before Kawashima Yoshiko could open her mouth, her cheaper brother, Kawashima Mailwan, was the first to jump out and open his mouth to accuse in front of Kawashima Birdlord. His heart is even more ecstatic. Want to break the sky did not think to understand, this big sister of their own, will be so deadly method to fulfill his Kawashima Mailwan. Just want to look up to the sky. Chapter 88, Coaxing Great Filial Piety. Pop. Get thee outta here. The furious Kawashima Birdlord directly slapped Kawashima Mailwan, who was blocking his way, to the side with a slap. Kawashima Yoshiko, you rebellious daughter. In vain, I thought so highly of you and planned to train you as the Kawashima family heir, but I didn't expect you to be a white-eyed wolf. Kawashima Yoshiko, today you will end up like this alarm clock. Kawashima Birdlord was so enraged that he just slammed the alarm clock in his hand hard on the ground. Bang! The alarm clock exploded in response, breaking apart and scattering parts all over the place. Oh, the arrow so high and mighty. Behind Kawashima Yoshiko stood a group of experts who could crush Kawashima Birdlord at any time, so naturally, she would not be intimidated by her opponent's furious appearance. I'm sorry, Father-sama, Kawashima Yoshiko, wouldn't be able to see the position of heir yet. What I want is to become the head of the Kawashima family. Kawashima Yoshiko looked straight at the furious Kawashima Birdlord, and a light of unrivaled confidence burst from her eyes. You. Kawashima Birdlord did not expect Kawashima Yoshiko to dare to be so bold and was infuriated. Ha ha ha. Good you Kawashima Yoshiko, what a great filial daughter. Kawashima Birdlord was in a state of madness. He now no longer had any thoughts of communicating with Kawashima Yoshiko, he only wanted to kill this bold and rebellious girl now. Since you're heartless, don't blame me, Kawashima Birdlord, for being heartless. I'll send you down to be with your mother today. After Kawashima Birdlord said that, as he picked up the innate katana that Kawashima Mailwan had given him, he took one step towards Kawashima Yoshiko. Ha ha ha. Goody goody. Lord Father, you kill this Kawashima Yoshiko. At this time has learned the wisdom of Kawashima Mailwan hiding in the crowd, far away from the crowd, or screaming. Seeing that Kawashima Birdlord was already going for the real thing, he got over his wound and yelled. Pop. You. Who are you and why did you hit me again? Kawashima Mailwan was a little confused as he looked at the kawaii lady who had slapped him. Today was the third time he had been punched. He's a long way to hide now. Humph. It's you that's fighting. Pop. Make you talk. The hitter, naturally, was Hashimoto Nana, who was wearing a lolita and tied a double ponytail, and seeing that the other party was still unconvinced, Hashimoto Nana gave the other party another slap. This Kawashima male one watched the fun, but also ran to Hashimoto next to Nana, where she cursed her sister Yoshiko. He does not get beaten up who gets beaten up? Could you little, how dare you hit my son? When Haruno AI saw her precious son being beaten by a strange girl, she immediately blew up. With a dark force cultivation level, she made a leap and immediately came to Hashimoto Nana's side, and slapped at Hashimoto Nana's polished head with all her might. Bang! With the nearby members of the Kawashima family dumbfounded, Haruno AI came quickly and flew backwards even faster. It turned out that just as Haruno AI struck with hatred and tried to slap Hashimoto Nabiki to death, the Toyotomi Taiji next to her became enraged, and with even more speed, she punched Haruno AI directly in the small of her stomach, sending her flying. Put! Falling to the ground, Haruno AI spat out blood in a big mouth. She felt like her organs were broken, trying to struggle up but unable to do anything. You seek death. When the Kawashima Bird Lord saw that Toyotomi Taiji, an outsider, had dared to injure his own woman, Haruno AI, in front of all of them and the entire Kawashima family, he was even more furious. Die for me! Kawashima Bird Lord at this time left Kawashima Yoshiko out to dry, and directly scurried over to Toyotomi Taiji's side, and the katana in his hand was even raised high, and ruthlessly slashed down at Toyotomi Taiji. He would first dismantle Toyotomi Taiji, a woman who didn't know the heights of heaven. Even if Hashimoto Wu Diao came to his door to ask for an explanation afterward, he, Kawashima Bird Lord, had no fear. Being at the peak of Huanjing, he was still afraid of an egg. And he's still on the right side of the argument. Drink! Good coming! When Toyotomi Taiji saw this, not only did she not have a trace of fear, but she was also filled with leaps of joy. This would be the first time she had made a move since she became an innate realm, and at this point, she was curious to know how strong she was. Facing Kawashima Bird Lord's raging sword, Toyotomi Taiji, instead of retreating, advanced, and in the direction of the katana was a fist blasted over, while at the same time running the innate true chi in his body, forming a layer of astral energy on top of his fist that was hard to detect with the naked eye. Little, you're looking for death. When Kawashima Bird Lord saw that Toyotomi Taiji not only didn't dodge, but also took the initiative to meet him with his fists, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he saw a cruel picture of a sword and fist meeting in a while, and the opponent's fists being directly split in half by him. Ding! What? Without the silky smooth sound of a slash in two segments, Kawashima Bird Lord looked incredulously at the katana in his hand. The innate that had pleased him so much had been blown into 3 segments by Toyotomi Taiji's punch. Without waiting for him to react, Toyotomi Taiji's fist was still blasting towards him with lightning-fast speed. No good. Kawashima Bird Lord was creeped out at this moment. As a Huanjin martial artist, he instinctively told himself that he had to dodge this punch. Therefore, without thinking, he twisted his body, and his feet even retreated backward, wanting to distance himself from Toyotomi Taiji and dodge the other party's powerful punch. Boom! Then, he thought too much. The innate realm Toyotomi Taiji was faster than him, and the fist with innate astral energy blasted above his chest without mercy. Breaking Bad. Kawashima Bird Lord clearly heard the sound of a fracture as crisp as popcorn coming from his chest. Before he could savor it, his entire body was like a cannonball, launching off directly and finally crashing on top of the wall 40 to 50 meters away. Bang! Bang! All the members of the Kawashima family in the entire banquet hall were numb. Some incredibly looked at their entire Kawashima family's most powerful head of the family Kawashima Bird Lord, so by a woman a punch flying, and finally even hit the wall, fell to the ground directly after they could not get up, a look of lingering. This. Ah! Just the whole person was stunned, shocked to the point of being unable to speak. There are some timid girls, and even were directly scared to scream. Ha! What smells so disgusting? Nana Hashimoto frowned as she suddenly smelled the odor of urine. Then his gaze turned, somewhat contemptuously looking at Kawashima Mailwan, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground. At this time the other party had a puddle of water stains underneath his body, obviously being scared to pee. Kawashima Mailwan felt like the sky was falling at the moment. Kawashima Yoshiko didn't pay any attention to her still dazed clanmates. At this point she was taking catwalk-like steps, walking step by step towards the paralyzed Kawashima Bird Lord. She looked as queenly as she could be in her domineering ways. Chapter 89: The Careful and Calculating Jin Shui. Ta-da! 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 At this time in the silent banquet hall, Kawashima Yoshiko wearing her expensive high heels, walking unhurriedly, high heels every impact on the floor. The crowd can hear the pleasant and melodious crisp sound. Father Sama, may I ask if you have any comments now that Yoshiko wants to become the head of the Kawashima family? You.
Kawashima Bird Lord had long since lost the appearance of the beginning of the spirited. At this time he struggled to raise his own finger, pointing at Kawashima Yoshiko, but could not say a word.
Put.
Looking at the smile that belonged to the victor on Kawashima Yoshiko's perfect face, Kawashima Bird Lord was so angry that he sprayed another mouthful of blood.
Hi.
I hope you can lead the Kawashima family to greatness in the future, you.
Kill me.
As a father, he knew Kawashima Yoshiko's character, naturally knew that the ambitious Kawashima Yoshiko would not be merciful today, and would definitely kill himself, so he didn't bother to beg for forgiveness, wanting the other party to give him a pain. Successful king defeated the enemy. Originally as a generation of lords, Kawashima Bird Lord is naturally difficult to accept. Now this kind of trial scene, he closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death.
Oh, Father Sama, Yoshiko then, as you wish.
Kawashima Yoshiko doesn't dawdle, and directly picks up the half-broken katana that Kawashima Bird Lord just dropped aside, ready to give her father a final goodbye.
Missy, no. He is your father.
Just slapped himself into a pig's head like Kawashima Ono. See, Kawashima Bird Lord is about to be Kawashima Yoshiko to click. He even some regardless of running over, blocked in front of the Kawashima Bird Lord, to Kawashima Yoshiko bitterly begged up.
Who are you?
Kawashima Yoshiko looked at Kawashima Ono, who was wearing a piggy look in front of her, and she was a little curious about who the other person was and why she was so brave. Missy, I am Kawashima Ono, who has just been promoted by the head of the family to serve in the Kyoto Yakuza. Please think twice, Missy. He, Kawashima Ono, as the only clan member who dared to run out and persuade Kawashima Yoshiko, naturally had his own personal agenda. 1. He was afraid that if Kawashima Toranaga was really killed by Kawashima Yoshiko, he would have to go back to Osaka where there was not much oil and water, and the other was that he wanted to take a chance that even if Kawashima Yoshiko did kill the current head of the family, he might look at him differently for the sake of his loyalty so that he could continue to be on the Tokyo side of the family.
Interesting, Kawashima Ono, isn't it? Kawashima Yoshiko, carrying a half-empty katana, looked at the smug, pig-headed man in front of her with some curiosity. You're teaching me how to do my job? Great. Great, miss, my subordinate doesn't. Dare not. Kawashima Sayaka looked at his opponent's teasing eyes and he panicked a bit. I'll be damned, why did I get impulsive all of a sudden? This Kawashima Yoshiko won't kill herself, will she? In his heart, Kawashima Ono regretted his impulsive behavior. It was only then that he remembered that this bubbly beautiful Missy in front of him was a scary, murderous master. Puff. Missy, spare my life. The regretful Kawashima Ono immediately fell heavily to his knees, crying out in pain and begging for forgiveness. I see that you don't have the appearance of daring. Since you are so loyal, let's go downstairs together and serve your family master. Kawashima Yoshiko felt that the pig-headed Kawashima Ono in front of her was really disgusting, so she directly swung the half-broken katana in her hand and hung it from the other's neck. Dang! The sharp samurai sword directly cut Kawashima Ono in two, separating the corpse. Ah! Silk! The people present, except for Jinshui and the others, all panicked and sucked in a breath of cool air, and they were all glad that none of them had done this outburst. Some of the girls, seeing this scene for the first time, were so frightened that they screamed out loud. Ding! Congratulations to the host. With the host's intervention, the host woman eliminates a brat, rewarded with 5,000 cynicism values. I didn't realize there was a real reward, not bad. When Kawashima Yoshiko killed Kawashima Ono, Jinshui received a reward from the system at the first opportunity, which made him light up. Kawashima Ono was a Ming-Jin martial artist, and the rewarded cynicism value was the same as when Jinshui killed Kawashima Mei-dad by himself before, which was a reward of 5,000 cynicism value. Shut up! Kawashima Ono, the pig-headed man she just got to know, notices that some of the women are screaming non-stop, which annoys her. Being rebuked by Kawashima Yoshiko, all those people covered their mouths, fearing that they would offend each other and be cut in two. Kawashima Yoshiko was also satisfied with the situation, and she kicked away the headless body that was in her way and came to Kawashima Bird Lord. To her old father, who was already dying, Kawashima Yoshiko did not hesitate. The katana in her hand quickly slashed through, directly ending the opponent. Woohoo! Having killed her father, Kawashima Bird Lord, Kawashima Yoshiko actually cried. Mother, do you see, Yoshiko has avenged you. It turns out that as a child, Yoshiko Kawashima had watched her father, who was already dead in front of her, beat her mother to death. This hatred, Kawashima Yoshiko has been hidden for 18 years, just for today's hand to kill Kawashima Birdlord this moment. Yoshiko, are you okay? Kawashima Yoshiko's revenge was avenged, and her tears of joy made Jin Shuai a little confused, thinking that Kawashima Yoshiko had killed her own father with her own hands, and was a little irritated. Master, Yoshiko is fine, don't worry. Kawashima Yoshiko was wrapped around Jin Shuai's waist. She looked at the man who was a little worried about her nearby and very dryly wiped the teardrops off her face with her hand. Master, today Yoshiko will take down this Kawashima family, and then it will be at your disposal at any time. Receiving Jin Shuai's concern, Kawashima Yoshiko quickly gathered herself. All of you listen. Today I, Yoshiko Kawashima, officially become the head of the Kawashima family. Do any of you have any comments? At this moment, she resumed her original posture, coldly and mercilessly looking at all the members of the Kawashima family present, and her mid-range Huanjin aura was even unreservedly declared out, shocking everyone. Those who were swept by Kawashima Yoshiko's gaze all lowered their heads to show their submission to her. Among them, there were just a few early-stage Huanjing, and they were even more shocked inwardly. They didn't expect that Chuan Dao Fong Zi's strength wasn't much worse than the original Chuan Dao Bird Lord. The original thought of waiting for Toyotomi Taiji and the others to leave so that they could make a yellow bird in the back was also instantly dispelled. Kawashima Yoshiko, you patricidal demon, you shall not die. At this time, Kawashima Mailwan, as if she had lost her mind, even some unafraid of death to curse angrily. Shoo! Kawashima Yoshiko naturally won't spoil Kawashima Mailwan's stupid younger brother, and the katana in her hand was directly thrown over. Right in the center of the eyebrow, half of the katana went straight in, revealing only the hilt of the katana. With a thud, Kawashima Mailwan fell to the ground, apparently dead through and through. Ding! Congratulations to the host. With the host's intervention, the host woman destroys a brat, rewarded with 1000 cynicism values. Ah no! My son! Not caring about his serious injuries, Harano AI struggled to his feet and staggered toward Kawashima Mailwan's body. Seeing this, Kawashima Yoshiko intends to cut off the root of the problem and is about to go over and send Harano AI down to join her father along with her, when she suddenly realizes that her hand is being held by Jin Shuai. Master, what's wrong? She looked at Jin Shuai with some confusion. Yoshiko, this woman will be killed later, for now let her live a little longer, she's still of some use to me. How can Harano AI be said to be a dark strength martial artist? Even if he comes on hard, he can still get a reward of 5000 cynicism value, so naturally, Jin Shuai doesn't want to miss out on it. Chapter 90, You're all going to take a bath with me. From now on, I am the king of the Kawashima family. Kawashima Yoshiko took Jin Shuai on her arm and went to the top of the main seat and sat down together, her eyes sharply scanning the crowd. Master of the house. The members of the Kawashima family present, who were already supporters of Kawashima Yoshiko, were so excited to see this scene that they immediately shouted. Just one person gets the feeling of chicken and dogs. Kawashima Yoshiko saw that most of the people present did not respond, but were silent, especially her aunts and siblings. Do you guys have a death wish? Kawashima Yoshiko was straight up angry and shouted. Master of the house. Under the threat of Kawashima Yoshiko, those who were already defying Kawashima Yoshiko had to bow down. Kawashima Yoshiko snorted coldly at the sight. The people who disobeyed her just now, she had made a note of them, and sooner or later she would liquidate them. You guys give me open eyes to see clearly. Next to this, is my Kawashima Yoshiko's man. In the future when you see Master Jin Shuai, you must be even more respectful than to me personally, is that clear? Kawashima Yoshiko was afraid that these people of her family, in the future, were afraid that something ungrateful would offend Jin Shuai, and at this time, she did not forget to introduce Jin Shuai to the people present. Lord Family Head, we understand. Good day, Master. Those Kawashima Yoshiko's lapdogs all bowed very knowingly to greet Jin Shuai. Led by those lapdogs, some of those who defied Kawashima Yoshiko, forced by her threat, followed suit and bowed to Jin Shuai with gritted teeth. Originally, they were forced to submit to Kawashima Yoshiko even if, at least, the other party is the eldest lady of the Kawashima family, the right bloodline. But for them to honor Jin Shuai, an outsider, as their master, it made them feel humiliated and stifled, and they secretly hated Jin Shuai. Jin Shuai realized that there were quite a few members of the Kawashima family present, who were originally in that attitude of not loving or hating everyone as strangers to him, had all of a sudden become hateful towards him. Some even have hate ratings of 100, such as AI Harano, and all of Kawashima Birdlord's women and children hate him very much as well. It's all of 175,700 cynicism value now,
so there's not much of a problem in rounding up 200,000 for today. That's right, Jin Shui decided that all those who had a high level of hatred for him should be sent down to be reunited with Kawashima Bird Lord. You, and you. All of you step forward. Jin Shui sat in the main seat with a big grin as he pointed his finger at the following Kawashima family members in a single breath and named 22 people, of which there were 8 males and 14 females, all of which were those who had a hatred level of 60 or more towards him. The people who were pointed out by Jin Shui were a bit apprehensive, but they still cooperated obediently and all stepped forward. Although they all had their heads bowed and got up all coy, there was a glint of hatred in their eyes. All of you stand in line, men on the left and women on the right. At this moment, when Jin Shui said anything, these people didn't dare to have any opinions and could only obediently cooperate. Good, you're all cooperating. Jin Shui looked at the crowd of people who obediently cooperated with his request to line up the men left and women right. He nodded with great satisfaction. Jun. Master Jin Shui, I wonder what your orders are. One of them, a young woman who looked to be around 25 years old or so, looked at Jin Shui with some apprehension. Your name is Hebe Cauliflower? Yes, master. The young woman was surprised that Jin Shui was able to call out her name, but she still nodded her head very cooperatively. Seeing the other party's obedient answer, Jin Shui then asked with confidence, then you should be Kawashima Birdlord's woman? Back to my master, Cauliflower is none other than Kawashima Birdlord's 18th aunt. Oh, very good. Kawabi Cauliflower, thank you for your cooperation, now please stand nicely, and as for what's going on, you'll find out later. Jin Shui tried to put on a friendly face and smiled. He originally thought that his own woman has been quite a lot, but when he heard this from Hebe Manhwa, directly a good guy, Kawashima Birdlord this deadbeat, the strength is not good, but the woman is really not a lot. Oh, you must be as puzzled as Kawabi Cauliflower as to why I'm calling you out, right? Jin Shui looked at the crowd standing in a row with a smile on his face, and seeing that they were all very bewildered, he continued to say in a very conciliatory tone, what about the reason I let you all come out? There's only one reason for that, and that's that each and every one of you hates me very much. Lord, I do not hate you. Hearing this, a somewhat lewd-looking man hurriedly denied that he was one of Chuandao Birdlord's beloved henchmen, with a strength of the middle stage of the Dark Force, as well as someone who supported Chuandao Mei Luan's rise to power. Heh, Kawashima 2-bit, right? Just be 2-bit yourself, don't treat me as 2-bit too. Jin Shui didn't bother to nag with the other party, directly dipping his finger towards the teacup on the table, followed by a light flick towards Kawashima Irby. Under Jin Shui's strength that was comparable to that of a grandmaster, a droplet of water carried the momentum of 10,000 horses and headed towards Kawashima Futabi's brow at extreme speed, faster than a bullet that had just been discharged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying a brat, rewarded with 10,000 cynicism values. It was only after a full 5 seconds that Kawashima Nibi, who had been penetrated by a droplet of water through his eyebrow, slowly collapsed backward, maintaining the same expression he had been trying to say a moment ago until he died. Ah! The death of Kawashima Irby caused the teenage girls and young women who were named by Jin Shui to panic and scream. They were so scared they thought they were going to die too. Those men who stood out even more 2 strands of war, some even performance than those women even more pull crotch, directly are peeing their pants, foot a puddle of water stains in the slow spread. Puff! Master, spare my life. Bang! 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 Some people were scared out of their wits by Jin Shui's crisp, killing stance just now, and directly kneeled down, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. You don't know you're scared, you just know you're going to die. In the face of the little kid's plea for mercy, Jin Shui was unmoved and directly aimed another drop of water at the brow of the male little kid who was kowtowing and begging for mercy, and catapulted it away. The other party had originally maintained the position of continuing to kowtow. His eyebrows were penetrated by a water droplet, and his body slumped to the ground in the process, not moving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying a brat, rewarded with 1,000 cynicism value. This scared pissed-off brat is the unknown brother of Kawashima Yoshiko, who is currently not a martial artist, and Jin Shui only got 1,000 cynicism value. Taste sweet Jin Shui no longer nagging, he directly put 5 fingers together, to the teacup a dip, followed by the remaining 6 male brats to a heavenly maiden, 6 drops of water directly to their brow pull shot. Shoo! The water droplets carried 1,000,000 pounds of force and pierced their brains harshly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying 6 brats, rewarded with 37,000 cynical values. Good lord, so you get excited too, Toon-chan? Jin Shui was in a good mood and flirted with his system. Lord!
Master, spare my life. Kawabi Cauliflower, including the other women who were named to come forward, were so scared that their legs went weak, and they all fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Oh, don't worry guys, Jin Shuai, don't kill women. Jin Shuai smiled, trying to look more friendly. Why don't you all join me in a hot spring? Just make me happy and you'll live. Chapter 91, Please spare my daughter. Hot springs? With Jin Shuai's request, not to mention those female members of the Kawashima family who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, even Kawashima Yoshiko, who was on the side, was a bit confused. No, master, you've been soaking in the hot springs for days, haven't you had enough? Is your waist made of iron? She looked at Jin Shuai with some surprise, but she was only surprised for a moment before asking any more questions. Lord! Master, is it true that after Cauliflower accompanies you to the hot springs, you will let Cauliflower go? Hebe Cauliflower looked at Jin Shuai with trepidation, as if she was walking on thin ice, and she seemed to have found a silver lining. Oh, Kawabi Cauliflower, I've just made it very clear that in a moment, as long as I have fun soaking in the hot springs, it's not impossible for me to let you off the hook and let you continue to live well. In a while you have to behave well. Oh, I am very optimistic about you. Oh, you have a good chance to get released. Jin Shuai looked at Kawabi Cauliflower, who was just as good as Kurosawa Chiliang, and realized that of the 14 Kawashima family women in front of him, she, Kawabi Cauliflower, had the lowest level of hatred towards him, only 60 so. Jin Shuai felt that this woman, a moment with him to soak in a hot spring, we are honest and open to communicate well, after some mutual feelings, maybe it will be transformed into a friend. Master, Cauliflower understands. Hebe Cauliflower wasn't a child, she naturally understood the meaning of Jin Shuai's words in seconds. She decided that in a moment she was going to use her lifelong experience and insights to properly communicate with Jin Shuai and try to convince the other party to fight for herself to live. Jin Shuai, you beast, even if I die, I, Shunui Kawashima, will not join you in the hot spring. One of them appeared to be a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and she glared viciously at Jin Shuai, vowing not to obey. She was also the sister of Yoshiko Kawashima, who had the same father and different mother, and was not emotionally attached to her. As the golden girl of the Kawashima family, she, Kawashima Chunui, had her pride and would rather die than give in. Well, Kawashima Chune, right? I hope you just don't get so mouthy later. Jin Shuai slapped his own palm and looked at her with a very appreciative eye. The other party reminded him of the once existing Hashimoto Nana, when Hashimoto Nana was just as mouthy as this Kawashima Chu woman in front of him. But he, Jin Shuai, already had very sound and mature experience in dealing with tough-talking girls. He was quite confident that he would be challenged once again to take the tough-talking Kawashima Chunin in front of him and mold her into his own shape. When Jin Shuai said that, he stepped forward and directly carried Chuandao Chunui on his shoulder, and the other party naturally refused to relent and struggled madly, her mouth still screaming. You asshole, let go of me. Even if you get my person, you can't get my heart. You're a demon. Jin Shuai felt that Chuandao Chunui was a bit noisy. He directly used the sunflower pointing hands to point out the other party's mute points. The entire banquet hall was quiet for a moment. Being carried on the shoulders of Jin Shuai, Kawashima Chu female can only continue to emit whimpering sound. Master, please also spare my daughter. Before Jin Shuai could say anything, a mature woman who was originally standing in the crowd became anxious. She rushed out and knelt in front of Jin Shuai, pleading with him to spare her daughter. In that case, if you want your daughter to live, you follow. Jin Shuai used his heavenly eyes to take a look at this 40-years-old mature woman kneeling in front of him, and found that the other party was called Ishikawa Suzu, and was also a Ming-Jin early-stage martial artist, and that the other party not only had no hatred towards her, but instead, she still had a goodwill level of about 60. This made even Jin Shuai a little curious. He decided to let her tag along with him in the hot springs, and then he'd dish on the other person and ask them why they had a crush on him. And you guys, if you don't want to die, follow me consciously. Jin Shuai swept a glance at the Haruno AI girls who were sitting on their knees on the ground and said coldly, Yoshiko, whoever doesn't follow you in a while, you'll just slaughter them. Master, Yoshiko understands. Kawashima Yoshiko nodded her head and looked at the group of women sitting paralyzed on the ground with murderous intent. Whoever dared to upset Jin Shuai, she would definitely make the other party not live until tomorrow. That's it then, Yoshiko, you go on about your business, I'm going to the hot spring first. Jin Shuai said, then carried Kawashima Chu female head toward the door of the banquet hall without turning back. Just now, Jin Shuai had looked at it with his heavenly eyes. The Kawashima family's manor was also built on a mountain, and naturally, he had picked a good place, so within the Kawashima manor, there was also a private hot spring pool of his own. Ishikawa Susu called for her daughter to be carried away by Jin Shuai, and in order for her daughter to have a glimmer of life, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and followed. The other women heard Jinshui's final explanation to Kawashima Yoshiko, and did not dare to disobey. Have you look at me, I look at you, and then all one by one to follow Ishikawa Bell behind. As she passed by Toyotomi Taiji and the others, Toyotomi Taiji spoke up, Master, do you need Taiji's help? Taiji, why don't you and Jinlian just stay here and help Yoshiko take over the Kawashima family? If they resist, kill them directly without amnesty. Jinshui spoke in a not-so-low voice, which caused all the Kawashima family members present to be startled. The image of Toyotomi Taiji sending the Kawashima birdlord flying with a single punch just now was still flashing in their minds. Toyotomi Taiji gives everyone the impression of just being invincible. Seeing that Toyotomi Taiji had addressed Jinshui as her master, it also made the 13 women following Ishikawa Suzu. They were also more fearful of Jinshui. Master, Taiji understands. Toyotomi Taiji nodded and very knowingly stayed behind to help her Yoshiko sister keep control of the situation. Master, what about the dishes? Seeing that Jinshui didn't have a task to give her, Nana Hashimoto felt neglected and beamed, somewhat sullenly. Oh, Nai, you naturally went to the hot springs with your master. Jinshui looked at the somewhat aggrieved Nana Hashimoto and smiled. Thinking that the picture in a while might be more bloody, originally Jinshui did not intend to bring along Hashimoto Nana, but now he felt that he still decided to bring along Hashimoto Nana. After all, he could let Hashimoto Nana take a good lead. Especially for Kawashima Chunui, these same tough-talking girls, Jinshui believed that after bringing along Hashimoto now, it would be more effective to talk to everyone together. As for the good-looking women in the Sakura country, Jinshui thinks that it is better not to kill them if he can. After all, there are only so many good-looking ones, so there will be one less if he kills one. For example, the Kawashima Chunin he was now carrying on his shoulder was a completely youthful version of Kawashima Yoshiko, and similar to Hashimoto Nana. It was a bit of a shame to kill it directly, even for Jinshui. Aha! Master, it's still you who understands Nai loves soaking in the hot springs with Master. When Nana Hashimoto heard that Jinshui was going to take her to the hot springs with him, she was immediately happy and alive again. Nana, then we'll head out to the hot springs. LOL, let's go, hot springs. Nana Hashimoto, who was cheering at the moment, was so out of place with the dozen or so other Kawashima family women who were forced to go to the hot springs together. The other male members of the Kawashima family, although they were shivering with anger, they dared not speak out in anger, and when they were looked at by the Haruno AI girls with pleading eyes, each of them panicked and lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes for fear of being scourged. As for those women of the Kawashima family, it was even more needless to say, dead friends, have unconsciously hid in the back, fearing that if one accidentally was seen by Jinshui, they would be called to soak in the hot springs together. Just now, Jinshui's performance of killing like a man can scare them to the legs. Even if Jinshui handsome out of the sky, they don't want to go to the hot spring together. After all, it's going to kill a. Chapter 92, but my mom didn't say anything. Under the effect of the celestial eye, Jinshui was even more familiar with the way than Ishikawa Suzu and the girls who originally lived in the Kawashima house, and the group walked for less than 10 minutes before arriving at the private hot springs of the Kawashima manor. Jinshui stood next to the hot spring pool, first placing the Kawashima Chu maiden on his shoulder on the ground, and in the process helping her to undo her mute points. Jinshui, you devil, what are you doing? Chuandao Chunui, who had regained her ability to speak, still had a stiff upper lip as she looked viciously at Jinshui. Pop. Before Jinshui could say anything, Nana Hashimoto took the lead and slapped Chunui Kawashima. What for? You, of course. You, of all people, really don't know what's good for you. Master was kind enough to invite you to come and soak in the hot springs with him, that's because he thinks highly of you. Don't give your face away. Nana Hashimoto chided the Kawashima Chunin, and as someone who had been there before, she was going to tame this tough-talking girl into submission for Jinshui today. Nana Hashimoto, you call him master along with your mother, you're the one who's shameless. What a lowlife. After Kawashima Chunui was slapped by Hashimoto Nana, she merely covered her face that was slapped hotly and looked at the other party with a contemptuous, viciously angry face. Pa! When Hashimoto Nana saw that Kawashima Chune still dared to talk back, she slapped her opponent again. What do you know, it's our good fortune to be blessed by our master's gift. Still talking tough, huh? Give this lady first go down to reflect properly. Put. Nana Hashimoto was so upset at this point that she directly pushed the Kawashima Chunin, whose eyes were glazed over from her slapping, down into the hot spring pool. Ahem! Caught off guard, Kawashima Chunui directly choked on the hot spring water and coughed repeatedly. Hashimoto Nana, as a fellow girl, you're even in league with this demon, same-sex murder, you're also scum, a demon. Choking on the spring water and coming to her senses,
Kawashima-chune was pointing at Hashimoto Nana again, cursing angrily.
Kawashima-chu maiden. You still dare to talk tough, I think you're asking for death, let's see if this young lady doesn't get you killed.
Nana Hashimoto exploded as she furiously pointed at the Kawashima-chunin, who had been thrown into the hot spring pool by her with the appearance of a fallen chicken.
Humph. Hashimoto Nana, I'm not afraid of you, you're just a little that only pleases men, what's so great about it, come down and kill me if you can.
At this time, Kawashima-chu female is also life and death to look down, do not serve, the same girl, she thinks she is not false Hashimoto Nana, before Hashimoto Nana uneducated and difficult and capricious style, she Kawashima-chu female and not unheard of.
You. Nana Hashimoto realizes that she can't even scold her opponent, and is exasperated and anxious. Oh, Nana Hashimoto, rubbed to the sore spot by this lady, huh?
Kawashima-chunui hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter at this point, thinking that Hashimoto Nana had been told off by herself and was powerless to refute it.
Puff. Die for this lady.
Hashimoto Nana looked at a face of dejected Kawashima-chu female, she is not making fun of herself, Lolita is not off, directly jumped down, grabbed the other side of the ponytail, the unguarded Kawashima-chu females directly the whole person is pressed into the hot spring pool. This lady makes you talk tough. This lady makes you talk tough. Nana Hashimoto held Kawashima's chunin down for dear life and mumbled something under her breath. Although Kawashima-chunui was not yet a martial artist, but she was also at about the same level as the previous Ijima Yuya, and was also close to the strength of Huan Jin, she found that she unexpectedly had no way to break free from Hashimoto Nai, and under the shock, she was choked by several mouthfuls of hot spring water in a row.
Master, please let Chunui go.
Ishikawa Suzu saw her daughter being held down in the water and tortured by Hashimoto Nana, and although she could easily free herself with her strength in the Dark Force realm, she didn't dare to do so, and could only kneel in front of Jin Shuai, begging bitterly.
Oh.
Jin Shuai looked at the mature woman kneeling in front of him with interest.
He was too lazy to pay attention to the currently very mouthy Kawashima-chu girl at this point, and he thought that it seemed good to let Hashimoto Nana teach the other party a lesson first. Ishikawa Suzu, you don't seem to know much either.
Seeing that Ishikawa Suzu was somewhat unimpressed and was still kneeling there motionless, Jin Shuai was a bit displeased. Ishikawa Suzu was even more confused as she looked at Jin Shuai with a dumbfounded expression.
Ishikawa-san, lean to the side and let Cauliflower do it.
Kawabi Cauliflower naturally understood what Jin Shuai meant, and she directly squeezed the clueless Ishikawa Suzu aside.
Master, can you let Cauliflower live now?
After a moment's effort, Hebe Cauliflower looked up at Jin Shuai with a face full of curiosity.
Hebe Cauliflower, you know your stuff, let me see if you have the capital to live.
Jin Shuai realized that the other party's hatred towards him still remained at 60, so naturally, he couldn't just agree to the other party.
Master, Cauliflower understands.
When Hebe Cauliflower heard that Jin Shuai still hadn't agreed to give himself a way out, she got a little anxious and was ready to shed her kimono, intending to give Jin Shuai a check to see if she had the capital to live.
Cauliflower, take it easy.
Ishikawa Suzu saw that her daughter was already being played with by Hashimoto Nabiki, she got anxious and directly pushed her plump, shapely buttocks away from Kawabi Nabiki and toppled her into the hot spring pool.
Ishikawa-san, what are you doing?
Kawabi Cauliflower was in a hurry, she felt that this woman, Ishikawa Suzu, was not speaking of martial virtues.
I'm sorry sis, there's nothing I can do about it, saving lives is important.
Ishikawa Suzu somewhat apologetically glanced at Kawabi Nana, who had turned into a drowned chicken, before taking it upon herself to please Jin Shuai. Just now she, Ishikawa Suzu, counted on seeing and understanding what Jin Shuai meant.
Vegetables, don't play the man to death.
When Jin Shuai saw that Ishikawa Suzu was also understanding, he spoke up and stopped Hashimoto Nana, who was still holding Kawashima's daughter down in the water in the hot spring pool.
Master, Choi knows.
Hearing Jin Shuai say that, Hashimoto Nana naturally didn't dare to disobey Jin Shuai's order. She grabbed Kawashima-chunui's ponytail and pulled the other party out of the water.
Cough cough cough.
Finally can breathe the air. Kawashima-chu female even coughed up. Just now she felt like she was dying. At this time facing Hashimoto Nana, she didn't just come like that directly open her mouth to insult Hashimoto Nana.
She, Kawashima-chunui, had finally wimped out.
By the hot spring pool, Ishikawa Suzu saw with her afterglow that her daughter was fine, and her lifted heart was relaxed, while at the same time she became more attentive.
Mature women. Explained as well as women whose practice makes perfect. That got a big thumbs up from Jin Shuai. Ah! Mom! What are you doing?
The slowed-down Kawashima-chune finally noticed Ishikawa Suzu next to the hot spring pool, and she was a bit incredulous, unable to believe what was happening in front of her.
Pop. Kawashima-chune, are you brain dead?
That's not a question, of course your mom is convincing the master to save your tough-talking daughter. Nana Hashimoto slapped another cap to the back of Kawashima's chunin's head, then looked at her with some contempt.
But my mom, she didn't say a word.
The Kawashima chunin glared angrily at Nana Hashimoto, who had just been slapped in the face again.
Nana Hashimoto, you just hit me again.
Now that she'd learned her lesson, and had just been held down and choked in the water by Nana Hashimoto, she'd felt the taste of death and didn't dare to just piss off her opponent.
So what if I beat you? Oh, this lady is going to get you again. With an evil look on her face, Nana Hashimoto held the Kawashima chunin down in the water again.